Chapter 1. Past and Present Lives. The Starry Forest, one of the three major gathering places for soul beasts across the continent, is the most expansive and terrifying of them all. 2/5 of it lies within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire, while the remaining 3/5 belongs to the Star Luo Empire. The sun gradually descends in the west, casting its light upon the boundary between century-old and millennium-old soul beasts, which leans towards the Heaven Do Empire. Two figures race towards the depths of the Starry Forest. One is a robust man, exuding an air of simplicity, glancing back intermittently as if something ominous lurks behind him. The other is a blond youth, whose expression remains stoic, yet his golden-hued eyes betray a hint of urgency. Third brother, do you think father and the elders will manage to escape? And why have a few soul emperors suddenly appeared from the Stone family? Responding to the boy's concerns, the third brother, Mutai, reassures him, do not fret, Mulin. The clan leader and the elders will surely evade capture. We must hasten our own escape, and once you have honed your skills, you can avenge Elder Mu Xingyue. The golden-haired boy, Mulin, is our protagonist, while Mutai, his cousin and the third of their generation in the Mu family, stands beside him. Finally, they come to a halt in the midst of the Millennium Zone, an area predominantly inhabited by 5,000-year-soul beasts, and Mutai squints at Mulin, flexing his fingers as he inches closer. Mulin, come over here. This vicinity is teeming with 5,000-year-soul beasts. As a soul master, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to protect you if you stray too far. Hearing this, Mulin cautiously approaches Mutai, though a strange expression crosses his face. As he nears his cousin, his heart races inexplicably. In the chaos of their escape, he had paid little mind to it, but upon reflection, it felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the moment they were discovered by the Stone family Mu, Lin's family's sworn enemies. Just then, as Mutai contemplated their next move, a thunderous roar erupted nearby. Emerging from the shadows was a soul beasta, magnificent golden tiger, adorned with a prominent black crown upon its head, exuding an air of authority. A diamond tiger, a 3,000-year-old diamond tiger. We must flee, Mulin. Without hesitation, Mutai grasped Mulin's hand and fled, fully aware that a 3,000-year-old diamond tiger was far beyond the capabilities of a novice soul master like himself, especially in a place devoid of protection where ambushes could lead to fatal consequences. The two continued their flight, pursued relentlessly by the diamond tiger. Curse it! Why does this beast persist in chasing us? This area is home to 7,000-year-soul beasts, and if we venture further, we risk encountering 10,000-year-soul beasts. We cannot continue running. With a determined gaze, Mutai assessed the relentless pursuit of the diamond tiger. Mulin, stay here. I will confront the diamond tiger. This area is perilous, you must wait for me. With that declaration, Mutai charged towards the diamond tiger. Martial soul, golden lion, manifest, first soul skill, fire lion golden claw. The range of attacks with both hands is enhanced, accompanied by flames that scorch the enemies. Third soul skill, lion king's golden body. All attributes increase by 20, defense is augmented by 100, and damage reduction is 10. Mutai lunged directly towards the head of the diamond tiger. Upon witnessing such reckless aggression from Mutai, the diamond tiger's eyes seemed to flicker with disdain as it unleashed a vital energy blast from its mouth. Surprisingly, Mutai was propelled backward by the force of this energy projectile. Damn it, this tiger is truly treacherous. Fourth soul skill, fire line frenzy. All attributes increase by 20, attack speed and damage surge by 50, and any hit on the opponent guarantees a burning state. However, it induces a beastly state, leaving only a shred of rationality. Soul skill usage is disabled, and with each additional minute of use, subsequent overall attributes diminished by 50 for a day. Mutai charged at the diamond tiger, while the tiger's claws appeared to gleam even brighter as it retaliated. Yet, in this beastly form, Mutai seemed to possess heightened strength or sensitivity. Second soul skill, lion's roar. A sound wave is unleashed, stunning the opponent. The duration depends on the disparity in mental strength and the distance between both parties. The diamond tiger was rendered dazed by Mutai's roar, providing Mutai the opportunity to slay the creature. Ha! 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 Mulin, come help me. Mutai was exhausted, having just entered the soul sect. Utilizing all four soul skills while battling the diamond tiger was incredibly taxing. Mulin hurried to support Mutai, retrieving a silver object from his soul guide ring. To any modern individual, it would elicit astonishment. A handgun. Third brother, this is a gift from my father for self-defense. You still need to protect me here, so this is for you. As he spoke, Mulin aimed the gun at Mutai, slowly approaching him. Though Mutai felt uneasy with the gun's barrel directed at him, he dismissed it, considering Mulin was just a 6-year-old child who had yet to become a soul master. How could he possibly harm him? Finally, as Mutai reached for the handgun, Mulin suddenly raised his hand and bang. Mutai was shot through the heart, staring in shock at Mulin. WWHY? My martial soul is the heart, and once I approach you, it feels just like when the Shi family discovered me. Upon hearing this, Mutai's eyes widened in horror, seemingly conveying, "You despicable little fiend." Afterward, Mulin quickly turned and fled, disregarding the direction, for the soul beast in the area would be easily drawn by the scent of blood staying was tantamount to courting death. That Mulin found a cave and took refuge within. Fuming, he struck the wall in frustration, leaning against it while reflecting on his past and contemplating his future. In his previous life, Mulin was an ordinary person, completing elementary school, middle school, and university before seeking employment. His only notable trait was his striking appearance and exceptional culinary skills. This also led to Mulin enduring the relentless pursuit of wealthy women in his previous life. Yet, he never acquiesced, for the thighs of these women were as robust as his own waist, and Mulin had no desire to meet an untimely demise that on one occasion, while purchasing vegetables, Mulin sacrificed his life to save a young girl and was tragically struck by a truck. Perhaps the girl hailed from an illustrious lineage, or perhaps the truck driver was indeed a member of a Traversers Association. In any case, Mulin found himself transported to another realm. He arrived in the world of Douluo, becoming the son of the clan leader of the Mu family, one of the 2 prominent families in the city of Nost within the Tiendo Empire. For Mulin, who had grown up in an orphanage in his past life, experiencing paternal and maternal love was a coveted dream. Hence, in his childhood, he was exceedingly clingy, yearning to engage in playful banter with his parents. In comparison to other children, the only notable distinctions were his quiet demeanor and his love for reading. After all, Douluo was a tangible world filled with myriad unknowns for Mulin, and it had been many years since he last perused the original work. His recent readings had consisted solely of fan fiction. Therefore, he needed to delve into literature to replenish his knowledge. The Mu family was not without merit. Their martial spirit, the Golden Lion, had produced a soul Douluo, and they were descendants of the founding heroes of the Tiendo Empire. However, due to the hubris of their ancestors, they had been expelled from Tiendo City. Nonetheless, a resurgence seemed imminent, as the current patriarch, Mu Xingqian, had attained the remarkable rank of level 59 Soul King by the age of 40, with prospects of reaching Soul Sage status. There were even opportunities for him to glimpse the realm of Soul Douluo. As for Mulin, the sole heir of the Mu patriarch, his martial spirit underwent a mutation during its awakening, manifesting as the heart, accompanied by an innate soul power of level 9. Consequently, the Mu family's adversaries, the Shi family, also a prominent force in Nost City, seized the opportunity to ambush Mulin, while the Mu family aided him in soul hunting, enlisting formidable experts that the Shi family could never hope to possess. Of course, Mulin possessed a system, though it had remained stagnant at 99 for nearly 3 years, leaving him devoid of hope. Apart from initially providing him with blueprints for a handgun and ammunition for self-defense upon his arrival in the Douluo world, the system had granted him nothing further. Now rendered inactive as for how Mulin discovered Mutai's ulterior motives. Mutai had never undergone any trials, making it easy for Mulin to discern the unsettling glances he received from him. Each time their eyes met, Mulin felt an inexplicable fluttering in his heart. It was only after Mutai killed a diamond tiger that Mulin recognized the murderous intent in Mutai's gaze, reminiscent of the Shi family's previous intent to take his life. Thus, the warning from his heart, coupled with his own observations, compelled Mulin to take preemptive action against Mutai. Consequently, Mulin lured him in with a handgun before delivering the fatal blow. After all, who would suspect a mere 6-year-old child, seemingly harmless, of harboring such lethal intent? Chapter 2. Abduction. Leaning against the wall, a flicker of confusion occasionally passed through Mulin's golden pupils. After all, he had just reached level 10, not even qualifying as a wandering soul master, and he found himself utterly unaware of the region in which he now resided. The only certainty for Mulin was that he was in grave danger. The Douluo Forest was renowned as the most perilous and terrifying place on the continent, teeming with countless varieties of soul beasts, particularly the high-aged ones that were as abundant as water in the Mulin could only pray for good fortune to escape the Douluo Forest. As for the soul rings, he would take it one step at a time if necessary. He would stealthily hunt soul beasts. With a handgun in hand, and having consistently trained his body, slaying soul beasts aged 200 to 300 years should pose no significant challenge. First, Mulin blocked the entrance of the cave and then kindled a fire, falling asleep beside the flickering flames. After several hours, he awoke. Noticing the sunlight filtering through the cracks of the stones at the cave's mouth, it seemed the day had dawned. Slowly, Mulin pushed aside the heavy rock and began to tread cautiously in a single direction. However, he struggled to discern his bearings, surrounded by soul beasts, uncertain which trees were sentient creatures and which were not. Furthermore, this realm was different from his previous life, and he could not ascertain the local laws and phenomena. Ultimately, Mulin only knew that the sun rose in the east and set in the west. Beyond that, he was at a loss. Guided by the heart of his martial soul, he moved forward. Perhaps due to the perilous environment, the special qualities of his martial soul were aroused. In hazardous locales, his heart would race, urging him to flee. Thus, Mulin continued his tentative journey, trusting in his martial soul even as he remained oblivious to his true direction. Meanwhile, a battle unfolded in the path he was traversing. Two strikingly similar women stood facing each other. One appeared as a gracious matron, exuding an air of nobility, while a wounded little girl lingered behind her. The other radiated an immediate impression of nobility, elegance, and serenity, accompanied by two men, one with a sinister demeanor and the other effeminate. These two figures were the transformed 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit, Wu Qingru, and the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, it was I who saved you in the Douluo Forest, and this is how you repay me? Wu Qingru's heart surged with anger as she confronted the three Title Douluos before her. After all, Wu Qingru had once rescued Bibi Dong, a detail I gleaned from an online search. Though I lack the desire to delve further into it, let it be accepted as part of the narrative. Yet now, Bibi Dong summoned three Title Douluos to take her life and harvest her bones. This seemed premeditated otherwise. How could they have come to hunt her while the Ming and Air Ming were preoccupied with confronting the dark demon evil god tiger? Bibi Dong, gazing at the 200,000-year soul beasts, smiled slightly. Wu Qingru, while you saved me in the past, did I not also grant you fame? Look at us, we are nearly identical. One might think we are twins. As the gentle dance unfolded, the protagonist, Wu Qingru, exclaimed, "Silence. I should never have saved you. I never anticipated that you, Bibi Dong, could embody such treachery. Truly, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. You wretched enchantress. And what of it, enchantress? In this world, strength reigns supreme, everything else must submit to it." Bibi Dong, visibly incensed by Wu Qingru's insults, retaliated with fervor. Sixth spirit skill, blood-sucking spider sting. Summoning 10 spider stings, sharp and lethal, she launched her assault, capable of draining her opponent's soul power and vitality to replenish her own. Damn it! Third spirit skill, golden body protection. Wu Qingru conjured an energy shield for defense. It was evident that Wu Qingru underestimated Bibi Dong, still contemplating the conservation of soul power, or perhaps her anger clouded her judgment. She awaited the arrival of the Ming and Air Ming to assist her in vanquishing Bibi Dong and her companions. However, Bibi Dong, having undergone the trials of the Rakshasa god and being the successor of this first-tier deity, had reached the pinnacle of a 96th level Douluo, while Wu Qingru was merely a typical 92nd level Douluo. Thus, it was apparent that the overconfident Wu Qingru was swiftly taught a lesson by Bibi Dong, as her third soul skill was effortlessly shattered. Simultaneously, the blood-sucking spider sting was aimed at Xiao Wu, who stood behind Wu Qingru. Xiao Wu. Wu Qingru hastily teleported, shielding her back against Bibi Dong's attack. With a cough of blood, she embraced Xiao Wu tightly. Xiao Wu, flee. Wu Qingru pushed Xiao Wu away, employing a special technique to enable her to teleport to safety. This alteration is due to my setting that the protagonist is at least 5 years older than Tang San, hence the need for this adjustment. I hope it is not too objectionable. Mother. Xiao Wu yearned to remain with her mother, but as she was being teleported away, she could only witness her mother spitting blood and the looming threat of Bibi Dong in her. Sinister trio, Your Holiness, allow me, an old ghost, to capture this soul beast for you. The duo, Ju Gue, activated their amplifying soul skills, advancing towards Wu Qingru. Invincible golden body. For 3 seconds, an absolute defense against beings below god level ensued, doubling her power, with each 10-level increase granting an additional second of invincibility. Wu Qingru activated the innate spirit skill of the soft-bone rabbit. Invincible golden body. Engaging in a fierce clash with the duo, the surrounding trees were uprooted by their ferocious combat. Bibi Dong observed, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Truly, the transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast is formidable. Even a soft-bone rabbit can possess such a skill. Bibi Dong stepped forward slowly, saying, "You may retreat." Wu Qingru, do not squander your strength. You are destined to become my soul ring. Soul ring. Is it not true that your soul rings are already full? Could it be? Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted dramatically, her previous form resembling that of a colossal venomous spider. However, the situation has now transformed. One can observe a dark green, web-like pattern adorning Bibi Dong's forehead, with a radiant layer of emerald light emanating from her being. Behind her, 3 pairs of dark green spider legs have manifested, while her arms have morphed into similar dark green spears, and her lower body is completely enveloped in a cascade of emerald luminescence. Dual spirit souls. You possess dual spirit souls. Bibi Dong gazed at the slightly breathless Wu Qingru, recognizing that she too was considerably fatigued. Nevertheless, achieving such a level of combat with 2 Title Douluos who shared an almost telepathic connection was commendable. Indeed, thus become my soul ring, Wu Qingru. Though Bibi Dong appeared composed from the front, she swiftly launched an assault on Wu Qingru from behind. 6 soul skill. Eternal creation. 2 jade-like colossal sides were raised simultaneously, crossing each other to unleash a massive green forked wavy manifestation of Bibi Dong's most formidable single target. Offensive capability. Physical defenses are rendered ineffective, while energy defenses are reduced by 50%. Once struck, the inflicted wounds will perpetually spread, requiring reliance on soul power for resistance until the energy is utterly depleted, leading to inevitable demise. As the graceful dance of Wu Qingru pierced through her chest, she was lifted into the air, just as Wu Qingru had resigned herself to death. Preparing to store a fragment of her soul within the soul bone to obstruct Bibi Dong's cultivation, she seemed to sense something. Wu Qingru turned to Bibi Dong with a gentle and serene smile that radiated beauty. "Bibi Dong, I shall never allow you to claim my soul ring and soul bone." With that, she disregarded her essence and forcefully activated her teleportation. "Wu Qingru, you cannot escape," Bibi Dong exclaimed. "What? Over there, damn it." Yueguan, swiftly to the southeast. Initially confident of her victory, Bibi Dong was abruptly taken aback by the sight of a small child in the southeastern direction where Wu Qingru had teleported. This golden-haired, golden-eyed child, who was none other than Mulin, now appeared utterly detestable in this moment. Mulin was still moving slowly when he suddenly felt a fierce pounding in his heart. Mulin's pupils constricted, and he immediately turned to flee. The impending danger ahead was undeniably formidable. However, he had not run far when he was captured around the waist by Wu Qingru, who then teleported them away. Chapter 3. Possession? System Awakening. Ah, damn it. Pursue her. Wu Qingru must be mine. No one can take her away. Bibi Dong commanded the Zhuge duo to chase after the vanishing figures of Wu Qingru and Mulin, yet this endeavor was destined to be futile. After all, Wu Qingru was prepared for death, having expended her essence to force multiple teleports, making it impossible for the Zhuge duo to catch up. Meanwhile, Mulin, cradled in Wu Qingru's embrace, felt disoriented. After all, a 6-year-old child could hardly withstand such repeated teleportation. Fortunately, Wu Qingru was well acquainted with the surroundings and promptly led Mulin to a cave. She set him down and gazed at him intently. "Little one, if you wish to call out, do so. Do you require a soul ring?" Mulin, still somewhat dazed, instinctively responded after hearing Wu Qingru's gentle words. "Ah, I am Mulin, and I require my first soul ring." With a sigh, he acknowledged the need for a soul ring. Observing Mulin's lingering confusion, Wu Qingru promptly took some water from her soul guide device and splashed it upon him. Mulin suddenly awoke, finding herself half-conscious, and then beheld the delicate dance of the tattered garments before her. "What do you intend to do?" she exclaimed. Mulin retreated, for Wu Qingru's fury towards Bibi Dong had rendered her eyes a blood-red hue. Gazing at Mulin, Wu Qingru coldly declared, "Prepare yourself in 1 minute. I shall make a sacrifice for you, and I will do my utmost to control my soul power, so you must not perish." Upon hearing this, Mulin was momentarily taken aback. "Sacrifice? This is a soul beast of 100,000 years. Why sacrifice? Never mind, it is of little consequence, having faced death once. One must embrace fate." Resolute, Mulin settled into a meditative posture. Wu Qingru first obstructed the cave's entrance, gazing at Mulin in contemplation. Her mind wandered to her daughter, Xiao Wu. Had it not been for Bibi Dong, she would still be relishing joyous moments with Xiao Wu. "Humanity, you wretched beings, you deserve your fate. You despicable creatures. I hope this young one can endure, otherwise, it is truly the end." Wu Qingru did not wish to sacrifice herself, yet Bibi Dong's 6th soul skill wielded an overwhelming power. Unless she ventured deep into the Douluo forest, the life lake's periphery would prove futile. As she pondered this, thoughts of her husband, who had journeyed into the depths of the forest, surfaced. Yet, it had been an eternity since she had seen or heard any news of him. The ferocious beasts in the deeper regions of the Douluo forest were indeed formidable, as were humans. Bibidong's words rang true. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Perhaps sensing her impending doom, Wakingru's thoughts raced in that fleeting minute. At last, after a moment, she looked at Mulin and said, "Young one, I hope you can endure. Remember, I will assist you." With that, she prepared to commence the sacrifice. A piercing wail erupted from Wakingru, resonating with an intensity that seemed to make the entire Douluo forest tremble. Xiao Wu and Daming, along with Erming, appeared to hear this mournful cry. Mother, aunt. Bibidong and the Ju ghost duo, along with several Soul Douluo and a couple of severely wounded Title Douluo, also seemed to catch the sound. The Ju ghost duo exclaimed in unison, This is a sacrifice, akin to the blue-silver emperor sacrificing Tang Hao a year ago," accompanied by the surrounding lament and a dazzling beam of light. No sooner had they spoken than a blinding red pillar of light materialized in one direction. Daming and Erming also witnessed this, and Xiao Wu, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "This is a sacrifice. A sacrifice. Mother would never offer herself to Bibidong and her ilk. Daming, Erming, you must go and protect her during the sacrifice, and then bring back her soul bone." Hearing this, Daming let out a furious roar, summoning a host of 10,000-year soul beasts to head towards that direction. Concurrently, some special soul beasts also joined the fray, a black creature resembling a scorpion-tailed beast and a black tiger with wings. Amidst the golden forest, a resplendent golden giant ape took notice and bounded through the trees. Inside the cave where Mulin resided, a blinding red light emanated from Wakingru's forehead, transforming into a crimson halo that enveloped the surroundings in a sanguine hue. Wakingru's entire form became suffused with a deep red, a translucent and lustrous shade as her garments turned to ash and vanished. "Young one, hold on." The crimson flames began to ignite from Wakingru, not mere flames, but an extraordinarily unique blood flame. Within it burned not only her blood but also her life force and the essence of her 100,000 years of cultivation. As the blood flames surged, they transformed from a vibrant red to a deep crimson, while Wu Qingrou's form gradually faded, resembling a translucent red crystal. The expanding red coalesced into a vast ring that slowly constricted around Wu Qingru and Mulin. Mulin, exerting all his strength, guided the sacrificial soul force of Wu Qingru, aware that the overwhelming excess could easily overwhelm him. Fortunately, perhaps due to Mulin's only being at level 10, Wu Qingru's sacrifice retained a fragment of her soul to assist him in channeling the soul force. Subsequently, it was sealed within his heart, enabling Mulin to exponentially accelerate his cultivation in the early stages. For while others merely cultivated soul force, Mulin simultaneously refined and absorbed it. Just as everything seemed to unfold perfectly, a voice echoed, "Well done, it is complete. Do not blame me. I am a soul beast and you are but a human. We are destined to be at odds, you wretched human. Your body now belongs to me." The remnant of Wu Qingrou's soul began to assail and attempt to consume Mulin's soul. Wu Qingru, having heard of the concept of soul possession, was now prepared to give it a try, albeit without any understanding of what constituted success in such an endeavor. Yet given the dire circumstances, she felt there was little to lose in this desperate attempt. Mulin was also taken aback, for the notion of soul beasts offering sacrifices and the possibility of soul possession was entirely foreign to him. I am uncertain whether such a phenomenon exists, but it seems plausible that a fragment of one's soul could be retained. Despite this, Mulin resolutely resisted, as Wu Qingrou's soul resembled a sourceless string. Devoid of any chance for revival, his resistance could surely buy him some time. Indeed, Mulin managed to hold on. Given his character, and perhaps due to the influence of the system, his mental prowess was markedly superior to that of others. The system, after all, is a traverser's golden finger. Thus, Mulin's mental ocean possessed certain peculiarities. Wu Qingru, however, failed to notice the elevated nature of Mulin's soul. And being a soul beast of a non-mental type, the remnants of the soul left behind from the sacrifice were inherently limited. With Mulin's unique mental ocean, the situation now hinged on fate. Nevertheless, as a traveler, Mulin was not entirely at the mercy of the system. Ding. High-quality energy detected. Residual energy from a 10,000-year-old soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit, which had attained the Title Douluo realm. The system of the first sect leader of Douluo has been activated, due to the energy being nearly 3 tiers above that of a soul sage. The novice gift pack has been upgraded. Ding. Danger detected for the host. The level of the gift pack has been adjusted downwards, initiating the elimination of the danger posed by Wu Qingrou's soul entity. Ding. The host is currently at level 15. Excess energy has been absorbed by the system. The mode has shifted to auxiliary. The novice gift pack has been modified, and a guardian has been bestowed. Chapter 4. The Gift Pack and the Guardian. After Mulin rose, he shook his head and said, "System, you are finally at 100. Please repeat what you just said. I wasn't paying attention." Speechless. Mulin was also taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, your system must be from elsewhere, capable of sarcasm and expressing emotions." The system replied, "This system is the supreme master system of Douluo, dedicated to assisting you in becoming the foremost master of the Douluo continent." Upon hearing this, Mulin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why must I become the sovereign? What are the consequences of not doing so?" "None," came the reply. "The system will assist you. Whether you choose to ascend or not is entirely your decision." Upon hearing this, Mulin nodded and remarked, "The system must offer gift packages, right? Additionally, I have heard about some auxiliary modes and modifications. Could you elaborate on the situation?" The system responded, "This system is the supreme master system of Douluo. According to my observations, only sects established by soul saints are recognized as legitimate by the masses. Others can merely be deemed as insignificant sects, capable only of deceiving individuals from remote and isolated villages. Therefore, this system requires the absorption of energy at the soul saint level to awaken. However, as the host, you are only at level 15, necessitating the activation of the auxiliary mode. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, you would not be qualified to undertake any tasks. Furthermore, having acquired energy nearly 3 levels above that of a soul saint, your novice gift package has also been upgraded. Additionally, there exists a protector." Mu nodded upon hearing this. "So, this is what happened. Then, system, activate the novice gift pack." Ding. The upgraded novice gift pack has been activated. The host has received the secret classic of the golden body, an unparalleled method for physical cultivation, including medicinal baths and the identification of herbs. The Fury Dragon Meditation Technique, a method for soul power cultivation, the Tai Chi Soul Decision for training mental strength, and the Great Strength Vidra skill for fists, palms, and legs. Mulin heard the system deliver a novice gift pack and exclaimed, "Really? All of this is mine? How can the system be so generous?" The response came, "That is because your energy level in awakening the system is exceptionally high, host." Mulin carefully examined the 6 martial arts techniques. The Golden Body Secret Scripture, a body cultivation method divided into 3 levels. 1. Exterior Golden Body, cultivating the skin, bones, and flesh, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities and strength. 2. Interior Golden Body, cultivating the internal organs, rendering one impervious to toxins, thereby greatly increasing stamina and strength, with a minimum enhancement of 5,000 pounds of strength. 3. Immaculate Golden Body, achieving perfect self-control, capable of transforming into the ancient Buddha's golden form, impervious to attacks of the same rank, and able to transform into a towering giant of 9 zhong and 9 cun, radiating golden light and rivaling deities. Angry Dragon Meditation Technique, a creation of an ancient heart martial spirit that cultivates an exceptionally dense soul power with rapid recovery capabilities, accompanied by explosive techniques. Tai Soul Decision, revised, originating from the Dopa world. This ancient cultivation method can strengthen the soul and significantly enhance mental power. Mighty Vidra Technique, modified by the system, the higher the level of soul power one uses, the greater the quantity and potency, theoretically with no upper limit. After a careful examination, Mulin realized that he had acquired both vitality and martial prowess. "System, I believe I have developed feelings for you," he confessed. The system responded, "Host, you have yet to summon the guardian. Very well, let us proceed with the summoning." With a chime, the extraction parameters for the guardian were revealed, individuals from ancient times not recorded in modern texts, alongside those from the next 10,000 years. The extraction was successful, and the guardian, Tianqing, emerged, a prodigy from ancient times who met his demise at the hands of the Soul Beast clan and hostile forces due to his extraordinary talents. Suddenly, a man appeared before Mulin, clad in a robe of icy lake blue adorned with the red lion phoenix pattern of Shu River, and cinched with a dark gray belt featuring tribal designs. He presented an image of elegance. His hair was impeccably styled, and beneath his brows lay eyes that sparkled like water, complemented by a tall and slender physique, truly a figure of remarkable grace. Ah, little one. You must be the person the system has tasked me with protecting. I am Yi Tianqing. And you are? He inquired playfully, gazing at the charming youth before him. Upon hearing this, Mulin responded, System? That must be correct. I look forward to your guidance. My name is Mulin, and my martial soul is the heart. My innate martial soul is indeed the heart. Judging by your age, you are merely 6 years old, yet your talent appears quite promising. There is potential for a second awakening in the future. Mulin inwardly addressed the system, pondering whether the summoned individuals were truly loyal. In response, the system explained that the characters summoned were drawn from various eras, predominantly from their peak periods. Furthermore, as these figures were real individuals from different times, the system could ensure they would not pose any harm to the host in the slightest. However, as for guaranteeing their unwavering loyalty, the system regrettably lacked such a capability. Mulin's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, System, you have betrayed me. How could a mere 6-year-old child possibly command their obedience? What if they all flee upon being summoned? The system responded, Host, they are human beings and, naturally, possess their own thoughts. Thus, whether or not they can be swayed depends entirely upon your capabilities. However, there are stipulations. There must be no actions or words that could jeopardize your interests. A single misstep could result in dire consequences. As for fleeing, they are required to heed your commands for a minimum of 10 years. This is non-negotiable, otherwise they will not be drawn to you. Furthermore, the Protector has made a pact with the system at the brink of life and death. The system rescued him to ensure he safeguards you for no less than 50 years, with failure being an unacceptable outcome that would lead to your mutual demise. After the 50-year period, your ascension will be your own endeavor. Upon hearing this, Mulin could only acquiesce, for the system's assertion held merit. They too were human. After all, it was they who had drawn him in and had been under his command for half a century. To fail in securing their loyalty would reflect either a deficiency in his personal charisma or a fundamental discord in values. Thus, he inquired of the system, Are there any scanning templates available? I wish to examine the compatibility between myself and Yi Tianqing. Indeed, there are. Mulin Cultivation Techniques, Golden Body Secret Classic. Angry Dragon Meditation, Tai Yi Soul Decision, Great Strength Diamond Skill Martial Soul, Golden Heart, a top-tier martial soul, endowed with golden attributes that enhance defense, increase strength, and possess a soul power penetrating capability. Soul Rings, Red, 100,000-year soft bone rabbit, Soul Bones, right leg bone of 100,000-year soft bone rabbit. Soul Skills, omitted, no need for superfluous words here. The Golden Heart enhances strength and defense, and also possesses a penetrating effect. This martial soul is truly remarkable. Let me take a look at Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing Cultivation Techniques, Supreme Meditation Technique, which enhances control over soul power, self-awareness, and the robustness of soul energy. Martial Soul, Space Sphere, a top-tier martial soul with spatial attributes, though it comes with a severe soul power consumption. Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black, Black, Black. Red, Level 78, Soul Bones. For pieces, including 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. Soul Skills. Omitted. Yi Tianqing is a prodigious figure from ancient times. At merely 25 years of age, he independently ascended to the rank of Soul Saint, and with his spatial attribute martial soul, he is destined to become the ultimate Douluo. However, due to the collusion of traitors among the human race and the Soul Beast clan, he was besieged and slain, taking with him a Title Douluo and a 100,000-year spatial soul beast in his final moments. Chapter 5, Revenge 1. A slight modification has been made. Yi Tianqing now possesses 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red, to better align with his prodigious status. A spatial martial soul. I cannot believe there truly exists a spatial-type martial soul. I have stumbled upon a treasure. Mulin gazed at Yi Tianqing before him, then glanced at the soul ring display above, contemplating the astonishing fact that one could take away a Title Douluo along with a 100,000-year soul beast, even in the face of death. Mulin gazed at Yi Tianqing with sparkling eyes. Yi Tianqing, how astonishing you are! A spatial martial soul. This is the first time I have ever heard of such a thing. Yi Tianqing, initially taken aback, wondered how Mulin had come to know this, as he had not disclosed it to anyone. Suddenly, he recalled that he had been summoned by something referred to as a system. Perhaps it was that very system that had revealed his secret. Well then, Mulin, shall we make our departure? I have sensed a group of humans approaching from the northwest, and a pack of soul beasts from the southwest. Moreover, it appears that the leader of the human group harbors a murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Mulin suddenly recalled the soul ring of the soft-boned rabbit, which had existed for 100 millennia. The leader in question must be Bibi Dong. Contemplating this, Mulin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Goodness, have I offended the spirit hall right from the start? As for Yi Tianqing, he urged, let us depart swiftly. Those humans are likely angered by my appropriation of their spirit beasts. As for the spirit beasts themselves, I am uncertain. We should leave at once. Yi Tianqing nodded in agreement and said, all right, I am prepared. With that, he summoned his martial spirit, a spatial orb, a silver-blue sphere easily held in one hand. The orb bore 7 intricate patterns in hues of yellow, purple, black, and red. Among them, the third purple pattern ignited, transforming into a purple soul ring. Third soul skill, teleportation. This ability allows for instant relocation within a perceptible range, albeit at a significant cost, a minimum of 2 of total soul power, accompanied by noticeable fluctuations in soul energy, with increased consumption when carrying another. Yi Tianqing grasped Mulin's shoulder, and suddenly, a silver-blue aura enveloped both of them, transporting them directly to the region of century-old spirit beasts. Brother Mulin, we have now arrived in the realm of century-old spirit beasts. Where shall we venture next? Mulin pondered for a moment, realizing that he had no knowledge of the direction or distance to the place where his father and others encountered the Shi family. Take me to Nost City, he said. Oh, by the way, are you familiar with Nost City? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing replied, indeed, I am acquainted with it. The system provides the locations and names of all cities across the continent, along with distinctive features of certain regions. As he continued, Yi Tianqing felt somewhat speechless, after all. Having already detailed the characteristics of the cities, it was evident that he was being tasked not only as Mulin's protector, but also as his guide. Upon hearing this, Mulin chose to remain silent. Although he was somewhat familiar with the characteristics of certain cities as they were documented in books, he recalled little of it. Nevertheless, having a guide like Yushenzing was quite advantageous. Subsequently, the duo commenced their journey towards Nost City. Along the way, Mulin pondered inwardly and inquired of the system. Do you possess anything that can alter the color of soul rings? Ideally, it should also help to conceal my aura. After all, I am merely at the soul master level, and even with a spatial-type soul saint like Yushenzing accompanying me, I would still find it quite bothersome. The system responded, yes. Host, there is such an option. However, you must accomplish tasks or achieve certain feats to obtain it. Mulin, upon hearing the news, felt a surge of joy. However, he immediately inquired about the task at hand, to personally eliminate a soul sage. The reward for this endeavor would be a unique soul-guiding device, the ever-changing necklace. Its effects include the ability to alter the color of soul rings and to make slight modifications to one's martial spirit, such as changes in color, the sharpness of claws, and various markings. Additionally, the appearance of the martial spirit may also transform, though such alterations would be detectable by individuals possessing a spiritual power at the level of a soul sage or higher. Upon learning about this task, Mulin nearly erupted in expletives. Are you mocking me? I am a soul master, and you expect me to kill a soul sage? However, he soon realized that the task entailed personally defeating a single soul sage, not acting alone. Therefore, it seemed that having Yi Tianqing assist him would not pose a problem. After all, connections could serve as a formidable asset on the path to becoming a sect leader. Upon hearing this, Mulin smiled faintly and turned to Yi Tianqing, saying, Yi Tianqing, could you do me a favor? Yi Tianqing, somewhat taken aback, pondered the request. After all, he was Mulin's protector, and typically, matters requiring assistance were articulated directly. Such an inquiry was rather uncommon, especially in his own era. Speak your mind. Whatever task you require, I shall undoubtedly accomplish it. Upon hearing this, Mulin chuckled and remarked, this system has bestowed upon me a task, or rather, it is a task I desire, for I seek the rewards it offers. Yi Tianqing, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat perplexed and directly inquired, what does your task have to do with me? Upon hearing this, Mulin was momentarily taken aback. Is it permissible for me to inquire directly, even if it does not concern you? Nevertheless, he continued, my task entails personally slaying a soul sage, but I cannot undertake it alone. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing grasped the implication. Ah, I see. You wish for me to assist you in capturing a soul sage, so that you may execute the kill? Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Mulin nodded and said, yes, I entrust this to you. Yi Tianqing, after confirming, furrowed his brow and remarked, however, this is a soul sage we are dealing with. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to capture him. In truth, Yi Tianqing possessed the capability to seize such a being, considering that a level 78 control-type space soul sage, who had achieved this status without any external aid, was indeed a remarkable individual. Capturing a soul sage should be a rather straightforward task. Nevertheless, Yi Tianqing was eager to discern the differences between this era and the ancient age he hailed from. After all, the system had only provided him with the location of the city, its name, and its distinctive features. Aside from assistance with the language, no further information was offered. Oh, and he had also brought along the soul bones from the 10,000-year-old spatial soul beasts he had slain. Mulin, being a second-generation individual, has certainly experienced life as a young master of a family in this lifetime. How could he possibly be unaware of the combat prowess of a 25-year-old soul saint? The system has also stated, a prodigious figure from ancient times, destined to become the ultimate Douluo in the future. Is it conceivable that Mulin could be deceived by Yi Tianqing? Absolutely not. You are, after all, a paragon of your era. In our time, the soul saints may not be particularly formidable. I am acquainted with only a few who have recently ascended to that rank. Information gleaned from my family's previous inquiries. Even if there are delays, their abilities would hardly exceed level 75. I trust you. You wouldn't let me down, would you? As the conversation progressed, Mulin's tone grew more resolute. After all, you have tested me, so it is only fair that I test you in return. Moreover, the system previously declared that you are my protector for 50 years. And should you fail in your guardianship, your own demise would be inevitable. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing could only nod. For Mulin was already aware of the general extent of his abilities, even if it was an exaggeration. Mulin gazed thoughtfully at the agreeable Yi Tianqing. Was this Yi Tianqing truly the one from below? Should he adopt a more assertive stance? Or was it simply reflective of the prevailing ethos of Yi Tianqing's era? Contemplating this, Mulin inquired of the system for information regarding the protectors from the epoch of Yi Tianqing. Upon reviewing the data, Mulin came to a realization. In ancient times, the world was dominated by sects, each generation producing its own prodigies, who required safeguarding until they matured. Most of those tasked with their protection were individuals with diminished potential for growth. These protectors, for the sake of their own progeny, often yielded to the whims of these young talents. In turn, the prodigies would show favor towards the protectors and their familial resources. Thus, a consensus emerged across the continent. Protectors were to heed the words of these gifted individuals, unless faced with life-threatening peril, in which case they should refrain from meddling. Consequently, Yi Tianqing's protector was wholly compliant with him, and as Yi Tianqing now assumed the role of a protector, he too felt a sense of acquiescence towards Mulin. Meanwhile, within the city of Nost, a banquet was underway at the Lord's residence. The head of the Shi family, Shi, did not occupy the principal seat, but rather sat to the left, not to the right. Haha, thank you, young Master Shuling. This is the 70% of resources I procured from the Mu family, he presented. Chapter 6, Revenge, 2. In Nost City, within the Lord's manor. A banquet was in progress. The principal seat was occupied by a youth who appeared rather insipid and listless. To his right sat a white-haired elder, exuding an air of sternness, though the two trembling women massaging him revealed his true nature. To the left, a somewhat humble middle-aged man was none other than Shi, the patriarch of one of Nost City's prominent families, the Shi family, a formidable soul king of level 57. Patriarch Shi presented a soul-guiding ring to the seemingly insipid youth seated at the head of the table. Young Master Shuling, I hope you will speak favorably of us before His Highness in the future. Shi humbly offered the soul-guiding device containing 70% of the Mu family's resources to the youth named Shuling. Upon hearing this, young Master Shuling chuckled in response. Understood. Your successful completion of the task will surely leave a positive impression on my father. Oh, by the way, has Mu Xingqian perished? Please send me his soul-guiding device. After all, the Mu family is a founding contributor to the Tiando Empire. And Mu Xingqian is among the most gifted in the Mu lineage. He should possess some valuable items. Upon hearing this, Shirtion's expression stiffened momentarily, but it quickly transformed back to its original form. He retrieved Mu Xingqian's soul guide from his own device and presented it before Xueling. Meanwhile, Shirtion gazed at the ethereal figure of Xueling. Harboring resentment within, it was merely a matter of fortunate reincarnation that allowed him to become the son of the Snow Star Prince, a mere illegitimate child. Yet he carried himself with such arrogance. Nevertheless, Shirtion only dared to voice his disdain internally, after all, despite being a bastard. This individual possessed commendable cultivation talent and was regarded as a vice-captain of a 5 elements battle team in contemporary times. The elderly figure before him had been dispatched at great expense by the Snow Star Prince to safeguard Xueling, compelling him to venture into the world to hone his skills. It is noted that vice captains of the 5 Elements battle team are typically soul masters before the age of 20 to 25, with a high probability of becoming soul saints, and a considerable chance of achieving the rank of Title Douluo in the future. Coupled with the resources of the Tiando Empire, attaining the title of Douluo is plausible, albeit with potentially insufficient combat prowess. The white-haired elder cast a glance at Shi Tian but paid him no heed. After all, even the previous level 59 Soul King had not been his match, let alone someone who was inferior in age, martial soul, and soul power. Meanwhile, the other attendees at the banquet maintained a formal demeanor, feigning ignorance, as they were either from subordinate families of the Shi family in Nost City or Shi family descendants themselves. At that moment, Mulin and Yi Tianqing had already arrived at the Mu family's residence in Nost City. Mulin gazed upon the desolate ruins, then turned to Yixinxing. "Let us proceed to the Lord's mansion," he suggested. "If there is a chance for my father to escape, we must investigate. Should we encounter the Soul Saints, we shall eradicate them. If not, I shall handle matters alone in the future." Yixinxing, upon hearing this, concurred. Together, they ventured into the abandoned wasteland, where Yixinxing summoned his martial spirit. His first soul skill, spatial concealment, allowed him to erase all traces of his presence, rendering him visible only to the naked eye. With an additional ring, he could bring another along. His third soul skill, teleportation, was ready to be employed. Mulin and Yi Tianqing instantaneously teleported to the venue of the banquet held at the Lord's mansion. Neither Shi Tian nor the elderly man noticed their arrival. As Shi Tian was still extolling the virtues of Xueling, "Young master, I am uncertain where you intend to go next. Perhaps I could ascertain how familiar my Shi family is with that location." Upon hearing this, Xueling shook her head and replied, "There is no need. We shall return directly to Tiando City tomorrow. My father is eagerly awaiting good news from this venture. The Mu family certainly possesses audacity, daring to spurn my father's overtures." "Humph." Shi Tian responded, "Indeed, the Mu family is quite presumptuous. They believe themselves to be invincible simply because of the presence of Mu Xingchen, the soul saint with immense potential, and that young brat Mulin, who is merely a congenital level 9. Their refusal of the prince's advances is tantamount to courting death." Meanwhile, hidden away, Mulin clenched his fists tightly. "The prince? That refers to Prince Xuexing. The young man seated at the head of the table is the son of Xuexing." Mulin turned to Yi Tianqing and inquired, "Can you perceive the strength of that seemingly ethereal young man, elder with white hair to his right? Is he a soul sage?" After pondering Mulin's question for a moment, Yi Tianqing decided to respond candidly, for he had already made a promise. Moreover, this soul sage was not particularly formidable, making him relatively easy to handle. As for the others, it was merely a matter of one soul skill. Indeed, the elder appeared to be a 71st level soul sage. I have yet to encounter a soul sage weaker than him. Upon hearing this, Mulin's face lit up with joy. "Leave Yi Tianqing to you. Handle the others as you see fit. It would be best to eliminate them all, to root out the problem entirely." Yi Tianqing, well aware of Mulin's intentions, understood that as Mulin's protector, he had no qualms in following his orders. 50 years hence, he too would ascend to the rank of Title Douluo, making his eventual departure far more straightforward and justifiable. With Mulin readying himself, Yi Tianqing set off to fetch that old man. As for the others, he had no intention of leaving any behind. After speaking, Yi Tianqing summoned his martial spirit, cloaking Mulin in a layer of spatial concealment, and proceeded toward the banquet hall. The guards at the entrance immediately raised their arms to block his path. "Who are you? No idlers are permitted here. My advice is to turn back now, or else." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing cast a glance at the guard. "Apologies, but I have matters to attend to. You may want to lie down for a while." With that, Yi Tianqing unleashed his oppressive aura, rendering the guard unconscious. The commotion caught the attention of those inside, prompting the white-haired elder to rise. "Who dares? I am the Northern Bear King, subordinate to Prince Xuexing." "Who are you? What are your intentions?" Yi Tianqing replied. "You lack the right to know. As for my purpose, I intend to capture a soul saint." The elder, incensed by this declaration, retorted, "You're courting death. I am the only soul saint here. Can't you see your objective is futile? Besides, I have held power for many years, having long forgotten what fear feels like." In response, Yi Tianqing stated, "The person I seek has yet to escape." He activated his 5th soul skill, spatial solidification, releasing a beam of energy that froze the space around one individual, 1 cubic meter per soul ring. The elder was caught off guard. Unable to summon his martial spirit in time, Shi Tian and Xueling trembled in response, recognizing that defeating a soul saint with a single move was beyond their capabilities. Xueling, being the favored scion of Prince Xuexing, cautiously approached and bowed. "Senior, I am Xueling, son of Prince Xuexing. May I inquire about your business here?" Yi Tianxing surveyed him and the assembly within the banquet hall. "Well, it matters not. You are all destined for death. I wouldn't want you to feel unjustly condemned. I am Mulin's protector. Farewell." Upon hearing Yi Tianxing's words, terror washed over Xueling, and he fell to his knees. "Senior, it was not me. It was Shi Tian. Please spare me." Meanwhile, Shi Tian remained silent, knowing that regardless of the truth behind Yi Tianxing's claims, this excuse would not save him. He was left with no choice but to fight for his life. Would he summon his martial spirit? Yi Tianxing paid them little heed. Casting a glance of mild interest at the defiant Shi Tian, he then activated his second soul skill, spatial cutting. Summoning the blade of space, he struck down his adversaries, rendering their defenses utterly ineffective. Yi Tianxing wielded the blade of space to eliminate everyone present in the banquet hall. Subsequently, he carried the old man outside and set the banquet hall ablaze. Meanwhile, Mulin continued to observe his soul abilities. Soul ring abilities. 1. Invincible golden body provides absolute defense against entities below the divine level for a duration of number of soul rings 1 second. Strength is doubled, with an additional minute granted for every 10 levels attained. 2. Golden flexible bones enhances all attributes by 20 soul ring 10, while reaction time and resilience are increased by an additional 50 with a 20 damage reduction. Soul bone abilities. 1. Void negates physical attacks entirely, while 50 of soul power attacks are disregarded. 2. Teleportation covers a range of 100 meters and requires no preparation time, allowing for continuous use. Each activation necessitates a cost of 1 of maximum soul power. These soul abilities are truly remarkable. Chapter 7. Journey to Heaven-Do City. Mulin swiftly struck down the elderly man brought by Yi Tianxing. Although a sense of discomfort lingered within him, he was nonetheless pleased to receive commendable news from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, eliminating a soul saint. Reward, shape-shifting necklace. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving a milestone, your first kill. Reward, soul beast summoning fragment 1. Upon witnessing the completion of yet another achievement, Mulin inquired, "System, what purpose does the soul beast summoning fragment serve?" The soul beast summoning fragment allows for the summoning of a 10,000-year soul beast, requiring a minimum of 10 fragments, quantity 1, for each summoning. The type of soul beast is at the host's discretion, permitting the summoning of any soul beast. Upon hearing this, Mulin's expression brightened with joy. This was an opportunity to acquire a soul beast that was at least 100,000 years old, and with assistance, they could certainly overwhelm it. Subsequently, Mulin stored this fragment within the system, preparing to embark on a delightful adventure with Yi Tianxing. While the two were en route, having hired a carriage driver, Yi Tianxing inquired, "Mulin, is there a particular destination you wish to visit?" Upon hearing this, Mulin shook his head and remarked, "I do not know. The Heaven-Do Empire has offended Prince Xuexing, and the Spirit Hall has incurred the wrath of Bibidong. Although I am not well acquainted with Xinglua, I am aware that it is exceedingly strict, and its royal powers are quite domineering. Thus, I have no specific plans. I intend to wander and linger in this area for a while." Yi Tianxing, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Mulin. Indeed, given that Mulin is merely 6 years old, he likely feels quite bewildered. However, what could have provoked Bibidong from the Spirit Hall? From what Mulin has indicated, the Heaven-Do Empire, the Spirit Hall, and the Xinglua Empire appear to be the 3 most formidable forces. Therefore, Bibidong must hold a position of considerable authority within the Spirit Hall, akin to that of Prince Xuexing in the Heaven-Do Empire. Yi Tianxing stated decisively, "Let us proceed directly to the Xinglua Empire. After all, you are only 6 years old. It is essential for you to learn from the great powers that guide others. Being part of such a significant force will undoubtedly confer numerous advantages. You still require development. And since you have entanglements with the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall and the Heaven-Do Empire, it would be prudent to venture into Xinglua. Should any complications arise, I shall accompany you." Mulin pondered for a moment, and it seemed to resonate with him. However, suddenly, he recalled the secret tome of the golden body provided by the system, which contained the art of herb identification, essentially a comprehensive compendium of medicinal plants. Remarkably, The Heavenly Douluo Empire possessed a location that could flawlessly utilize the full potential of this herbal compendium. Mulin addressed Yi Tianxing, saying, "If you can transport me away from the Starry Belt to the Heavenly Douluo, then it shall be of no concern. The Heavenly Douluo is a sacred ground, a place that guarantees 100% the potential for acquiring a title." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxing glanced at Mulin, pondering whether the boy was unwell. Even in ancient times, the title of Douluo was reserved for the highest echelons. The notion of a guaranteed 100% attainment of such a title seemed implausible. Mulin also noticed the expression in Yi Tianxing's eyes and said directly, "Do you trust me? It truly exists. Let us proceed to the Heaven Douluo city, and we shall discuss the details later." Yi Tianxing could only acquiesce. However, for him, the Heaven Douluo Empire was no different from the Star Luo Empire. If the capital of the empire harbored soul beasts of spatial attributes for 100,000 years, it would indeed be unfortunate for him, and he would go to great lengths to ensure Mulin's complete departure. The two embarked on a horse-drawn carriage, setting out towards Heaven Douluo City. Perhaps due to the carriage driver's dubious character, they took a shortcut and encountered some bandits along the way. Although the three were aware of the driver's choice to take the shortcut, they said nothing, as it provided an opportunity to arrive earlier and prepare accordingly. Nevertheless, the continent of Pan is ultimately a realm straddling the line between martial arts and fantasy, where bandits still exist, albeit in a more clandestine manner. Before them lay an opulent carriage, flanked by a dozen men, some appearing feeble, others sinister, with a particularly robust woman leading them, resembling a man in stature. One of the gaunt men, his eyes a striking crimson, approached. Upon seeing him, the driver's eyes widened in alarm. This was due to the fact that in this world, bandits seldom spared lives. After all, the continent of Pan was established by the angelic gods, who showed no mercy towards rogues. These brigands often operated under the cover of night, swiftly relocating after their misdeeds, and many posed as members of soul-hunting teams. The driver pulled back the curtain slightly, trembling as he spoke. "Esteemed soul masters, ahead lies a band of robbers. I implore your assistance. This meager sum is all I have saved from my recent endeavors. I promise to transport you to Heaven Douluo City free of charge thereafter." Upon hearing this, Mulin pushed the money back, for he and Etienne had taken away the possessions of the Shi family, the Mu family, as well as the soul-guiding devices belonging to Shuling and the Soul Sage before their departure. They had no need for this money. However, the driver must not perish. As neither Mulin nor Etienne was adept at handling the carriage, they could only rely on the driver. Mulin and Etienne walked out and glanced at the opulent carriage before them, from which emerged a man exuding a refreshing aura, dressed in a pristine azure robe. His long black hair was elegantly tied with a blue cloth, radiating a unique charisma. Beside him stood an elderly man, hands clasped behind his back, who astonishingly was a soul emperor. Mulin cast a glance at the man, who seemed to have noticed and turned to look back. Upon seeing Mulin, his eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. "This fellow is truly delightful." Mulin perceived the glimmer in the man's eyes and trembled slightly. "How astonishing it is that the man Tong is right beside me." Upon noticing Mulin's intention to withdraw, Yi Tianxing grasped Mulin's shoulder firmly and said, "Young Mulin, you should join as well. The woman leading the opposing side is a soul king, and there are several formidable soul masters alongside her. I have managed to capture one for you. Would you care to give it a try?" Mulin, without a trace of hesitation, nodded in agreement. After all, with his 100,000 years of soul rings and bones, how could he fear a few grand soul masters? Moreover, he had recently become proficient in the great power of Douluo Fist. As Yi Tianxing made his move, he sent the Soul King woman flying while simultaneously tossing over 2 soul rings belonging to the white and yellow grand soul masters. "If you succeed in defeating me, I shall refrain from attacking you further. Should you fail, you are well aware of the consequences." Upon hearing this, the two men felt a flicker of hope arise within them, for the prospect of survival was indeed preferable to death. The pair was distinctly mismatched in stature. One tall with a black bamboo spear as his spirit, and the other short, embodying the essence of a rat. "Young man, do not blame us. We too wish to live." The first soul skill, Gale Stab, enhancing both attack speed and sharpness by 30%. The first soul skill of the shorter man, Gale Claw, augmenting the range and sharpness of his claw strikes by the same margin. The two advanced towards Mulin from opposite sides, prompting him to unleash his martial spirit and soul skills. Suddenly, Mulin's heart transformed into gold, radiating a brilliant golden soul power. The first soul skill, Golden Softbone. Concurrently, he harnessed the great power of Douluo Fist, directing it at the tall man wielding the black bamboo spear. Seizing the opportunity, the shorter man aimed for Mulin's waist. Mulin's left fist collided with the black bamboo spear while his right arm bent to deliver an elbow strike to the shorter man's extended arm, with all his might. He then aimed a powerful punch at the shorter man's temple. Blood splattered across Mulin and his garments. Perhaps it was the first time Mulin had encountered such a scene, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, the tall bandit, driven by an instinctual desire to survive, charged forward. The first soul skill, Gale Stab. The second soul skill, Golden Armor Stab, transforming the spearhead into metal, significantly enhancing its sharpness and hardness. Chapter 8. Family Secrets. Just as the tall man was about to strike Mulin, Tianqing sprang into action, and Mulin, guided by the alert from his heart spirit, moved as well. The first soul skill, Golden Softbone, truly the invincible golden body. Mulin erupted with a radiant golden soul power, successfully fending off the attack from the tall man, while simultaneously delivering a powerful titan fist that struck through his opponent. Afterward, Mulin, panting heavily, sat down on the ground. After all, he was merely at level 15 and had already employed 2 soul skills of 100,000 years. Soon after, the man whom Mulin perceived to resemble a male counterpart approached, bending down to extend his hand. Greetings, I am Xueqinghe. I owe you my gratitude for your assistance, young hero. Mulin was taken aback. Xueqinghe? Is this not Qianren? Am I truly fated to cross paths with the Spirit Hall? Previously, I had seized Bibi Dong's 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. And now I find myself encountering Qianren once more. Mulin also stood up, holding Qianren's hand, and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Mulin. The old man and Tianqing had resolved the traces left by the bandits. Qianren glanced at the old man, who gave her a subtle nod, implying, let us go. This is a man I cannot contend with. Upon seeing this, Qianren cast a sidelong glance at Mulin. She had just observed that Tianqing had deliberately left 2 individuals for Mulin to hone his skills, and when Mulin appeared to be in danger, Tianqing had almost intervened directly. It seemed that Tianqing was indeed Mulin's elder, possibly even a mentor. As Qianren pondered this, she scrutinized Mulin more closely. A man whom a level 68 soul emperor could not defeat must be at least a soul sage. Mulin, at merely 6 years of age, had managed to confront and triumph over 2 formidable soul masters, though it was partly due to the ineptitude of those 2 soul masters. The fact remained that Mulin was only 6. A soul sage of such tender years might indeed have some secrets to his youthful appearance, and being a Title Douluo was not out of the question. Furthermore, Mulin was a prodigious child capable of besting 2 adult soul masters at such a young age. It was imperative to cultivate a connection with him. Mulin, it seems your journey leads to Tiando City. Would you care to accompany me? Mulin naturally acquiesced, for after all, Xueqinghe, disguised as Xueqianxue, was the current crown prince. His presence meant there was no need to concern oneself with Xuexing, who believed that the current Xueqinghe was an impostor. Thus, there was no need to pay attention to Xuexing. With Xueqinghe shielding him, what of Tianqing? A level 78 soul sage of spatial attributes adorned with a soul ring that had existed for 100,000 years? Mulin pondered for a moment and remarked, indeed. However, I have some grievances with an individual known as Prince Xuexing. Given that your name is Weaking, might there be a connection between you two? Upon hearing this, Qianren's heart surged with elation. Heaven is on my side. Having enmity with Prince Xuexing implies a feud with the brother of the great Emperor Xueye, which consequently means I am at odds with Xueye himself. When my true identity is revealed, Mulin will undoubtedly remain loyal to me. Or perhaps it will be even simpler to win over Mulin and his disciple. Qianren responded, by blood relation, Prince Xuexing is my uncle. However, he is exceedingly arrogant, and it is likely that your grievances stem from his provocations. I shall protect you. He will certainly have no opportunity to confront you. Upon hearing this, Mulin nodded in agreement. Whether he would subsequently enter the Royal Academy of Tiando or serve as a secretary to Qianren would depend on her investigations and decisions. Qianren then turned to Tianqing and remarked, you must be Mulin's master. You are undoubtedly aware of my identity. Resources will be abundant, and I shall not interfere with your guidance of Mulin. In response, Tianqing raised an eyebrow and replied, I am not Mulin's master. He merely saved my life. I promised him I would protect his growth, and the decision should rest with him, not concerning myself. Guardian. This thought immediately crossed Qianren's mind. It appeared that Mulin possessed not only remarkable looks and talent, but also extraordinary fortune. The 6 individuals, 2 drivers, Mulin, Qianren and Yi Tianqing alongside the Soul Emperor took a shortcut, leading them to their destination swiftly. Subsequently, Mulin and Yi Tianqing accompanied Qian Renxue to reside in a villa at the prince's residence. Within the study of the prince's residence, Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, was perusing the documents in her hand. Mulin, with his martial soul as the heart of the body martial soul, possessed innate soul power at the 9th level. His family, the Mu clan, was founded by Mu Zhan, a meritorious figure in the establishment of the Tiando Empire. Intriguingly, the reason for their departure was his own desire to leave. While it appeared to be overly ostentatious, it was, in fact, a facade, evidently. The Mu clan harbored secrets as well. The motivation for Xue Xing's actions likely stemmed from this revelation. Later, while assisting Mulin in hunting souls, the Mu clan was annihilated by Xue Ling, son of Xue Xing, who joined forces with the Snow Demon Soul Saint to eradicate the Shi clan. 3 days later, Xue Ling vanished, and the Shi clan was destroyed, suggesting that remnants of the Mu clan still existed. As Qian Renxue scrutinized the documents, she mused, "It seems Mulin is destined to be intertwined with me. The one who obliterated the Mu family was Xue Ling, and I have heard rumors of his recent disappearance. It appears that Mulin and Yi Tianqing have taken action." Mulin did not seem as docile as he appeared. He had directly eradicated Xue Ling and all members of the Shi clan. Meanwhile, in the villa's courtyard, Yi Tianqing practiced his cultivation, keeping a watchful eye for any potential surveillance on Mulin. Inside the room, Mulin activated his father Mu Xingqian's soul guide, uncovering a box with a blood-dripping opening. Mulin let a drop of his blood fall, revealing within a map and a note. Upon your discovery of this note, it is likely that it signifies the demise of the Mu family. If this were not the case, I would have conveyed the subsequent matters to you directly, rather than you finding this written account. The following details pertain to certain secrets of the Mu family. Our departure from Heavendo City was not due to the ostentation of our ancestors, but rather a deliberate ruse. The Mu family had unearthed a 100,000-year-old golden attribute soul beast that had recently transcended its tribulation. Furthermore, it had been gravely injured by several soul beasts exceeding 70,000 years of age, necessitating a recuperation period of at least a millennium. The location of this soul beast had been ascertained by my ancestors, yet the royal family had caught wind of this information. Although lacking concrete evidence, suspicion had arisen, prompting the Mu family to adopt a low profile during that period. Following the death of that emperor, the descendants of the Mu family became more flamboyant, all in an effort to vacate Heavendo City. You may not fully comprehend the significance of a 100,000-year soul beast. Possessing a soul bone from such a creature implies that the descendants of the Mu family are destined to produce generations of Title Douluos. A soul bone of the same attribute, aged 100,000 years, is guaranteed to elevate one's innate soul power by 2 levels, potentially advancing them by 2 ranks. High-ranking soul masters typically possess considerable innate soul power. The case of Yu Xiaojiang is an anomaly, largely due to his own shortcomings. With a 100,000-year soul bone, there truly exists the prospect of successive generations achieving the Title Douluo status. Thus, the Mu family, having drawn ire, departed in a conspicuous manner. This map contains the coordinates of the aforementioned soul beast. Given that 5 centuries have elapsed since that period, it is likely that the creature has attained a formidable strength of approximately 80 to 90,000 years. Should your own strength prove insufficient, you may consider selling this information. My soul wishes for your healthy growth. The potential buyers of this information are limited to 2 factions, the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire. Compared to the other 3 sects in the Heavendo Empire, these 2 factions are less likely to betray you after crossing the river. The Spirit Hall is the preferred option. Chapter 9. Entering the Academy. After spending a few days in the prince's residence, Mulin and Yi Tianqing encountered a day when Qian Renxue disguised herself as Xue Qinghe. I recall that young Mulin is merely 6 years old. Are you intending to attend the Heavenly Royal Academy? Might I offer my assurances as your guarantor? Moreover, the Mu family also holds a noble title. Upon hearing this, Mulin lifted his gaze to glance at Qian Renxue. He still harbored a strong desire to go, as the Heavendo Royal Academy was, after all, the foremost institution in the Heavendo Empire. The vast collection of books, the valuable connections one could forge, and the abundant resources available were undoubtedly remarkable. Regarding Mulin's system, the Douluo Supreme Sect Leader system, it was essential to gather individuals. A sect cannot thrive with merely a handful of members, as others may not acknowledge such a foundation. In due course, he could explore opportunities to attract certain individuals. If successful, he would do so, and if not, he would subsequently seek to cultivate relationships with influential families. Mulin gazed at Qianren Shui and inquired, Your Highness, are you truly intent on proceeding with this course of action? You must understand that my family has already been annihilated by the Shurjia, and we have also incurred the wrath of Prince Xuexing. Mulin, feigning a melancholic demeanor, lowered his head as he spoke. Regardless of her thoughts, Qian Rinshue's singular aim was to escort Mulin to the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, ensuring he settled in Heaven-Do City. This would not only facilitate her efforts to win him over, but also allow her to delve into his secrets. It's of no concern, Mulin. At such a tender age, with such remarkable talent, it would be a travesty for you to forego the opportunity of studying at the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do. Upon your graduation, you can assist my elder brother Qinghe, while I shall take care of matters concerning Prince Xuexing. Upon hearing this, Mulin naturally acquiesced. That statement sufficed. After all, Mulin felt a deep sense of pity for Qian Ringshu when reading the original text. In her childhood, her mother harbored nothing but resentment towards her, and any love that may have existed was thoroughly concealed. Merely uttering the words "I still love her" does not suffice to redeem such a fractured relationship. Even when her mother eventually professed her love, she was tragically slain by the very person she adored. The divine position, bestowed upon her through the sacrifice of her grandfather, was shattered by the hands of the one she cherished. It is evident that Qian Ringshu endured immense suffering. She became an undercover agent before the age of 10, devoid of maternal affection prior to that age, and thereafter, she was left to navigate her solitary existence, accompanied only by a handful of protectors as she infiltrated the Heaven-Do Empire. To add to her misfortune, she inexplicably fell in love with the son of her father's murderer. On the surface, Qian Ringshu was aware that Tang Hao was the embodiment of her father's nemesis. Subsequently, Mulin followed the carriage arranged by Qian Ringshu to the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, while Yi Tianxing discreetly trailed behind Mulin. Mindful of the lingering enmity posed by Prince Xuexing of Heaven-Do City, Mulin swiftly arrived at his class Tianwei Level 1. Upon entering, Mulin discovered that the classroom was sparsely populated. Consequently, he said nothing and quietly took a seat in the back row by the window, occupying Wang's position. The other students, upon noticing Mulin, realized they did not recognize him, surmising that he must be from another place and thus deemed him unworthy of further consideration. Just as Mulin was resting with his eyes closed, a voice unexpectedly emerged from beside him. Hey, fellow classmate. Greetings. My name is Yufeng. What is yours? Mulin opened his eyes to behold a slender child with silver hair, a cheerful smile adorning his face. I am Mulin, he said. Mulin. It seems that there is no such family as the Mu family in Tiando City. Are you from another city? What is the strength of your family? How remarkable is your talent? Let us befriend each other. Upon hearing Yufeng's words, Mulin couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was truly tedious. The conversation had meandered from family strength to talent, and now to making friends. However, it seemed that Yufeng had indeed made an appearance in the original tale. Though Mulin had somewhat forgotten, I am merely the one brought by His Highness the Crown Prince. My talent is rather mediocre, quite ordinary. To his surprise, Yufeng exclaimed. The Crown Prince. The surrounding individuals turned their attention, and Yufeng appeared to realize his faux pas, promptly lowering his head and softening his tone. You are the one whom His Highness the Crown Prince has brought? Then your talent must be remarkable. You are the only individual to have received such assistance from the Crown Prince. Let us befriend one another. I am Yufeng. With the martial soul of the Windbell Bird, currently possessing a soul power of only level 9. Upon hearing this, Mulin finally recalled that Yufeng was a member of Tang San's team from the Royal Academy of Tiando, possessing commendable talent. Although he fell short compared to the captains of the Five Elements team, his abilities were still noteworthy, likely placing him within the ranks of soul masters of levels 20 to 25. Mulin, with a martial spirit of the heart, was a level 15 soul master. To his surprise, Yufeng instinctively exclaimed, 10. However, aware that his voice might disturb his fellow classmates, he abruptly restrained himself. Level 15. How did you achieve that? You must have just awakened your martial spirit. Even if you possess innate full soul power. Wait, I see now. You have absorbed soul rings of considerable age. Hey, brother. Just how many years of soul rings have you absorbed? Mulin noticed that Yufeng's elder brother cast a fleeting glance in his direction. However, Yufeng seemed indifferent. For after all, a newly enrolled 15th level soul master was an uncommon talent that Yufeng had never heard of before. Mulin, this elder brother, has firmly embraced the wind. Even the divine cannot alter his resolve. 800 to 900 years. Mulin spoke candidly, yet his words were not without foundation. Previously, Yishanxing had conducted a test on him. revealing that Mulin could now absorb soul rings exceeding 900 years in age, which led him to modestly downplay his abilities by a few decades. Naturally, in Yufeng's eyes, it likely made little difference. Yufeng then approached Mulin with an endearing familiarity, exclaiming, "Brother Mulin, from this moment forth, you shall be my elder brother. I shall rely on your protection in the days to come. Ah, by the way, I suspect you may not be acquainted with many individuals, but I am well connected and would be delighted to introduce you." Yufeng, being astute, recognized Mulin's extraordinary talent and promptly designated him as an elder brother, while also feeling the need to showcase his own worth. Given that Mulin was an outsider, having joined the school on the recommendation of the prince, it was likely that his network was limited, whereas Yufeng was well-versed in the social landscape and thus eager to display his utility as a source of information. Look over there, the two twins in the front row, both surnamed Shi, named Shimo and Shimuo, are the grandsons of the Xuanwu Duke, Shiling, from the border. And that golden-haired child in the center is a prodigy from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, named Tianheng. I have heard he has already become a soul master. Furthermore, have you noticed the two lovely ladies on the right? Mulin cast his gaze to the right, where he beheld a girl with long, dark green hair, her figure more voluptuous than that of her peers. Beside her stood a slender maiden, her cascading blue locks flowing gracefully down her back. Suddenly, this girl turned her attention towards Mulin, prompting him to instinctively avert his eyes. Was it Dugu Yin and Yilingling? Yufeng's words confirmed Mulin's suspicions. These two were no less remarkable than Yu Tianhong. The girl with dark green hair was named Dugu Yin. You might not recognize her name, but her grandfather is the renowned poison Douluo, Dugubo, a title Douluo of great repute. As Yufeng mentioned this, he cast a furtive glance at Mulin, curious to see if Mulin shared his previous sentiments. Perhaps a classmate who was the granddaughter of a title Douluo could lead to a romantic entanglement. However, he was met with disappointment. After all, Mulin, having lived over 30 years, viewed such youthful charm with mere admiration, devoid of any notions of romantic love or marriage. Tonight, there are matters to attend to, and another update will be posted around 22:30. Chapter 10, Self-Introduction. Upon hearing this, Mulin exhibited no change in expression. After all, upon hearing the names of Yufeng, the Shi brothers, and Yu Tianheng, coupled with the unmistakable emerald green hair, he had already discerned the identity of Dugu Yin. Moreover, it was quite likely that Mulin would inadvertently offend Dugu Yin's grandfather, Dugubo Yufeng. Not perceiving the anticipated change in Mulin's demeanor, continued with his introduction. However, when he reached Yilingling, a distinct shift in his tone became apparent. "Boss, this one is quite different. Her name is Yilingling, and her martial soul is the Nine-Heart Sea Pearl, the foremost healing martial soul in the world. Her father is the renowned contemporary healer, Yi Yun. Additionally, I must inform you that Yi Yun is a contender-level support soul master, currently the only known individual capable of rivaling Ning Fengji for the title of the world's premier support soul master." Mulin understood the introduction of Yilingling and her martial spirit ahead, which showcased her abilities. However, the situation changed thereafter. What was the purpose of this? Were they acting as matchmakers? Mulin directly stated, "What exactly do you wish to convey? Speak plainly, without beating around the bush." Upon hearing this, Yufeng scratched the back of his head and replied, It's not that I pried too deeply. In fact, Yilingling has a singular aim for coming to the Tiando Royal Academy, which is to seek a fiancé, or, one might say, to recruit a son-in-law. I believe, boss, you are the most suitable candidate." As he continued, Yufeng distinctly sensed that Mulin's gaze grew increasingly frigid, to the point where the subsequent words became nearly inaudible. Mulin replied in a low voice, "Enough. I have no interest in becoming a son-in-law. Moreover, why are you bringing this up? To be frank, is it a matter concerning your family? If so, do not involve me." Upon hearing this, Yufeng was taken aback by Mulin's astuteness, as he had immediately discerned a hint of his thoughts. Yufeng then clarified, "No, it's not that. The Yi family indeed seeks to attract potential sons-in-law. But if Yilingling has affections for someone from a powerful family, it would result in a strategic alliance through marriage. Our Yu family possesses considerable influence, and I have a rival from another family who has been tasked with courting Yilingling, yet my heart lies elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Mulin replied with a hint of irritation, "So you wish for me to pursue success, Yilingling, ensuring your rival's failure, while you can openly pursue the one you desire." Yufeng, upon hearing this, chuckled and nodded, saying, "Isn't this a testament to your remarkable talent, elder brother? Your future is undoubtedly boundless." The Yi family is formidable as well, boasting several soul Douluos within. If you were to join the Yi family, they would undoubtedly honor you as a Title Douluo. Just remember your little brother when that time comes. Upon hearing this, Mulin cast a fleeting glance at him before turning away, pondering the absurdity of the statement. What nonsense is this? How could I possibly have the time? I am of the same age as Yu Tianhing, which means I am at most 5 years younger than Tang San. If memory serves, Tang San attained divinity at approximately 25 years of age. I am currently 6, making me 5 years his senior. Tang San is now merely 1 year old, which implies I have a span of 24 years to ascend to godhood or achieve combat prowess at a divine level. Subsequently, I must forge my own divine position and possess the strength to vanquish the dual god Tang San. Otherwise, should my power not eclipse all others, how can I aspire to become the supreme leader of the Douluo sect? Mulin was still lost in thought when the teacher entered. Ahem, greetings everyone. My name is Mu Qing, and my martial soul is the Flamewood Spear. I'm a level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. I look forward to your guidance. A robust and tall man with striking red hair walked in and wrote down his name. Hearing this, Yufeng, seated beside Mulin, leaned closer. Boss. I recognize this teacher, Mu Qing, the Flamewood Spear King. He is a member of the Mu family from Tindo City. The previous clan leader, Mu Chi Tian, was a soul Douluo of over level 85, who was said to have been in seclusion for some time. It's rumored that Mu Qing's talent is on par with that of the former clan leader. It's a miracle that he has come to teach, although it seemed astonishing for such a prodigy to instruct a group of 6-year-olds. It became more understandable considering the presence of a young lady from the Yi family in the class. Meanwhile, Mu Qing, standing on stage, felt somewhat awkward looking at the group of children. After all, his family had actually assigned him to be in a relationship with a 6-year-old girl. Were they truly in their right minds? They believed that a girl of such tender age would be frightened away from her family. But with a genius like Mu Qing around, surely she would be drawn in. Mu Qing was at his wit's end, realizing that he was at least 30 years older than that young lady, Yi Lingling. The words of the clan elders could not be dismissed lightly. Thus, Mu Qing resolved to teach for a few years, hoping to attract Yi Lingling, leaving it to fate, as he had no intention of marrying. Mu Qing then invited the students to introduce themselves. The first to step forward was Duguyen. Greetings, everyone. I am Duguyen, and my martial soul is the Azure Phosphor Snake. I am a level 12 control system soul master. Let me tell you, do not bully my friend Yi Lingling, or I shall show you the might of the Dugu family's poison. Duguyen said, extending her arm and shaking her fist menacingly at her classmates. After all, when Duguyen arrived, a few classmates had been teasing Yi Lingling, only to be reprimanded by Duguyen, which may have been a bit harsh, resulting in their transfer. Next was Yi Lingling's turn to speak. Greetings, everyone. I am Yi Lingling, and my martial soul is the Nine-Heart Begonia. I am a level 9 soul master. Following her brief introduction, Yi Lingling promptly left the stage, as she was well aware that any family with a modicum of influence would know her aspirations, especially in a class filled with exceptionally talented individuals. This particular cohort was recognized as the most gifted in recent years. Afterward, a series of ordinary students introduced themselves, their soul powers falling short of Yi Lingling's auxiliary abilities, mostly ranging from levels 7 to 8. Then, Mulin heard a name that resonated from the original work. Greetings, everyone. I am Osro, and my martial soul is the Ghost Leopard. I am a level 9 soul master. My father is Osling, a level 73 agility system soul sage. Oslo's subsequent remark was undoubtedly intended to capture Yi Lingling's attention. However, Oslo was destined for disappointment, while the Soul Saint was formidable. In a family boasting multiple soul Douluos who held Yi Lingling in high regard, the Soul Saint posed little significance to her. Next came the Shimo brothers, whose introduction was rather conventional, yet they mentioned their father, Shiling, the Xuanwu Marquis, an 85th level defensive soul Douluo. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling cast a brief glance at them before losing interest. Following them was Yu Tianhing. I am Yu Tianhing. My martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, a first-ring battle soul master of the 13th level in the assault system. If anyone has matters to discuss, I assure you I will do my utmost to assist. I am not here to pursue romance. Rather, I seek comrades who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Yu Tianhing seemed to have an underlying reason for his concluding statement. However, Mulin, upon hearing it, instinctively chuckled. This Yu Tianhing appears rather self-absorbed in his youth. Yet, considering he is a member of the top 3 sects, with exceptional talent and a remarkable martial soul, such vanity is somewhat justified. Unfortunately, this laughter seemed to have reached Yu Tianheng's ears, and just as he was about to respond, he was promptly interrupted by their teacher, Mu Qing, who called the next individual to the stage. Finally, after Yu Feng, it was Mulin's turn. Upon ascending the stage, Mulin beheld the furious gaze of Yu Tianheng directed towards him. I am Mulin, possessing the martial soul of the heart, a level 15 assault system soul master. Level 15. 31. Number of students plus the instructor, Mu Qing. Chapter 11. Gold versus Thunder, 1. After Mulin's disclosed his martial soul and soul power, he revealed his concealed soul ring, which shimmered with a hint of purple amidst a golden hue. Upon witnessing this, Mu Qing gazed at Mulin's in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is this real?" At merely 6 years of age, this soul ring must be at least 900 years old, if not more, surely a divine gift from the heavens. The astonishment on the faces of Yu Tianheng and the others mirrored Mu Qing's sentiments. They were not naive newcomers, but rather seasoned individuals aware that a soul ring of this age implied that Mulin's physical prowess could rival that of a great soul master. As they regarded Mulin's, they marveled at the contrast between his diminutive stature and immense energy, pondering, is this the essence of distillation? Yu Tianheng studied Mulin's, who stood at a similar height yet exuded remarkable strength. Indeed, his looks surpassed mine, and his martial soul, a heart, a pivotal top-tier martial soul coupled with such exceptional talent. Yu Tianheng resolved to recruit him as a subordinate. He contemplated the implications of Mulin's surname. Recognizing that the Mu family had yet to make a name for themselves in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, indicating their relative weakness, it was highly unlikely they possessed a soul Douluo, or perhaps even a soul sage, being a member of one of the top 3 sects. With the sect leader being a formidable 95th level Super Douluo, Yu Tianheng, a prodigy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, could hardly consider taking a commoner as a subordinate. With this thought in mind, Yu Tianheng stood up and called out, "Hey, your name is Mulin's, right? Join me. Your talent is impressive, and I assure you that my grandfather will not mind that your martial soul is not of the dragon lineage." Upon hearing this, Mulin gazed at Yu Tianheng, lost in contemplation. It struck him as peculiar. Yu Tianheng could not possibly be so egotistical. What could he be thinking? My innate talent surpasses his, and my strength is greater. Why would he assume I would consent to become his subordinate? Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng's thoughts were rather straightforward. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect is one of the esteemed 3 sects, and Yu Yuanjin is a formidable 95th level Super Douluo. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, being the oldest among the 3 sects, possesses a lineage that rivals that of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Naturally, a young man from a modest family like Mulin would be inclined to join. As Mulin regarded Yu Tianheng, he calmly stated, "Though I cannot comprehend your reasoning, I must decline." Yu Tianheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Mulin, incredulous that someone would dare to reject an invitation to one of the 3 sects. "Why?" he questioned. "The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect is one of the 3 sects, and my grandfather is also a Super Douluo. Why would you refuse?" Mulin gazed at Yu Tianheng, and upon hearing his thoughts, he recalled that Yu Tianheng was merely a 6-year-old child. To him, ascending to the 3 sects and attaining the title of Douluo represented the pinnacle of honor, capable of captivating anyone. After all, his grandfather was the sect leader. Thus, Yu Tianheng's perception of the world was one where the heavens ranked first, the earth second, his grandfather third, and himself fourth. Perhaps his parents occupied the 4th and 5th positions, leaving him as the 6th. Mulin promptly retorted, "You cannot defeat me. I have no interest in following someone weaker than myself." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng was incensed. "How could I possibly be weaker than you? I have received guidance within the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. I refuse to believe that a mere soul power cultivator can surpass me. A seasoned combat expert with countless battles under my belt. The disparity in soul rings does not intimidate me. My first soul ring has been sought after by countless individuals since the founding of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, and it is undoubtedly superior to yours. Mulin, let us engage in a duel. If I win, you shall become my subordinate." Upon hearing this, Mulin furrowed his brow and retorted, "What if I emerge victorious?" Mulin was taken aback by Yu Tianheng's audacity. Did he not realize that the appearance of this soul ring signified that my physical prowess could rival or even surpass that of certain esteemed soul masters? Yu Tianheng instinctively began to assert, "You cannot possibly win, because..." However, before he could finish his thought, Mulin interjected decisively. "You are the prodigy of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect, and your grandfather is the sect's leader. You ought to comprehend the significance of my soul ring. Now, tell me, what are the stakes if you lose? If not, Perhaps you should take your leave." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng hesitated, took a deep breath, and resolutely declared, "If I lose, I shall give you the Thunder Spirit Fruit, a cultivation resource bestowed upon me by my grandfather." Upon hearing the mention of the Thunder Spirit Fruit, Mulin cast a glance at Yu Tianheng. "Ah, the Thunder Spirit Fruit," he remarked. "It specifically enhances an individual's sensitivity to lightning, effectively augmenting one's innate talent in this regard. In recent years, the number of dragon-type soul beasts has dwindled considerably, and lightning has become one of the primary showcases of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect." Mulin nodded and said, "No problem. Take out the Lei Ling fruit, and we shall compete." Yu Tianheng promptly retrieved a purple fruit adorned with blue lightning patterns from his soul guide device. "Come on. I refuse to believe that I cannot best a mere commoner like you." Upon hearing this, Mulin cast a glance at Mu Qing, who promptly declared, "Come. I shall lead you to a competition venue. I am aware of an appropriate place." Consequently, the entire class of 30, accompanied by Mu Qing, made their way in a grand procession toward the venue she had indicated. Along the way, they passed by other classes, who had also sent individuals to gather information. Upon learning that a prodigy capable of absorbing a 900-year soul ring was set to battle against a genius from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, they too decided to join in and witness the spectacle. In no time, the news spread throughout the entire grade, and since the school year had just commenced, there was little else to discuss. Everyone was eager to observe the event. Eventually, nearly all the students from the Heavenly Do Royal Academy's Tianshui level gathered at the competition site. Mu Qing stepped forward and addressed Mulin and Yu Tianheng, saying, "This is the arena where students from the Heavenly Do level will determine the participants for the Elite Soul Master competition. You may proceed. I shall serve as your referee." Mulin and Yu Tianheng stood directly in the arena, while the other students from Class Tianwei found their seats. After Mu Qing announced the commencement of the match, he stepped back to the edge of the competition area, recognizing that both Mulin and Yu Tianheng were prodigies he could not afford to provoke. Should either of them sustain irreparable harm, Mu Qing would find himself in a precarious situation. Furthermore, both Mulin and Yu Tianheng were merely 6 years old, and it was anticipated that their competition would prioritize victory over camaraderie, leaving little room for leniency. Vigilance was imperative. Meanwhile, in the audience, some individuals from other classes, who might be acquainted with the students of Class Tianwei, stealthily approached to inquire about the reason for the match. The students candidly explained. Yu Tianheng sought to recruit Mulin as a subordinate, to which Mulin deemed Yu Tianheng too weak, resulting in their conflict. The teachers present seized the opportunity to discern the circumstances, gathering to discreetly wager on the likely victor. One female teacher remarked, "I place my bet on Mulin. Having absorbed a 900-year spirit ring signifies that his physique is commensurate with that of a great spirit master, and with a 900-year spirit skill, he undoubtedly holds an advantage in this level of combat." Another teacher countered, "I wager on Yu Tianheng. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect ranks among the top 3 sects, boasting a venerable heritage and profound depth, with all members being spirit masters, thus enhancing Yu Tianheng's chances of victory. Moreover, who can ascertain the veracity of Mulin's circumstances?" Chapter 12, Gold vs. Thunder 2, Mulin, Martial Spirit, Heart. Level 15 Strong Attack System Spirit Master of the First Ring. Yu Tianheng, Martial Spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Level 13 Strong Attack System Spirit Master of the First Ring. Mulin and Yu Tianheng retreated. With the manifestation of their martial spirits, a brilliant azure light suddenly emanated from the center of Yu Tianheng's forehead. In an instant, the blue radiance expanded, cascading throughout his entire being, as bolts of blue-purple electricity erupted like serpents, swirling around his body. To the casual observer, the transformation of Yu Tianheng appeared rather subtle. Mulin unleashed his martial soul, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his heart, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Waves of soul power emanated from him, while both combatants summoned their soul rings, which astonished the onlookers. Mulin's soul ring, a brilliant yellow edged with a hint of purple, was indeed a 900-year soul ring. The audience, initially skeptical, could scarcely believe the authenticity of such a remarkable soul ring. Yu Tianheng, having witnessed this before, remained unfazed and declared, "Mulin, allow me to demonstrate the profound legacy of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect." First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. His soul power transformed into a blue-purple lightning, coalescing into a dragon claw that surged towards his adversary. This skill could be affixed to his arm for close combat, delivering a powerful strike with the added effect of paralysis, suitable for both ranged and melee assaults. Yushinheng launched the Thunder Dragon Claw at Mulin. Knowing full well that engaging in close combat would be unwise against someone whose physical prowess rivaled or even surpassed that of a great soul master. The instructors in the audience were equally astonished. The Thunder Dragon Claw was a skill honed over centuries by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Adept in both melee and ranged combat, it was evident that Yushinheng, the grandson of the Thunder Douluo, had mastered a technique that could rival some great soul masters. Meanwhile, at the edge of the arena, Mu Qing summoned his martial soul, ready to assist Mulin, recognizing the formidable strength of Yushinheng's attack. In response, Mulin declared, "Yushinheng, your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect is indeed remarkable, but do not underestimate me. First soul skill, Golden Soft Bone. Mulin has directly enhanced all attributes by 30, while additionally augmenting his resilience and toughness by 50, along with a 20 damage reduction. One could observe that the golden aura of soul power surrounding Mulin has grown increasingly profound, and his legs radiate a more intense golden hue, embodying the might of the Diamond Legs. During his stay in the residence of Qian Rushiwei, he has also made his initial foray into mastering the Diamond Legs technique, a skill that proves advantageous for both assault and brief evasive maneuvers. Mulin propelled his left foot to the side, evading the thunderous dragon claw attack from Yu Tianheng with remarkable agility, with an enhanced response rate of 80%. Coupled with the unique characteristics of his martial soul and a mental acuity that surpasses that of his peers, Yu Tianheng's long-range assault proved utterly ineffective. Subsequently, Mulin thrust his right leg backward, launching an offensive towards Yu Tianheng. Realizing the futility of his ranged attacks, Yu Tianheng decided to bolster his own strength. With his first soul skill activated, Thunder Dragon Claw, although his soul power had significantly diminished, his claws were now fully augmented. Come forth, Mulin, and behold the combat prowess of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. As Mulin approached Yu Tianheng, the golden aura emanating from his legs diminished, while the golden aura radiating from his arms intensified. Very well. Allow me to unveil the soul skills that have been meticulously summarized by the predecessors of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, deemed most suitable for you. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Mulin's golden fist clashed fiercely with Yu Tianheng's thunderous claws. Yu Tianheng was immediately repelled by Mulin, who merely took a slight step back to steady himself. Mulin gazed at Yu Tianheng, remarking, "It is truly worthy of the soul technique meticulously refined over centuries by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect. Its power is undeniably formidable, quite excruciating, indeed." Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng, with his arms crossed behind him, regarded Mulin and thought, "This strength is certainly befitting one who has absorbed a soul ring of 900 years. My hands genuinely ache." Mulin was acutely aware that his strength surpassed that of his peers. Observing Yu Tianheng's arms behind his back, he could hardly be oblivious to the fact that Yu Tianheng's arms must have been numbed from the recent clash. Naturally, he intended to capitalize on this advantage. Mulin continued to unleash his formidable Titan fist, advancing towards Yu Tianheng with relentless determination. In contrast, Yu Tianheng was compelled to forcibly steady his trembling arms, retaliating against Mulin. The exchange between the two was fierce, yet it was evident to the teacher observing that Mulin held a distinct advantage. Ultimately, after approximately 10 rounds, Yu Tianheng's spirit power began to wane, and Mulin delivered a decisive blow that sent Yu Tianheng crashing off the stage. However, before he could reach the ground, he was swiftly rescued by Mu Qing, followed by other healing instructors who attended to him. Yu Tianheng soon regained consciousness. Upon awakening and seeing Mulin standing before him, he took a deep breath and retrieved a thunderfruit from his spirit device, tossing it towards Mulin. "You have one. This is for you." After receiving the thunder spirit fruit, Mulin fell into deep contemplation. "I shall not tread the path of thunder. It suffices for me to specialize in the attributes of metal and physical prowess." Mulin gazed at Yu Tianheng and remarked, "This thunder spirit fruit holds little value for me." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng initially believed that Mulin intended to return the thunder spirit fruit to him. He felt reassured, as the fruit was indeed of significant importance to him. The foundation laid during childhood is paramount. Skyscrapers rise from the ground up, and without a solid base, one cannot aspire to great heights in the future. However, it was clear that Mulin's fate would not align with his wishes. Perhaps you could find another fruit that enhances physical attributes or possesses a metallic quality, one that is at least on par with the thunder spirit fruit for a trade. Do remember to act swiftly, otherwise, I may exchange it beforehand, and it will no longer be available, Mulin advised. Yu Tianheng, upon hearing this, could only suppress his words. "Very well, you may wait a few days." Following this, Mulin conferred with Mu Qing and then departed. As this was merely the first day of acquaintance with a group of individuals from esteemed backgrounds, the family connections among them were formidable, and with relatives possessing similar martial spirits or closely related spirits, what more could one seek from school than friendship and networking? Thus, at the Tiando Royal Academy, students typically engaged in discussions about the characteristics, weaknesses, and age identification of certain soul beasts. The majority returned home early to receive guidance from their families. After all, the school primarily served to educate the masses, while the instructors available to students often surpassed those of their respective classes. In fact, some fathers of students in this particular class were even soul sage level experts. To add to the absurdity, Yu Tianheng was under the tutelage of his family's soul sage and soul Douluo instructors, with his grandfather, the Thunder Douluo, occasionally offering guidance. Donggu Yin spent the majority of each month learning from Donggu Bo. Among this class, Mulin was likely the sole self-taught individual, as he lacked a formidable martial soul instructor to guide him. Chapter 13. Discovery. The news of the battle between Mulin and Yu Tianheng swiftly spread throughout the city of Tiando. Some were concerned while others remained indifferent. The heads of most families, upon hearing the news, promptly dismissed it, for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect to which Yu Tianheng belonged bore no connection to their clans. The only ones who might take an interest were those who speculated about the potential implications for the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, families that had already pledged their allegiance to Crown Prince Shui Qinghe wasted no time in preparing gifts to send to the prince's residence, ostensibly to congratulate Mulin for his triumph over the talented members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. At the same time, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, in the study of the formidable Thunder Douluo, Yu Yuanjin, he had just concluded his training for the day and was reviewing sect matters that had stumped the elders. It was then that he noticed a woman clad in black, when he had assigned to protect Yu Tianheng. Why has Yu Ling returned? Has something happened to Tianheng? Yu Yuanjin wondered aloud. Upon seeing her master return, Yu Ling immediately approached, kneeling on one knee. Sect Master, there are matters concerning young Master Tianheng, she reported. Yu Yuanjin gestured for Yu Ling to enter the study, and after they were seated, he urged, "Speak. What has transpired with Tianheng?" Young Master Tianheng lost a wager against a classmate and surrendered a lightning spirit fruit. The classmate stated he had no need for the fruit and suggested that Tianheng could exchange it for a fruit that enhances physical strength or possesses a metallic attribute. Of the same rank, she explained. So, Tianheng has come to the clan seeking items? Yu Yuanjin exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, rising abruptly. Tianheng possesses remarkable talent and is my own grandson. I would gladly provide him with resources. Yet, after losing, does he still have the audacity to ask others for resources? Where is Yu Tianheng? Why does he not come himself? Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Yu Yuanjin, Yu Ling trembled slightly and replied. Young Master Tianheng felt embarrassed after losing his first public match and has chosen to train in Tiando City, accompanied by Yu Ying. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin rubbed his forehead and sighed. The Thunder Spirit Fruit is an extraordinary medicinal herb that, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, is reserved for core disciples, with only one being allocated each year, and often, some may not receive it at all. Given Yu Tianheng's talent and status, it was certainly acceptable for him to receive an additional one. However, since Yu Tianheng is not yet the Deputy Sect Master, it would be impossible to grant him more. Otherwise, the elders and certain external sect elders would undoubtedly take issue. Although Yu Yuanjin as a Title Douluo could disregard their opinions, the sect's stability relies heavily upon adherence to established rules. If Yu Yuanjin were to break these protocols, it would signify the beginning of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's decline, despite the recent generations experiencing a downturn due to soul beasts and various other factors. A decline brought about by the violation of rules would eliminate any chance of remaining hidden from the world. Breaking the rules would imply that both the upper and middle echelons could do the same, resulting in the exploitation of the lower ranks and a significant reduction in the number of prodigies. Relying solely on the talents born from one's family is far from sufficient to manage a sect. A sect is not merely a family. Even family-affiliated sects require the support of auxiliary families. The Haotian Sect, for instance, relies on the 4 major extreme attribute families, while the Master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect assesses the strength of the companions brought back from their excursions. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect also has its affiliated families, some of which possess dragon and serpent-type martial souls, and in recent years, they have recruited families with lightning attribute beast martial souls. Moreover, Yu Yuanjin is well-versed in history throughout the annals of time. All sects that have managed to remain hidden did so for various reasons. In any case, those sect masters who initially broke the rules have never succeeded in remaining hidden, with their only fate being annihilation. Although Yu Yuanjin has not pondered the reasons deeply, he is acutely aware of this reality. Thus, he found himself compelled to refuse any request for resources from the sect. Just as Yu Ling was about to depart, Yu Yuanjin called out to him, saying, "Wait a moment, please summon the Grand Elder." After a short while, two individuals entered Yu Yuanjin's study, Yu Ling and an elderly man, Yu Yuanlong, who is Yu Yuanjin's elder brother, albeit with lesser talent, currently stagnating at level 88. "What is it, Sect Master?" Yu Yuanlong inquired directly upon entering, though he harbored suspicions. Especially given that Yu Tianheng had just suffered defeat in his first public duel, perhaps this was a visit to assess him. As for utilizing sect resources for Yu Tianheng, Yu Yuanjin knew such a precedent could not be set. "I summoned you to oversee the sect temporarily while I traveled to Heavendos City to check on Tianheng and, coincidentally, to observe that young genius who defeated him." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanlong nodded in agreement, as it was understandable that the clan leader wished to visit his grandson. As Yu Yuanjin prepared to depart with Yu Ling, he did not leave immediately, but instead visited the Huang family, an affiliated clan. The Huang family possessed the golden armored sword Dragon Martial Spirit, which was the most formidable among those of metal attributes within the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan. He exchanged some of his collectibles for medicinal herbs needed for the core disciples of the Huang family. Following this, Yu Yuanjin and Yu Ling set off towards Tiando City. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of Tiando City, in the study, Prince Xuesheng was conversing with a middle-aged man whose face resembled that of a jade ornament. "Lindsay, do you think there is a chance to win over this Mulin?" Coincidentally, that brat Xue Bing is of the same age as Mulin. However, I suspect he has sneaked off to play again, missing the first day of school, sighed Xuesheng, clearly exasperated. The middle-aged man, known as Lindsay, was a rogue cultivator. Due to his martial spirit being that of a book, he was well-read and possessed knowledge that surpassed even that of Yu Xiaojiang, elevating him to a higher echelon. His strength, at the level of an 81st ranked Title Douluo, was something Yu Xiaojiang could only aspire to. "Your Highness, I believe it is improbable," Lindsay stated after a moment's thought. Upon hearing this, Xuesheng urged, "Then tell me, Lindsay." Lindsay produced some papers and began to articulate his reasoning. "Firstly, Your Highness, please observe the information I have gathered, along with insights I personally obtained from inquiries in the vicinity. Mulin was personally brought to Tiando City by His Highness Xue Qinghe, and he has been residing in the Crown Prince's mansion during this time. Although we may not favor His Highness Xue Qinghe, we cannot deny his charisma." Upon hearing this, Xuesheng picked up the intelligence Lin Zhe had compiled. Indeed, it was true that Mulin had been residing in the Crown Prince's mansion, and this matter could not be easily dismissed. Xuesheng could send someone to follow Mulin to verify whether Lin Zhe was deceiving him. Just as Lin Zhe was about to present his second reason, a knock was heard at the door. "Your Highness, someone outside claims to have come to see Mr. Lin Zhe, stating he was sent by Mr. Lin Zhe to gather evidence, and has completed his task." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe promptly said, "Your Highness, the evidence for my second reasoning has arrived. Please wait a moment." Shortly after, a seemingly astute yet slender man entered the study. "Lin Zhe, here are the materials you requested." Lin Zhe glanced at the documents and placed them before Prince Xuesheng, saying, "Your Highness, this constitutes my second reason. Mulin lived in Nost City for the past 6 years, which happens to be the last city where young Master Xueling was seen." Chapter 14, Assassination 1. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Xuesheng rose, taking the documents concerning Mulin into his hands. Mulin, formerly of the now extinct Mu family of Tiando City, possesses a martial soul known as the Heart and boasts a remarkable innate soul power of level 9. Despite his youth, he exhibits a maturity beyond his years, with a penchant for literature and a commitment to physical training. Following the awakening of his martial soul, he quickly gained recognition as a prodigy within Nost City. However, after acquiring his soul ring, he mysteriously vanished. Not long after, the Mu family faced complete annihilation. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe remarked, "Your Highness, do take a closer look. The dates of the Mu family's disappearance bear a striking resemblance to those of the Shi family." He produced a document detailing the timeline of the Shi family's extermination, estimating the strength of their assailant to be at least that of a soul saint. Xuesheng scrutinized the information on the paper, recalling that Xueling was dispatched to eliminate the Mu family. It became evident why Xueling had disappeared. Taking a deep breath, Xuesheng settled into his seat and stated, Very well, I understand now. Lindsay, you may return. Lindsay, discerning the murderous intent emanating from Xuexing, recognized that the royal residence likely harbored a formidable protector of soul saint caliber, capable of taking a life. Beyond himself, only 2 other soul Douluos and a certain Dugabo, coerced by Xuexing's beneficence, remained. Thus, being summoned by Xuexing suggested that the impending peril was directed towards the other 2 soul Douluos, not himself. Indeed, in Lindsay's eyes, attempting to assassinate a genius under the protection of a soul saint at the Crown Princess residence was tantamount to courting death. Both Lindsay and Xuexing believed that Crown Prince Xuexinghe had undergone a transformation, perhaps even being replaced. A notion that had also begun to dawn upon Xueyi. The audacity of replacing Xuexinghe without detection, while maintaining such a striking resemblance, was remarkable. Had it not been for Xueyi's determination to decide the Crown Prince's fate, Xuexinghe's standing would have been considerably diminished, leading to the demise of the 2 imperial princes. Though Xuexinghe's decisions regarding the death of the 2 princes were ill-conceived, the reality remained that the young prince, Xuelang, was too fragile, being far more susceptible to untimely demise than his elder brothers. Consequently, to stabilize Xuexinghe, Xueyi was compelled to swiftly declare him the crown prince, as he harbored no desire for his throne to fall into the hands of another's offspring. Nevertheless, Lindsay refrained from voicing any objections, recognizing that Xueling, albeit a bastard child, possessed extraordinary talent, surpassing that of his siblings. Xuexing had invested considerable affection in Xueling, making the order for assassination inevitable. Moreover, Mulin's prodigious abilities, exemplified by a first soul ring acquired at the age of 900 and his heart-based martial soul, could not be allowed to fall into the hands of the crown prince. If subjugation was unattainable, then Mulin must perish. Lindsay departed swiftly, while within the chamber, Xuexing remained enveloped in shadows. After a brief moment, another figure emerged behind him, a person clad entirely in black, from the mask to the attire, all shrouded in darkness, save for a pair of enigmatic eyes. Your Highness, you cannot be suggesting I undertake an assassination at the Crown Princess residence? The figure clad in black fixed his gaze upon Xuexing, seemingly displeased by his words, and appeared ready to act. Meanwhile, another individual emerged from outside, exuding an impressive aura that was nevertheless expertly restrained, merely suppressing the black-clad man. Xuexing addressed the black figure. Hunting Shadow, it was I who saved you before, and I provided the resources for your ascension to Soul Emperor. Your life inherently belongs to me, and I hope you possess the wisdom to recognize that. The black-clad man, still resisting the external pressure, retorted, Xuexing. While you supplied me with resources, I have also dispatched numerous foes on your behalf. The resources you provided are more than sufficient to offset that. Do you think I am a mere beast? He summoned his martial spirit, revealing 2 ethereal daggers, one golden and the other green, alongside his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, black. As he regarded Xuexing, the man from outside forcefully pushed the door open, unveiling his own martial spirit, a colossal bear clad in ice armor, adorned with 8 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Hunting Shadow addressed the man. Xuexing, you must be aware of my capabilities. While I may not be your equal, I am confident in my ability to slay Xuebang and make my escape. Would you care to test that? The middle-aged man, Xuexing, replied, my duty is to safeguard the bloodline of the Xue family, and the dignity of the royal family must not be tarnished. As Xuexing prepared to unleash his soul skill, Xuexing interjected, understanding Xuexing's sincerity all too well. After all, his sole reason for living was the contingency that the Emperor Xueyi might perish without an heir. Though this rationale seemed somewhat far-fetched, it was nonetheless the truth that compelled Xuexing to survive. The Xue family must ensure that at least 2 heirs are preserved each generation, one to inherit the throne and another as a safeguard for the bloodline. Now, Xuexing had 2 sons, and had he not been obedient in these recent years, he would likely have met his end at the hands of Xueyi, who had not ascended to the throne without a trail of fratricide. Even the circumstances surrounding the previous emperor's demise were shrouded in mystery. Xuexing promptly dismissed these thoughts, declaring, very well, Xuexing, you may withdraw. Xuexing furrowed his brow, reluctant to retreat, yet Xuexing was not one to jest with his life. Xuexing. I am Xuexing, a member of the Xue family. Upon hearing this, Xuexing had no choice but to comply, for he was trained to protect the Xueqin and held an unwavering loyalty to them. Those who might threaten the Shui family had been eliminated decades prior due to a singular event. Xuezong might disregard or overlook Shui Xing's plea for life under Shui Yi's command, but he would never create turmoil when Shui Xing was capable of self-preservation. Shui Xing took a deep breath and addressed Hunting Shadow. I am no fool. I would never send you to your demise. I ask you, is it possible to slay Mulin with the full protection of a soul saint? Hunting Shadow nodded in immediate affirmation. No problem, it is quite simple. Mulin can undoubtedly withstand no more than a single strike from me. However, I must proceed with my plans. Shui Xing stated directly. Let us search along the path frequently traversed by Mulin to ascertain if there are any suitable locations for his assassination. At the opportune moment, I shall arrange for the guards in that vicinity to be reassigned. Afterward, you may depart from Tiando City without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lai Ying nodded in agreement. For the prospect of not having to infiltrate the Crown Prince's residence rendered the likelihood of demise nearly non-existent. Moreover, the reassignment of guards was unnecessary. Yet, if it were to occur, a solitary presence would be preferable. After Lai Ying's departure, Shui Xing summoned one of his subordinate soul saints. Assess the situation. Can Lai Ying swiftly eliminate Mulin? If not, you must intervene. If he is capable, orchestrate a considerable explosion to serve as a threat to me. How dare he presume to challenge me? Chapter 15. Assassination 2. 3 days had elapsed since the duel between Mulin and Yu Tianheng. During this interval, life continued as usual with classes and returning to the Crown Prince's residence for training, a monotonous routine. On this particular day, as Mulin made his way home, he abruptly halted, surveying the surroundings with curious eyes. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a tavern with an open window. Behind that window sat a middle-aged man sporting a small mustache, dining alone while indulging in food and drink. A woman nestled in his embrace. Mulin cast a careful glance before departing. At the moment of his exit, the man abruptly shoved the woman aside, tossing down a large sum of money. All right, you may leave now. He then drained his drink and leapt through the window. Observing Mulin's retreating figure, he mused, this fellow possesses an astute awareness. Merely glancing at him once or twice already feels amiss. Mulin, too, sensed the presence of that individual nearby. After all, for the past few days, he had been acutely aware of a lurking gaze. Yi Tianxing had also noted it. Yet he refrained from taking action to uncover the identity of the one who sent this observer. As Mulin traversed the path today, a dull ache gripped his heart, an ominous sign that the individual was preparing to strike. Sure enough, as Mulin continued walking, he noticed a significant reduction in the surrounding guards, and the civilians seemed to sense the unease, hastily retreating. Upon arriving at a vast square, Mulin directed his gaze toward one of the passages. Come forth. You've been trailing me for 2 or 3 days now and must be weary. Upon hearing Mulin's words, the hunter's shadow widened his eyes in disbelief. Is that even possible? Could it be a soul saint? But where is that soul saint? I could see him before. Suddenly, the hunter's shadow realized something was amiss with his own shadow, as if someone stood behind him. Turning around, he beheld Yi Tianxing, who usually lurked in the darkness. How could this be? When did the soul saint position himself behind me? However, the hunter's shadow was a man forged by battles, and his paramount duty was to fulfill his mission. He summoned his martial spirit, twin poison daggers. One was a purple dagger, laced with black markings, a perfect amalgamation of toxins derived from all the soul beasts he had hunted, so potent that even a fellow soul Douluo would find it challenging to recover from its effects. The other, a green dagger, served a singular purpose, to gradually erode the opponent's soul power upon infliction of harm. Fourth soul skill, tracking lock. The fourth soul ring could launch outward, ensnaring the opponent. Once locked on, within a radius of 500 meters, his dagger would strike with absolute accuracy, unless obstructed by intervening forces or if his strength waned. The hunter's shadow hurled his purple dagger toward Mulin. Yet Yi Tianxing was no mere ornament. Fifth soul skill, spatial solidification. Yi Tianxing summoned his martial spirit, causing a black ring to illuminate on the sphere, emitting a laser that anchored the purple dagger in place. Observing this, the hunter's shadow rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he scrutinized the patterns on Yi Tianxing's martial spirit. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The hunter's shadow realized that the fifth black pattern illuminating indicated that Yi Tianxing possessed a 100,000, your soul ring. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You cannot possibly have a 100,000, your soul ring. The hunter's shadow could scarcely believe it. How could a creature with such an extraordinary soul ring be protecting a child of the Soul Master realm? How could this be possible? Such brilliance is often the result of one's own diligent cultivation. Moreover, a soul ring of 100,000 years is merely something that Hunting Shadow has heard of but never encountered. Nonetheless, Hunting Shadow is a man capable of contending with Soul Douluo. In this moment, unable to accomplish the task at hand, and finding this soul sage exceedingly enigmatic, it is prudent to retreat for the time being and return later. Fifth soul skill, Shadow Integration. The body melds into the shadow, enhancing speed by 100, reducing physical damage by 30, and inflicting 20 more soul power damage. The first strike after emerging from the shadow inflicts an additional 100 damage. Upon witnessing this, Tianqing promptly activated his fifth soul skill, solidifying that area. He then grasped Hunting Shadow and the purple dagger, preparing to descend. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows of Mulin. It was none other than the soul sage under Prince Xuesheng, a soul sage with the spirit of a shadow leopard. Ha, little brat, perish. Although he was perplexed as to why he couldn't swiftly eliminate a soul sage, he was certain that now, with you dead, the prince would reward me. Ha. Fifth soul skill, Shadow Fusion, Ambush. As the black leopard soul sage prepared to strike Mulin, Mulin's first soul ring illuminated. First soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Simultaneously, Mulin's right leg bone also glowed. Soul bone skill, Void. With the activation of these two life-preserving soul skills, the black leopard soul sage's attack was rendered utterly ineffective. At that moment, Tianqing rushed over. Second soul skill, Spatial Slash. A silver blade-like attack suddenly severed the black leopard soul sage's head. After arriving, Tianqing hurriedly checked to see if Mulin was injured. Then, kneeling on one knee, he apologized. I am deeply sorry, Brother Mulin. It was my negligence that led you into this perilous situation for my own selfish reasons. The reason Tianqing referred to his actions as selfish was his intense desire to comprehend the strength of individuals in this era and the disparities compared to the ancient times. Thus, he had deliberately wanted to observe the hunter's use of soul skills. However, the hunter's soul skills either inflicted harm upon Mulin or were employed for escape. Consequently, Tianqing acted decisively to subdue the hunter. Seeing the hunter held by Tianqing, Mulin remarked, "Go ahead and kill him. This black leopard soul sage seems rather dim-witted. He has revealed Prince Xuesheng." Prince Xuesheng? Is he the father of Xuling? Mulin nodded and remarked, "Indeed. He is currently the most distinguished individual in the Heaven Do Empire, aside from the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. He is the younger brother of the reigning Emperor, representing one of the last two royal bloodlines of his generation. His loyalty to the Emperor is unwavering. The question now is whether the prince, who has graciously offered us shelter, can withstand the pressures we face. Otherwise, we shall simply proceed to fulfill our mission and depart." Upon hearing this, Tianqing nodded in understanding and subsequently eliminated the shadow hunter before making his exit. Simultaneously, the guards who had been reassigned returned and, upon discovering the two lifeless bodies, promptly reported their findings. It did not take long for someone to recognize that one of the deceased was the Soul Douluo shadow hunter, previously supported by Prince Xuesheng. When Xuesheng caught wind of this incident, he hurried over. "Ah, Mulin," he exclaimed, gazing at the corpse with palpable fury. He had finally uncovered the reason for the shadow hunter's impending departure. After all, it was inconceivable that the shadow hunter would leave Xuesheng without cause. And now Xuesheng had discerned that reason. This signified that the shadow hunter would continue to heed Xuesheng's commands. However, with the shadow hunter now deceased, and the corpse of the Black Panther Soul Saint also in sight, the loss of a Soul Douluo and a Soul Saint weighed heavily upon Xuesheng's heart. He could do nothing but curse Mulin internally. Meanwhile, Mulin found himself fortuitously encountering Xueqing once more. Chapter 16. Advancement and 6 Months of Growth. As Mulin approached the entrance of the prince's residence, his gaze fell upon Xueqing, who appeared to have just emerged, seemingly in haste. Upon noticing Mulin, Xueqing waved his hand and remarked, "Ah, my dear brother Mulin, you have returned. Please, do enter. My brother has stirred up some trouble once again, and I must go and see to it. We shall speak later." Mulin waved his hand and said farewell. Mulin gazed at the departing figure of Xueqing before returning to the courtyard. Seated at the stone table, he contemplated the events of the day. The prince would surely reward me. After all, the avalanche had caused quite a stir. It seems that this entire affair was indeed orchestrated by that scoundrel, Xueqing. How could he have discovered it so swiftly? Yet, it is understandable, for he is a prince. If he were inept, he would have perished during the last struggle for the throne. Mulin pondered over all of this, yet he refrained from taking action. For he realized that he possessed only one card at present, Yishinzing, and was not yet worthy to join the table. Never mind, he resolved to continue his cultivation, perhaps perusing some texts in hopes of stumbling upon a fortuitous gift package. As a semester passed, within the chambers of the prince's residence in the outskirts, Mulin was seated cross-legged on his bed, practicing the angry dragon meditation technique, diligently striving to break through to level 20 and become a grand soul master. Suddenly, a wave of golden energy erupted from his body, sending everything in the room tumbling to the ground. Mulin opened his eyes, a brilliant golden light flickering within them. At last, he had finally ascended to level 20. It was time to embark on the hunt for soul beasts. Mulin rose, surveying the disarray of the room, summoned a servant to tidy it up, and then departed. Mulin departed from the prince's residence and entered an inn. Indeed, it was an inn. Not a hotel as one might find in the Douluo continent, and it was aptly named an inn. Upon entering, Mulin was immediately spotted by the attendant, who hastily approached and exclaimed, "Young Master Mulin, you have arrived. The private room is still available. Please, do step inside." Upon hearing this, Mulin nodded and proceeded directly upstairs. However, as Mulin ascended, a lavishly dressed man nearby became displeased. "What do you mean by this? Just a moment ago you claimed there were no private rooms, yet he arrives and suddenly there is one. Is your establishment ready to close its doors?" The innkeeper glanced at him and replied, "If you could achieve what he has, then by all means, come forth. You should consider your own standing. I was merely showing you courtesy by informing you of the lack of availability. Were I to disregard your status, I would have simply stated that you are unworthy." The man's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this, yet he remained silent and walked out. Before long, however, the man returned with an armored companion. Standing at the entrance of the inn, "Lin-san, this establishment must be torn down. I shall ensure my brother promotes you." Lin-san, astonished, looked at the man. "Young Master Wu, are you jesting? You wish for me to demolish this inn?" The man referred to as Young Master Wu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. This inn clearly possesses private rooms, yet refused me while claiming I am unworthy." "Humph." Lin-san took a deep breath and replied, "I regret to inform you, Young Master Wu, that this inn holds considerable strength. My individual capabilities alone are insufficient to accomplish such a task. I fear we must summon the captain." Yet, despite his words, Lin-san inwardly cursed. "You ought to reflect on your own worth. The proprietor's assertion of your unworthiness stems from their own audacity. Instead of inquiring, you hastily seek to dismantle this place. You and the captain are truly like a dragon and a worm." Upon hearing this, Young Master Wu nodded. "I see. So they do possess strength. No wonder they disregard me. Humph. I shall witness their might. Have you not heard that there are always greater forces at play?" With that thought, Young Master Wu returned to seek his brother. However, upon learning of the intent to demolish the inn, his brother was so incensed that he nearly incapacitated Wu. Subsequently, he took Young Master Wu to offer an apology. Meanwhile, within the private room of the inn, aside from Mulin, there were 6 others present. Among them were Dong Xiang, the ostensible proprietor of the inn, an elderly gentleman who leaned on a cane, a towering man exceeding 2 meters in height, a modestly dressed woman, and Yi Tianxing. Upon Mulin's entrance, the elder began with, "It appears the young master has ascended to the rank of Grand Soul Master." Indeed, Master Kong was not mistaken. "I have just attained this esteemed title and have come to inquire whether by you has procured a suitable soul beast for me." At this point, their identity should be apparent. They are all figures summoned from either ancient times or the future, reflecting the tasks and accomplishments Mulin has achieved over the past 6 months. Among them is Chef Dong Xiang, an ancient general, Lei Yi, a pinnacle warrior from their era, Master Kong Ming, an adept of mechanical arts from another realm, Dr. Mulin, a disciple of traditional Chinese medicine from the various schools of thought, and Baiyu, a notorious thief from antiquity. Notably, Lei Yi was summoned at the moment of his death through a contractual agreement, while Dong Xiang and Master Kong were lured by the promise of mastering superior culinary and mechanical skills. Mulin, however, had a different motivation. "Little brother Mulin, you've arrived. Why haven't you visited Sister Lingo?" At this moment, the door swung open, revealing a slender young man with a center-parted, short brownish-yellow hairstyle, tied back with a small braid, and 2 strands of hair cascading down his forehead. Accompanying him was a delightful girl, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. They were none other than the additional figures Mulin had summoned, Baiyu and Yuling. The unexpected summoning of Yulinga was also a reason accepted by Mulin. I have come, but dear brother, I intend to hunt for soul rings. I do not wish to linger in the shadows of others. Hearing this, Yulinga approached and pinched Mulin's cheek, saying, Then why don't you learn the 5-element secret technique I taught you? Your affinity for gold attributes is remarkably high. Upon hearing this, Mulin stated directly, I prefer to engage in close combat. The 5-element secret technique requires too much time, and it is not suited for me. Yulinga was well aware of Mulin's stance and inclinations, yet she was fervently hopeful that he could swiftly level up and accomplish certain tasks, for that would perhaps enable him to summon her parents. Meanwhile, Mulin turned to Baiyu and inquired, Brother Baiyu, have you managed to gather the information on the soul beasts I require? After all, the soul beasts I seek are quite elusive. Baiyu, upon hearing this, shot a glare at Mulin, saying, You know it is indeed a challenge. But who am I, Baiyu? The king of thieves, the fastest man under heaven. I have located them for you. Once you become a grand soul master, you shall be able to depart. Upon hearing this, Mulin nodded and remarked, No problem. We shall depart tomorrow. Master Kong, Mr. Dong Xiang, and Mr. Lei Yi, you three shall remain to guard the home. I, along with Mr. Baiyu, Ms. Mulin, and my dear brother Yi Tianxing, will proceed. Yuling interjected, I too wish to go. It has been several months since our last soul hunt, and staying in Heavendo City is far too dull. Upon hearing this, Mulin remarked, Did you not make a few friends at school? You could certainly play with them. No, came the reply, they are all mere children. It is far more enjoyable to hunt soul beasts. Chapter 17. The second soul ring. The following day, Mulin and Yi Tianxing left the prince's residence early, preparing to hunt for a suitable soul beast for Mulin. The group consisted of 5 individuals, Mulin, Yi Tianxing, Baiyu, Mulin, and Yuling. Among them, Yi Tianxing was a level 78 control system soul saint, while Baiyu was a level 64 agility attack system soul emperor, with his martial spirit being his legs. Mulin was a level 63 support system soul emperor, wielding a martial spirit in the form of silver needles. These needles, measuring 3 inches and 3/10 long, were crafted from pure silver, with gemstones at their tips containing various medicinal powders and elixirs. This unique set of secret needles had been bequeathed to Mulin by her master. Although similar to the 9 Hearts Si Tang, the healing effect of her martial spirit was not as potent. However, it possessed the unique ability to cure a single abnormal condition with each soul ring. Yulinga was a level 38 control system soul sovereign, distinguished as a particularly rare mental control system soul sovereign. Her martial spirit was the illusory sound guqin, a 7-stringed instrument, with each string resonating with an emotion, joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, grief, fear, and astonishment. The guqin, typically measuring around 3 feet and 6 inches in length, symbolized the 365 days of the year. Its round face and flat bottom represented heaven and earth, while the body of the instrument corresponded to the form of a phoenix, or could also be said to correspond to that of a human, possessing a head, neck, shoulders, waist, tail, and feet. In addition to controlling emotions, this martial spirit had the extraordinary ability to gradually wear down an opponent's mental strength, ultimately rendering them a puppet under Yulinga's command. It was this very martial spirit that led to the annihilation of her sect. Yulinga was once the young master of an ancient sect, but due to the overwhelming power of her family's martial spirits, her father's being a mental attack type and her mother's even more fearsome, no one came to their aid when they were besieged and destroyed by soul beasts and evil soul masters. Perhaps after the demise of Yulinga's family, assistance might have arrived, but during her lifetime, not a soul came to help. Mulin and Master Kong had both experienced enhancements in strength, augmented by the system, although the soul rings they possessed were still acquired through their own hunts. The 5 of them arrived at the Douluo forest without incident. Upon seeing that everyone was gathered, Baiyu led them to the Millennium Zone of the forest. Follow me. I recently discovered the golden-backed song bear you require, and it resides in a specific area. As its name suggests, the golden-backed song bear bore a back that resembled a golden armor plate, exhibiting formidable defensive capabilities. This soul beast combined both strength and defense, possessing extraordinary golden attributes, making it a perfect match for Mulin. Upon arriving at the territory of the golden-backed song bears, the 5 gazed in awe at the multitude of golden bear soul beasts before them. Mulin scrutinized the scene before him and, all of a sudden, beheld a golden-backed bear slumbering beneath a grand tree. However, his attention was not drawn to the creature's repose, but rather to the striking fact that one of its claws bore a dark golden hue. Golden-backed bears are born with white claws, which gradually transform. Every decade, one claw turns golden. After a century, it shifts to a purple-golden shade. A millennium brings forth a dark golden claw, and after 10 millennia, it becomes a brilliant red gold. Mulin pointed at it and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, there exists a golden-backed bear with dark golden claws, over a millennium old, which would be quite suitable for me." Upon hearing this, Bai cast a glance and remarked, "Brother Mulin, what do you intend to do? There are numerous thousand-year soul beasts here, and the leader of this soul beast clan is a 10,000-year soul beast. A reckless slaughter may easily attract even higher-level soul beasts." Upon hearing this, Mulin paid little heed and remarked, "There is no need for concern. It is merely a 10,000-year soul beast. We can engage it directly, and any that remain can be dealt with later. Most 10,000-year soul beasts have attained a level of intelligence and will not approach upon sensing the overwhelming scent of blood." Yi Tianqing and the others found Mulin's reasoning sound, and, after preparing themselves, set to work. Yi Tianqing took the lead, ensnaring the 10,000-year golden-backed song bear and swiftly slaying it, while Bai remained vigilant, ready to intercept should the bear suitable for Mulin attempt to flee. Muling took on a supportive role, while Yulinger and Mulin contributed minimally. The fifth soul skill, space condensation, was invoked as Yi Tianqing summoned a sphere of spatial energy. A beam of black light struck the vicinity of the 10,000-year golden-backed song bear. The bear attempted to move but found itself ensnared, unable to budge. Simultaneously, the 1,000-year and 100-year golden-backed song bears became aware of Mulin and his companions. Yet with Yi Tianqing present, they posed little threat. Second soul skill, space slicing. Bai, you too, assist me in containing these soul beasts. The sixth soul skill, space stasis, was activated, expanding the area of effect to immobilize all entities within its bounds. Yi Tianqing exerted considerable effort, yet it was manageable. As these were merely 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts, had there been a 10,000-year beast, he would have been incapable of maintaining such an extensive stasis. Meanwhile, Bai liberated his legs. First soul skill, lightning walker, enhancing speed and reaction time by 50%. Third soul skill, kick technique enhancement, increasing kick damage by 100% and penetration by 50%. Fifth soul skill, Aurora Walker, amplifying strength, speed, and physique by 100%. While attack speed surged by 120% and penetration increased by 50%, not cumulative but rather an additional 50% on top of the initial increase. Bai's legs shimmered as though illuminated by light, with his calves crackling with arcs of electricity. Yi Tianqing, you have already exerted yourself greatly. Now, allow me to take the lead. Bai had familiarized himself with the weaknesses of the golden-backed song bears, the head and the lower body. In a brief span, the 10,000-year golden-backed song bear and those exceeding 5,000 years were nearly all vanquished. Yi Tianqing released his hold, retaining only the bear needed by Mulin, allowing the other soul beasts to depart unimpeded. Subsequently, Yi Tianqing tossed the soul beasts toward Mulin, who dispatched them and began absorbing their soul rings. Mulin's physique was inherently sufficient, thus the process of absorption was rather effortless. Mulin activated the system, prompting it to scan his current attributes. Mulin's techniques, the secret of the golden body, the wrathful dragon meditation, the supreme soul decision, the mighty Vidra fist, palm, and leg. Golden heart. Soul rings, red, purple. Soul ring abilities. 1. Invincible golden body. For a duration of soul ring 1 second. It provides absolute defense against all entities of godly rank or below. Strength is doubled, with an additional minute granted for every 10 levels increased. 2. Golden soft bones. Enhances all attributes by 20 soul ring 10. With reflexes and resilience boosted by an extra 50 and damage reduction of 20. 2. Physical enhancement. Augmentation of golden attributes. Increases all attributes by 5 soul ring 10. With a 100 enhancement in golden attribute capabilities. Soul bone abilities. 1. Void, ignores physical attacks, while soul power attacks are mitigated by 50. 2. Teleportation, a range of 100 meters, requiring no buffer time for successive uses. Each utilization necessitates a cost of 1 of soul power. Chapter 18, Summoning System, Lawn Foam. Bai and others observed as Mulin completed his absorption and approached him directly. How do you feel? Does the soul skill suit you? Perfectly. My second soul skill, physical enhancement, augmentation of golden attributes. The effect is an increase in all attributes, starting at 5, with an additional 10 for each soul ring acquired. Simultaneously, my golden attribute capability has risen by 100. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu and the others gazed at Mulin. All attributes? Not just strength, physique, and agility? Mulin understood the source of their confusion. After all, an increase in all attributes was indeed astonishing. This encompassed not only strength, agility, and constitution, but also reflexes, neural responses, and recovery capabilities. It was a comprehensive enhancement. Perhaps it stemmed from the nature of my martial spirit. Initially, I anticipated that the golden-backed song bear would augment my strength, constitution, agility, and grant me a boost in gold attributes. Yet to my surprise, it enhanced all attributes. What a fortunate turn of events. At that moment, Yulinger stepped forward and inquired. So, Mulin, can you summon someone now? I recall you mentioning that achieving certain milestones or completing tasks would yield rewards. Surely, becoming a Grand Soul Master qualifies as an achievement. What reward do you receive? Everyone was aware of Yulinger's desires, hoping that Mulin could summon her parents. However, this was destined to leave her disappointed, as Mulin was still in the developmental stage, primarily focused on protection, and the beings he could summon were tailored to his current capabilities. Tianxing, the spatial martial spirit, essential for escape. Mulin had also learned about Yulinger's parents. Together, they possessed the strength to contend against a peak-level limit Douluo, a feat far beyond what Mulin could summon at this stage. Mulin understood that this was a figure that could only be summoned after he had ascended to the position of sovereign. Mulin remarked, "Indeed. It is merely a summoning of ancient figures from Douluo. Tianxing might be familiar with them." Upon hearing this, Tianxing turned his gaze towards Mulin, who continued, "It is a summoning-type soul master." Summoning type? White Jade instinctively interjected, "What are you talking about, Mulin? Aren't soul masters categorized into 5 primary types? Assault, defense, agility, support, and control? At most, we could include food, healing, and balance types, but there is no summoning type." However, Mulin and Yulingo paid no heed to White Jade's words and instead turned their attention to Tianxing, who furrowed his brow and said, "Is it Lanfeng? That lunatic?" Upon hearing this, Mulin expressed his astonishment and inquired, "Do you know him?" "Indeed," came the reply, "he is a renowned genius of the common folk. Although he vanished at the mere level of a contra, his combat prowess was undoubtedly at the rank of a titled expert, and he was not to be underestimated. It is said that he possessed the strength to contend against an entire sect single-handedly, but his ostentatious demeanor ultimately led to his demise." Yishinzing then turned to Mulin and asked, "Is he also one of your guardians?" Mulin nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, "Indeed." As Mulin finished speaking, a summoning array materialized beside him, and a man suddenly appeared. He donned a long robe of white apricot hue adorned with floral patterns, complemented by a brilliant jeweled belt at his waist. His hair was a lustrous black, and his eyes sparkled with a deep azure hue. A perpetual smile graced his lips, exuding an air of unwavering joy. "Mulin, greetings. I am Lanfeng, and for the next 50 years, I shall ensure your protection." Mulin gazed at the smiling man and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Mulin." Simultaneously, he summoned the system within his mind, requesting the display of Lanfeng's attribute panel. Lanfeng Martial Soul, Beast Spirit Tower Fixed Soul Skills. Summon Soul Beast for combat. Upon death. Resurrection requires a period of 1 month to 1 year. The higher the age of the Soul Beast, the longer the resurrection time. Soul Rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Black, black, black. Level 83 Soul Ring Abilities. 1. Ghost Shadow Bee, a diminutive soul beast containing potent toxins, capable of concealing its presence, approximately 350 years old. 2. Rock Serpent, masterful in earth evasion, proficient in earth attributes, around 700 years old. 3. Furious Flame White Wolf, primary combat soul beast in the early stages, exceptionally swift. Its fiery power intensifies with anger, enhancing its physique, speed, and strength. Along with these 3 soul beasts and the true form of the martial soul, he possesses 5 soul bones. Left leg bone of the sunlit tree, 30,000 years summons the 30,000 year sunlit tree, a healing type soul beast. Left arm bone of the ghost vine, 10,000 years a control type soul beast. Right arm bone of the clear sky flood dragon, 50,000 years of battlefield control soul beast. Having been born in a poverty-stricken area, suffering misfortune at the hands of inferior sect members, he witnessed the malevolence within the sect. However, he also encountered kindness from those who cared for him, leading to his disdain for the sect while fostering a sense of compassion for the impoverished. Ultimately, due to his ostentatious behavior after slaying the 8th soul ring, he attracted the attention of the king of 10,000 bears, Xiao Jun, who subsequently ended his life. Mulin gazed at Lan Feng with a face full of astonishment. He had never encountered such an extraordinary martial soul. Particularly striking were Lan Feng's 7th and 8th soul abilities, which could easily rival even a super Douluo when combined. However, the audacity of this individual was astonishing. Xiao Jun, the dark golden terror claw bear, was a beast from ancient times, with an age of at least 150,000 to even 200,000 years. And the calculations from that era remain ambiguous. It is conceivable that 100,000 years ago, Xiao Jun might have been a 300,000-year-old ferocious beast. Truly, Lan Feng deserved the title of madman for such reckless bravado. For the time being, Lan Feng, you shall reside with Mulin and Baiyu. As for Tian Xing and me, we have settled into a relatively normal existence in Heaven Do City, where we face no imminent dangers. Mulin harbored the hope that those from the Mahe's school could captivate Lan Feng, for according to Mahe's theory, the possibility of doing so seemed quite plausible. However, Lan Feng remained resolute in his descent. Born in the depths of a slum, he was genuinely cared for by an individual who imparted a profound lesson that he would forever cherish. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. The system behind Mulin saved his life, and protecting him for 50 years is of little consequence, especially since these 50 years are not devoid of the opportunity for cultivation. Thus, Lan Feng must safeguard Mulin diligently. Are you certain? Came the retort. The most formidable individual here is that soul saint with silver blue hair. Can he truly ensure your safety? Yi Tianqing scoffed upon hearing this. Lan Feng, do you believe that your summoned entities grant you the license to act with impunity? Although your physical prowess is commendable, in my eyes, you remain the weaker party. Lan Feng scrutinized Yi Tianqing closely. I do not recognize you. Yet your demeanor suggests a familiarity. Are you from my era? Yakong Stargate, the young master, Yi Tianqing replied. Yakong Stargate, how unexpected. Judging by your lack of the flamboyant hairstyle typical of Yakong Stargate individuals, might your martial spirit be of the space attribute? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing turned his gaze towards Lan Feng. No wonder you are among the men chosen by the system. Your powers of observation are indeed impressive. Therefore, I shall protect young Mulin, while you should heed the influence of young Mulin's faction. Lan Feng could only acquiesce, acknowledging the formidable nature of space attributes. Were it not for their rarity, he would have certainly sought several soul beasts of that type. However, due to their scarcity, Lan Feng opted for super soul beasts of offensive capabilities. It is also this choice that endowed him with the strength of a titled fighter. Chapter 19. The Great Soul Arena. After absorbing the soul rings and summoning Lan Feng, the group of 6 returned. A few days later, several carriages arrived at the inn, bearing Mulin and his companions. Dongxiang and others also witnessed the return of Mulin and Baiyu Muling. Upon entering their designated private room, Lei was already inside. You have returned. Dongxiang is still cooking, and Master Kong is tinkering with his mechanisms. He will join us shortly. Oh, another newcomer? While Lei greeted Mulin and the others, he suddenly noticed the unfamiliar face of Lan Feng, deducing that he was probably brought here by the so-called system. Indeed, this individual will temporarily reside at the inn, providing protection, came the response. Protection? Him? Is he capable of that? Lei remarked, observing Lan Feng's lack of intimidation and youthful appearance. He seems rather unassuming, and I doubt his soul power surpasses mine. Upon hearing this, Mulin waved his hand dismissively. All right, Lei, this gentleman is named Lan Feng, a soul Douluo of level 83, whose prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of ordinary soul power. Lei, scratching his head in realization, stood up with a cheerful grin and offered his apologies. Hiki, my apologies, brother. You appear rather youthful. Lei was no fool. A soul Douluo was significantly more formidable than even old Kong, with whom he had sparred and found himself utterly outmatched. The soul Douluo was an even greater force, one who would later provide protection. Hence it was prudent to cultivate a good rapport. Come, brother, allow me to treat you to a drink. With that, Lei produced a bottle of fine liquor from his collection. Lan Feng, who also relished a good drink, paid no heed to Lei's candid remarks and readily joined him in a corner to indulge. Soon after, Master Ban and Dongxiang returned. At the dining table, the group deliberated on their next course of action. With Lan Feng's formidable title, Mulin perceived him as not only competent, but potentially possessing the strength of a super Douluo during moments of intensity. Of course, this was merely Mulin's speculation, as he had yet to witness Lan Feng's true capabilities. Thus, the plan Mulin had previously discussed with Master Kong seemed feasible. Master Kong would utilize his exceptional mechanical skills, coupled with Mulin's knowledge of gunpowder, to attempt the creation of life-preserving weapons intended for support-type soul masters, which could then be sold to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for some initial resources. Rest assured, young master, while I cannot guarantee the effectiveness of offensive mechanisms, defensive ones will be no issue at all. Just wait and see, Master Ban assured. Very well, then I shall rely on you, Master Kong. Following this, the 9 of them enjoyed their meal and drinks before departing. Mulin continued his path as a charming young man, residing in the villa provided by Qian Renxue while also supporting Yi Tianqing. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue harbored doubts regarding Mulin's rapid progress in cultivation. After all, it was typical for innate full soul power individuals to reach level 20 around the ages of 7 to 8, yet Mulin seemed to be advancing at an astonishing pace. Qian Renxue felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Was the cultivation speed of the original spirit soul exceptionally swift? Though she was not entirely certain, she understood that the original spirit soul was not weak within its rank, especially considering its vital role. A month passed, and Mulin and Yi Tianqing donned their attire early. Upon seeing them, Qian Renxue remained perplexed. Typically, while Mulin and Yi Tianqing would rise early, they did so separately. Now, Mulin appeared to be washing up, having breakfast, and commencing the creation of a new soul skill, while Yi Tianqing sat cross-legged at a stone table. Where are Mulin's younger brothers heading in such a grand manner? Could it be that he's courting a lady? Upon hearing this, Mulin gazed at Qian Renxue and said, "Are you serious? I am merely 6 years old. No, I have no interest in that. Today, I aim to venture to the Great Soul Arena in Heaven-Do City. I have heard it is teeming with formidable experts, and I wish to test my mettle." Qian Renxue, upon hearing this, looked at Mulin and mused, "Is this fellow truly oblivious? Why adorn oneself so splendidly for the Great Soul Arena? After a battle, one's attire is easily torn. I had thought he was perhaps courting someone." Upon entering the Great Soul Arena in Heaven-Do City, Mulin was acutely aware of the stark contrasts present in the world. The arena stood as a paragon of opulence, featuring grand screens, exceptional lighting, sound systems, and microphones, alongside computers. Moreover, the surroundings were adorned with various plant spirit beasts, exuding delightful fragrances. Within the arena, an eclectic array of individuals could be observed, some clad in tattered garments yet emanating an aura of terror, while others donned luxurious attire, yet bore the appearance of corpulence akin to that of swine. As Mulin strolled along, he chanced upon a little girl. While he had encountered many beautiful and charming girls, this particular one was familiar to him. It was Yi Lingling. However, it seemed that Yi Lingling was currently in distress. "Hey there, little sister, why are you alone? Would you care to accompany your brother? I am the son of Count Blood Spirit. Following me guarantees you a life of luxury and abundance, and your family will reap untold benefits," he said with a smirk. Yi Lingling was aware of Count Blood Spirit, whose martial spirit was a bloodthirsty hound, a man who had recently attained the Spirit Sage rank. Although he could contend with those at level 77, he was notorious for his lecherous nature, and he had numerous offspring. Such a man was not worthy of her. "I advise you not to touch me. Even though my uncle is not here, he will eventually find out. Count Blood Spirit may be powerful, but you are not," she retorted. Yet, the drunken man, his face flushed and bolstered by the laughter of his companions, dismissed her warning. "Humph, let your uncle come and try. My father was unafraid of a level 77 spirit sage years ago. Do you think you would fear your uncle now? Little sister, you belong to me." As he spoke, the inebriated man summoned his martial spirit, the blood-colored hound, its 3 soul rings shimmering in yellow and purple. Yi Lingling attempted to evade him, but as a mere one-ring support spirit master, she was no match for a spirit elder. The onlookers, recognizing the drunken man, were reluctant to offend Count Blood Spirit for a stranger. However, some renowned families were aware of Yi Lingling's presence in Tian-Do City. Just as the drunken man was about to lay hands on Yi Lingling, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop." At that moment, the drunken man was sent flying. Though not by the same person who had spoken, it was Mulin who had intervened. Mulin held a keen interest in Yi Lingling, not only for her, but also for the family that accompanied her. The owner of the voice soon approached, clad in a white outfit resembling a training uniform, a tiger-patterned belt cinched at his waist. With a clean-cut hairstyle and piercing eyes that exuded strength, he was indeed a striking figure. The man regarded Mulin with disdain. A mere child. At this age, he should be a classmate of Yi Lingling, a spirit master at that. Could it be that he is merely her sycophant? Yi Lingling was equally taken aback upon seeing Mulin. "Mulin, What brings you here? Could it be? She pondered if Mulin had followed her. A thought that pleased her, as she harbored a fondness for him. Besides, with Mulin's connections, being the prince's ally, he could accompany her to the Yi family as a son-in-law, allowing her to remain close to her loved ones. Chapter 20. Confronting the brown bear, I have come to participate in the Grand Spirit Arena competition. What about you? Why are you here without a guardian? Upon hearing that Mulin was participating in the competition, Yi Lingling immediately advised, you are entering the contest? But you are merely 6 years old, and competing in the Soul Master Arena offers scant rewards while posing a significant risk of injury that could leave lingering ailments. In Yi Lingling's mind, Mulin possessed remarkable talent. However, less than half a year had passed since their last encounter, and it was improbable that Mulin could have advanced a level in such a short span of time. No, I am entering the Grand Soul Master Arena. As for the lingering ailments, I have summoned a senior. They should arrive shortly. Upon hearing the mention of the Grand Soul Master Arena, Yi Lingling gasped. The Grand Soul Master? But you are still. Yet, she understood that they were surrounded by people, although the truth would eventually be uncovered. Every moment of concealment counted. Simultaneously, Yi Lingling felt a sense of curiosity regarding the senior Mulin had referred to. After all, anyone capable of healing a child's ailments must possess a healing-type martial spirit, and one that was undoubtedly formidable. Just as Yi Lingling was about to speak, Mulin approached. Mulin waved his hand directly, calling out, Miss Mulin, over here. Beside Mulin stood a young woman, Yulinger. Mulin, my dear brother. How could you partake in the Grand Soul Arena without inviting me? We could team up. Not this time. Reaching the soul respect level signifies a significant transformation. I shall participate in the Grand Master competition first. Yi Lingling turned her gaze towards them. She was aware of Yulinger's words and had heard that Yulinger was likely to participate in this year's Elite Soul Master competition, poised to ascend to the Soul Sect. It was almost certain she would compete this time around, and she had already reserved the captain's position for the next session. At merely 12 years of age, she had already attained level 38, establishing herself as an undeniable prodigy. Coupled with her gentle demeanor and enigmatic aura, she had become the embodiment of countless students' dreams. It was surprising to discover that this genius girl was acquainted with Mulin and that their relationship appeared to be quite amicable. At that moment, a robust man approached them. Oh, I did not expect to see you here, Junior Yulinger. Upon hearing her name called, Yulinger turned to look. Ah, Senior Yinjun, greetings. The man named Yinjun stepped into their circle. Greetings, everyone. I am Yinjun, a level 45 Assault System Battle Soul Master and the captain of Team Tiando for this year's Elite Soul Master competition. Throughout his introduction, Yinjun's gaze remained fixed on Yi Lingling, his intentions unmistakable. However, it was evident that Yi Lingling had little interest in him, merely nodding politely. Hello, Senior. I am Yi Lingling. Mulin added. Meanwhile, Mulin decided to distance himself from the conversation, recognizing that Yi Lingling was only 6 years old, and although Yulinger was 12, he was familiar with her. Yinjun, however, was an unfamiliar presence, prompting him to seek conversation with Yi Tianxing instead. Mulin then directly ignored Yinjun, asking Yi Lingling, Hey, Yi Lingling, you still haven't told me why you're here. You didn't even bring a guardian. It's quite dangerous. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling acknowledged her oversight, realizing that without Mulin's presence, she could have easily fallen victim to that drunken man's advances. I merely wished to see if there were any other prodigies here. Upon realizing Yi Lingling's intentions, Mulin understood her purpose for being there, to seek out someone with considerable talent. In that case, you may accompany me. I am about to participate in the soul fighting tournament, so you may join Miss Mulin and the others for now. Remember to bring someone next time, he declared. With that, Mulin turned to Yulinger, instructing her to take the others away, while he proceeded to register for the event himself. Meanwhile, Yinjun, witnessing this audacious child disregard him, felt a surge of anger. However, he was also aware of the existence of greater talents beyond his own and refrained from offending a stranger carelessly. Thus, he resolved to investigate Mulin thoroughly upon his return. As for Mulin, he donned the meticulously prepared mask and proceeded to the competition. Indeed, a mask was necessary. After all, a 6-year-old, or even one approaching 6.5, possessing such remarkable abilities seemed rather absurd. Fortunately, Mulin could alter the color of his spirit ring, and due to his physical training and the practice of the golden body secret art, he had developed a tall and imposing stature. He appeared nothing like a mere child of 6. Once adorned with the mask, he was quite convincing. Moreover, Many participants wore masks during the competition. Within the Grand Soul fighting arena of Tiando City, Mulin observed no fewer than 30 individuals similarly masked. Thus, he chose a golden mask, allowing only his eyes and nostrils to remain visible for breathing. Mulin donned a mask and approached the counter. "I would like to register for the solo event. Let the name be Golden Messenger." Mulin recalled a novel he had once read, featuring a supporting character whose essence was centered around the heart, adorned with a golden mask, yet made only a fleeting appearance before meeting his demise in the span of merely 10 chapters. This character was known as the Golden Messenger, while he chose to refer to himself as the Golden Deity. Welcome to the Grand Soul Arena number 13. I am your host, Eileen. Up next is a formidable clash between Soul Masters. Let us now invite both competitors to take the stage. Behind this charming host, a pair of blood-red butterfly wings allowed her to soar with grace. Indeed, the Grand Soul Arena of the Heaven Do City is remarkable. Even Arena No. 15 boasts enchanting female hosts. One can hardly imagine the splendor of the Central Soul Arena. Mulin gazed at the soaring figure of the woman, recalling that in the original text, there seemed to be a flying host in Soto City as well. Next to take the stage was the Soul Master Xiao He, whose martial spirit was the Blizzard Brown Bear. At the behest of the host, Eileen, a remarkably robust young man emerged. Although he appeared tall and imposing, his youthful visage gave him an air of innocence. Eileen continued to announce that Xiao He's opponent was none other than Mulin. This next contender was rather extraordinary. His martial spirit was the heart, and he was known as the Golden Messenger. Some of you may not be familiar with him. The heart is an exceedingly rare martial spirit, ranking among the most formidable even at the same level. The more precious a martial spirit is within the human body, the more powerful it becomes. Everyone is aware of the heart's intrinsic value, and the Blizzard Brown Bear is a frequent participant at the Grand Soul Arena in Tiando City, having achieved numerous consecutive victories. In fact, one of the holders of the Sapphire Badge possesses the Blizzard Brown Bear as their martial spirit. Let us eagerly anticipate the clash between these two formidable warriors. Mulin and Xiao He stood facing each other. Xiao He gazed at the diminutive figure before him and remarked, "Is your martial soul the heart? Quite intriguing. But why the mask? Have you offended someone? Or do you simply consider yourself too unsightly to be seen?" Upon hearing this, Mulin recognized that Xiao He was merely engaging in pre-match banter. However, Mulin chose to disregard him, for he had not spent 30 years in his previous life in vain. "Well then, let us commence. I wish to finish swiftly and return home for dinner," he declared. As the competition began, the host observed that both participants were prepared and promptly initiated the match. Xiao He, with his martial soul of the Blizzarding Brown Bear, stood as a level 26 Assault System Soul Master. Opposite him, the Golden Messenger, whose martial soul was the heart, was a level 24 Assault System Soul Master. Chapter 21. The First Victory in Soul Duel's Martial Soul Manifestation. Xiao He was enveloped in a flurry of white fur, his physique becoming even more robust and towering, emanating a chilling aura. 2 yellow soul rings appeared around him. In contrast, Mulin radiated a more intense golden essence, complemented by the golden mask adorning his face, embodying the essence of a golden war god. Simultaneously, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, spiraled around Mulin. Xiao He was momentarily taken aback by the purple second soul ring on Mulin. The referee and the audience were equally astonished, for it was a rarity to witness a purple soul ring in the arena of great soul masters. Those who frequented the Great Soul Arena were well acquainted with the purple soul ring, many having one in their own possession or within their households. However, a millennium-old second soul ring was an entirely different matter, as the vast majority dedicated themselves to cultivating their soul power, leaving little time for physical training. In fact, many perceived physical training as a foolish endeavor. Just look at Feng Xiaodian. Possessing innate full soul power, he reached level 40 by the age of 20. Solely due to his practice of self-created soul techniques, yet he still neglected physical training. For the denizens of Douluo continent, physical prowess was considered an adjunct to soul power cultivation, requiring no separate effort, as one would naturally absorb 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings upon reaching specific levels. Mulin knew that the only individual with a millennium-old second soul ring was Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall, owing to her twin martial souls, which necessitated physical capacity to absorb soul rings. Of course, it could also be attributed to her extraordinary talent. Nevertheless, Mulin was the sole individual in the presence of the citizens of Tiando City with a millennium-old second soul ring on display. It was possible that some of Mulin's classmates and members of the Mo family were aware of this, but aside from Yilingling, they were not present. Even if Yi Lingling were to witness it, she would be taken aback, for Mulin's rapid progress in cultivation was remarkable. As Xiao He beheld Mulin's millennium-old second soul ring, he was momentarily stunned, yet Mulin remained unfazed. Mulin directly unleashed his second soul skill. Physical enhancement, metal attribute augmentation. The overall attributes of the Mulin have currently increased by 25, while the metal attribute has surged by 100. In the fleeting moment when Xiao He was momentarily distracted, Mulin surged before him, channeling the formidable great strength King Kong palm with his left hand. It was evident that Mulin's left palm was enveloped in a golden soul force as he struck towards Xiao He. Although Xiao He was momentarily taken aback by Mulin's second soul ring, he quickly braced himself against the relentless assault. The golden palm descended upon him with the weight of a mountain, poised to crush him. Nevertheless, having participated in several competitions and undergone rigorous training at home for various reasons, Xiao He instinctively activated all his soul abilities. His first soul ability, Blizzard Palm, enhanced his power by 50, granting each strike a chance to freeze his opponent. The second, Blizzard Ice Body, augmented his defense by 80, allowing every attack he endured a chance to freeze those nearby, while simultaneously increasing the potency of his ice attribute attacks by 50. From the audience's perspective, upon activating his first and second soul rings, Xiao He's already cold physique emanated an even more frigid aura, and his hands grew in size to clash with Mulin's diminutive golden palm. However, to everyone's astonishment, despite Xiao He's activation of both soul abilities and his increased stature, he was abruptly sent flying, nearly toppling off the stage. While Mulin barely slid back a short distance, Mulin gazed at Xiao He, astonished that he too had been forced to retreat. "Hey, you must be Xiao He, right? Quite impressive, I must say. Among my contemporaries, you are the first man to push me back. Come now, let us continue." Xiao He had initially contemplated surrendering, considering that his opponent had nearly incapacitated him with merely his second soul skill, and his left hand still throbbed with pain. However, upon hearing Mulin's self-satisfied and sarcastic remarks, he felt a surge of defiance. "I refuse to believe that using soul skills does not deplete soul power. A millennium's worth of soul skills must surely consume energy. If I can just hold out, I shall prevail. Humph, I am not afraid of you." With that, Xiao He intensified the chilling aura emanating from his hands and charged at Mulin. In response, Mulin unleashed his powerful dual-handed Vajra fist, golden fist meeting silver palms. The golden essence of his soul power clashing with the waves of icy coldness. Mulin alternated between punches and palms, while Xiao He solely relied on his bear claw technique throughout the match. Alas, why was he suffering from frostbite? Xiao He could already sense that he was at a disadvantage, yet Mulin appeared to be improving with every move, seamlessly transitioning between strikes. What Xiao He could not fathom was that the golden aura of Mulin's soul power effectively repelled the chilling air. Therefore, was it Mulin who suffered from frostbite? Xiao He was not nearly cold enough. Simultaneously, Mulin was acutely aware of Xiao He's vulnerabilities. Very well, it was time to say farewell. First soul skill, Golden Flexible Bones. The Golden Flexible Bones, combined with the second soul skill, Physical Enhancement, Gold Attribute Boost, collectively increased Mulin's attributes by 65. With a 50 enhancement in reflexes and resilience, a 20 damage reduction, and a 100 boost in gold attributes, Mulin concentrated the powerful golden iron fist in his right hand and launched a full-force attack on Xiao He. The friction between the golden fist and the air stimulated Xiao He. However, being only at the 26th level, he had no means of evasion. He could only activate his soul skill once more in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, it was destined to be in vain, as Mulin's fist shattered Xiao He's defenses, sending him crashing off the stage, rendered unconscious upon impact. Upon witnessing this, the referee promptly descended and seized the megaphone. The victor of this soul duel is the Golden Divine Envoy, a great soul master, currently boasting a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Subsequently, the referee, named Eileen, approached Mulin and remarked, "Golden Divine Envoy, shall we proceed to register your points? I shall accompany you." As she spoke, Eileen cast a flirtatious glance. Despite Mulin donning a mask, his youthful voice betrayed his tender age. "Let us go. Simply registering the points will suffice." After the registration, Mulin disregarded Eileen's gaze, which was filled with disdain akin to that of a jilted lover, and departed, as he was only there for a practice session each day. On the way, Mulin suddenly spoke, "Young master, what do you think of me opening a small clinic at the Great Soul Master Arena?" Upon hearing this, Mulin cast a glance at Mulin and inquired, "What prompts such a notion?" Mulin replied, I have observed that after each bout in the Grand Soul Arena, many individuals bear hidden injuries, yet none seek treatment. Perhaps it is a surge of compassion within me, and I also wish to seize this opportunity to enhance my reputation and take on an apprentice. Upon hearing this, Mulin glanced at Mulin, almost forgetting that she belonged to the disciples of the medical sect. Very well, you may proceed as you wish. It is a known fact that until the sect leader achieves the strength of a soul saint, no one will acknowledge their authority. Therefore, you are free to attend to your own affairs for the time being. On the journey back, Mulin contemplated the situation regarding Mulin. It seemed they had little to occupy their days. Perhaps it was time to assign them some tasks. If need be, they could commence gathering resources in advance to prepare for the future. Otherwise, should they fail, it was highly likely that the system would not offer assistance. Mulin estimated that his existence was dispensable to the system, merely serving as an auxiliary presence. If he could rise to the occasion, he would. If not, he would seek others to traverse and fulfill the system's objectives. Chapter 22. Two Great Gifts Upon Returning to the Residence of the Crown Prince's Estate. Mulin closed the door and seated himself at the table, beginning to examine the system. Previously, when he triumphed in the competition, his system had emitted a chime. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Iron Soul Badge from the Great Soul Arena. Ding. Exclusive task for progression in the Great Soul Arena has been unlocked. Consecutive victories. Progression. The Great Soul Arena is divided into 8 tiers. Iron Soul, Copper Soul, Silver Soul, Gold Soul, Purple Gold Soul, Sapphire Soul, Ruby Soul, and Diamond Soul. Each successful upgrade yields a task reward. Consecutive victories. The Great Soul Arena features a reward mechanism for consecutive victories, providing rewards after achieving 5, 10, 50, 100, and 200 consecutive wins, with a reward granted for every additional 100 victories. Ding. The Iron Soul gift pack has been dispatched. Please claim it, host. Upon finishing this string of information, Mulin immediately immersed his mind into the system's realm. It was an extraordinarily dark space. However, 2 boxes illuminated the surroundings. 2. Mulin gazed at the 2 gift packages, each adorned with a distinct blueprint and a dragon's head. System, are these the rewards from my previous battle with Tianheng? Why did you not alert me? The system replied, host, you can scroll up for notifications. There was indeed a prompt. But it seems you may have overlooked it in the aftermath of the recent confrontation. Mulin scrolled up through the system messages and finally discovered the information regarding the 2 treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Tianheng and obtaining the first victory gift pack. After Mulin finished, he did not continue to entangle with the system, as the gift pack was already present. However, he still had some questions and asked system, does the host need to achieve a solo kill or contribute over 70 to obtain the first kill gift pack? Alright, I will be more cautious next time. Mulin stepped forward and opened 2 gift packages. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a level 1 soul guide knowledge book, a level 1 melee soul guide, and a blueprint for a long-range soul guide. Mulin gazed at the book in his hands and the 2 blueprints, his face radiant with joy. After all, he was well acquainted with soul-guiding devices. During the conflict, the Sun Moon Empire had decisively usurped the Star Luo Empire's royal lineage. The reasons behind the division of the Heaven Do Empire eluded him, but it was undeniable that it had been fractured into 2 empires. This was the strength derived from the Sun Moon Empire's vigorous development of soul-guiding devices. According to the rankings, it meant that he could obtain at least an 8th level soul-guiding device, if not higher. The advancement of badges was no trivial matter. There was a considerable likelihood of achieving a 9th level, and even a faint possibility of reaching the 10th. Mulin recalled a master of the soul guidance devices, Kong Deming, from the Sun and Moon Empire of Do'er. He possessed a level 10 soul guidance device, the Silver Moon Divine Shield, which allowed him to safeguard himself. Whether at level 94 or 95, even in the presence of a level 99 adversary, Mulin firmly believes in Master Kong's abilities. Being renowned as a master of mechanical arts in another realm, he undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary talent for soul-guiding devices. Furthermore, Mulin may even have the potential to summon additional masters in the realm of machinery. Achieving a level 10 soul-guiding device is not merely a dream. Mulin gradually regained his composure and glanced towards the second victory box. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have received a portion of metallic dragon chi. Is that all? It doesn't elaborate on its purpose? Mulin was utterly bewildered. After all, he had only encountered the concept of dragon energy in novels and had no real understanding of its application. In his previous life, The protagonists either consume dragon flesh and blood or directly return to their ancestral form as dragons. Hey, system, what is the purpose of dragon energy? Please explain. Ding. To the host, the system is also unaware. It is simply because your first victory was against Yu Tianheng, whose dragon lineage talent surpasses your own lightning talent. Hence you were awarded dragon energy. Upon hearing this, Mulin questioned whether he had misheard. Are you suggesting that if I were to defeat Qianren Xue in a duel, you would bestow upon me attributes of divinity? Or if I vanquished Ma Hongjun, you would grant me the blood of the phoenix or perhaps the dark fire? And what if I were to triumph over Tang San? Would you then endow me with the dual spirit or perhaps the vitality of the blue-silver emperor combined with the weight or strength of the Haotian hammer? Indeed. The initial victory treasure chest will reflect the attributes of the individual you have defeated, with a particular emphasis on their innate talents. For instance, Yu Tianheng's talents are prominently manifested in his dragon attributes. Very well, I shall conserve the dragon energy for now and will determine its use later. Or should I encounter any fortuitous opportunities, please do remind me. Understood, esteemed host. Upon the return of his focus, Mulin gazed upon the metallic dragon aura within the confines of the system space, accompanied by a level 1 soul guidance device knowledge tome and 2 blueprints. Although he was presently uncertain how to utilize the dragon aura, Mulin sensed that it would ultimately prove to be of the greatest significance to him. Nevertheless, while the means to wield the dragon aura eluded him for the time being, the soul guidance device already held some utility. Mulin had already envisioned the future. Master Kong crafted it and integrated it with the intricate mechanisms of the Mana school, yielding even greater results. After selling it to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, a substantial influx of golden soul coins poured in, along with a wealth of resources. Mulin smiled as he drifted into slumber. The following day, he hastily finished his meal and set off towards an inn. Upon entering, his eyes were immediately drawn to the diligent innkeeper preparing the establishment's cleanliness, as well as Dong Xiang, who had just emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes to the upper floor. Mulin nodded to the waiter and led Dong Xiang towards their usual spot. Is Master Kong present? He inquired. I have acquired the blueprints for the soul guiding devices in this world, akin to the peculiar mechanisms of this realm. Dong Xiang, aware of Master Kong's consent to the system's collaboration, promptly arranged the meal. Young Master Mulin, please take a seat. I shall fetch him. He's likely still resting. As you know, he is of an advanced age and enjoys his slumber. Go ahead, I shall wait for a while. Shortly thereafter, Master Kong, disheveled and hasty, burst through the door with remarkable speed and approached Mulin. Young Master, have you obtained the blueprints for the soul guiding devices? Mulin directly presented the knowledge book of the primary soul guiding device and 2 blueprints obtained yesterday. Although they pertain to the first level, they should suffice. For all things evolve from the foundational. This should provide you with some inspiration. Master Kong first scanned the blueprints and then set them aside. They were incomprehensible at first glance, as he had not studied them. However, given Master Kong's expertise in mechanism arts, he could undoubtedly create a more powerful version. Yet, this particular soul guiding device remained elusive, so he turned to the book for understanding. Subsequently, Master Kong Ming sat nearby, engrossed in the reading, occasionally exclaiming, "Ah, I see. This concept is quite brilliant. The soul guiding device is truly remarkable." Meanwhile, Bai Yu, Mu Ling, Yu Linger, and Lei Yi entered the room. Alas, where is Lan Feng? Surely he hasn't overslept? No, Mr. Lan Feng rose early. He is likely outside exercising. I shall check on him shortly. Chapter 23, Doubling Up, 1, in the preceding text. The names of Master Band, Daoji, and the Iron Hammer have been altered. Refer to Chapter 16 for details. At the Great Soul Arena in Heavendo City. On platform number 5, a woman with a butterfly-like martial spirit sword through the air, holding a microphone and calling out. The winner of this match is our Golden Divine Envoy, the Grand Soul Master. Congratulations on achieving 5 consecutive victories. Currently, the Golden Divine Envoy boasts an impressive record of 5 wins and no losses. Please have the esteemed Golden Divine Envoy proceed to the backstage to register the points. After Mulin registered his points backstage, he returned to the private room, removed his mask, and upon putting it away, he noticed Yu Lingling and the others rushing towards him. Yu Lingo approached Mulin and began to circle around him, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Sister Linger, is there something wrong with me? He asked. Upon hearing this, Yu Linger shook her head and replied, It's nothing. I'm just curious about what a freak looks like. Huh? How am I a freak? Mulin responded. Yu Lingo, as if hearing something utterly unbelievable, exclaimed, Aren't you a freak? You're only 6 years old. definitely not older than 7, and yet you are already at level 24. Moreover, you even defeated a level 29 Great Soul Master in a one-on-one battle. Upon hearing this, Mulin contemplated. There are 3 self-created soul techniques, one being a meditation method combined with explosive skills created by a limit Douluo of the same martial spirit, and another involving the sacrifice of a 10,000-year soul beast. If I cannot achieve this, I would be considered worthless. Any one of these elements could empower a great soul master to surpass 5 levels in combat. Moreover, my second soul ring is already a premium 1,000-year soul technique. Defeating them should be effortless. However, Mulin was acutely aware that reasoning with women was futile. Perhaps it was merely good fortune on my part. If they expected me to perform as I did at the second ring, the battle would likely become exceedingly difficult. In truth, Mulin's assertion held merit. For Yulingo possessed a soundwave-type martial spirit capable of spiritual attacks, rendering her virtually invulnerable. Furthermore, Mulin had only been cultivating the Tai soul decision for less than half a year and had yet to reach a high level of mastery. Upon hearing this, Yulingo responded, consider yourself passed. Do you wish to participate in a 2v2 match? It would be effortless for us to face a great soul master together. Come join me in battling against a soul venerable. Yulingo indeed believed that Mulin, as a great soul master, found it rather simple, especially since he had just triumphed over a reasonably skilled 29th level great soul master, whose soul rings were yellow, excluding Mulin, and were a perfect match for both Bai Dong and her partner. Yet, in Mulin's hands, this opponent fell within 3 rounds. The first round involved unveiling martial spirits and soul techniques. The second was a direct clash, and by the third round, the opponent was defeated, indeed weaker than Xiao He, whom Mulin had encountered in his first competition. Upon hearing this, Mulin deemed it a commendable approach. For engaging in combat with formidable soul masters indeed offered little in terms of practical experience. Although the rewards held significance, they were not the sole focus. Suddenly, Mulin's gaze fell upon Yulingling beside him. Since Mulin had rescued her previously, Yulingling had developed a certain attachment to him. Mulin, however, made no effort to dissuade her, recognizing that Yulingling hailed from a distinguished lineage. Her father was the foremost healing soul master in the entire continent. Making an alliance with her advantageous for Mulin. After all, who could resist the allure of a refined, composed, and charming young lady? At least, Mulin found her delightful. Lingling, let us participate together. As a soul master, your presence would make our odds favorable. Considering the opposing team comprises at most 2 level 29 soul masters, I shall engage the formidable soul masters first, and subsequently, I will test my mettle against the soul elder realm. Yi Lingling was taken aback. After all, an invitation from the esteemed Yuling was not one easily declined. However, upon hearing Mulin's subsequent explanation, she cast him a glance, understanding that he likely wished to include her in this small circle. After all, her visits were primarily to witness Mulin's competitions and indulge in snacks. It was rather quiet, with Yuling and Muling embodying the essence of tranquility. Muling's sole purpose in attending was to ensure Mulin did not sustain any severe injuries, though such a scenario seemed improbable. Yuling simply desired to be present. Both individuals were inherently introverted. The most Muling had done was contemplate taking Yulingling as a disciple upon hearing about her martial soul, yet he hesitated, fearing she might dismiss him as merely a soul emperor, and thus remained silent. Yulingling was the type to keep her thoughts to herself, preferring to observe Mulin's competitions while enjoying snacks, remaining unfamiliar with Yuling and Muling. Upon listening to Mulin, Yuling grasped the underlying intention and recognized Muling's desire to mentor Yulingling. This occasion would serve as an opportunity for exploration. Muling straightened his posture, eager to witness the famed 9-heart begonia, hoping to discern if it was indeed as extraordinary as the legends proclaimed. Should it prove true, he would not hesitate to risk his reputation in an attempt to take Yulingling as a disciple. May I join? My first soul skill as healing may not suffice, considering my current rank as a soul master. Fear not, let us proceed. With me by your side, you shall remain unscathed. With that, Mulin took Yulingling by the hand and headed to register for the 2v2 competition. Greetings. Could you assist us in registering a duo for the upcoming match and arrange for us to compete today? Mulin led Yulingling to the registration desk, addressing the staff while signing the registration form together with her. All right, a duo team. Mulin, Yulingling. The staff responded promptly. Now, please choose a name for your team, limited to 2 characters. The staff quickly processed the information for Mulin and Yi Lingling, then handed them a piece of paper for the team name. What? This differs from the original text? Well, this is Tiando City. While Tangsen registered in Suodo City, there should be some distinctions. Yi Lingling pondered. What shall we name our combination? How about Heart C? Your martial soul contains the character for heart, and mine does as well. 9 hearts doesn't sound as melodious as Heart C. All right, we shall go with your suggestion. After Mulin completed the team information, he handed it back to the staff. Upon noticing that Yi Lingling was only at level 15, 9 levels below Mulin and a support type, the staff wondered if she was courting disaster. However, upon reviewing the subsequent data, martial soul, heart, level 24. A powerful attack spirit master, the staff recalled the previous incident where Mulin had defeated a level 29 spirit master in just 3 rounds. It seemed this gentleman was here for some practical experience. The staff quietly organized the information and announced, the Heart C team has been established. Your next match is in 1 hour at arena number 7. Afterward, Mulin and Yi Lingling enjoyed some snacks in their private box while watching the matches of other teams. Before long, an hour had passed. The Heart C team, please prepare for arena number 7. The Heart C team, please prepare for arena number 7. The Heart C team, please prepare for arena number 7. Mulin and Yi Lingling arrived at the soul fighting arena, observing a man and a woman before them. The man appeared somewhat familiar. However, the host's self-introduction, following the warm-up session, soon provided Mulin with clarity. Zhao Qin, with the martial soul of the Blizzard Brown Bear, was a level 29 assault-type soul master. Mulin, wielding the martial soul of the Black Snake Whip, was a level 27 agility-type battle soul master. In Chapter 24, titled Duo Combat 2, Mulin, possessing the martial soul of the heart, was a level 24 assault-type soul master. Yi Lingling, with the martial soul of the 9-heart begonia, was a level 13 support-type soul master. Upon hearing Mulin's introduction, Zhao Qin scrutinized him closely, with a 99% certainty that Mulin was a golden envoy. Yet, upon hearing Yi Lingling's words, he cast another glance at Mulin. Young man, do you intend to bear the weight of a lady? Do take care not to strain your back. Upon hearing this, Mulin cast a glance at Zhao Qin. Surname Zhao? I wonder what your connection is with Zhao He. It's nothing significant. I am his elder brother by 1 year. Mulin laughed heartily, remarking, your brother lacks endurance. After a few exchanges with me, he could not hold on. I hope you, as his elder brother, can endure a bit longer. As he spoke, Mulin summoned his martial soul into an observer. A golden light emanated from his heart, gradually enveloping his entire being. Perhaps when Mulin's soul power deepens in the future, activating his martial soul will transform him into a small golden figure in the eyes of others. In a timely manner, Yi Lingling also summoned her martial soul. When the begonia blossoms, all things rejuvenate. The 9 hearts begonia martial soul materialized in Yi Lingling's hands, a resplendent pink begonia with petals of white and pink. The begonia, vivid in color and elegant in form, had its leaves and vines cascading from Yi Lingling's palms, swaying gently in the breeze like the tresses of a modest lady, exuding deep affection and graceful charm. Humph, merely a support soul master, let her be. Defeat Mulin directly and make him lose face before his sister. Mulin found this curious, for the consensus in team battles was to eliminate the support first, although Yi Lingling was just a soul master. But what if Mulin, from his perspective, did not seem like an arrogant young man? On the contrary, he appeared quite composed. Such a person who willingly brought Yi Lingling along must have his own intentions, and defeating a mere support soul master would not consume much soul power. Mulin glanced at Zhao Qin, about to speak when she noticed Zhao Qin turning his face, first looking at her, and then at Yi Lingling, a fierce glimmer flashing in his eyes. Mulin immediately grasped her partner Zhao Qin's intention, feinting a diversion. I must say, Zhao Qin does not seem like an arrogant person. Although this strategy may not be the best, it is necessary. Mulin's achievement of defeating a level 29 Great Soul Master in 3 rounds while being 5 levels lower is quite impressive. The primary Soul Master Mulin had defeated was Zhao Qin's classmate, and they believed they could surpass that classmate, though they were exhausted afterward. Unlike Mulin, who appeared unfazed after 3 rounds. Let us go. First soul skill, Blizzard Palm, enhances strength and has a chance to freeze the enemy. First soul skill, Black Snake Bind. The whip morphs into a black snake, venomous with sharp fangs, lasting for 5 minutes. To Mulin's eyes, Mulin seemed to wield a 2 to 3 meter long black snake, gripping its tail in midsection. Lingling, Be cautious. Zhao Chun and Mulin do not appear to be uninterested in targeting you. Rest assured, Mulin. My evasion and escape skills are formidable. Second soul skill, physical enhancement, metal attribute boost. However, Mulin did not take the initiative to strike. After all, with Mulin's exceptional mental prowess and keen eyesight, he had just discerned something amiss in Zhao Chen's eyes. To make a preemptive strike in such a situation would either require the ability to decisively defeat Zhao Chen or indicate a lack of wisdom. Presently, Mulin did not possess such capabilities. His soul abilities were primarily focused on self-enhancement or survival, such as the golden body and teleportation. Activating his invincible golden body, combined with the golden flexible bones and his second soul ability, alongside the full force of the great strength diamond fist, might yield a 90% chance of instantaneously vanquishing Zhao Chen. Yet, in this context, Zhao Chen was not Mulin's nemesis. And given that it was merely a soul battle competition, it was not worth the effort. Observing Mulin's reluctance to engage, Zhao Chun and Mulin decided to take the initiative themselves, especially since Mulin's first soul ability was time-sensitive and could not afford to be delayed. Zhao Chun raised both hands, preparing to launch an attack on Mulin. Mulin, akin to his confrontation with Zhao He, wielded the formidable power of the Diamond Series martial soul with both arms, engaging Zhao Chun in a direct clash. However, what set this encounter apart was that the experiences Mulin had cultivated during his training at the prince's mansion had now transformed into tangible reality through these recent battles. Mulin felt a strong conviction that he could likely surpass his former self from just a few days prior. After all, at that time, he was still somewhat rigid in his mastery of the powerful and dynamic techniques of the Dali King Kong series. Additionally, after each battle of souls, Yi Tianxing would impart valuable insights to Mulin on more effective strategies for defeating adversaries. For instance, during his inaugural battle against Zhao He, who launched his attacks with grandiose flair, Mulin noted that his reaction speed, attack velocity, and strength surpassed those of Zhao He. He realized he could exploit Zhao He's offensive maneuvers to strike at his joints. Although Zhao Chen was more formidable than Zhao He, being merely a year older and possessing a soul power advantage of 5 levels, he was not overwhelmingly superior. Furthermore, this time, Mulin discreetly applied the explosive techniques associated with the Angry Dragon meditation method. Mulin delivered a powerful punch directly to Zhao Chen's left shoulder joint, one of the most vulnerable points in the human arm. Just as Zhao Chen was preparing to launch his own attack, he was forced to retreat from the impact of Mulin's strike. Upon glancing at his left shoulder, he noticed the distinct imprint of a fist. It is important to note that Mulin possessed soul power of the golden attribute, renowned for its formidable armor-piercing capabilities, further amplified by a 100 enhancement from his second soul skill. It is easy to imagine the extent of Zhao Chen's predicament at that moment. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Chen fixed his gaze on Mulin. Moran, it's fine, press on. Mulin is merely a 24th level Great Soul Master. His first soul skill has likely been rendered ineffective. Defeat Yilingling swiftly, and we can engage him together. I will hold Mulin off for you. Moran observed Zhao Chen, his jaw clenched, beads of sweat forming on his brow. She was about to urge him to concede, warning that he should not jeopardize his future for an unnecessary soul battle. However, upon hearing Zhao Chen's resolute words, she halted, fully aware of his aspirations. Defeating Mulin would serve to prove to their family that he was not inferior to Zhao He. Both Zhao Chen and Zhao He were sons of the current patriarch of the Zhao clan. Although Zhao Chen was a year older than Zhao He, his standing was somewhat diminished. Zhao Chen possessed innate soul power at level 7, while Zhao He boasted level 8. Despite both being regarded as having high innate soul power, an 8 is evidently superior to a 7, signifying that Zhao He's growth rate was more rapid. Given the same resources, perseverance, and effort, Zhao He would undoubtedly progress faster than Zhao Chun, barring any fortunate encounters for Zhao Chun or unfortunate missteps for Zhao He. As it stood, Zhao Chun at 13 would likely not reach the rank of Soul Master until he was nearly 14, if not at that age already. In contrast, Zhao He, having just turned 12, had already achieved level 26 and was on the brink of becoming a Soul Master by the time he turned 13. Zhao Chun was racing against the clock, desperately striving for resources. Moran recognized that she could not afford to lag behind, and given Zhao Chen's considerable talent, the family had arranged adequate support and protection for him due to his innate level 7 soul power. This time, their participation in the soul battle was accompanied by a dedicated healing soul master who would attend to them after the match. Chapter 25, Doubles, 3, Ha. Boy. Let us continue. The chill emanating from Zhao Qin's palms intensified, yet for reasons unknown, he had yet to employ his second soul skill. Upon hearing this, Mulin scrutinized Zhao Qin closely. You intend to delay me, allowing Miss Mulin to seize the opportunity to strike at Ling Ling. Although his tone suggested confusion regarding Zhao Qin's intentions, the certainty in his voice conveyed a clear message. Cease your futile tricks. Defeat me outright, for otherwise, your skills are of no consequence. Zhao Qin and Mulin exchanged glances, resolving to confront Mulin together. While they would leave the timing regarding Yi Ling Ling to fate, Zhao Qin was unconvinced that Mulin could continuously shield Yi Ling Ling, arrogant little brat. Prepare to face me. Without any intention of utilizing his second soul skill, Zhao Qin charged directly at Mulin. Simultaneously, Mulin swiftly matched Zhao Qin's offensive rhythm, darting beside Mulin and unleashing the black serpent in her grasp towards him. The audience, some of whom had already closed their eyes, braced themselves as a massive black serpent, spanning 2 to 3 meters, lunged at Mulin, accompanied by a giant hand radiating an ominous chill. Though witnessing death was not a common occurrence for them, opinions varied. Some couldn't bear to watch, while others stood in fervor. A few audience members leapt to their feet, exclaiming, "Yes, eliminate this little brat. Kill him." Yi Ling Ling, filled with concern, summoned her martial soul, first soul skill, complete healing. All non-lethal units within range are fully restored. Meanwhile, Mulin activated his own first soul skill, golden soft bones. Zhao Qin, have your attacks always been so full of flaws? Mulin paid no heed to the lurking black serpent behind him. Instead, he summoned his strength and charged directly towards Zhao Qin. Before Zhao Qin could react, Mulin had already readied his formidable palm strike. With a swift motion, Mulin aimed a punch at Zhao Qin's abdomen. Though Mulin possessed the capability to eliminate Zhao Qin, he refrained from such an act, for the Xiao family wielded considerable power, including a high-ranking soul Douluo rumored to be training within their ranks. To slay Zhao Qin would inevitably breed enmity. Mulin's character would never allow him to concede, nor would the Xiao family likely submit. Engaging in conflict with an entire family would burden Yi Tianqing immensely, especially considering the Xiao family's long-standing presence in Tiando City. It was likely that other families in Tiando City would also intervene, prompting the likes of Lan Feng and others to enter the fray. Yi Tianqing and Lan Feng were not averse to participating, but it was deemed best to wait until Mulin had fully matured before entering the battlefield. In Mulin's mind, survival was paramount. If survival was unattainable, then one must eradicate the threat, provided it was feasible. Simultaneously, Mulin braced himself with his left arm to absorb Mulin's full-force strike. Remarkably, he felt little more than a tremor in his arm upon impact. Utilizing his tried-and-true method, he sent Mulin soaring through the air. As for the injuries inflicted by Mulin, they had been swiftly healed by Yi Ling Ling's soul abilities, a testament to the extraordinary prowess of a healing spirit with maximum aptitude. While Mulin's own dual soul abilities, coupled with the enhancement of a 100,000-year soul ring and spirit bone, played a role in mitigating damage, it was indeed an impressive feat. Meanwhile, Zhao Qin and Mulin had managed to support each other. Mulin, you are formidable, and your companion is commendable as well. Your soul master realm is sufficient to inflict injuries upon Mulin. However, we have one final move. If you withstand it, we concede. Mulin, do you dare? Upon hearing this, Mulin cast a glance at Yi Ling Ling. After all, this was a doubles match, and without the input of a partner, Mulin would undoubtedly agree. However, it was a doubles match, after all, and he had a companion. Yi Ling Ling, upon noticing Mulin's gaze directed towards her, felt a warmth in her heart, as it had been a long time since anyone sought her opinion. Unlike this trip to Tiando City, which was mandated by the elders of her family. Although her father was reluctant, there was little he could do. Certain events had transpired within the Yi family that had diminished his authority as clan leader. Were it not for the protection of a few soul Douluo, it was likely that he would have been ousted. Yi Ling Ling's visit to Tiando City was not solely to seek a son-in-law or to forge alliances for her family. It was also a means to avoid the demands of the family elders. After all, how could a few soul Douluo's little princesses be compelled by the elders? She certainly did not fear the prospect of being ambushed on her journey home. Yi Ling Ling nodded, saying, I shall heed your advice. Upon hearing Yi Ling Ling's response, Mulin turned to Zhao Qin and Mulin. You may proceed. Zhao Qin glanced at Mulin. Let's go. However, Mulin appeared somewhat apprehensive as she looked at Zhao Qin. Is this truly necessary? It's merely a battle of souls, not worth it. Zhao Qin's expression remained resolute. Let us move forward. The second soul skill, Eyesight Frenzy. This skill enhances all attributes by 30, diminishing over time. With a minimum of 5, and attacks have a chance to freeze the enemy. The roar may also cause dizziness in opponents, dependent on the disparity in mental strength. Side effects. Once activated, it plunges the user into a frenzied state, retaining only a fragment of consciousness to deactivate the second soul skill. The second soul skill, Exuberant Vine Armor. The martial soul transforms into a vine-like armor, alleviating a significant portion of negative effects, especially mental ones, while enhancing attack and defense by 80, with each strike carrying a poison effect. Side effects. Vulnerability to fire, sensitivity to gold, and increased weight. Zhao Chun let out a furious roar towards the heavens, his muscles swelling as he approached a towering height of 2.5 meters. His eyes turning blood red as he gazed at Mulin and Yi Lingling. It was not until the vine armor embedded itself into Zhao Chen's skin that the crimson hue in his eyes diminished slightly, yet still persisted. Mulin, we shall conclude this battle in 3 minutes. Mulin gazed at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, I must impart a piece of knowledge to you. Height does not equate to prowess. Such individuals merely become targets. With a smirk, he added, then allow me to demonstrate the might of a target. First soul technique, Blizzard Palm. Zhao Chen, with his crimson eyes, advanced towards Mulin, each step causing the stage to tremble. Were it any ordinary 6-year-old, or even the majority of 12 or 13-year-olds, they would likely be paralyzed with fear. Yet Mulin was not disheartened. As he remarked, Zhao Chen had indeed grown taller and more robust. However, the redness in his eyes indicated that he had undoubtedly lost some measure of rationality. While Mulin verbally highlighted Zhao Chen's shortcomings, he simultaneously activated another aspect of his first soul technique, the invincible golden body. This technique not only rendered him immune to damage from divine-level attacks and below, but also doubled his strength. To onlookers, it appeared as though Mulin had merely unleashed his first soul technique once more. Now, fortified by the invincible golden body, golden soft bones, and the enhancement of his constitution with metal attributes, Mulin was prepared. As Zhao Chun launched his attack, Mulin executed a powerful golden leg technique, forcefully driving his foot into the ground. Mulin rushed directly to Zhao Chen's side, delivering a powerful strike of the great strength diamond palm. Augmented by the attributes of 3 soul skills, he left an imprint on Zhao Chen's shoulder, likely rendering it nearly incapacitated. After the match concluded, Mulin, accompanied by Yi Lingling, Yu Linger, and Mu Ling, approached Zhao Chun, as inflicting such an injury during a soul duel was rather unfortunate. The primary motivation was Mu Ling's desire to take Yu Lingling as a disciple. Now was indeed the opportune moment for Mu Ling to display her prowess. Chapter 26, Yi Lingling's Apprenticeship. In the resting area of the Grand Soul Arena, Zhao Chen lay in the embrace of Mo Lan while receiving treatment from a healing soul master of the Xiao family. This middle-aged healer appeared gentle, yet his face was notably pale. This is dire. The shoulder is inherently the most vulnerable part of the human arm, and the troublesome metal attribute soul power left by that Mu Lin complicates matters. As a soul king, I cannot fully heal it. I must consult with Master Mo upon my return. What did you say? Are you aware that a delay in treatment could leave Zhao Chen permanently disabled? He is a natural-born level 7 soul master and the eldest son of the Xiao family patriarch. Yet the metal attribute soul power, as you know, possesses exceptional lethality, ranking among the most dangerous. This particular surge is not only formidable but also rather unique. It has already infiltrated the crevices of Zhao Chen's bones, even threatening to integrate with his soul power. I am unable to assist. My soul skills primarily address external injuries. The healer clearly understood Zhao Chen's esteemed status. Yet he could not be blamed. After all, he was merely a soul king, and the shoulder joint is indeed the most fragile joint in the human body. Furthermore, Mu Lin had unleashed 2 soul skills from his first soul ring, both striking true. Fortunately, Mu Lin had refrained from employing the Great Strength Diamond Fist or the explosive techniques derived from the founder of the Angry Dragon meditation. Otherwise, Zhao Chun would have undoubtedly become the one-armed hero of Douluo. At that moment, Mu Lin arrived with Mu Ling, Yu Linger, Yi Lingling, and Yi Tianqing. Mo Lan also noticed the 5 approaching figures. What are you doing here? To mock me? Yi Tianqing cast her a glance, but chose to ignore her. Mu Ling stepped forward, stating, I am confident I can heal this young man named Zhao Chun. Allow me to give it a try. Zhao Chun was initially engulfed in despair. The prospect of losing the use of his arms signified a complete forfeiture of his future, especially given his strained relationship with Zhao He. Their connection could be described as one of mutual disdain. akin to the adage of two tigers unable to coexist on the same mountain. Both possessed exceedingly domineering personalities, though Zhao Chun harbored a tender spot in his heart for Mulin. Thus, their rivalry had persisted since childhood, with Zhao Chun awakening his martial soul a rank below Zhao He. Despite being a year his senior, the innate soul power was of paramount importance to all. Zhao He was rapidly closing the gap. Zhao Chun aspired to triumph over Mulin in the Grand Soul Arena, thereby proving to his family that he surpassed Zhao He in strength. Achieving this would grant him access to greater resources, allowing him to consistently stay ahead of Zhao He during future endeavors, should he return victorious. The elders of the clan would likely cast their votes in favor of Zhao Chun, enhancing his prospects of becoming the clan leader. However, the thought of being a one-armed leader seemed implausible. He was not the only titled member of the clan, after all. With his abilities diminished, he felt as though he had already lost to Zhao He, resigning himself to the notion of serving the family by achieving merit at the borders. There remained a chance for his descendants to be elected as clan leader, yet he had jeopardized that opportunity. Nevertheless, Muling's words ignited a flicker of hope within him. Zhao Chun turned to Muling, whose simple attire belied the gentle smile and unique aura she exuded. Mulin and the middle-aged soul master were poised to refuse her assistance, but Zhao Chun interrupted them. Come on, it's likely I'll suffer from after-effects regardless. Mulin and the soul master could only retreat, acknowledging the validity of Zhao Chun's argument. After all, the situation could not deteriorate any further. Muling stepped forward, meticulously probing Zhao Chun's shoulder with her soul power and mental energy. Rest assured, this ailment is manageable, though it may be somewhat painful. Please bear with it. As she spoke, Muling retrieved an iron rod from her soul guiding device and placed it between Zhao Chun's teeth. Confused, Zhao Chun watched as Muling summoned her silver needle martial soul, accompanied by her soul rings. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Another instance of a transcended soul ring. Mulin was left astounded. Encountering even one transcended soul ring was a rarity, let alone two. It was rumored that Yulinger possessed one as well, though Mulin had never witnessed it. While pondering this, Mulin glanced at Yulinga beside her. Meanwhile, Muling began to unleash her soul skill. First soul skill, division. The silver needles could replicate infinitely, mirroring the healing effects of her original form. Muling immediately conjured 9 silver needles, skillfully inserting them into specific acupoints, allowing them to gradually sink in. The threads connecting the needles to Muling's hand glowed with a vibrant green soul power. At the same time, Zhao Chun, cradled in Mulin's arms, attempted to rise, only to be firmly restrained by Mulin. Stay still. Miss Muling is still treating you. Zhao Chun found himself immobile, his left arm still throbbing with pain, forcing him to bite down on the iron rod until his face turned crimson. At last, after what felt like 5 or 6 interminable minutes, the treatment concluded. There. The metallic soul power in your shoulder has been eradicated, and some of the internal injuries you harbored have also been alleviated. However, a portion of the metallic soul power seems to have fused with your own, though its spirit informed him. Gasping for breath, Zhao Chun rose and activated his martial spirit, discovering that there were no significant changes except perhaps for the enhanced sharpness of his claws. Master with spirit, my claws have indeed become sharper, and I am grateful, Zhao Chun remarked, bowing in appreciation, with Mulin also expressing her gratitude to the wood spirit. Indeed, it is only fitting to address you as master. Considering the severity of the injuries and the absence of soul techniques employed, Zhao Chun noted. Meanwhile, the middle-aged soul master looked on in astonishment, regaining his composure as he observed the wood spirit, who displayed no signs of fatigue. Master wood spirit, I am Mu Hong, and you are of the same lineage as I. Would you be interested in visiting the Zhao family? My master, Mo Yunkong, is a healing soul master of the soul saint level. Would you find this appealing, Miss Wood Spirit? Zhao Chun's eyes sparkled with interest at the mention of her healing prowess, having personally experienced its efficacy, especially considering that she had yet to utilize any soul techniques. She was undoubtedly a prodigious healing soul master. Thank you, but no, the wood spirit replied without hesitation, and with that, the 5 of them departed. Mu Hong was about to voice another thought, when Yi Tianqing shot him a glance that rendered him speechless. Once they had left, Zhao Chun tugged at Mu Hong. Uncle Mu Hong, what troubles you? Were you just trying to persuade Master Wood Spirit? No, let us go. That young man was undoubtedly a master. His gaze held more force than even that of Master Mo or Lord Zhao. He is likely at least a high-level soul emperor, if not a soul saint. Mu Hong asserted. What did you say? That is impossible, Zhao Chun exclaimed, rising in disbelief. After all, the family powers in Tiando City, aside from the four great families and the royal family, had the Soul Saint as their highest visible authority. Let us proceed. My senses are infallible. As a healing soul master with no combat strength, I must rely on my perception to evade peril. He is at the very least a high-level soul emperor. Mu Heng insisted. On the carriage, the wood spirit turned to Yi Lingling. Miss Yi, I have observed your martial spirit, and I must say, your talent for restoring life surpasses my own. Would you be interested in learning from me? Yi Lingling looked at the wood spirit, biting her lip as she replied. Master Wood Spirit, I am indeed interested, but due to certain circumstances regarding my family background, I hope you understand. It would be best if I could have my father come to speak with you. The wooden spirit is indeed quite perceptive. Understanding that it is troublesome for someone from the Yi family like Yi Lingling to seek a mentor, it remarked, no problem. I am also quite intrigued by the world's foremost healing soul master. In Chapter 27, attempting to pursue Qian Renxue, the five of them arrived at the Yi family's residence in Tiando City by carriage. After disembarking, Yi Lingling turned to the wooden spirit and said, Master Mulin, I will send a letter to my father upon my return, requesting him to visit Tiando City. I hope you can bear with me for a few days. Upon hearing this, the wooden spirit nodded amiably. It is of no concern. I too am very interested in Master Yi Yun. It would be an honor to meet him. Not at all. Master Mulin is too modest. Your understanding of the human body is truly unparalleled, and we shall discuss further at another time. Farewell. Mulin observed the two individuals exchanging compliments to the point of nearly dozing off. In the vehicle, Yi Lingling was swiftly captivated by Mulin's knowledge of the medical arts. Although it felt as if she were on the verge of apprenticing herself, Yi Lingling had family ties to consider. The status of a master is exceedingly elevated, often rivaling or even surpassing that of one's parents. Thus, seeking to become an apprentice necessitated the consent of her parents. After the four of them, Mulin, Muling, Yulinger, and Yi Tianxing, parted ways. Mulin and Yi Tianxing returned to the prince's residence to indulge in the delicacies prepared by Xue Qinghe, while Muling and Yulinger sought refuge in a quaint inn for relaxation and conversation. Within the prince's estate, Qian Renxue, lounging in a rocking chair under the warm sun, squinted at the returning Mulin. Has this young man truly taken advantage of my hospitality, consuming my food, drinking my beverages, and residing in my abode without any sign of gratitude? It has been half a year. Does he genuinely intend to regard me as nothing more than a mere tool? Upon noticing Qian Renxue swaying leisurely in the rocking chair, Mulin approached with a beaming smile. Qian Renxue regarded him, taking in the sight of his tousled golden hair, golden eyes narrowing into crescent shapes due to his cheerful demeanor, complemented by those irresistibly captivating lips. He appeared utterly charming and delightful, evoking a desire to embrace him playfully. Mulin's gaze upon the figure before him, disguised as Xue Qinghe, gradually took on a somewhat perilous edge. Nevertheless, he cautiously approached from behind and gently grasped the shoulders of Qian Renxue. Elder brother Crown Prince, I hope you don't mind my calling you that. At the moment Mulin made contact, Qian Renxue experienced a fleeting tremor, but she managed to suppress it. After all, Mulin was still young, and his touch was surprisingly gentle. Upon hearing his words, she replied, Of course, it's no problem at all. What brings you here? Hee, it's nothing much. I just feel a bit guilty for staying here without contributing anything, so I thought I might offer you a shoulder massage. I learned this technique specially for you. How does the pressure feel? This was indeed a skill Mulin had deliberately acquired from Muling, as he felt a twinge of embarrassment for living off the crown prince's hospitality. Although he could easily leave, he was genuinely curious about the beauty of Qian Renxue, who was renowned as the most stunning woman in the Douluo continent. Admittedly, Mulin was somewhat enamored by her physique. After all, she was destined to become the angel god and was undoubtedly among the top 3 most powerful women of her time, alongside Bibi Dong and Poseidon, one could argue. Furthermore, she appeared to be particularly starved for affection and rather easy to pursue. Once he successfully won her over, he believed his troubles would be alleviated. Mulin acknowledged his inclination towards a more dependent lifestyle. Thus, here was a woman who currently wielded considerable power and was destined for even greater influence, coupled with unparalleled beauty. From the original narrative, it was evident that Qian Renxue was intensely devoted, almost to the point of obsession, and quite susceptible to courtship. With a little love and shared emotional experiences, such as the loss of parents or other significant figures, expressed through the medium of music, he believed he could reach her heart. Mulin felt a sense of determination. Upon hearing Mulin's words, Qian Rinxue opened one eye to glance at him, her smile revealing charming dimples. Instinctively, she reached out a hand to pinch him. Mulin, taken aback, paused in his shoulder massage, realizing his sudden stillness. Qian Rinxue quickly came to her senses. How had she become so enraptured? Clearing her throat, she said, "Pay it no mind. A few months ago, I lost 2 younger brothers, and your cheerful demeanor reminds me of those dear siblings. Please disregard it." As she explained, she reflected on her own actions. Admonishing herself, Qian Rinxue, "You must be more careful. You came to the heavenly Dou Empire to prove your worth to that woman, to capture her attention. You are destined to be a ruler among the continent. Do not be swayed by men. They will only hinder your swiftness in drawing your sword." Mulin, understanding her sentiment, responded, "I see. The crown prince can always pinch if he wishes, for it seems I have little else to offer as recompense. Earning a living is beyond me. I can only trade on my allure. I hope the crown prince does not grow weary of me." The light-hearted banner, paired with Mulin's handsome visage, somehow led Qian Rinxue to nod in agreement. "Very well, then. From now on, you shall come here every 3 days after the soul fighting concludes to give me a shoulder massage." Mulin had not anticipated that Qian Rinxue would acquiesce, but now that she had expressed her agreement, there was no reason to decline. After all, benefiting from her hospitality, eating her food, drinking her beverages, and residing in her abode, while enjoying the occasional shoulder massage every 3 days and playfully requesting a gentle pinch on her cheeks, seemed entirely agreeable. Moreover, Qian Rinxue's esteemed status added to the allure. Thus, a tri-weekly indulgence was perfectly acceptable. "Well then, continue. I shall take a brief respite," Mulin remarked as Qian Rinxue gradually succumbed to slumber. Observing the peacefully sleeping figure, Mulin mused, "How pitiable, born of a mother who loathed you, yet loved by a father who fell victim to her wrath. At merely 9 years of age, you ventured to the unfamiliar realm of the Tiando Empire with several guardians. Such a wretched existence warrants a bit of pampering." As evening descended, the tantalizing aroma of dinner roused Qian Rinxue from her dreams. Upon awakening, she found a steaming array of dishes awaiting her, accompanied by a note that read, "Having enjoyed the prince's hospitality for so long, allow me to share my culinary skills with you." The following day, after Mulin arose and completed her morning rituals, she prepared to inspect Master Kong's work at a nearby inn. As she departed, she caught sight of Qian Rinxue dining in the living room. Mulin leaned forward and greeted, "Good morning, brother crown prince." Qian Rinxue, still savoring her meal, was suddenly uplifted by the sight of Mulin's cheerful face. Her previously solitary mood brightened in an instant. "Mulin, you're up. Have you had breakfast? Would you care to join me? The culinary skills of the palace chefs are quite commendable. Why not give it a try?" Mulin gazed at the amiable smile of Xue Qinghe and nodded affirmatively, saying, "If my elder brother, the crown prince, does not mind, I would certainly love to join. I have long wished to savor the culinary delights prepared by the imperial chef." Mulin seated himself opposite Qian Rinxue, his gaze fixed upon the breakfast laid before him. A fragrant soup, several flatbreads, and a few delicate side dishes adorned the table, accompanied by an egg. "Mulin," Qian Rinxue remarked, "do not be deceived by the simplicity of these dishes. They are, in fact, quite costly. Crafted from the flesh of soul beasts, this soup, brewed from the essence of the river cloud turtle, is said to grant longevity to those who partake of it. The flatbreads are made from the finest meat of soul beasts aged 10 years. As for the egg, it is a rare treasure. Laid by a century-old 3-colored pheasant reared within the estate, I can only indulge in it once a month. It is fortuitous that you are here to sample it." With that, Qian Rinxue deftly brought the soup and side dishes closer, while the egg was carefully placed beside Mulin. Mulin waved his hand dismissively at the spread of dishes, saying, "No, thank you. I shall merely sample a taste. It is better for you, dear brother, the crown prince, to partake. There's no need for concern, Mulin. You should try some. I have been dining here for several years. After all, it is just the 2 of us here. So do indulge." Chapter 28, The Experimentation of the Soul Guide Device. 1. After enjoying breakfast with Qian Rinxue at the prince's residence, Mulin departed alongside Tianqing. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue observed the facade of composure maintained by Mulin, reflecting, what a child he truly is. Yet, it was not merely an act of bravado on Mulin's part. Rather, his previous life had rendered him exceedingly reclusive. He had seldom shared a meal with the opposite sex. On the rare occasions he did, it was among familiar acquaintances. Though Xue Qinghe presented as male, Mulin was acutely aware of her true identity as a woman. Furthermore, He noted the tender gaze with which Qian Renxue, disguised as Shui Qinghe, regarded him, a gaze imbued with a hint of affection. Affection? What an absurd expression. Mulin felt an overwhelming urge to pry into Qian Renxue's thoughts. How could someone, after such a brief acquaintance, particularly following the mere demonstration of culinary skills the previous day, gaze at another with such intimate fervor? Despite the growing sense that his aspirations might soon be realized, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Was Qian Renxue truly so starved for affection? As Mulin contemplated, he hastily made his way to an inn. Upon entering, he skillfully ascended to the top floor, where he immediately encountered Baiyu, Dongxiang, Lei Yi, Lan Feng, Mu Ling, and Yu Linger, a total of 6 individuals. You are all here. Where is Master Kong? He asked me to come early. Is there something urgent? It seemed that Master Kong had made progress regarding the item known as the Soul Guide device, prompting their presence. Dongxiang, who had spent the most time with Master Kong, responded directly to Mu Lin's inquiry. However, he expressed uncertainty, acknowledging the difficulty of the Soul Guide device, which Mu Lin had mentioned was nearly lost to time. Even Master Kong, despite his prowess, cannot possibly unravel its mystery so easily. Just then, Master Kong Ming appeared. Young Master, you have arrived. True to your request, I have successfully researched the Soul Guide device you provided. Moreover, I have crafted a small invention based on my current understanding of Soul Guide technology. With that, Master Kong Ming produced 3 items from the Soul Guide device: a dagger, a crossbow, and a crystal shaped like a leaf. The dagger and crossbow were modified using the blueprints you supplied, along with my own mechanical skills. This crystal leaf represents my culmination of understanding in Soul Guide technology. It can restore a Soul Master's soul power. Albeit at a rather modest level, it can only replenish that of a Soul Master and requires self-recharging. As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment crept into Kong Ming's demeanor. He scratched the back of his head with a smile. However, Mulin perceived the true significance of the crystal leaf. It resembled a nurturing vessel, a Soul Guide device that would not materialize for millennia. Originally, this technology was meant to be developed by Xian Ziwen, who was to present the research findings on sealed vessels below level 6 before departing from the Sun Moon Empire's Mingda Hall. Yet here it was, created by Kong Ming. Not to mention, he had only perused a book on level 1 Soul Guide knowledge, which contained merely 2 blueprints. The rest he had gathered from Mu Lin's explanations. Kong, you are quite impressive. A restorative Soul Guide device. Didn't he, the young master, provide you with any relevant blueprints? You managed to create it independently? Baiyu expressed astonishment at Kong Ming's creations, while the dagger and crossbow were understandable due to the blueprints. The restorative device seemed to lack any associated designs. Mu Ling had also reviewed that book, and judging by her astonished expression, it appeared that no one else had achieved such a feat. My goodness, how quickly you've innovated a Soul Guide device. Ah, it is what it is. Currently, only the young master and Lingo can utilize it. However, it was evident that Master Kong Ming was not entirely satisfied. Perhaps this was the burden of a master. Mu Lin smirked slightly and remarked, "Let us test the power. If it proves formidable, we can commence our plan." At this juncture, the atmosphere grew serious, and the jesting subsided. Are you certain that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, harbors no hidden depth? It is important to note that while our strength is commendable, we can barely match the elite combatants of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School on the surface. Should they possess any underlying resources, we would be at a disadvantage. Kong Ming and the others remained apprehensive regarding the plan. This plan involves emulating the character Tang San from the original work, utilizing Kong Ming's mechanical skills to craft auxiliary soul tools or weapons for Soul Masters. Should we acquire soul guiding devices, it would be even more advantageous. Our intention is to sell these to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, thereby amassing resources to safeguard against potential shortages when establishing our own sect. However, Mu Lin harbored concerns, primarily because he lacked the protection of Tang Hao, Tang San's guardian in the original narrative, a man who, upon recently ascending to the title of Douluo, was capable of defeating the 95th level Divine Spirit Super Douluo, Qian Xuanji. Qian Xuanji, being the son of Qian Douluo, surely possessed formidable power as well. Yet, it was Tang Hao who triumphed. Furthermore, 13 to 14 years have elapsed since that event. Who can ascertain Tang Hao's current strength? To slay his son would be tantamount to courting death. An audacious assassination attempt against the continent's foremost Title Douluo, the 2nd-generation Haotian Douluo, is not something the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School could withstand. Thus, It is plausible that the original Seven Treasures glazed tile school boasts techniques exclusive to Tang San. However, Tang Hao undoubtedly plays a significant role in this equation. After all, without a partnership of equivalent strength, one could easily find themselves gradually suppressed without realizing it. Yet, the circumstances have changed. Mulin possesses an understanding of Lanfeng's prowess. He is undeniably a titled powerhouse, capable of simultaneously unleashing soul skills that can rapidly overpower both the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Admittedly, this dominance is fleeting. Nevertheless, let us not forget about Yi Tianqing. As a space-type soul sage, combined with Yi Tianqing's innate talent and secret techniques, escaping would be assured. Together, they could effortlessly eliminate Ning Fengxi, with a high probability that one of the two Douluo's sword and bone would meet their demise. Mulin, Yixinzing, Lanfeng, along with Baiyu and Lei Yi, accompanied Dong Xiang to a clearing, prepared to conduct an experiment on the soul-guiding device. Here, young master, give it a try. This is the 100-year and 1,000-year defensive soul beast armor, the giant rhinoceros, which Lanfeng had previously arranged. Mulin beheld the armored giant rhinoceroses, recognizing them as the martial spirits of the Yu clan. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he proceeded directly to experiment with the soul-guiding device. This dagger, known as the Blood Sword, is primarily crafted from blood soul stones, enhanced with vampire jade, and forged through my expertise in mechanisms and metallurgy. Its principal characteristic is the ability to absorb the host's blood, thereby augmenting its sharpness and hardness. Upon hearing this, Mulin first drew his blood sword across his palm, creating a shallow incision. He observed as the crimson liquid gradually flowed into the blade, which in turn became increasingly radiant. Mulin grasped the blood sword and first employed the century-old armor of the giant rhinoceros. Without hesitation, he plunged it in. Subsequently, Mulin seized the blood sword once more, continuing to draw forth blood until the sword reached its utmost limit. Mulin gazed upon the ancient armored rhinoceros, its formidable plate armor dating back 3 millennia. Mulin thrust forcefully at the hardest shell of the armored giant rhinoceros. With a sharp sound, although there was a brief pause, the blood sword pierced through the shell, ultimately slaying the armored giant rhinoceros. Chapter 29, Experimental Soul Guidance Device 2. Mulin gazed in astonishment at the blood sword that pierced through the formidable armor of the 3,000-year-old giant rhinoceros. After all, the defensive prowess of this soul beast was undeniably impressive. A 3,000-year-old giant rhinoceros, particularly struck at its most resilient section, surely surpassed the capabilities of most 8,000-year-old soul beasts. Master Kongming, are you certain this is indeed a 3,000-year-old giant rhinoceros? Mulin gazed at Kongming, astonished that a dagger crafted from a primary soul guide blueprint could possess such sharpness. Baiyu, overhearing the conversation, promptly asserted, "Of course, this was captured by Mr. Lanfeng. His martial spirit and repository of knowledge are beyond reproach." Baiyu understood Mulin's inquiry directed at Kongming. Given the astonishing sharpness of the dagger fashioned from a primary soul guide blueprint, it appears we are all becoming somewhat adept in the ways of Master Kongming. Mulin gazed at Kongming and inquired, "Master Kong, how did you create or perhaps enhance this soul-guiding device?" With a chuckle, Kongming replied, "Aha. It was rather straightforward, young master. I merely upgraded some materials based on the schematics, such as metals and materials derived from soul beasts. Moreover, I applied my expertise in mechanism engineering to further enhance it. Quite simple, really." Upon hearing the question regarding his own technical prowess, Kongming effortlessly articulated his response. Wearing an expression that conveyed the simplicity of the task, Mulin observed with a grimace. After all, merely changing materials is not a trivial matter. It involves the properties of the materials, their compatibility, and the intricate mechanisms suitable for this soul-guiding device. Only Kongming, a master of soul-guiding devices from another realm, could accomplish such a feat. Mulin was acutely aware that he had undoubtedly underestimated Kongming. Initially, Mulin believed that if Kongming were to be assessed according to the soul mentor levels of the Douluo world, he would likely be categorized as a level 7 or 8. However, it has become apparent that this assessment was profoundly inadequate. After all, with merely the blueprints and knowledge of a level 1 soul-guiding device, Kongming could enhance it to a level capable of dismantling the corporeal form of an ordinary 8,000-year-old soul beast. It is highly probable that he possesses a level 9 capability, especially since Kongming's expertise lies in defensive mechanisms and puppetry. with offensive strategies being a mere ancillary focus during his research on these two domains. Subsequently, Mulin grasped a hunting crossbow. Young master, I have named this crossbow the Dragon Crossbow. I have also upgraded it. The bowstring is crafted from the mutated tendons of a wood dragon lion, while the remaining components are fused from the remnants of a 5,000-year-old wood dragon lion, combined with steel sand, blood soul, ore, and other elements, resulting in a formidable power that surpasses even that of the blood sword. Additionally, I have employed techniques from my world, renowned for its top-tier crossbow craftsmanship. Mulin examined the crossbow with meticulous attention, a fusion of 5 millennia of dragon blood soul beasts, rare minerals, and the pinnacle of interdimensional crossbow crafting techniques. This must be at least a level 4 soul guiding device. Who truly understands the classification of soul guiding devices? Is it based on power, core, technology, or precision? Bai proceeded to stack the most resilient shells from several armored rhinoceroses. Come now, young master, give it a try, Bai urged, presenting a few crossbow bolts. Judging by the marks upon them, they appeared to possess formidable strength as well. Mulin raised his bow, preparing to unleash his arrow. This is so difficult to draw. Mulin initially believed that operating the crossbow would be a straightforward task. However, he soon discovered it to be remarkably challenging. Mulin exerted every ounce of his strength, even activating the first soul skill of his martial spirit, the invincible golden body, to augment his power. Simultaneously, he channeled his soul energy into the soul guiding device, watching as the crossbow bolts were gradually assimilated by the hunting crossbow, becoming sharp and menacing. With a swift sound, the bolts pierced through the armor, even igniting sparks from the friction with the air. The potency of this attack was astonishing. At the very least, it could rival a soul king. No, if one were not vigilant, even a soul sage could be penetrated by such a strike, especially given its remarkable speed. Mulin observed the velocity and power of the crossbow bolt. It is important to note that the experiments were conducted using the most resilient parts of the armored giant rhinoceros. Moreover, aside from the elite defensive spirit masters who activate their martial souls, no one could withstand such force. Simultaneously, Bai Yu, upon witnessing this, leapt forward. After a brief moment, he returned, exclaiming, "Young master, this crossbow bolt penetrated into the street. It traversed such a distance and pierced through the armored rhinoceros as well as several houses. The sheer might is astonishing." He then turned to Kong Ming, saying, "Master Kong Ming, you are truly remarkable. Just by examining the blueprint of a basic spirit guiding device, you managed to create such a formidable instrument. With such power, anyone struck by it among us would likely be pierced through, and death could very well be a possibility." Mulin and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the impressive power and swift speed of the invention, while only Mulin and Yuling possessed a 99% certainty of evading it. Kong Ming felt a surge of joy upon receiving compliments for his creation. "Oh, it is merely a result of my expertise in mechanism design," he humbly replied. "My understanding of soul-guided devices is still quite limited, particularly regarding their application of soul power at higher levels, which likely requires additional knowledge. I sense that something is still missing, and I shall persist in enhancing these weapons." Mulin, upon hearing the enhancement, gazed at Kong Ming with admiration. After all, the potency of such power was something he had never heard Bai Yu mention. There was a possibility of slaying a soul sage with a single strike. Moreover, considering the speed, hitting a defensive soul king would pose no challenge. For instance, the original character Yi Zhiqiu, with the turtle martial spirit as a soul king, would undoubtedly succumb to such force and velocity. Moreover, this was under the guidance of Mulin, a formidable soul master. One can only imagine that at higher levels, the power and speed would escalate even further. Mulin gazed at Kong Ming and inquired, "Master Kong Ming, how long will it take you to craft the necessary items with the available materials?" Kong Ming, well aware of Mulin's intentions to produce excess for sale to the 7 treasures glazed Title Sect, pondered the complexities involved. "It is indeed a cumbersome task to assemble. I have only just begun my creation, and the amalgamation of materials requires considerable time. Perhaps, once I become adept at the process, I could produce 100 pieces in a single day. However, this does not account for the energy required, as the fusion of materials demands a significant amount of effort." Upon hearing this, Mulin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Very well, but what if we simplify matters? For instance, what if this crossbow did not require a soul beast? Or if we substituted it with a different type of soul beast? Furthermore, what if we reduced the age requirement for the use of these arrows? With such adjustments, The production could reach 150 items per day. The young master, it is primarily the fusion of materials that necessitates our utmost effort. If I eliminate certain elements, do not begrudge the modest increase, Kong Ming responded. Mulin, too, pondered how to augment the production capacity, for 150 items per day seemed quite substantial. Mulin had almost forgotten that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School could muster no more than 5,000 soul masters at most. Delivering the soul guide device to Ningfingji would take time. It would suffice to deliver it gradually. As for you, Master Kong Ming, please commence production at your discretion. Determining the daily output based on the circumstances. I shall seek connections in the coming days, as it is unlikely that I can meet Ningfingji directly. Time is of the essence. Very well, I shall rely on you, young master. Do take care to rest early. That evening, Mulin accompanied Yi Tianxing as they departed from a modest inn, returning to the prince's residence. The moment they entered, they beheld Xueqinghe bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. Qian Renxue, upon seeing Mulin's return, spoke directly, "Please come to the study." Although Mulin was somewhat taken aback, he still followed along, for this was, after all, the pillar of support he envisioned for his future. Chapter 30. Did he hit the avalanche? Mulin followed Qian Renxue into the study. Upon entering, Qian Renxue promptly closed the door, casting a glance at Mulin. "Brother, what is the matter? Why did you shut the door?" Mulin gazed at Xueqinghe, whose visage resembled the lofty peaks of Qian Renxue, as she gently closed the door. Slowly, she approached him. "Little Mulin, do enlighten me about the inn's activities. Are you aware of the remarkable occurrence at the inn today?" Upon hearing this, Mulin turned to Qian Renxue, his expression filled with profound bewilderment. After all, the experimental soul guide should not have been exposed today. Could it be a crossbow bolt? Yet that had been retrieved by Baiyu, and seeing his silence, it seemed that nothing had transpired. "Brother, what has happened? Please share with me," he implored. Qian Renxue, noticing Mulin's puzzled demeanor, responded, "A bolt from a crossbow was shot from an inn, nearly claiming the life of Xue Peng. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation?" Upon hearing this, Mulin strode forward and exclaimed, "Is it true that an avalanche has occurred? This cannot be. Baiyu, my dear brother, said nothing when he went to retrieve the crossbow bolts. It is simply impossible." Qian Renxue, a woman who had been an undercover agent in the Heavenly Empire, discerned from Mulin's words that he was undeniably involved in the incident of the crossbow shooting leading to the avalanche. She narrowed her eyes and gazed intently at Mulin. "Baiyu? Is the man who took the crossbow bolts named Baiyu? You seem to know him well. Speak up. Do not withhold any information. You frequent that inn. Reveal the nature of your connection with it and what you are engaged in there. Otherwise, regarding the assassination of the prince, you shall face dire consequences." Qian Renxue's eyes remained fixed on Mulin. Mulin was aware that he had inadvertently revealed too much, however. He could not shake the feeling that Qian Renxue's words were an attempt to shield him. Nonetheless, the matter concerning the near miss of an avalanche must be clarified. For if a prince were to be slain, both the patrons of the inn and himself would undoubtedly have to flee the Tiando Empire for the Star Luo or the vast seas, living as wanderers. Although he was indifferent, the connections with Yi Lingling and Qian Renxue were indeed precious, and he was reluctant to sever them. As for the information he intended to disclose tomorrow, he could only say that there was a link between the inn and Mr. Yi Tianxing, and he could not speak freely about it. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's curiosity was piqued. Was there a connection to Yi Tianxing? Perhaps indicating ties to a sect or a hidden family? To go at once, and do so swiftly. That individual named by you is quite formidable. He knocked my fourth brother unconscious with ease. Although some witnesses were present, I managed to call for help to take the avalanche victim to the palace for treatment. However, he is likely to awaken by tomorrow, and given his temperament, you are well aware of what that entails. Therefore, by the latest tomorrow, please inform me of your intentions regarding our relationship, and I shall see if I can find a solution." Mulin nodded upon hearing this, and as he was about to depart, he suddenly glanced at Qian Renxue and remarked, "Does my elder brother the prince care for me so much? Humph. You should be more mindful next time." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue promptly pushed Mulin away. Watching him leave, she rubbed her forehead and sighed. What an untroublesome younger brother. However, as she lamented Mulin's behavior while contemplating how to assist him in resolving his troubles, a middle-aged man entered the room. "Young master, do you not think you are being rather indulgent towards this Mulin?" Qian Renxue, who had initially worn a faint smile, instantly reverted to a cold demeanor upon the man's arrival. "Shilong, cannot you perceive? Mulin's talent is undoubtedly among the finest of this generation. Apart from myself, he stands as the best. Even in the previous generation, he would surely be on par with Tang Hao and that woman. Moreover, the soul sage by his side, as you have mentioned, possesses extraordinary perception and strength that surpasses mere soul power levels. Not to mention he appears quite youthful. Thus, aligning with Mulin signifies the potential for two Title Douluos in the future. Mulin's destiny is assuredly that of a peak Douluo, with prospects of becoming a figure akin to our second granduncle. Shi Long instinctively interjected, the second high priest? Impossible. The second high priest is a peak Douluo of level 98, Mulin. He paused, recalling that Mulin, at the tender age of 6, had already attained the rank of a level 24 Great Soul Master, with his innate martial soul being that of a heart. You may not be aware that an innate martial soul can undergo a second awakening. Thus, Mulin's future accomplishments may very well surpass those of our second granduncle. Shi Long fell silent, as he suddenly recollected Qian Renshue's point. At just 6 years old, he had indeed become a great soul master. If his martial soul could indeed awaken a second time, his talent might approach that of the young master, with the potential to achieve the legendary level of a 99th rank ultimate Douluo. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Mulin resided, Tianxing, please make a trip to an inn and inquire with Baiyu whether he rendered unconscious a rather elegantly dressed boy when retrieving the crossbow bolts. And also ask why he chose not to mention it. Tianxing was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The prince of Tiando City had been struck by an arrow, and the Tiando Empire, in its quest for dignity, was compelled to eliminate the perpetrator with utmost vigor. It is essential to recognize that as one of the three foremost powers in the continent, the Snow family undoubtedly held titles of nobility, with members certainly exceeding level 95. If not, why would only the Snow family be considered royal, while the Tang and Yu families were not? The latter two had long histories of possessing Title Douluo, and the Tang family had previously boasted the unparalleled Tang Chun, a supreme Douluo of unmatched prowess. Being part of the royal family undoubtedly afforded greater resources than those of any sect. Still, they chose otherwise. Nations possessed their own hidden trump cards, and any sect would find it impossible to resist this. Perhaps during the pinnacle of the Haotian Sect, resistance was feasible, but currently, no sect could afford to provoke a nation. If they did, annihilation would surely follow. Title Douluo live well beyond 100 years, with those of exceptional talent surpassing 500. Who could ascertain the number of Title Douluo amassed by the two empires? Tianxing immediately teleported to a nearby inn. Meanwhile, within the palace, a frail boy with light red hair stirred awake. A nearby maid approached him and said, "Your Highness the Fourth Prince, you are awake. What do you require?" Xuebing, rising to survey his surroundings, inquired, "Is this the palace?" He then stood up and demanded, "You, tell me who brought me here." It was His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness's attendants found you unconscious and brought you to the palace for treatment. Upon hearing that his elder brother had arranged for his care, Xuebing felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, recalling he was in the palace, he quickly asked, "Where are my father and mother?" His Majesty is likely still attending to state affairs, while the Empress is probably resting. Understanding this, Xuebing replied, "Very well, I understand. Arrange for a carriage. I must go to Uncle Xueshing." "But, Your Highness, you have only just awakened. Shouldn't you?" Before she could finish, Xuebing interrupted, insisting, "Go quickly. I am well aware of my condition." Once the maid departed, Xuebing slumped onto the bed, pondering, "Is my brother plotting against me? That crossbow bolt was aimed directly at me. Had it not been for the presence of innocent bystanders, that assassin might have succeeded." Little did Xuebing realize, eliminating him would be no simple task. Why waste the life of an assassin? Simultaneously, preparations for the carriage were underway, and Xuebing sought out Xueshing. For Snow Yi had never cared for him throughout his upbringing, leaving only Xueshing to show him kindness. Chapter 31. Secrets of the Master and the Royal Family within the royal residence of Tiando City. Two figures, one large and one small, appeared to be engaged in a serious discussion. "What? Your brother intends to kill you? This is inconceivable. He cannot be that foolish." The rules of the Snow family were made clear to him when he ascended to the position of Crown Prince, as His Majesty had once stated. Xueshing heard Xuebing mention that Xue Qinghe intended to kill him, and he couldn't help but think that Xuebing must be foolish. Xueshing was well aware of the rules of the Xue family, and the only reason he could survive under the ruthless hand of Xue Yi was precisely due to these very rules. However, Xuebing, being only 6 years of age, lacked a true understanding of the family's customs. He merely perceived his elder brother as exceedingly cruel and felt the need to disguise his true self. "Impossible!" he exclaimed. "Today, a crossbow bolt nearly struck me. so close that I could hear it whizzing past my ear. Upon hearing this, Xuexing furrowed his brow, pondering the improbability of such a scenario. Xuexing cannot be so reckless. Surely, Shui has informed him of the family's regulations. Could it be that Shui desires for Xuexing to eliminate Xuebing for some ulterior motive? Xuexing contemplated this but could not fathom Shui's intentions. He seemed not to consider investigating a certain inn. Xuebong, however, was more straightforward. Royal uncle, the crossbow bolt aimed at me originated from a particular inn. And the person who knocked me unconscious came from there as well. Perhaps we should take a few individuals to investigate tomorrow. The inn? Xuexing was somewhat familiar with it. There had been disturbances there before, and the troublemakers had been thrown out without hesitation. Even the Soul Emperor had been ineffective in causing a stir. A tall man and a chef were both Soul Emperors. And given the rarity of such an inn in Tiando City, Xuexing was aware of its significance. Moreover, he was also cognizant of the fact that Mulin frequented the inn almost daily, although he had not visited recently. The two young women who resided there accompanied him to the Great Soul Arena every day. I am aware of this inn, but let us refrain from visiting for the time being. My subordinates currently consist of only a few Soul Saints, and the chef and security personnel at the inn are both Soul Emperors. It would be unwise to approach without sufficient strength. Let us wait for Uncle Lin to return. Xuebeng nodded in agreement. After all, provoking them could lead to dire consequences, especially given that both the chef and the security were Soul Emperors, suggesting that the owner was likely a Soul Saint. As for the Soul Douluo, neither Xuebing nor Xuexing had given it much thought. For the prowess of a Soul Douluo did not warrant concealment. Operating an inn in Tiando City, one could choose to avoid customers if desired, as the intentions of a Soul Douluo were not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, on another front, Yi Tianqing had returned from the inn. He had learned that Bai Yu had indeed knocked someone unconscious, having witnessed a 6-year-old boy nearly struck by a crossbow bolt, leaving him momentarily dazed. After regaining his composure, the boy had shouted threats against Bai Yu, prompting Bai Yu to swiftly subdue him. Upon hearing this, Mulin pressed his forehead and took a deep breath. It is my fault. I nearly shot the avalanche by mistake. Afterward, you should accompany me to speak with Qian, the Crown Prince. What shall we discuss? In what capacity shall we present ourselves? Moreover, we must bear in mind that we nearly struck the avalanche, and his brother, Bai Yu, even rendered him unconscious. Upon hearing this, Mulin recalled that he had yet to discuss the matters concerning Qian Ringshu and Xuexing with Yi Tianqing. However, he hesitated to broach the subject. Considering the peculiar nature of the system, the notion of traversing between worlds was already quite extraordinary, and he preferred not to challenge their limits further. No, this matter had been brought to my attention by His Highness the Crown Prince, and I trust in his ability to handle it. Otherwise, we would find ourselves at odds with the Heavendo Empire. Yi Tianqing, upon hearing this, remained largely indifferent. Over the past 6 months, he had gathered information regarding the Heavendo Empire. It was described as the weakest among the top-tier powers, with a royal family lacking in prowess, and the only title of note being the Poison Douluo, the most unimpressive of titles, perfectly fitting. Although Yi Tianqing recognized that the Heavendo Empire might possess certain hidden strengths, it was evident that he had underestimated them. What was the Heavendo Empire truly? Should the sole title holder, Dugabo, dare to approach, I, along with that fellow Lan Feng, would have no trouble in vanquishing him. As for the Soul Douluo and Soul Saint, Lan Feng and Master Kongming would easily handle a multitude of adversaries. Mulin recognized that Yishanxing had significantly underestimated the strength of the Tiando Empire. Although in the original narrative, the Tiando Empire displayed a rather feeble power, with even the Crown Prince being a mere substitute, the individual who replaced him possessed a head component from a divine set. Furthermore, this person had garnered the attention of the angel god, being acknowledged as a legitimate heir. In this context, it is established that an innate soul power of level 10 is necessary to attract the angel god's favor, resulting in a level 20. One cannot ascertain whether Qian Rinshu, while acting as an undercover agent, had secretly enhanced the angel skull. Another critical point in the original work is that Ning Fingji was not in a position of strength during his discussions with Shui. Instead, they were at best on equal footing. The notion of equal cooperation implies that both parties possessed the power to overturn the table, with Ning Fingji occasionally finding himself at a disadvantage, especially after Shui was revived at the cost of her life force. At that juncture, he stood on the same level as Yu Xiaojang during the climactic battle. Mulin, now aware of Yu Xiaojang's true nature, understood that he was someone who, with minimal knowledge, would undoubtedly look down upon him. Were it not for Yu Xiaojing being the son of Yu Yuanjin, a fiercely protective figure, he would have long been ridiculed by true masters, tarnishing the title of master itself. It is not the martial soul that is worthless, but rather the soul master who is inept. One can easily discover that the realm of soul masters is dominated by martial souls. Innate soul power determines the upper limits of one's cultivation level, while the quality of the martial soul dictates combat prowess at the same rank. A martial soul of inferior quality is destined to produce a mediocre soul master. Such a subpar martial soul cannot withstand the pressures of elevated innate soul power, much like a bottle that can only contain a certain amount of water. Overfilling will lead to leakage, and forcing it will result in an explosion. Furthermore, plant-type martial souls can absorb spirit rings from animal soul beasts, while animal-type martial souls can absorb from plant soul rings. Is this not common knowledge? Not every commoner can defeat animal soul beasts in the early stages. During that era, slaying a plant soul beast to obtain a spirit ring was indeed a significant achievement. However, such actions are not advised, as the compatibility between most plants and animals is exceedingly low. The consequence is that a soul master with a level 7 blazing tiger martial soul, absorbing from bamboo or willow martial souls, is unlikely to become a Title Douluo without a millennium-old soul bone or suitable celestial herb. While others may see their soul skills increase in potency with level progression, his skills are fixed, bound to mediocrity. This is why Yu Xiaojing is held in disdain within the soul master community. He knows nothing, relying solely on a smattering of books to formulate what he claims are the 10 great laws, along with unfounded theories about the origins of martial souls, suggesting that they may arise from parents and undergo mutations. Is this not pure nonsense? This is basic knowledge, is it not? If Yu Xiaojing were able to articulate the true origin of martial souls, one might find him admirable. However, he merely amalgamates common knowledge with erroneous ideas to promulgate his 10 theories, earning the disdain of those with discernment. During the Great Battle, Ning Fengji occupied a comparable position to that of Yu Xiaojing. Although this is partly due to Yu Xiaojing's disciple, Tang San, it is evident that the disdain directed at Ning Fengji is unmistakable. The implication is clear: if you drain my vitality, then you may as well join forces with Yu Xiaojing. This also illustrates that the Tiando Empire does not shy away from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Perhaps for some special reasons, their titles remain concealed, but should they provoke the royal family, the royalty would indeed intervene. Historically, the royal family ruled over the commoners, branding them with the notion that their noble lineage rendered them untouchable, a label that, once violated, could lead to ruin. Thus, unless one possesses a formidable level of 99, levels of 97 or 98 would suffice in the Tiando context. Without such power, one faces a perilous fate. The dignity of the royal family is paramount, unless the opposing forces are overwhelmingly strong. Currently, should one truly provoke the royal family, even though Mulin has his methods, those methods hinge on chance. Chapter 32. The beginning. The 3 paramount powers of the continent are the Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire, and the Tiando Empire. The Tiando Empire undoubtedly possesses its own rationale for being among these elite forces. Had it lacked strength, it would have long been discarded. Presently, we do not have a super Douluo. While we are unafraid of conflict, we also do not seek it unnecessarily. We shall observe how Xuexing plans to proceed. If it comes to it, we may need to take action, though it is a pity to jeopardize the promising connection with Xuexing. Mulin advised Yi Tianqing not to underestimate the 3 major top forces, for such eminent powers cannot be governed solely by a single soul sect. They undoubtedly possess their own profound foundations, perhaps merely restrained by certain circumstances. Yi Tianqing, while still harboring a slight disdain for the Tiando Empire, began to understand this notion. It is not entirely unjustifiable, considering that, on the surface, the duchies and kingdoms within the Tiando Empire operate with a level of autonomy that suggests a lack of cohesion. Notably, the 4 kingdoms and 1 grand duchy were established only in recent decades, which seems rather coincidental. If these 5 forces indeed posed a threat to the Tiando Empire, their departure would imply that the Tiando royal family possesses formidable capabilities. Conversely, if they do not, it suggests that these 5 forces might be preoccupied with other undertakings. Regardless, the Tiando royal family undoubtedly has its own depth. At the very least, it does not shy away from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Subsequently, Yi Tianqing inquired of Mulin, "What will your identity be when you meet Xuexing? You cannot simply claim to be the future sect master, as that would be far too revealing, far too soon." Mulin shook his head and examined a particular task within the system closely. The apprenticeship reward task indicated that the host was in a developmental stage, necessitating a proficient mentor for proper education. However, esteemed teachers often seek to instruct only the gifted. Given that the host possesses the essence of a martial soul, the system will summon formidable soul Douluo from ancient eras or a millennium into the future. Based on the timing, degree of awakening, and current prowess of the host's martial soul, Mulin gazed upon this task, for he had already acquired a soul ring of 100,000 years. Subsequently, upon awakening with the celestial herb, the individuals he summoned were no less than Title Douluo of the 96th level. Moreover, Mulin felt he had undoubtedly underestimated his own prowess. After all, with a 100,000-year soul ring, aside from Doers Hua, he should be regarded as the most formidable. Mulin pondered for a moment and said, "Let us say that you hail from a clandestine sect of the ocean, having departed due to the malevolent presence of soul masters and soul beasts. You suffered grave injuries and were rescued by me. Furthermore, my martial soul has led me to meet a significant figure within the sect, and I have already become a disciple. By you and the others belong to the faction of my master." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing furrowed his brows and replied, "A disciple? Can you truly be certain?" "No, your conviction seems unwavering. But can you guarantee that the one you refer to is indeed a formidable heart martial soul master of the title rank?" Mulin chuckled. "Ah. This brings to mind a delightful place I previously mentioned to you, a location where one can attain a complete mastery of their title. But let us discuss it later. For now, let us synchronize our plans and present our intentions to His Highness the Prince tomorrow." That evening, Mulin and Yi Tianqing shared the same quarters, spending the night together. The following day, as they emerged, one might have noticed Mulin seemingly adjusting himself in an odd manner after sitting for an entire night. Discomfort had set in, and he suggested a meal before proceeding. In the prince's study, upon seeing Mulin and Yi Tianqing approach, Shui Qinghai instructed the attendants to leave. Focusing his gaze on Mulin, "Now, do enlighten me about your connection to that inn, as well as your intentions. What drives you to target the avalanche?" Mulin touched the back of his head and remarked, "There is an inn, and Yishanxing, both originating from a sect of the sea, seem to have departed due to the influence of evil soul masters and soul beasts." Before Mulin could finish his statement, Qian Rinxue squinted her eyes and interjected, "Are you certain? The vast ocean? Evil soul masters?" The soul masters of the ocean are predominantly sea soul masters, resembling creatures such as dolphins, seagulls, and sea snakes, or wielding trident weapon spirits. As for the evil soul masters, since the establishment of the Spirit Hall, their primary objective has always been to eradicate them. How could there possibly be evil soul masters in the ocean? If there were, the Spirit Hall would have already dispatched forces to eliminate them. Generations of Pope have sacrificed their lives for this cause. Qian Rinxue's voice grew increasingly fervent as she spoke. For the founding of the Spirit Hall was rooted in the angel goddess mission to eradicate evil soul masters and absorb faith in the pursuit of divinity. Although there have been signs of resurgence among evil soul masters after the ascension of the angels, the Spirit Hall has always acted swiftly to eliminate them, with several popes having willingly given their lives to this endeavor. This is precisely why the Spirit Hall is revered as the sacred ground for soul masters. They genuinely combat evil soul masters, unlike the empires that refrain from harming the nobility. Why provoke them? Would they dare to act against the nobility or royalty? Yet Yi Tianqing disregarded Qian Rinxue's outburst and retorted, "That is the ocean. The Spirit Hall is the sanctum of soul masters on the continent, and its understanding of the ocean is rather limited. As for the eradication of evil soul masters, that was in the past. Perhaps the recent generations have grown timid due to the absence of evil soul masters." It was evident that these words struck a nerve with Qian Rinxue, given her refinement. She rose abruptly, exclaiming, "You are talking nonsense. The Spirit Hall is dedicated to the annihilation of evil soul masters, and each generation has established a tribunal, comprising at least one Super Douluo and one Title Douluo. There is no way for evil soul masters to escape." Upon hearing this, Mulin stepped forward to interrupt Qian Rinxue, saying, "Prince brother, do not concern yourself with him. He has just arrived from the vast ocean and knows little. Moreover, I am aware that Prince Brother has a fondness for the Spirit Hall." As Mulin grasped Qian Rinxue's hand and gently urged him to take a seat, he offered words of comfort. Simultaneously, Qian Rinxue sensed that he had nearly compromised himself by acquiring excessive knowledge about the Spirit Hall. The Judgment Council of the Spirit Hall had already spoken, but fortunately, Mulin, being a mere child, and Yi Tianqing, coming from the vast seas, were not well informed. allowing him to navigate the situation with relative ease. Qian Rinxue candidly remarked, although the Spirit Hall's interests seem to conflict with those of my Heaven Do Empire, I still hold a deep respect for their stance against evil soul masters. Please continue. I shall not interrupt. Swiftly changing the subject, Qian Rinxue directed the conversation elsewhere, while Mulin astutely continued, recognizing that revealing too much to Qian Rinxue would be detrimental, with numerous potential repercussions, such as the vengeance from Xuexing and the incident whereby you had previously knocked out Xuebang. Mulin continued, brother Yi Tianxing, having been gravely injured by the evil soul master, fled deep into the Star Do forest, where fate led me to encounter him. I saved his life, and subsequently, due to the nature of my martial soul resembling that of an elder from Tianxing's sect, which is also the heart, Yi Tianxing took me to visit his sect. Given my considerable talent, I became his disciple. My master, in search of an individual, planned to come for me during my 7th to 9th year. Prior to that, he summoned by you and others, all of whom are affiliated with my master's faction within the sect. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue sensed some inconsistencies, such as how Mulin could heal Yi Tianxing's severe injuries. However, she chose not to dwell on it, recognizing that a reason sufficed. And she was also aware of the profound connection between Mulin and the inn, with Mulin in a position of influence. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue inquired, "Why did you shoot Avalanche? Please elaborate." Mulin chuckled as he retrieved 3 soul-guided devices from the spatial soul-guiding apparatus, the bloodsword, the hunter's crossbow, and a restorative soul-guided device akin to a baby bottle. Meanwhile, in the Duke's residence of Heaven Do City, Lin Zhe had returned. Chapter 33, Puppets vs. Books 1. At the Duke's residence in Heaven Do City, the only Soul Douluo that Prince Xuexing could command, Lin Zhe, had returned. Lin Zhe had stepped out for personal matters, and upon his return, he wore a beaming smile, evidently having gained something beneficial from his outing. However, upon arriving at the Duke's residence, he immediately encountered the grim visage of Xuebing. "Should you have matters concerning the 4th prince, please enlighten me. As I must also pay a visit to Lord Xuexing," Lin Zhe remarked, perceiving Xuebing's foul mood. Yet, he felt no inclination to concern himself with the prince's troubles. Despite being instructed to feign ineptitude, Lin Zhe could easily discern the true nature of Xuebing's demeanor. He was, indeed, a fool. Xuebing, oblivious to the underlying implications of Lin Zhe's words, replied, "Just in time, the royal uncle is looking for you as well. Allow me to call you together. Let us proceed." With that, Xuebing turned and strode away. As Lin Zhe observed Xuebing's retreating figure, he pondered, "The prince summoned me." Xuebing's expression is rather foreboding. Could it be that the crown prince intends to take action? Yet, that seems unlikely, as the crown prince ought to be aware of the Shi family's customs. Nevertheless, I shall enter and discern what the prince has to say. Upon entering, Xuexing welcomed Lin Zhe with open arms. "Lin Zhe, I require your counsel on a matter." "Of course, it is my duty to alleviate the concerns of your highness. Please, speak freely," Lin Zhe responded. Upon hearing this, Xuexing produced a sheet of paper and handed it to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe glanced at it. A tavern? The tavern's proprietor is likely a soul sage, and it is known that there are 2 soul emperors associated with it. One serves as a chef, while the other acts as security. Furthermore, one of the participants from the Heaven Do Royal Academy in this elite soul master competition, Yulinger, hails from this tavern as well. Mulin shares a profound connection with the Inn of Intervals. Each time he participates in the Grand Soul Arena, he is accompanied by 2 individuals from this establishment. Lin Zhe turned to Prince Xuexing and inquired, "Has the Inn of Intervals provoked your highness?" He continued, "If not, I would advise against taking action, for a soul sage is not to be underestimated." Despite Lin Zhe's cautious words, he was certain that Prince Xuexing was eagerly awaiting his only Soul Douluo to join him in retaliating against the Inn of Intervals. Ever since Lin Zhe and Prince Xuexing discerned that Xuexinghe had been replaced, the prince's favorite pastime has been to wreak havoc upon the Tiando Royal Academy. With the 3 committee members now aligned with Xuexinghe, Prince Xuexing's primary objective was to drive away the Academy's prodigies. However, most of these talented individuals were backed by formidable forces, which made Prince Xuexing reluctant to provoke them, especially since his emperor brother harbored little affection for him. Lin Zhe surmised that Prince Xuexing intended to rally him, a Soul Douluo, along with 2 soul sages, to exact vengeance. He glanced at the increasingly grim-faced Prince Xuebang, who had been affected by the Inn of Intervals. It seemed that the inn had either offended or encountered Xuebang in some manner. As a soul Douluo whose martial spirit was akin to a tome, Linzai easily discerned Prince Xuexing's intentions. Ahem, the Inn of Intervals previously attempted to assassinate Xuebong and, failing that, audaciously rendered him unconscious in public. Had it not been for the intervention of the Crown Prince's subordinates, the assailants would have succeeded. Let us bring 3 soul sages and apprehend the culprits. What? Attempting to assassinate the third prince? That is utterly unfounded. Linzai's words were abruptly cut short by the piercing gaze of Prince Xuexing. Enough. I am aware of your thoughts. Prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly. Linzai recognized that Prince Xuexing was once again indulging in his mischievous tendencies. Perhaps it stemmed from the fright he endured in his youth at the hands of Shui, leaving him too intimidated to act boldly in his presence. Thus, he resorted to petty schemes to earn some coin. Now, the situation was no different. The incident involving Xuebong's unconsciousness was likely due to Mulin's frequent visits to the Inn of Intervals. Prince Xuexing suspected a connection between the establishment and the Crown Prince, prompting him to act swiftly and eliminate the threat. After all, the rationale behind Xuebong's incapacitation would not incite Shui Ye's wrath against Prince Xuexing regarding soul sages. As for why Shui Yu had not intervened, it was likely because he was preoccupied with fathering a child. Especially considering the dramatic change in temperament of Crown Prince Xuexinghe, which led him to suspect a substitution. Xuebong, a lackluster character, was perceived by Shui Yi as someone unworthy. Perhaps I should create an alternate persona, he mused. Very well, Your Highness, whom do you intend to bring along? Prince Xuexing pondered for a moment and replied, the 2 soul emperors possess martial spirits of recipes and thunderhammers. I plan to take along Shadow Cat, Flame Axe, and Steel Rod. Upon hearing this, Linzai considered the implications. A culinary martial spirit? It seems to relate to the culinary arts. Together with the thunderhammer, they should be able to hold their own against the Flame Axe, albeit without revealing its true form. The Shadow Cat is capable of launching a surprise attack, while the Iron Rod protects His Royal Highness. No problem, then shall His Royal Highness depart now? Let us go. Call for assistance and prepare the carriage. We shall leave in 30 minutes. Within an inn, the atmosphere is lively and boisterous at midday. A storyteller captivates the patrons with a tale adapted from a novel by Mulin, while merchants traveling between Heavendo City boast of their exploits. And students from the Royal Academy of Heavendo eagerly anticipate a glimpse of the illustrious Yulinger. At this juncture, Prince Xuexing arrives with Xuebing, Linzai, Yinfu, Iron Rod, and Shadow Cat. Xuexing casts a glance at Yinfu, who comprehends the unspoken message and steps forward. Summon the innkeeper. His Royal Highness has graced us with his presence and expects a warm welcome. Yinfu channels his soul power, and the patrons within the inn take notice. The arrival of Xuexing is undoubtedly ominous. Kongming and Lanfeng, present in the inn, overhear the declaration, just as Kongming urges Lanfeng to join him outside. Lanfeng retorts, there is a soul Douluo outside, accompanied by 3 soul sages, as well as a soul master and a soul emperor. I shall remain here to observe your true capabilities. Kongming, unfazed, is well aware of Lanfeng's strength. Having learned during their days together that he possesses soul power at level 83, yet his actual might exceeds level 93. Kongming, accompanied by Dongxiang, Lei Yi, and Mulin, steps outside. Baiyu, however, refrains from joining them, aware that he has erred and opts to watch the unfolding events, contemplating a stealthy escape should matters take a turn for the worse. As a master thief from another realm, his skills in evasion and counter-surveillance are unparalleled. Outside, Xuexing observes an elderly man, 2 middle-aged individuals, and a woman emerge, turning his gaze to Xuebing. Is there anyone among you who knocked me unconscious? Xuebing shakes his head. No, the one who incapacitated me is not among these 4. Kongming steps forward and boldly states, I am unaware of what Prince Xuexing intends, but let us see if I can accommodate your wishes. Xuexing looks to Yinfu, who had already been designated to initiate the proceedings and test the inn's strength. Humph. Someone in your establishment has injured a prince. We demand entry to conduct a search, and we hope for your cooperation. With that, Yinfu summons his martial spirit. The Flame Axe, a crimson axe wreathed in fire. The axe is adorned with 7 soul rings, shimmering in hues of yellow, purple, and black. Chapter 34, Puppet Versus. Book 2. Witnesses in the vicinity recognize the fiery axe and one exclaims, I know him. His name is Zhoumu, and his martial spirit is the Flame Axe. During the reign of the Soul Emperor, he single-handedly vanquished a Soul Emperor's hunting squad, though it is said he suffered grave injuries in the process. Some speculated he had perished, Yet here he stands, having joined Prince Xuexing's ranks and ascended to the status of a soul sage. As Xiao Wu stepped forward, preparing to push aside Lei Yi, he abruptly realized that he could not budge him at all. At the same moment, Lei Yi lowered his gaze to Xiao Wu. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, Xiao Wu found himself dwarfed by Lei Yi, who exceeded 2 meters in height. You think a myriad is a place for you to wander at will? Xiao Wu could hardly tolerate such an affront. You, a soul emperor? Are you seeking death? Gripping his flame axe with his right hand, Xiao Wu fixed his gaze upon Lei Yi, who seemed somewhat displeased by his response, prompting Xiao Wu to prepare a strike. However, Lei Yi was a top-tier figure of his era, unperturbed by Xiao Wu's aggression. He summoned his martial spirit, the thunderstorm hammer. Previously, only the power of lightning had been displayed without revealing the name of his martial spirit, leading others to believe it was merely a lightning hammer. Feel free to try. But you are merely a soul sage. If you were a soul sage like Old Kong, I might show you some leniency, but as a mere 72nd level soul sage, do you think I would fear you? As he spoke, 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black appeared around Lei Yi's thunderstorm hammer, showcasing his exceptional soul ring age. The onlookers were astonished to discover that this seemingly simpleton was indeed a formidable soul master with years of experience in absorbing soul rings. And considering his age and vitality, he was destined to become a Soul Douluo in the future. Xiao Wu, witnessing Lei Yi's impressive soul rings, felt a wave of shock. Yet, recalling that Lei Yi was just a soul emperor while he himself was a soul sage, and a soul sage with a true martial spirit at that, he felt emboldened. I shall not bully you. I could even allow that rotund fellow beside Old Kong to join you, and it would be of no concern. Xiao Wu smirked, casting a disdainful glance at Lei Yi. Dong Xiang, the rotund man beside Kong Ming, realized he was being drawn into the fray and turned to Kong Ming, for with Mulin and Lan Feng absent, Kong Ming was the highest authority present. Kong Ming nodded and stated, the opponent is a soul sage. You and Lei Yi are both soul emperors, so join forces. Dong Xiang approached with a cheerful demeanor, summoning his martial spirit, the recipe. Hello there. If I recall correctly, there was an introduction before the fight. My name is Dong Xiang, and my martial spirit is the recipe, a level 63 food system soul emperor. As he spoke, the page of Dong Xiang's recipe martial spirit transformed into the colors yellow, purple, black, and black. This transformation did not go unnoticed by Lin Zhe, Ying Jiao, whose martial spirit was Shadow Cat, and Gang Yun, whose martial spirit was Steel Rod, among a few others. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd remained engrossed in the standoff between Lei Yi and Xiao Wu. Lin Zhe, observing Lei Yi and Dong Xiang, leaned closer to Prince Xuexing and whispered, Your Highness, are you certain you wish to proceed? Although Dong Xiang's martial spirit has not revealed any soul rings, you may take a closer look at its page. The colors have changed to yellow, purple, black, and black. Upon hearing this, Xuexing turned his gaze towards Dong Xiang's martial spirit, and to his astonishment, it was indeed true. 2 individuals emerged from the opposite side, both possessing soul rings of considerable age, which was truly difficult to fathom. A flicker of regret surged within Xuexing, lamenting the fact that he had not thoroughly investigated the information before seeking trouble. However, the thought of having a Soul Douluo on his side dispelled his fears. After all, could an elderly soul sage truly contend with a Soul Douluo in their prime? It seemed improbable. Xuexing softly remarked, It's all right. With you here, I feel reassured. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe could only acquiesce. Though still somewhat concerned, he could distinctly sense that the strongest adversary before them was merely the old man, a soul sage, whose spirit power level was likely between 75 and 77. During Lin Zhe and Xuexing's conversation, the surrounding crowd had retreated a considerable distance. After all, a confrontation between 2 soul emperors with aged soul rings and a renowned soul sage was bound to be perilous, potentially resulting in collateral damage. Xuexing and the onlookers from the inn were untroubled, but others were not as fortunate. In a time where soul Douluos were rare, a soul sage represented the pinnacle of power. Youngsters, you are but 2 soul emperors. I will grant you 3 moves. Come forth. Xiao Wu, confident in his formidable martial spirit and the supreme enhancement of his soul skill, felt no apprehension of defeat and yearned to showcase his prowess before Prince Xuexing. Naturally, Lei Yi and Dong Xiang would not let this opportunity pass. With his 3rd soul skill, he conjured a powerful chicken leg, which, upon consumption, could augment an individual's strength by 10 soul power level 1. His fifth soul skill produced a sausage, similarly enhancing a person's attributes by 10 soul power level 1. A chicken leg and a sausage materialized in Lei Yi's hands, showcasing Dong Xiang's remarkable skill of directly delivering summoned food to allies. Furthermore, Dong Xiang had concentrated the essence of both items, making them perfectly sized for the towering Lei Yi, allowing him to consume them in a single bite. Once Lei Yi finished, he distinctly felt a 73 increase in his strength, alongside a bolstered dual attribute of his martial spirit, wind and thunder. He raised his war hammer with both hands. "Zhou Mu, brace yourself for my first move," he declared, invoking his third soul skill, wind and thunder forging. The hardness of the wind-thunder warhammer, imbued with wind and thunder attributes, increases attack strength by 50. Upon striking an adversary, there is a high probability of causing dizziness or paralysis. The more frequently the attack hits, the greater the likelihood of inducing abnormal states, prolonging their duration. Zhou Mu could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from the opposing Lei Yi, far surpassing that of a Soul Emperor. This was no surprise, as Lei Yi had previously charged into battle, a seasoned warrior. The essence of momentum, an elusive concept, was already in play. Coupled with Dong Xiang's enhancement of food and Lei Yi's third soul skill, the situation intensified. Moreover, Lei Yi had cunningly employed a lethal technique honed in his past life, the Thunder God Hammer. This technique hinges on two crucial aspects, speed and precision. As for ferocity, a single strike is sufficient. What more could be deemed ruthless? Furthermore, upon awakening his martial soul, Lei Yi gained two innate attributes, wind and thunder, both of which augment speed, wind for agility and thunder for swiftness. In an instant, Lei Yi materialized before Zhou Mu, leaving the nearby civilians astonished. Could it be that Lei Yi was an agile attacker, moving with such blinding speed? This was merely the speculation of the onlookers. Zhou Mu, caught in the tempest of Lei Yi's assault, perceived only the enormity of the warhammer before him. Instinctively, Zhou Mu activated his soul skill, fifth soul skill, Flame Light Shield. The flame axe unleashed its fiery power, merging with the solar energy to form a shield. The intensity of the flame and sunlight determined the shield's resilience. Despite the midday sun, the shield cracked upon a single impact. Noticing Zhou Mu's unease, Lei Yi immediately unleashed his fourth soul skill, Wind Thunder Split. With a 100 increase in wind and thunder power, Lei Yi delivered a full-force strike from above. The more potent the wind and thunder forces, the greater the destructive force. Before Zhou Mu could react, his glowing shield was shattered by Lei Yi's blow. Just as Lei Yi was about to deliver a fatal strike to Zhou Mu, a shadow swiftly pulled him away. Witnessing this, Kong Ming directed his gaze towards Prince Xuesheng, remarking on the apparent lack of decorum among the prince's subordinates. With that, Kong Ming struck his staff against the ground, summoning a magical array beneath him, alongside the emergence of soul rings, yellow, purple, and black. Kong Ming, a 77th level powerful attack-type soul saint, proclaimed, "Allow me to assist the prince in properly educating his subordinates." Chapter 35, Puppet Versus. Book 3. It seems that the prince's subordinates are rather unruly. Kong Ming, a 77th level powerful attack-type soul saint, declared, "Let me aid the prince in imparting some discipline to his subordinates." The 6 members of Prince Xuesheng's faction stared at Kong Ming, another who had absorbed a soul ring beyond the usual years. Is there some extraordinary secret within this group, as they all seem to possess soul rings of increasing age? Leaving aside Lei Yi, that towering figure, few beast martial souls can rival his height and strength. Even Dong Xiang, a food-type soul master, shares this trait. Moreover, Xuesheng recalls that Mulin frequently meets with individuals from the Inn of Intervals, and he too absorbs soul rings of increasing age. This Inn of Intervals undoubtedly harbors some hidden agenda, potentially threatening the peace of the Tiando Empire. Xuesheng turned to Linzai, instructing him to attempt to capture the old man alive. Clearly understanding the underlying reason, Linzai remained silent, aware of the secret behind the absorption of soul rings of increasing age. Typically, one rarely encounters formidable individuals possessing such rings. Aside from the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, who is said to have absorbed rings of increasing age, the only other known individual is the young Mulin. Yet, astonishingly, he now witnessed 3 formidable beings with such rings in succession, one of whom is even a food-type master. It is a curiosity that anyone would wish to unravel. However, Linzai felt deep down that this was implausible, for the presence of Kong Ming exerted immense pressure upon him. Indeed, this 77th level soul sage had instilled considerable stress in Linzai, a level 81 soul Douluo, as he had merely one additional century-old soul ring. Of course, the 8th soul ring might also play a role, considering Kong Ming's 7th soul ring is fixed as the martial soul's true form ability. Lin Zhe, however, possesses an 8th soul skill. Nevertheless, Prince Xuexing, being a cautious royal, remained vigilant. Ingjiu, Gang Yun, you shall take the lead, he commanded. Although Ingjiu and Gang Yun paused momentarily, they stepped forward. Ingjiu, wielding the martial soul of Shadow Cat, is a 75th level agility type battle soul master. Gang Yun, with his martial soul of Steel Rod, is a 74th level strength type battle soul master. Kong Ming initially anticipated facing a soul Douluo, underestimating Prince Xuexing's strategy. However, he did not fear being besieged. Dong Xiang, you two shall join, he declared, bringing one more into the fray against the two opponents. Though Ingjiu and Gang Yun contemplated refusal, the onlookers made it difficult to decline. With 2 soul sages on their side against a single opponent, it would be unbecoming to reject the inclusion of a food-type soul emperor. Just as Dong Xiang prepared to engage, Ingjiu and Gang Yun surged forward. Old man, let us go, they shouted in unison. 4th soul skill, Shadow Clone. This skill creates multiple clones, each possessing the ability to attack within a brief period. Not merely illusions generated by speed, and these clones can utilize soul ring abilities. 3rd soul skill, Shadow Slash. This technique forms exceedingly sharp sides from the fingertips, and each successful strike on the opponent's flesh accumulates a layer of marks. Upon reaching 10, the next attack will teleport behind the enemy. 3rd soul skill, Mighty Break. This skill doubles one's power, increases the hardness of the martial soul by the same factor, doubles the attack speed, and disregards 30 of the opponent's defense. 4th soul skill, Dragon Head Rod. At both ends of the steel rod, dragon heads are formed, and the strikes from either side will devour a portion of the opponent's soul power to replenish their own. The two combatants simultaneously activated their 3rd and 4th soul skills, charging towards Kong Ming. However, Kong Ming displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he planted his staff on the ground, unleashing his own 3rd and 4th soul skills. The 3rd soul skill, Moonstone. This summons a moonstone puppet. The stronger the soul power provided by Kong Ming, the greater the strength and effectiveness of the moonstone, which can reach a level equivalent to a soul master of the 1st tier of Kong Ming's moonstone martial soul. For instance, Kong Ming can summon a level 67 soul emperor, whose soul is of the moonstone. The 4th soul skill, Moonwolf. This summons a moonwolf puppet. Similarly, but the strength of the moonwolf is capped at Kong Ming's own level. For example, Kong Ming can summon a level 77 soul sage, whose martial soul is the moonwolf, in the form of a spirit beast. Using soul power levels for ease of comparison, before them, a summoning array appeared at Kong Ming's feet, revealing a silver stone resembling a crescent moon and a massive wolf. Entirely silver with a crescent moon engraved upon its forehead. The moonstone ascended, radiating brilliance, enveloping the surroundings like the moon itself. This is a domain. This is the moonstone. Lin Zhe was the first to identify this rare silver moonstone as the highly elusive top-tier spirit beast, the moonstone, believed to have gone extinct centuries ago. The moonstone is an innate spirit beast endowed with a domain of moonlight. Such spirit beasts typically conceal themselves or act in conjunction with others sharing their characteristics, such as those that grow stronger in the night or under the moonlight. As for the wolf, the moon wolf, illuminated by the moonlight from the moonstone, erupted with silver fur, letting out a roar. The howl of the celestial wolf, an acoustic soul skill, rendered opponents beneath the moonlight unable to defend. Just as it was about to strike Ingjiu and Gang Yun, Lin Zhe instantaneously unleashed his soul skill. The 6th soul skill, True Words Shield. He conjured a protective barrier at a designated location, offering triple defenses against physical, soul, and mental attacks, rendering him immune to one instance of damage. The side effect, it can be activated 5 times in a day, with a 3-minute interval between uses. However, the Moonwolf and Moonstone were puppets summoned by Kong Ming with all his might. And it was not just the Moonwolf that activated its soul skill. The Moonstone also discreetly released its power. As the sound wave struck Lin Zhe's shield, the moonlight from the Moonstone grew ever brighter. Realizing the impending danger, Lin Zhe shouted, "Not good. Ingjiu, Gang Yun, run." 3rd soul skill, True Words, Swift Spirit. Release a true word upon the designated individual's legs, augmenting speed and reaction by 50%, allowing for one instance of ignoring leg control. It is not that Lin Zhe refuses to assist, rather, he possesses no defensive soul skills other than the 6th soul skill. Upon hearing this, Ingjiu and Gang Yun prepared to flee. having already felt the impact of the Lunar Wolf's sonic attack and ready to concede. However, upon witnessing the ferocity of Kong Ming's assault, they understood that this Kong Ming was undeniably formidable. Even though they were affiliated with the Snowstar Prince, he would show no mercy. Simultaneously bolstered by Lin Zhe's enhancement, they resolved to escape immediately. Yet, they had already been under the illumination of the Moonstone for an extended period, and the energy attack of the Moonstone struck them both. Being mere humans, they could not withstand such an onslaught. Had they possessed defensive capabilities or been soul beasts, they might have endured. But as one was an agile attacker and the other a weapon spirit, they were utterly defenseless. The attack from the Moonstone pierced through their hearts. The Snowstar Prince trembled upon witnessing this. After all, they were two soul saints, and exceptionally powerful ones at that. To perish in such a manner, right before the Snowstar Prince, was infuriating. How dare you take their lives? Kong Ming, seemingly oblivious to the Snowstar Prince's wrath, calmly remarked, "Ah, two soul saints on the opposite side. How could an old man like me hold back? Who would have known these two were so weak? Blame me, the old man." "Ha." The Snowstar Prince turned to Lin Zhe, declaring, "Lin Zhe, kill him. I demand his death." Lin Zhe's expression faltered, for he had just witnessed the extent of Kong Ming's prowess. A millennium soul skill coupled with a 10,000-year soul skill was sufficient to eliminate two soul saints, and he held no confidence in his ability to succeed. Sensing his hesitation, the Snowstar Prince added, "I possess some valuable items, if you slay him. I shall grant you access to my treasure vault." Lin Zhe's eyes gleamed at this prospect. He was well aware of the vast riches within the Snowstar's vault, rumored to contain a soul bone, which could significantly enhance his chances of breaking through to level 82. Furthermore, Kong Ming had likely expended considerable energy as a soul Douluo. He believed he had a substantial chance to vanquish him. Very well, I shall ensure the demise of the soul saint named Kong Ming. Chapter 36, Puppet Versus. Tome, Final, Lin Zhe, with the Soul Spirit, Tome of True Words, an 81-level balanced battle spirit master, requests your guidance. Lin Zhe summoned the tome, an ancient-looking text, notably featuring characters encircled by 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Kong Ming did not take action, but instead cast a glance at Dong Xiang, who promptly utilized his soul skill. 6th soul skill, Restoration Potion. In an instant, a medicinal concoction was prepared, which upon consumption restored 10 soul power 1, at the cost of soul power, physical strength, and mental fortitude, while also significantly enhancing the rate of soul power recovery. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zhe sought to intervene. But the Moon Wolf had not returned to the call of Kong Ming and stood resolutely with the Moonstone between Kong Ming and Lin Zhe, gazing intently at Lin Zhe. Simultaneously, Kong Ming had consumed Dong Xiang's potion and, almost instinctively, remarked, "You truly live up to your reputation, Dong Xiang." Dong Xiang, scratching the back of his head, replied modestly, "Oh, it's merely luck. I happened upon a 10,000-year ginseng that has awakened its intelligence and transformed into a spirit beast. I did not expect the essence to vanish after absorbing the ginseng king." Upon hearing this, Kong Ming appeared to contemplate something and directly stated, "Dong Xiang, you seem rather greedy. You have already acquired the opportunity of both Lei Yi and Mulin, yet you remain unsatisfied." "Not at all. Your fortune is evidently greater, Master Kong Ming," Dong Xiang retorted. Lin Zhe, observing Kong Ming engaging in casual conversation with Dong Xiang, felt a surge of fury. After all, Kong Ming was merely a soul saint, while he ranked among the top in terms of combat prowess within that realm. It was hardly a justification for disregarding a soul Douluo. "Old man, brace yourself." His first soul skill, True Word Spirit Sword. The True Word manifested into a razor-sharp sword. Its attributes of sharpness, hardness, and armor-piercing power enhanced by Lin Zhe's extensive knowledge from the tomes he had perused. The second soul skill, True Word Spirit Armor. The True Word transformed into a suit of armor, its agility, physical resistance, and magical resistance attributes amplified by Lin Zhe's understanding of the texts he had studied, while its weight correspondingly diminished. In an instant, Lin Zhe's first and second soul rings illuminated, and the true words encircled his hands and body, coalescing into a golden sword and a suit of golden armor. Indeed, despite Lin Zhe's frequent reading and his seemingly meek demeanor, coupled with a martial soul that leaned toward assistance and control, those who were not intimately familiar with him remained oblivious to his dual mastery of physical and magical prowess. With a martial soul centered on books, and having honed his swordsmanship due to family heritage from a young age, Lin Zhe's melee combat skills rendered him nearly invulnerable to most soul Douluos, even without employing soul skills. Lin Zhe continued to amplify his abilities. His third soul skill, True Word, Spirit Speed. In an instant, Lin Zhe surged forward, closing in on the Moonwolf, which seemed momentarily caught off guard as Lin Zhe plunged the True Word Spirit sword into its body. The Moonstone quickly activated its domain, enveloping the Moonwolf in a gentle glow, striving to mend its wounds. Concurrently, Lin Zhe relinquished the True Word Spirit Sword, embedding it within the Moonwolf and leaping back. Kong Ming furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene, pondering, what is happening? Could this sword be? Before he could finish his thought, Lin Zhe opened his martial soul, the Book of True Words. Secret technique, True Word Explosion. Within a certain range, the homogeneous incantations can be detonated, with their potency determined by the quantity and quality of the incantations themselves. Given the quality of Lin Zhe's soul power, complemented by the various tomes provided by Prince Xuesheng, the caliber of his incantations is undoubtedly formidable. Just as the surrounding crowd remained perplexed, the Moonwolf suddenly erupted. A torrent of incantations burst forth from its being. At that moment, Lin Zhe summoned the incantation Spirit Sword once more, seizing the opportunity to strike at Kong Ming, who was momentarily disoriented by the explosion of his summoned beast. Indeed, Lin Zhe mistakenly believed the Moonwolf to be Kong Ming's summoned creature. For Lin Zhe, both out of interest and benefit, reading has only proven advantageous, yielding exceptionally great rewards. Consequently, he assumed that Kong Ming's martial soul was a legendary artifact from ancient times, emblematic of a unique soul master who could contend against many. Summoning-type soul masters are characterized by their ability to call forth specific soul beasts with each soul skill, typically those they have hunted. Furthermore, as the soul master's power level increases, so too does the age of their summoned beast. The extent of this enhancement depends on the quality of the soul master's martial soul. According to the texts, the most formidable summoners can summon multiple spirit beasts that are hundreds of thousands of years old, coordinating to suppress entire eras single-handedly. However, in this world, perfection is an illusion, and summoning is no exception. The demise of a summoned soul beast inflicts immense pain upon its summoner. Lin Zhe was convinced that Kong Ming, being an elderly man, could not endure the agony associated with the death of a 10,000-year-old summoned creature. Yet, Lin Zhe may have overlooked the fact that Kong Ming did not introduce his martial soul at the outset, and his martial souls were puppets, not summoned entities. There exists a distinction between puppets and summoned beings. The death of a puppet merely requires some resources for rapid repair and lacks the high intelligence of a summoned creature, being essentially a mindless construct. Thus, the Moonwolf's death would not bring Kong Ming any pain. Simultaneously, Kong Ming discerned Lin Zhe's intentions to attack and understood his motivations. After all, in terms of comprehension of summoning, Kong Ming far surpassed Lin Zhe. He positioned his staff backward, and the fifth and sixth soul skills began to resonate with a unique rhythm, seemingly poised for activation. The lunar domain of the Moonstone grew increasingly dim before gradually fading away. Lin Zhe, however, remained oblivious, his focus solely on Kong Ming. The latter bent his body, bowing his head as if enduring some hardship. What an opportune moment! Lin Zhe charged at Kong Ming with full speed, activating his fifth soul skill, Incantation Suppression. The power of the mantra suppresses opponents, unless their knowledge vastly exceeds that of Lin Zhe, or their strength surpasses Lin Zhe by at least 5 levels. Otherwise, they cannot escape and must endure the suppression for a minimum of 5 seconds. Simultaneously, Kong Ming activated his fifth and sixth soul skills. The fifth soul skill, White Tiger. This summons a white tiger puppet. The more soul power Kong Ming offers, the stronger the white tiger becomes. Additionally, due to special circumstances, Kong Ming can enhance the white tiger puppet using minerals. Currently, the approximate strength of the white tiger equals that of an 81st level white tiger spirit master, limited to physical strength, soul skill potency, and all attributes, devoid of consciousness. The sixth soul skill, Black Turtle. This summons a black turtle puppet, with similar effects, just as the mantra suppressed Kong Ming. The colossal semi-mechanical white tiger and black turtle made their appearance. Although the mantra restrained Kong Ming's body, it did not suppress his consciousness. Kong Ming's awareness descended upon the corporeal form of the black turtle. The suppressive soul skill of the black turtle erupted in full force. Black water heavy pressure. Within the designated area, it suppresses opponents with a force equivalent to that of the depths of the ocean. Just as the black turtle subdued Lin Zhe, an unexpected occurrence arose when the white tiger was about to strike. Halt! Tiando City does not permit murder. The third soul skill, Thunder Tiger Diamond Body. This enhances muscle mass, doubling physical strength and defense, while increasing lightning attribute power by 50%. The sixth soul skill, Rampant Thunder Destruction Strike. This skill gathers violent lightning power in both hands, capable of being released in close combat or at a distance, ensuring paralysis upon contact. Its might is boundless. Chapter 37, The Conclusion. A particularly robust and towering man suddenly appeared before Lindsay, his hands clasping a swirling mass of intense purple lightning. With fists clenched, he gathered the lightning in his palms and struck down decisively. Boom! The white tiger's claw, radiating white light, was directly blocked. Gradually, the white tiger was being pushed back. Simultaneously, Lindsay's fifth soul skill, Suppression, concluded. Kong Ming retreated behind, summoning the white tiger and black turtle to his side. Gazing at the man whose physique surpassed even that of Lei, Kong Ming also noticed that the portion of the white tiger's claw that made contact with the muscular man had turned charred black. Such formidable lightning. Kong Ming seemed to realize something. Yin Qing, the patriarch of the Yin family? The leader of the Tiando City Guard. I did not expect General Yin to arrive. This robust man, known as Yin Qing, is one of the prominent Soul Douluo in the city of Tiando, serving as a guardian of its existence. He can be likened to the leader of the city's garrison. However, given that this is Tiando City, the Emperor's domain, and that the Grand Marshal of the Tiando Empire, Gulong, is also present, Yin Qing's position is largely nominal. Nevertheless, due to his title as the head of the Tiando City Guards, the other second-generation members, aside from the occasionally unruly Shuebang, generally adhere to the rules. After all, should Yin Qing be in a foul mood and someone provoke trouble, he would not concern himself with the individual's noble lineage. His own lineage is one of the most authoritative components of Tiando City. Furthermore, Yin Qing is an 84th level Soul Douluo, and his martial spirit, the Thunder Tiger, has honed his lightning attributes to a level rivaling that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon of the same rank. His physical prowess has been meticulously cultivated during his excursions. It is conceivable that even a Soul Master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon at the same level might struggle to defeat Yin Qing. It is evident how formidable Yin Qing's strength truly is. As Kong Ming marveled at Yin Qing's remarkable strength and the ferocity of his lightning power, Yin Qing too was astonished by Kong Ming. This seemingly unassuming white tiger had, in their direct confrontation, only left a charred mark where they had made contact, exhibiting no other effects. This soul sage was undoubtedly far more than an ordinary Soul Douluo in combat ability. Yin Qing speculated that if this elderly soul sage were to unleash his full power, even if he survived, his future would be dire. Greetings, I am Yin Qing. Since we are in Tiando City, I kindly request that you cease hostilities for the time being. We can discuss the specifics, and I shall assist you, he proposed. Yin Qing acknowledged Kong Ming's strength. The appearance of the Xuanwu and White Tiger had already captivated the attention of the entire Tiando City. After all, a soul beast towering higher than a building was visible to anyone with sight, and the fluctuations of soul power were unmistakable. It was undoubtedly above 50,000 years. As the leader of the Tianzhou City Guard, Yin Qing felt that allowing these two spirit beasts to appear was a grave dereliction of duty. Therefore, upon discovering their presence, he hurriedly rushed over. Upon nearing the scene, he realized that these two spirit beasts were, in fact, acting under the orders of this soul sage. Yin Qing was momentarily taken aback, but when he saw Kong Ming attempting to kill Lindsay, he immediately activated his martial spirit and employed his soul skills to protect Lindsay. After all, Lindsay was a formidable contra of the Tiando Empire, and it was imperative to safeguard him. Consequently, Yin Qing swiftly intercepted the attack from the White Tiger. Simultaneously, observing the obedient demeanor of the White Tiger and the Black Tortoise, Yin Qing pondered the reason behind his own ennui as the leader of the Tianzhou City Guard. During his moments of leisure while training, he had come across knowledge of a long-extinct category of spirit masters, summoners, known for their ability to face multitudes and engage in battles across levels. These were the hallmarks of most summoners who had matured in their craft. Thus, Yin Qing was inclined to show respect to Kong Ming, provided that Kong Ming was not intentionally seeking to provoke or tarnish the dignity of the Tiando Empire. He would not mind letting Kong Ming go, and afterward, he intended to visit Shuya to consult Xuexing. Xuexing, fully aware of Yin Qing's intentions, spoke up, stating that the inn they were in concealed the assailants who had incapacitated or even attempted to kill Shuelang, and he suspected that the culprits were part of this very group. Yin Qing, act swiftly and eliminate them. Hearing this, Yin Qing could not simply dismiss the matter. After all, The act of incapacitating or even attempting to assassinate a prince of the nation was utterly intolerable. I hope you will step aside, allowing us to conduct a search. Upon hearing this, Kong Ming furrowed his brow. He was not concerned that this group would discover Bai Yu, but rather feared they might uncover the location where he crafted soul-guiding devices. In this era, soul-guiding devices were an excellent means to enhance a nation's foundation and strength. Currently, only Lan Feng and Yi Tianxing from Kong Ming's side had a chance to hold back or even defeat a Title Douluo. Being one of the three foremost powers on the continent, the Tiando Empire could not possibly be limited to just two Title Douluos. Should that occur, he would inevitably have to align himself with the Tiando Empire, which would contravene his own plans and those of the young master. Mr. Yinsheng, it is not that I refuse to step aside. You must understand that certain secrets are not meant for all to know. As he spoke, Kong Ming's eyes narrowed, and his 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black began to pulsate in unison. It seemed that should Yinsheng attempt to force his way through, Kong Ming would unleash his full power. Yinsheng was taken aback upon hearing this, feeling a surge of indignation at Kong Ming's readiness to unleash his full might. Thunder attributes were not known for fostering a gentle temperament. Most Thunder attribute spirit masters were quite tempestuous, especially considering the presence of a tiger among them. Yinsheng turned to Kong Ming. Kong Ming, is it? This concerns the life of a prince of the Tiando Empire. I implore you to reconsider. You have 5 seconds. If you do not step aside, let me witness the summoner known for battling many foes and transcending levels from ancient times. Humph. As Kong Ming was about to unleash all of his soul abilities, a sudden voice interrupted, calling out, "Hey, stop." Turning his gaze, Kong Ming recognized Mulin, accompanied by Yi Tianxing and another gentleman. Upon seeing Mulin, Kong Ming felt a sense of relief. After all, Mulin was not the type to recklessly endanger himself. At the same time, Yinsheng also noticed Mulin and the man beside Yi Tianxing. Quickly releasing his martial spirit, he addressed them, "Your Highness." Indeed. The individual accompanying Mulin and Yi Tianxing was none other than Xueqinghe. Upon his arrival, Xueqinghe remarked, "Thank you, General Yinsheng, for your efforts. However, the end must not be carelessly investigated. The specific reasons will be elaborated upon at the Grand Assembly." Yinsheng nodded in understanding in that case. "I shall take my leave. The matter concerning the Avalanche Prince in the inn is now in your hands, Your Highness." "No problem, General Yinsheng. Farewell," Xueqinghe replied. Yinsheng departed swiftly, reassured by the prince's promise to clarify matters at the Grand Assembly, thus deeming it unnecessary to press further. Even should the inn harbor intentions against Avalanche, Yinsheng would think twice before entering, for the prince had made it clear he intended to protect the establishment. Yinsheng would be mad to involve himself in a struggle for the throne or to wager on a prince with a 99% chance of failure. Such a gamble was not one any individual with a family would undertake. Meanwhile, Xueqinghe turned his attention to Xuexing. "I wonder if my third brother has any concerns. Previously, I entrusted Master Kong with the crafting of a special weapon, which nearly struck my third brother. I shall discipline Master Kong for this. I hope my third brother can overlook it, considering Master Kong's potential to strengthen the Tiando Empire." Although Xueqinghe attempted to console Avalanche, his gaze remained fixed on Xuexing. Kong Ming, along with the White Tiger and Xuanwu, also regarded Xuexing naturally. Xuexing acquiesced. After all, what alternative did he have in such a situation? Chapter 38. Secrets of the Continent. Xuexing, accompanied by the somewhat fearful Avalanche and Linzai, as well as Zhou Mu, departed. Subsequently, Mulin turned to Kong Ming, saying, "Master Kong, this is Xueqinghe, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. I am currently residing at my older brother's palace." Upon hearing Mulin's words, Kong Ming's eyes flickered with intrigue. "Residing, Crown Prince. Older brother? Is this individual one of our own?" Truly remarkable for the young master, though he is merely 6 years old. Kong Ming cast a brief glance at Yi Tianxing, who also comprehended the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he understood Kong Ming's concerns regarding Xueqinghe potentially deceiving Mulin. Nonetheless, Xueqinghe was indeed trustworthy, and he nodded in acknowledgement toward Kong Ming. Kong Ming then turned his gaze to Xueqinghe, slightly cupping his hands in greeting. Smiling as he said, "I am Kong Ming, honored to meet the Crown Prince. May I inquire as to your intentions?" Xueqinghe promptly replied, "Not at all, this time. It is Qinghe assisting my dear brother in resolving his troubles. Shall we discuss this further inside?" After speaking, he glanced to either side. Upon noticing this, Kong Ming also cast a look around. "Ah, the crowd remains. This is not a place for discussions. Let us go, Dongxiang, and prepare some signature dishes. We shall converse inside. The figure of Qian Ringshu, disguised as Zwiking, carefully scrutinized Dongxiang upon hearing this. The food system absorbed over the years, along with the summoning-type soul masters mentioned only in books, indicated that Mulin's sect was indeed formidable. It must belong to one of those reclusive sections. As for the sea, what a mysterious realm it is. Just moments ago, Cao Ming's summoned entity, Qian Ringshu, had witnessed the immense white tiger and Xuanwu. How could they engage in battle within the ocean? Even if it were a sect of the sea, it would likely be a mere island lord, confined to training within the waters. The notion of overseas sects seems unlikely. Qian Ringshu recalls her grandfather once stating that there are no sects in the sea. The power dynamics of the ocean can be categorized into two factions, the pirate crews, soul beasts of the sea, and the sea god island. Not everyone venerates the sea god. Various reasons may lead some individuals to dismiss the deity, particularly since their martial souls manifest far less potency on land than in the ocean. Others, having stirred up significant trouble on the mainland, such as offending the three premier powers, attempting to slay princes of Tiando or Xingluo, inciting angels, or engaging with evil soul masters, often seek refuge in the sea for survival. They then evolve into pirates, relying on ambushing merchant vessels, plundering the inhabitants of various islands or soul masters, and hunting rare sea soul beasts to exchange for resources in coastal cities. The vastness of the ocean, teeming with countless 10,000-year soul beasts, far surpasses that of the land. As for Sea God Island, in essence, it serves as the spirit hall above the ocean. One of the divine forces is categorized into two distinct groups, the adherents of the sea god and those who do not worship him. This classification is quite straightforward. The majority of the sea god's followers are human, with a few soul beasts, although they are exceedingly rare. In contrast, the non-believers predominantly consist of soul beasts, with only a minuscule number being human. Due to the immense power of Sea God Island over the vast ocean, it remains an unassailable force against any faction, barring a select few soul beasts. Consequently, sects refrain from establishing themselves upon the ocean, as such endeavors would attract minimal attention, resulting in only a handful of practitioners. Moreover, should one inadvertently provoke the inhabitants of Sea God Island, dire consequences would ensue, as they are fiercely protective of their domain. Thus, the esteemed sect of Master Cao Ming, known for its food and summoning arts accumulated over countless years, is undoubtedly not an overseas sect. This leads to two possibilities: either the secluded sect that Qian Ringshu has always believed in, which is an ancient and hidden order, possessing knowledge of soul-guiding technologies only found in antiquity and recorded in tomes, or the divine forces that Qian Ringshu has long been hesitant to acknowledge. As the name suggests, divine forces are those that have been graced by the presence of deities. From her grandfather, Qian Ringshu learned that currently only two renowned divine forces exist on the continent, the Spirit Hall and the City of Slaughter. The latter, for various reasons, has struggled to flourish, seemingly due to events that transpired following the emergence of the angel god. Notably, the King of Slaughter has never made an appearance. Nevertheless, it is unequivocal that the City of Slaughter is indeed a divine force. In the vast ocean lies Sea God Island, where Qian Ringshu has heard that her grandfather once encountered failure. Regarding other divine forces, Title Douluo has informed Qian Ringshu that these factions exist solely to assist their respective deities in finding successors. Thus, although these forces currently operate in a semi-secluded state, each generation witnesses individuals emerging, scouting for those with exceptional talent, suitable attributes, or compatible martial souls, and subsequently enticing them for trials. Although these activities remain largely unrecognized by the world, the factions harbor no fear of any other power. Qian Douluo has also advised Qian Ringshu to avoid attracting the ire of these divine forces. It is certain that divine forces possess limit Douluos in every generation and, in times of dire need, can wield a modicum of divine power, receiving clandestine assistance from the upper realm to effectively utilize a divine artifact for a brief period. Among them, Qian Ringshu is aware of a divine faction under the auspices of the Golden God. According to Qian Douluo, the Golden God faction is the oldest among divine forces, boasting a strength that ranks among the top echelons. Their offensive capabilities are at least in the top two, with defensive prowess also ranking second. Their adeptness in both offense and defense has maximized the potential of the golden element. Is not Mulin's martial soul, the golden heart, a reflection of this? The attack possesses armor-piercing effects while simultaneously enhancing strength and defense. The innate martial soul also allows for a secondary awakening. And if Mulin's sect is indeed affiliated with the divine powers, then Qianrenxue has no chance whatsoever. After all, as her grandfather stated, the might of the Golden God faction is unparalleled, certainly surpassing that of the Spirit Hall. The ancient summoning arts, known only through the oldest texts, coupled with knowledge of soul guide devices, perfectly align with Mulin's attributes. His talent is exceptionally promising. As for that teacher, it is likely he has ventured into the faction to seek methods of cultivation. Who can say how each faction cultivates its disciples? It is possible that the Golden God merely provides a technique, a protector, and a few subordinates, leaving one to cultivate to a certain level before returning. Nonetheless, these are merely conjectures on Qianrenxue's part. She hopes that Mulin is at least a disciple of a hidden sect. Should that be the case, Qianrenxue would have the opportunity to recruit the entire hidden sect. Upon entering, Kongming initially engaged in casual conversation with Qianrenxue. After a while, she suddenly remarked, "I wonder if Mr. Kongming would be willing to provide the technology for soul guide devices. The price offered by the Heavendo Empire would certainly exceed that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Kongming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. This was likely the reason behind Xueqing's assistance in thwarting his uncle and younger brother, engaging in a trade with the Heavendo Empire for soul guide devices. Chapter 39. The reason indeed. The trade with the Heavendo Empire was the consensus reached by Mulin and Qianrenxue after presenting the soul guide devices a few hours prior. Then why did you shoot Xuebang? Do tell. Mulin immediately produced 3 soul-guiding devices crafted by Kongming, albeit in their diminished forms. These artifacts were the creations of a master sent by my mentor, representing the long-lost soul-guiding instruments. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue cast a glance at the trio of devices, a short sword, a crossbow, and a remarkably tiny milk bottle. "So, you eliminated the avalanche to experiment with this crossbow?" she inquired. "Hee, the Crown Prince is indeed astute. Yes, if you doubt it, you may find a place to test it." Upon hearing Qianrenxue's words, Mulin nodded in agreement. "All right, let us proceed to the backyard." Along the way, Mulin glanced at the 3 soul-guiding devices belonging to Qianrenxue, pondering, initially, "I had intended to wait until the arrival of the Third Ring's gift package to negotiate with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I hope Qianrenxue does not summon Ning Fingji for a transaction just yet. What a miscalculation. I never anticipated the formidable power of this crossbow. Now, I can only hope that Ning Fengji will refrain from taking action, considering the strength of Hope Lan Feng and Yi Tianqing, along with Qianrenxue's disguise as Xueqingha. Otherwise, if conflict arises, our group may have no choice but to seek refuge in the Douluo Empire. Known for its notorious tyranny, it is likely we would end up traversing the seas. After all, Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is Xueqingha's mentor, and should a fallout occur, the Heavendo Empire would likely join forces with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to seize the soul-guiding technology. Upon reaching the backyard, Qianrenxue summoned a soul emperor named Chu Tianxian, a defensive-type soul emperor. This is Mulin, and his guardian, Yi Tianqing, a man with a notably honest demeanor, approached, while Qianrenxue introduced them to one another. "Hello, I am Chu Tianxian. My martial spirit is the Xuanhua Turtle, and I am a level 68 defensive-type soul emperor." Mulin was introduced as a heart martial spirit, a level 24 great soul master, and Yi Tianqing as a level 78 soul sage. Yi Tianqing's introduction was rather casual, omitting his own martial spirit, but neither Qianrenxue nor Chu Tianxian took offense. After all, Yi Tianqing was primarily tasked with protecting Mulin, ensuring any potential harm to him was averted. Thus, it was entirely acceptable not to disclose his martial spirit. What is most significant is that Yi Tianqing, being a level 78 soul sage, paired with his youthful appearance, has a strong possibility of attaining the title of Soul Douluo. "Tianqian, I have summoned you today to experiment with several weapons." Experiment with weapons? "Your Highness, I am a defensive-type soul emperor. What weapons possess such formidable power?" Qianrenxue then produced the blood sword, the crossbow, and a small vial, turning her gaze toward Mulin. Mulin then introduced. The short sword is known as the blood sword, its primary characteristic being its ability to absorb the blood of its wielder, thereby enhancing its sharpness and hardness. It can also be powered by soul energy, albeit to a lesser extent without the infusion of blood. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue initially prepared to experiment with soul energy before attempting to infuse it with blood. "Tianxian, I am coming. Are you ready? Your Highness, please descend." I, Tianxian, possess no remarkable traits, save for my resilience and durability. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, Chu Tianquan's muscles swelled dramatically, accompanied by fiery patterns adorning his body, while a tortoise shell bearing crimson markings emerged on his back. He and Rangshu infused her angelic soul energy into the sword and then pierced it into Chu Tianquan's arm. Slish! Although the blood sword met some resistance, it successfully penetrated Chu Tianquan's arm. How sharp! How could my martial spirit be breached so easily? He exclaimed. No, Your Highness. Please continue. I shall test my soul skills. I, Chu Tianxian, am not so fragile. Upon hearing this, Tian Rangshu first drew the blood sword across her palm, leaving a mark, and then said, All right, you may proceed with your soul skills. Third soul skill, Mysterious Fire Tortoise Body. His defensive capabilities doubled, and any attack against him would be met with a fiery retaliation. The patterns on Chu Tianquan's body became even more pronounced, resembling a garment woven from flames. Meanwhile, the sword in Qian Rangshu's hand transformed into a radiant golden hue, emanating an indescribable sense of sanctity. Mulin cast a glance at Qian Rangshu, yet she remained impassive, prompting him to avert his gaze. At that moment, Qian Rangshu was burdened with unspoken woes. The blood sword surprisingly transformed its attributes based on its master's blood. This revelation signified that her sacred attribute was fundamentally distinct from that of the swan. Fortunately, Yi Tianxing was unconcerned, and Mulin was merely 6 years old. Otherwise, she might have been compelled to take drastic measures. Whether the true reasons were indeed those two was a notion that Qian Rangshu harbored for herself. The blood sword once again pierced through Chu Tianquan's shoulder, this time with even greater ease than before. Qian Rangshu withdrew the blood sword and said, You have worked hard. Tianxian, you must be weary now, so take a rest. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxian settled onto a nearby stone stool. Meanwhile, Qian Rangshu approached Mulin, saying here, Take the blood sword. It is a potent soul-guiding device. Even I, a soul master, can ascend to the pinnacle of Soul Emperor with it. Mulin stroked the back of his head and remarked, Where? The Crown Prince is truly formidable. With this, I could merely pierce the hide of a millennium-old soul beast. Yet the Crown Prince has managed to inflict harm upon the arm of a top-tier Soul Emperor. Qian Rangshu gently caressed Mulin's hair and inquired, And what of this crossbow? Mulin removed his hand from his head and remarked, This prince would do well to conduct experiments using soul beasts. With this crossbow, I pierced through the body of a millennium-old soul beast and several walls, nearly striking down Prince Avalanche. Upon hearing this, Qian Rangshu narrowed her eyes and handed the crossbow to Chu Tianxian, saying, Tianxian, take this to Uncle Long and urge him to expedite the experiment. Chu Tianxian was momentarily taken aback, replying, Huh? You want me to present this to a Title Douluo for experimentation? Has the young master lost his senses? Nevertheless, he acknowledged Mulin's words. Despite the suspicion of exaggeration, he complied and delivered the crossbow to Yu Long for analysis. After Chu Tianxian departed, Qian Rangshu turned to Mulin and inquired, Mulin, how does the prince treat you? Upon hearing this, Mulin instinctively narrowed his eyes. Of course, that sounds splendid. So, are you seeking to engage in a transaction with a certain power for this soul-guiding device? The Crown Prince remarked astutely, Indeed. We are looking to negotiate with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as they are the wealthiest among them. Upon hearing this, Qian Rangshu thought to herself, Fortunately, it would be quite detrimental to engage in a transaction with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. They are, after all, one of the sects with the highest number of soul masters, second only to the top powers of the continent. With this soul-guiding device in their possession, they would indeed become a formidable force. Mulin, let us trade with the Tiando Empire instead. My brother would never betray you. Upon hearing this, Mulin was momentarily taken aback. Engaging in trade with the Heavendo Empire? Qian Rangshu gazed at Mulin in silence, assuming he might be opposed to the idea, for it was widely acknowledged that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School possessed considerable wealth. Given the abundance of auxiliary soul masters within the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, their aspirations for soul guidance technology were undeniably fervent. If one were to enter into a transaction with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, there was a considerable risk of facing coercion or even having one's technique seized. Furthermore, the Heavendo Empire is a nation, while the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is merely the wealthiest sect in terms of riches. No one could rival the affluence of 2 great empires. Chapter 40. Establishing Cooperation. Upon hearing this, Mulin's thoughts began to stir. Indeed. How is it that the original character Tang San was able to engage in a flawless transaction with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, resulting in a mutually beneficial situation? There are two primary reasons for this. First, Tang Xin had established a close friendship with Ning Rongrong and even aided in the evolution of her martial soul, transforming it into the coveted 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which the 7-treasure glazed tile school longed for. Second, Tang San had the formidable presence of Tang Hao behind him. While Tang Hao himself might not seem particularly significant, it is essential to recognize that at that time, the Haotian Sect had already gone into seclusion, and Tang Hao had but one son, Tang San. Would the 7-treasure glazed tile school dare to threaten Tang San? Would they be willing to test the mettle of the Haotian Douluo, known for having slain Qian Xuanji? At that time, most people believed that it was Tang Hao who had defeated Qian Xuanji. Would they risk provoking a super-powerful Douluo who had lost a child and was consumed by thoughts of vengeance? The 7-treasure glazed tile school would not dare to act recklessly. A Haotian Douluo bent on revenge was more than they could withstand. Only with the full support of Ning Fengji could the Sword-Bone Douluo have any chance of stopping or even countering Tang Hao. However, could the Sword-Bone Douluo teleport across the entire continent? As for Mulin himself, he could at best align with the second reason, and it could even be said that he did not conceal it. After all, neither Lan Feng nor Yi Tianxing had demonstrated their strength or exhibited achievements in defeating super Douluos. Hence, when the 7-treasure glazed tile school discovered that Kong Ming's soul guide technology was so well suited to their needs, they would undoubtedly take action. After all, when it comes to compatibility, the Spirit Hall was even more aligned with their interests, whether for their own development or to prevent the Spirit Hall from gaining strength. The likelihood of the 7-treasure glazed tile school intervening was particularly high. However, a transaction with the Tiando Empire was an entirely different matter. The Title Douluos of the Tiando Empire had not appeared in the original narrative. This implies that the Title Douluos of the Tiando Empire would not suddenly emerge due to advancements in soul guide technology. After all, the Tiando Palace had not shown itself. And Mulin even speculated whether the Title Douluos of the Tiando Empire had been assassinated by Qian Douluo. As for the Soul Douluos, with Yi Tianxing, Kong Ming, and Lan Feng present, the arrival of a Soul Douluo would merely serve to enhance their ranks. Lan Feng alone could contend with all the Soul Douluos of the Tiando Empire. When it came time to negotiate, if they brought Lan Feng along, the Tiando Empire would think twice about any deceitful actions. Unlike the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the Sword-Bone Douluo was not so easily dispatched. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to wait until reaching level 30 before proceeding with the transaction, as it was highly likely that a Title Douluo would appear by then. At that point, they could venture to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes for a martial soul awakening, with a nominal master present. With 2 Title Douluos, one of whom was at least a peak 96th level Douluo, the Tiando Empire would undoubtedly refrain from any trickery. However, it must be stated in advance that the materials must be prepared by them. Materials? Indeed. One cannot presume that the creation of a soul guide is a process that occurs out of thin air, can one? Mulin gazed at Qian Rinxue, his eyes betraying a hint of skepticism. Surely, Qian Rinxue cannot be that foolish. Upon noticing his look, Qian Rinxue playfully tousled Mulin's golden hair and replied, "Humph. Of course not. But can you truly make decisions? After all, you are merely 6 years old." "Certainly not. I lack knowledge of the production costs. I can, however, take you to the master who crafts these soul-guiding devices." "Oh, is that so? Then lead me to him. For I wish to meet the master who possesses the long-lost technique of crafting soul-guiding devices." Afterward, Mulin and Yi Tianxing returned to rest for a while, Qian Rinxue proceeded to the location where Chu Tianxian and Yulong were experimenting with the soul-guiding device. Upon arrival, she immediately spotted the elder, Blood Spike, seemingly injured, with blood trickling from his palm. "Blood Spike has been wounded? Young master, I did not anticipate that this soul-guiding device would amplify its power based on an individual's soul force. The quality of Shilong's soul force caused the bolt to pierce directly through my palm. Alas, this device is now damaged." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue grasped the crossbow and, indeed, activated her soul force to fire a shot. The crossbow emitted a sharp click before the bolt was released. However, Qian Rinxue's pupils contracted. Such speed was surely beyond the evasion capabilities of a soul emperor, despite her soul force being close to that of a soul king. Augmented by the divine quality of her angelic martial spirit, this soul-guiding device was undoubtedly a worthy object for Qian Rinxue to consider trading for. At that moment, a thought struck Qian Rinxue regarding materials. What if the remains of a 10,000-year soul beast were combined with exceptionally rare special ores, and even soul bones? Could a soul saint potentially possess the power to slay a Title Douluo? Never mind. Soul bones are rather precious. I shall contemplate that later. Just then, Chu Tianxian approached. Young master, when you wielded the blood sword earlier, your soul force attributes were exposed, and that child named Mulin noticed. I must, as he spoke. Chu Tianxian mimicked a snapping gesture. Qian Rinxue shook her head in response. No, we must conduct the soul-guiding device transaction with Mulin soon. It is not worth the risk. However, this increases the risk of exposing your identity, young master. I do not believe that a mere 6-year-old child like Mulin could create such a device without assistance. There must be someone behind him. With 2 Title Douluo at our disposal, we could capture him. Qian Rinxue frowned upon hearing this and turned to face Chu Tianxian. Who is the young master here? I declare that there is no issue, so there is none. Do I need you to instruct me? And no, I shall take my leave at once. Chu Tianxian was taken aback by Qian Rinxue's sudden outburst and promptly exited. Afterward, Qian Rinxue addressed Elder Yulong, please provide some resources to Tianxian later. I shall accompany Mulin to discuss the trade. With that, she departed, leaving behind Bloodspike and Yulong. Hey, Yulong, what is going on? The young master wouldn't be infatuated, would she? Mulin is just 6 years old, and the young master is already 14. Sigh, Bloodspike, what do you mean? Is the young master not worthy of that little boy, Mulin? No, this is not acceptable. The age difference is far too great. Just mind your own business. Such matters should be decided by the young master of freedom or the grand offering. After Qian Rinxue returns, she brings a few companions along with Mulin and Yi Tianxing to a certain inn. However, on their way, this group unexpectedly encounters 2 colossal beasts. A white tiger and a Xuanwu, emerging from the vicinity of the inn. Mulin quickly recognized that these were the 2 puppets summoned by Kongming. This was Kongming's soul technique. With enemies troubling at the inn, he swiftly responded. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue turned her gaze. A soul technique? Could it be the summoning type soul master recorded in books? Mulin's behavior seemed rather dubious. Given his physique, it was implausible that he hailed from a maritime sect. And surely the summoned beasts ought to correspond with the hunted soul beasts. The possibility of a Xuanwu was conceivable, but a white tiger was utterly preposterous. Consequently, he hastened his pace, leading to the incident where Xueqinghe obstructed Xuexing and sought to strike a deal with Kongming. During the negotiations, Mulin refrained from interjecting, as he himself was not well versed in the matter. His role was merely that of a mediator, facilitating the connection between Qian Rinxue and Kongming. Ultimately, the transaction was concluded. Due to the high costs associated with the crafting of the crossbow and bloodsword, the materials required for the bloodsword were in short supply within the Tiando Empire. Not to mention those for the crossbow. At the very least, a Millennium Soul beast was necessary, and it had to be a serpent. Thus, Kongming was tasked with reducing and weakening the materials for a large-scale trade, which he readily agreed to. After all, by the time Mulin reached level 30, it was highly probable that they would possess a title, thereby strengthening their collaborative capital significantly. Chapter 41, A Year of Growth in the Capital of Tiando. Within the prince's residence, one could behold a luxurious villa. Approaching, a resplendent golden light became visible. Simultaneously, outside the villa, a seemingly kind-hearted man stepped inside. The golden light in the courtyard suddenly retracted. Within the golden glow stood a bare-chested boy with golden hair, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years of age. This boy was none other than Mulin, and as he opened his eyes, the door of the villa swung open. "Brother Prince has come again. Please take a seat." The kind-hearted man was none other than Xueqinghe, disguised as Qian Rinxue. Upon entering, Qian Rinxue found a stone stool to sit upon. Observing Mulin's pale form, an inexplicable thirst began to stir within her. Although Mulin is still quite young, there are indeed advantages to youth, such as its freshness. What? Does Mulin not wish for her brother to visit? No, Your Highness, please have a seat. I will go and change my clothes. After Mulin greeted Qian Rinxue and ensured she was ready, he returned indoors to don his attire before emerging once more. Might I inquire if there is any matter concerning my elder brother, the Crown Prince? Oh, nothing of great significance. I merely wish to ascertain the progress of Master Kongming's soul-guiding device. Upon hearing this, Mulin shook his head, indicating that it was still not feasible, as Kongming had yet to inform him. Previously, the soul-guiding devices had solely been designed to enhance power, and the notion of diminishing their potency had never been contemplated. However, that development should be forthcoming. Qian Rinxue nodded in response, acknowledging that a mere year had passed, and she was willing to wait. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, she stated. After all, Qian Rengshu, disguised as the crown prince, had pressing matters to attend to. She merely needed to ascertain the current status of the soul-guiding devices. Once Qian Rengshu departed, Mulin accessed his personal attribute panel. Mulin's techniques, Golden Body Secret Manual, Tai's Soul Decision, Angry Dragon Meditation. Great Strength Diamond Skill Martial Soul, Golden Heart Soul Rings, Red, Purple, Level 30. 2 Rings Soul Bone, 10,000 Year Soft Bone Rabbit Right Leg Bone Soul Ring Abilities. 1. Invincible Golden Body, Golden Soft Bone. 2. Physical Enhancement Metal Attribute Augmentation Soul Bone Abilities. Void, Teleportation Items, Soul Beast Summoning Fragment 1, Metal Attribute Dragon Chi 1. Soul Guidance Devices 8, System Rewards for Ranged and Melee Soul Guidance Devices, Special Black Mist, a unique mist with special effects. Capable of absorbing and enhancing the quality of dark and evil martial souls, while slightly weakening the pollution of post-dark and evil martial souls. In the course of 1 year, Mulin successfully advanced the Great Strength Diamond Fist, legs, and palms into the minor completion stage. According to the system's classification, martial arts are divided into 5 realms: Entry, Minor Completion, Major Completion, Pinnacle, and Unity. Entry. This denotes a basic understanding of the technique and the operation of soul power. Minor completion. This signifies a deeper comprehension of the technique, knowing how to increase or decrease certain powers, as well as identifying the most suitable exertion methods for the technique. Major completion. At this stage, one can control the technique freely, using and retracting it at will. Pinnacle. This level represents the realm of the creator. Unity. This is more esoteric, signifying complete harmony with the technique, where every strike and kick embodies the technique. According to the system, to elevate the Great Strength Diamond skill to major completion, one must comprehend intent. Reaching pinnacle requires understanding momentum. In summary, to progress from minor completion to major completion to pinnacle, Mulin must grasp the form, intent, and momentum of the Great Strength Diamond skill. As for unity, Mulin has never contemplated it, especially since he is currently practicing an enhanced version of the Great Strength Diamond skill provided by the system. What constitutes form, intent, and momentum? Shouldn't these be levels reserved for those like Respect, Azura, or Martial God? Douluo? Let us not jest. Divine Artifact, Sea God-S Trident, weighing a staggering 108,000 pounds. However, one must remember that even in his youth, Little Stone could wield a force of 100,000 pounds with a single arm. Moreover, Mulin has repeatedly recalled the original Douluo continent narrative, realizing that the sword Douluochen Xian might have comprehended intent. As for the aforementioned momentum, it vaguely resembles the domains described in the original text. Intent signifies a complete understanding of one's own mind, knowing precisely why one throws a punch, draws a sword, or unsheaths a blade. It appears rather simple. Yet do you truly understand the reason behind your own punches? No, the vast majority of individuals in this world remain oblivious, merely throwing punches without a true understanding of their own thoughts or intentions. When it comes to blade-type and sword-type martial souls, they practice soul power. Yet when questioned about the reason for their cultivation, they would undoubtedly pause in confusion. The concept of refers to an individual's willpower reaching a certain degree, allowing them to influence the surrounding environment and strike their adversaries with the force of nature itself. Thus, Mulin perceives this as somewhat akin to a domain, as both serve to suppress the enemy while simultaneously enhancing oneself within the affected surroundings. Furthermore, the varying degrees of influence are contingent upon the individual's intent and the heart. In turn, affects both the will and the, resulting in diverse manifestations of power. This resemblance to domains is striking. Mulin has attained the realm of form. Yet as for further growth, let us not jest. He has yet to venture out for practical experience. In his previous life, he was merely a university student. Given such immense pressure, it would be a miracle for Mulin to comprehend his true heart. Moreover, over the past year, not only has he made progress in the Great Strength Diamond technique, but he has also achieved notable success with the Golden Body Secret Classic. In terms of physical constitution, the last assessment conducted by Lan Feng, Yi Tianqing, and Kong Ming revealed that he is already capable of absorbing soul rings of approximately 6,000 years. It is important to note that Mulin is only 7 years old, still shy of 8. To be able to absorb a 6,000 year soul ring at this age surpasses that of most individuals who have merely achieved 4 rings. All of this is attributed not only to the benefits of the 100,000 year soul rings and soul bones, but also to the Golden Body Secret Classic. The golden light observed earlier was merely a manifestation of Mulin's cultivation. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the area where Mulin practices the golden body secret classic is, astonishingly, scattered with a plethora of golden soul coins. Indeed, golden soul coins. Mulin initially intended to gradually cultivate the secret technique of the golden body, perhaps later enhancing his abilities at the ice and fire duality eye, and then seeking out special ores for his training. However, an unexpected discovery revealed to him that the soul coins were indeed crafted from genuine gold. Is this truly the essence of the mystical realm? To directly forge soul coins from gold. Upon learning that Mulin could utilize these soul coins to refine his secret technique, a tavern generously gifted him all their soul coins, except those used for purchasing clothing, to aid in his cultivation. Consequently, Mulin has refined his skin to an extraordinary degree, despite its delicate appearance. The defensive capabilities of his epidermis surpass those of an average defense-type soul master. Furthermore, it possesses a unique attribute that allows for armor-piercing effects. Each strike he delivers can penetrate an opponent's defenses. It is easy to imagine that when Mulin reaches the title level realm, having mastered the golden body secret technique to an advanced level, delivering a single blow to a minor title level opponent will be trivial. Moreover, whether they can withstand his attacks remains questionable. Regarding his mental fortitude, as Mulin diligently practices the Tai Soul decision daily, he should now rival a soul master at the soul sect level in terms of mental strength. As for the Soul King, Mulin has not contemplated such a level. For the mental shockwaves emitted by a 10,000-year soul beast are no trifling matter. Could one truly ascend to the 10,000-year tier after merely a year of practicing the Tai Soul technique? Mulin is devoid of a skull and lacks systematic assistance. It is simply impossible. Chapter 42. The Development of an Inn. After examining his own attribute panel, Mulin once again turned his gaze towards a swirling mass of black mist within his gift space. To be candid, Mulin was particularly intrigued by this enigmatic black mist. It was not the function of the mist that piqued his curiosity, for the system had already elucidated its purpose. Dark attributes or the designation of evil soul master would enhance the quality of one's martial soul, while ordinary martial souls would diminish its quality. Furthermore, in Mulin's recollection, pollution had never been regarded as a beneficial element. Mulin is intrigued by the process through which he achieved this accomplishment. Mulin gazed upon an accomplishment he had previously achieved. Congratulations, host, for completing the special achievement, Defile the Angel. Reward obtained, a special wisp of black mist. Where on earth did I defile an angel? Mulin gazed at the task, his mind nearly overwhelmed. When had he ever sullied an angel? How was he unaware of such a transgression? Simultaneously, Mulin discerned an intriguing pattern. Xianren Shui visited him daily, and her timing was particularly astute, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of his daily cultivation of the golden body secret canon. Mulin harbored doubts as to whether Xianren Shui was indeed enticed by his tender physique. Alas, he pondered the reasons behind the completion of this achievement, considering only two possibilities. The first was a minor technique he had practiced previously. Given that the human body contains certain metallic elements, Mulin contemplated the potential to manipulate these elements. After all, this was a realm of fantasy, steeped in conceptual notions. Previously, he had deliberately acquired 2 human traffickers to conduct an experiment, although these 2 were not the first in his endeavors. Mulin first infused his golden soul power with some metallic fragments of his own creation into the water, allowing them to blend and dissolve completely. Just as he was preparing to use this concoction for an experiment with the human trafficker, Xianren Shui arrived. She engaged Mulin in a discussion about soul-guided devices while subtly tempting him to work under her auspices, perhaps due to her compelling discourse. He inadvertently consumed the very water he intended for his task. Indeed, this concoction intended for the mission was swallowed by Xianren Shui. Although Mulin later remarked that the liquid was problematic and unsuitable for consumption, Xianren Shui quickly sensed the issue and returned to resolve it. Consequently, Mulin speculated that this incident might be the reason his golden essence had tainted the angel. However, he was uncertain since the system's reward manifested only after this event. Another reason, one that Mulin could scarcely fathom, was that Xianren Shui had fallen in love with him. This affection rendered her divine essence impure. Yet, her purity had already been compromised, having assumed the role of an undercover operative before the age of 10, relying on deception for survival. Aside from these 2 possibilities, Mulin could hardly conceive of any other means by which he might have sullied an angel. Nonetheless, after pondering these thoughts too frequently, he soon relinquished them. Addressing the empty space, he declared, "Tianxing, let us proceed to an inn and ascertain whether they have found a suitable soul beast for me." Upon the appearance of Tianxing, he responded, "They should have found one. By you returned to Tiando City yesterday." "Very well," Mulin replied. "It seems the system will soon require me to venture out for training, as reaching level 30 marks a significant milestone. And I suspect the gift package will soon be depleted." Mulin, having prepared himself, took Yixinzing to the Inn of Tranquility. After all, the third ring represented a significant threshold, beyond which the system would likely issue tasks requiring him to embark on a journey for personal development. Moreover, being a pivotal juncture, the rewards upon completion would undoubtedly be more substantial. With aspirations for advancement and the allure of superior gifts, Mulin soon arrived at the Inn of Tranquility, which was now bustling with patrons. The number of attendants had also increased, many of whom were soul masters, including several who were remarkably young, some even in their teenage years. Among them were soul kings, a testament to their prowess. The presence of such youthful soul masters was indicative of promising futures, with many likely destined to become soul sect leaders, and some even having the potential to reach the realm of soul emperors. There were two primary reasons for these individuals choosing to serve as attendants. Firstly, Yulingling had formally become a disciple of Mulin, and these soul kings had been dispatched by the Yi family to safeguard the Inn of Tranquility. While their influence might seem limited in the city of Tiando, their true purpose was to convey a message. The Inn of Tranquility is under the protection of the Yi family. The Yi family, despite appearances, was formidable. Although Yulingling might be perceived as marrying into various families, those who could marry her, rather than be wed to her, invariably had Soul Douluo backing them. In fact, the Yi family had some Soul Douluo clans that they deemed unworthy. Historically, the Yi family boasted a lineage of the world's foremost healing Soul Douluo, illustrating their might. Each generation typically included 3 Soul Douluo, and considering the longevity of Soul Douluo, the Yi family's true strength was not inferior to that of the elite families of Tiando City. With Yulingling's apprenticeship, neither she nor her family would dare to initiate conflict at the Inn of Tranquility unless absolutely necessary. The Soul Kings present were indeed sent by the Yi family. As for those promising Soul Masters, they were there for another reason. "Young Master, you have arrived. The Master is awaiting you in the inner hall. I came out to wait for your arrival." A robust and imposing tall man approached, exuding an air of fierceness. He donned a simple black tank top, revealing bulging muscles in his arms. His name was Guanxian, a 15-year-old Soul Master who had already attained the rank of Soul Zone. Indeed, Guanxian had become a disciple of Lei Yi, a man renowned for having defeated a Soul Saint in direct combat. It is worth noting that while he had the assistance of Dong Xiang and the overconfidence of Zhou Mu, the triumph of a Soul Emperor over a Soul Saint is a rarity in any era. Yet, Lei Yi accomplished this remarkable feat. Guanxian possessed a mutated martial soul, and his lineage was commendable. The Guan family hailed from a lineage of martial generals, with their martial soul being the Thunder Blade. The current family patriarch, Guanxian's grandfather, was a Soul Saint. His maternal family, known for their blacksmithing heritage, wielded the fire hammer and specialized in crafting weapons for the military. Despite his mutated martial soul, which was indeed a hammer type, Guanxian had little inclination to become a blacksmith. Upon learning of Lei Yi's victory over the Soul Saint, along with the fact that Lei Yi's martial soul was also a thunder attribute hammer, Guanxian eagerly sought to become his disciple. Naturally, there were trials to endure. Yet Guanxian successfully met each challenge. In the kitchen, there were also food-type soul masters, hoping that Dong Xiang would accept them as disciples. After all, the number of food-type soul masters capable of absorbing soul rings over the years was exceedingly scarce. Dong Xiang himself was a soul emperor, renowned within the food-type domain. He had previously assisted Lei Yi in his victory against the Soul Saint and Kong Ming in his triumph over a Soul Douluo. Dong Xiang's reputation was indeed formidable, prompting many individuals, including the NS staff, to aspire to become his apprentices. The talents included Mulin, a healing type, Kong Ming, a balance type, Dong Xiang, a food type, Lei Yi, a strong attack type, and the lesser-known Bai Yu. Additionally, there was a rumor circulating that a significant figure resided within the inn, one whom even Kong Ming treated with utmost respect. Though they feigned skepticism, each individual was genuinely compelled to visit. Mulin and Guan first entered the inner hall. Within, one could observe Lei Yi, Dong Xiang, Kong Ming, and Bai Yu all present. On the opposite side, Mulin and Yulinger were engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, Lan Feng sat by the window, sipping wine while perusing a book in his hand. Chapter 43. Preparing to Hunt Souls. After Mulin and Guanxian entered, Guanxian first nodded to Lei Yi, saying, "Master, the young master has arrived." Lei Yi glanced at him and replied, "All right, you may attend to your matters." Although Guanxian was uncertain about what was to come, he noticed that all the patrons of the inn had gathered and realized that his assistance might not be required. So he obediently left, and of course, Yulingling also exited with him. Once Guanxian had departed, everyone took their seats and turned their attention towards Baiyu. Baiyu, under the gaze of the crowd, began to sweat, yet he understood their reaction. Hey, don't look at me like that. Rest assured, I have returned and will certainly gather the soul beast suitable for the young master and Linger." Indeed, Yulingo had also reached level 40, having advanced slightly earlier than Mulin. However, by that time, Mulin had already been at level 29 for a while, merely waiting. Yet, it wasn't truly a wait, as Baiyu had been alerted to the soul beast in advance, and the soul beast required by Yulingo were quite rare, specifically the mental-type soul beasts. They needed to be of the 10,000-year tier, preferably with emotional attributes. Oh, Baiyu, you must know that the quality of the soul beast needed by the young master is quite high, and the one required by Linger is even rarer. Are you suggesting you found merely a barely suitable one and returned? Kongming inquired, still somewhat uneasy. For both Mulin and Yulinger were extremely particular about the quality of their soul rings. Upon hearing Kongming's words, the others also turned to Baiyu. Baiyu smirked and reassured, "Old man Kong, have no worries. The soul beast required by the young master is undoubtedly formidable. And the one suitable for Lingo is also a 10,000-year emotional-type mental soul beast. The one for the young master is a golden flame ring lion. You should be familiar with the soul beast." The mention of the soul beast elicited varied expressions from the crowd. Lei Yi and Dong Xiang appeared somewhat bewildered, while Mulin and Kongming furrowed their brows, feeling a sense of familiarity yet unfamiliarity with it. However, Yi Tianqing and Lan Feng exclaimed in unison, "What? The golden flame ring lion? Are you certain?" Upon hearing the astonished reactions from Yi Tianqing and Lan Feng, the others turned to them, while Mulin also looked over, inquiring, "Is there something particularly special about this golden flame ring lion?" Seeing Tianqing and Mr. Lan so surprised, this soul beast must be quite extraordinary. Yi Tianqing took a deep breath, looked at Lan Feng, and said, "You should ask him. He has the most profound knowledge of soul beasts. My understanding is somewhat limited, but I can say that during my era, one of the dominant soul beasts was indeed the golden flame ring lion." The crowd's pupils constricted upon hearing this, a dominant soul beast. In ancient times, soul beasts roamed freely, occupying more than half of the vast continent. One can only imagine the formidable nature of these soul beasts that claim such bountiful territories. Among them, the sovereign soul beasts stood as absolute rulers over entire regions, akin to the tyrants of the northern lands, the masters of the Douluo Forest, and those of the Sunset Forest, among others. During that era, the strength of the soul beasts determined that these sovereigns were indeed true overlords. If their power was insufficient, they would simply seize your territory. Thus, Mulin understood that sovereign soul beasts were never less than 500,000 years old. Moreover, those who had survived at least 5 tribulations undoubtedly belonged to the highest echelons of super soul beasts. At the same time, Kongming and Mulin recalled that there seemed to be a mention in ancient texts. The golden flame-ringed lion, a super soul beast, possessing top-tier dual attributes of fire and gold. In these two attributes, it was surpassed only by the ultimate fire and the ultimate gold. Furthermore, due to these attributes, it appeared to possess some unique soul skills that allowed the golden flame-ringed lion to confront and slay soul beasts of 10,000 years at the myriad of 1,000 years. After Kongming concluded his statement, the group was taken aback, and Lei Yi exclaimed incredulously, "Is that true? 1,000 years defeating 10,000 years? A soul king vanquishing a Title Douluo?" Upon hearing this, Mulin's lips curled slightly. "No, the evolution of soul beasts differs from that of soul masters. I am aware that a millennium-old dark golden terror claw bear can contend with a 100,000-year soul beast." After Mulin spoke, he turned to Lan Feng. "Mr. Lan Feng, would you kindly provide me with an introduction? After all, according to Brother Baiyu, the creature we are to hunt next is indeed him." Lan Feng nodded in response. "Indeed, I am well acquainted with the golden flame ring lion. It primarily embodies the attributes of gold and fire. However, it would be more accurate to say that it predominantly develops its golden attributes. Nevertheless, it possesses a unique soul skill that enhances its fiery capabilities with its golden properties. Previously, Kongming mentioned that the golden flame ring lion is capable of directly slaying spirit beasts of 10,000 years or more, and that is indeed a fact. This potency is derived from the ring aspect inherent in its name. Upon hearing this, Mulin felt somewhat perplexed. A ring? Lanfeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a ring. This ring has the remarkable ability to convert all the golden attributes of the golden flame ring lion into fuel, thereby amplifying its fire attribute, transforming it into an epitome of a fire soul beast. Furthermore, this ring can absorb and store its own energy, allowing for self-restoration or a fierce struggle in the face of death. Simultaneously, the golden flame ring lion, due to its vigorous development of golden attributes and its formidable innate talent, possesses a physique that is an impeccable fusion of offense and defense, capable of engaging in combat for millennia. Thus, aside from its speed, the attack power, defensive capabilities, recuperative strength, and energy attribute attacks of a 10,000-year golden flame ring lion are all at the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. Fortunately, young master, what you require are soul beasts of the 6 to 7,000 year caliber. Any golden flame ringed lion above 5,000 years is indeed valuable. After Lanfeng concluded, he turned to Baiyu. Since you are familiar with this soul beast, you should possess a method of discernment. Approximately how many years is this golden flame ring lion? Baiyu chuckled and replied, it is quite fitting. It is over 6,000 years. I observed that 6/10 of the ring has transformed into a dark golden hue. Lanfeng nodded and glanced at Mulin. That signifies it is a 6,000-year golden flame ring lion, perfectly suited for you. Whether in developmental direction, both you and the golden flame ring lion enhance strength and physique through golden attributes, or its ultimate technique of transforming fire with golden properties, which will liberate you from the fear of fire attributes, it is undoubtedly an ideal soul skill for you. Upon hearing this, Mulin expressed a strong agreement. The enhancement of the metal attribute amplifies the power of flames, and he himself is adept at cultivating the metal attribute. Acquiring this soul skill would allow him to also dabble as a flame soul master in the future. If it pertains to the enhancement of the metal attribute, then there is no cause for concern. It is, after all, his intended path of development. After gaining an understanding of the soul beast suitable for Mulin, everyone once again turned their attention to Baiyu. All right, I understand that Linger requires a rather unique soul beast, one I am unfamiliar with. If you don't know, then why speak at all? Lei instinctively retorted at Baiyu. Baiyu, unable to endure the remark, countered, though I may not be acquainted with it, I have personally experimented, and it is undoubtedly suitable for Sister Linger. Chapter 44, The Third Soul Ring, 1. Baiyu began to reminisce about the soul beast he had encountered in the Star Do Great Forest. At that time, I was searching in the 10,000-year zone of the Star Do Great Forest along with Linger for her soul beast. Suddenly, I came across an area engulfed in a peculiar, dense mist. I, being rather audacious, ventured forth. Do you know what I saw? Baiyu abruptly fell silent, gazing at the crowd, yet Lei showed no mercy. You rascal. Speak up. Fine, I'll tell you. Within that mist, there were numerous corpses of soul beasts. Since they were merely bones, I could not discern them. However, it was evident that the deeper one ventured, the more perilous it became. I encountered a colossal skeleton resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just as I was preparing to leave, I suddenly spotted Miss Mulin and Lingo appearing, both seemingly gravely injured. At that moment, for reasons unknown, my temper flared, and I rushed forward. Suddenly, a sharp, blade-like object slashed towards me. Had it not been for my extensive experience with perilous situations, I would have perished then and there. In that critical moment, I felt goosebumps erupt across my body, and I activated all my soul skills, employing my unique techniques to escape. However, as I emerged, I caught a glimpse of this soul beast. It was a resplendent butterfly, its wings remarkably sharp, and its eyes transitioned from red to blue, eventually becoming a myriad of colors. Sensing something amiss, I chose to depart hastily. Mr. Lanfeng, do you recognize this soul beast? Upon hearing this, Lanfeng furrowed his brow. The soul beast you describe bears resemblance to the 9-colored illusion butterfly. This species specializes in illusions, including emotional illusions. The vibrant colors suggest that this soul beast falls within the range of 10,000 to 50,000 years. An illusion butterfly's color signifies its age, a single color represents a century, 3 colors denote a millennium, 5 signify 10,000 years, 7 correspond to 50,000 years, 9 indicate 90,000 years, and 10 colors equate to a 100,000-year soul beast. Furthermore, upon reaching 100,000 years, its combat prowess rivals that of the super soul beasts, making it a master of illusions among soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Kong Ming and the others furrowed their brows. For the span of 10,000 to 50,000 years is indeed significant. Baiyu, aware of this considerable range, promptly remarked, "Fear not. For I too share your concerns regarding the longevity of the soul beast. Thus, I have specifically sought out a cold and ethereal spirit that is approximately 10,000 years old. I have researched thoroughly and found that it can induce a state of enforced calmness, thus it can be classified as an emotional-type spiritual attribute soul beast." The others nodded in agreement, and Yu Lingo concurred as well. Given the inherent difficulty in locating spiritual soul beasts, the added requirement for an emotional aspect made it highly improbable that her subsequent soul rings could also demand such rarity, as they were nearly extinct. Thereafter, the group began to deliberate on their hunting strategy. Ultimately, it was decided that the entire party would embark together. This was particularly relevant as Lei Yi, Dongxiang, and Kong Ming had not participated previously, and they were reluctant to remain cooped up in a certain inn. Accompanying Mulin on the hunt would also serve as a delightful excursion, allowing them to unwind. Spending a week or two in a certain inn posed no issue. Indeed, distance fosters appreciation, and a brief hiatus from the inn's operations had left the residents of Tiando City longing for the exquisite flavors of its cuisine. Mulin, along with Yishinzing, returned to the prince's residence to tidy up their belongings in preparation for the soul hunting expedition. The following day, Mulin, Yishinzing, Lanfeng, Kongming, Dongxiang, Lei, Baiyu, Mulin, and Yulinger, a group of 9, they hired 3 horse-drawn carriages, with Yishinzing, Lei, and Baiyu serving as the drivers. Mulin and Lanfeng, along with Kongming and Dongxiang, and finally, Mulin and Yuling, departed in 3 grand horse-drawn carriages. Naturally, Baiyu and Yuling, along with Yuling, set off first, as Baiyu had previously rendered Shuebing unconscious, making their encounter somewhat awkward. The group of 9 swiftly arrived at the Douluo Great Forest, encountering bandits along the way, but Mulin and the others need not intervene. The 2 Soul Emperor drivers, Lei Yi and Baiyu, were enough to frighten them away. By evening, the group reached the outskirts of the Douluo Great Forest and decided to rest for the night, as a day of travel in the carriages had been uncomfortable. The 9 of them spent a safe night at an inn, given that among the group, only 2 were children, and no ill-mannered individuals dared to cause trouble. The next day, after a normal routine of washing up and having breakfast, they awaited Baiyu's intelligence. Several individuals at the inn had their own purposes. Kongming was crafting soul-guiding devices, while Mulin had taken on a disciple, Yi Lingling, establishing a profound connection with the Yi family, a formidable lineage. It was known that Yi Lingling's grandfather, Yi Yun's father, was still alive, boasting a rank of 85 as a Soul Douluo. Dongxiang managed the inn and also had intentions of taking on a disciple. Though he felt hesitant as the young man he wished to mentor was the grandson of the leader of a food system family, a soul sage, renowned as the strongest food system soul master in the Tiando Empire. Lei had also taken on a disciple, Guanstian, whose family head had achieved the rank of 77 as a soul sage 5 years prior, and Guanxian's mother hailed from the Zhang family of Tiando City. The head of the Zhang family was a master forger, unrivaled in crafting standard military weaponry. Baiyu, not one to be outdone, sought to expand beyond the confines of the inn. He ventured into the Douluo Great Forest and even into some darker regions of the Tiando Empire, establishing an intelligence network of his own. Baiyu was astutely aware that under Mulin's command, he held no advantage in either strategy or strength. Thus, he prepared to explore the realm of intelligence gathering, simultaneously aiding Mulin in the search for soul beasts. As for the others, Lanfeng was already a titled combatant, and Yishinzing, accompanying Mulin, was notably superior to most titled individuals. Though Mulin's entourage appeared small, each member was exceptionally capable. Furthermore, Mulin was on the brink of achieving his 3rd ring, a significant milestone, as the transitions from 3 to 5 to 7 rings were pivotal. Mulin speculated that upon attaining his 3rd ring, his rewards would improve and additional tasks would arise, for with 3 rings, one could participate in various competitions. As the future leader of the Douluo, gaining renown was essential. Thus, he intended to partake in numerous contests, accruing practical experience and fame, while also embarking on adventures to cultivate a wealth of knowledge, ensuring he would not be merely a brawny fool. With Baiyu's intelligence in hand, he declared, "All right, everyone. Let us proceed. The general area of the Golden Flame Ring Fighting Lion remains unchanged. Let us first assist young Mulin. As for you, Linger, I shall lead you there shortly. The 10,000-year soul beasts seldom change their territories, as the expanse of the 10,000-year region is limited, and relocating could incite a fierce conflict. Thus, our group of 9 followed by you with great determination. However, after traversing a certain distance, Lan Feng suddenly halted the group. Ahead, there were individuals engaged in soul hunting. Upon hearing this, Baiyu urgently exclaimed, "No, that area ahead is the approximate range of the Golden Flame Ring Fighting Lion's activities. We must hurry." Upon hearing Baiyu's words, the group prepared to seize the soul beast, for the Golden Flame Ring Fighting Lion was exceptionally suited for Mulin, and they could not allow it to be taken by others. Yet, just as they were about to proceed, Kongming obstructed their path. "Wait a moment. Mr. Lan Feng and Lord Yi Tianxing, as our strongest assets, should not engage just yet. Allow me to lead Lei Yi Baiyu, and the others to probe the situation first." The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the perilous nature of the Douluo forest and the need for caution. Thus, Kongming, accompanied by Mulin, Yulingo, Lei Yi Baiyu, Dongxiang, and Muling, advanced, while Lan Feng and Yi Tianxing concealed themselves in the shadows, prepared to intervene should the situation turn dire. The 7 members of the Mulin approached their destination, where they encountered a young man alongside 2 elderly individuals. One of the elders was attempting to capture the Golden Flame Ring Lion. This elder, a soul sage, exhibited the semblance of a soaring eagle as his martial spirit. Upon noticing Mulin and his companions, he bellowed fiercely, "What are you doing? Go back from whence you came." Simultaneously, 7 soul rings manifested around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. As his martial spirit emerged, his countenance transformed into one of cunning, his physique elongated and gaunt, and his pupils morphed into those reminiscent of a serpent. "This is your last chance to leave. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Concurrently, the young man behind the elder stepped forward, exuding an air of arrogance. "Now, immediately. Begone. I am Ning Ke, the 3rd son of Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I grant you one opportunity. Depart at once." Upon hearing this, Mulin furrowed his brow. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was not to be trifled with. It was one of the top 3 sects, boasting 2 formidable super Douluos and the world's foremost support-type soul master. This was certainly not a group that Mulin and his companions could afford to provoke. While they might not fear them, they knew that any confrontation would undoubtedly result in significant losses. Nevertheless, the Golden Flame Ring Lion was especially suited for Mulin, and as it was his 3rd soul ring, he was determined not to let it slip away. With a resolute heart, Mulin softly commanded, "Take action, eliminate them. Leave no mercy." Upon hearing this, the crowd understood that Mulin had no intention of yielding to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Dongxiang was the first to act, summoning his martial spirit. His 2nd soul skill, Acceleration Dumpling, instantly created a dumpling that, when consumed, would enhance an individual's speed by 10 soul power level 1. His 3rd soul skill, Power Chicken Leg, similarly increased strength. The 5th soul skill, Attribute Sausage, augmented attribute strength. Dongxiang conjured multiple sausages, chicken legs, and dumplings, distributing them to those whose attributes aligned, such as Baiyu receiving a speed-enhancing dumpling, Lei acquiring a strength-boosting chicken leg, and Kongming obtaining an attribute-increasing sausage. The elder across the way was filled with rage and astonishment. His faction boasted the 3 sons of Ning Fengji, and he himself was also a soul sage. Did they not fear death? If even one person from his side could escape to report to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, their adversaries would be doomed. Even if these individuals were princes of the Heaven Do Empire, it mattered not, for the empire was currently in a honeymoon phase with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. A prince could not act against them without cause. However, this was merely the elder's fantasy. Though a prince might indeed perish should he confront the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, such a fate would arise only in the context of a struggle for the throne. It was inconceivable that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would face demise otherwise. The royal family would never allow it, unless a limit Douluo emerged from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. At the same time, the soul sage intent on capturing Jin Yin Huan Do Lion also approached. After all, no matter how vital that soul beast was, it paled in comparison to the significance of Ning Ke, the sect master's son. "Are you certain you wish to engage? Both Lao Su and I are soul sages. If even one of us escapes, your time will be short," he warned. In truth, it was not that these 2 soul sages were unwilling to fight. It was simply that facing 1 soul sage and 4 soul emperors was a daunting challenge. The strength of that soul sage was formidable, and he was likely on the verge of advancing to a soul Douluo. The soul emperors formed a perfect synergy, a powerful assault, wind thunderhammer, paired with agile strikes, dual legs, and food-related abilities. While the silver needle either served as a swift attack or a healing mechanism, the goal was merely to survive. However, with two young children present, Mulin and Yulingo did not appear to be formidable opponents. It was hoped that the opposing party might withdraw, recognizing that even their two children required protection. The elder's threat was unmistakably conveyed. Yet would they relent? Absolutely not. Mulin shouted fiercely, "Eliminate them. Leave no survivors." Tianqing, upon arrival, sensed the urgency and warned against allowing the enemy to infiltrate their base. From the shadows, Tianqing emerged, yet he refrained from revealing his martial spirit, as the crimson hue on the spatial orb was conspicuously eye-catching. On the opposing side, Ning Ke and the elder assisting him in soul hunting exchanged troubled glances. Damn it. They hadn't anticipated that the enemy would also possess two soul saints. Indeed, although Tianqing did not display his soul rings, his sudden appearance, coupled with the absence of any detectable fluctuations in his aura, necessitated that they treat him with the caution reserved for a soul saint. Are you truly prepared to fight to the bitter end? Mulin scoffed. When the fish perish, the net remains unbroken. Strike. With a single command from Mulin, the wood spirit acted swiftly. Utilizing the first soul skill, division, the wood spirit split the silver needles into three, piercing the bodies of Kong Ming, Lei Yi, and Bai Yu respectively. After all, the next move was for the three of them to launch their offensive. Lei Yi, having devoured Dong Xiang's chicken leg, bellowed, "You old fool across the way, prepare to meet your demise." Employing the third soul skill, wind and thunder forging, this enhanced the hardness of their martial souls, augmenting their attributes while simultaneously offering a chance to paralyze their adversaries. The elder with the serpent martial soul retorted, "Do you truly believe we fear you? Let me." Sushi, test your mettle. With his third soul skill, Shadow Serpent Venomous Fangs, his fingernails elongated and sharpened, infused with lethal poison. The fifth soul skill, Serpent Body, his form became exceedingly supple, reducing blunt weapon damage by 50, pure blunt attacks by 70, and attribute attacks by 20, while simultaneously amplifying his own toxicity. Sushi boldly advanced, as Bai Yu also charged forward. "Old man, allow this young master to measure your soul sage prowess." Utilizing the third soul skill, Kick Technique Enhancement, kick damage increased by 100, with penetration raised by 50. The fifth soul skill, Aurora Walker, power, speed, and physique increased by 100, with attack speed heightened by 120 and penetration by 50. Bai Yu's legs elongated further, coordinating with Lei Yi to flank Sushi. Meanwhile, Kong Ming directed his gaze toward another elder. "I am Kong Ming, a level 77 balanced system soul sage at your service." "I am Bai Hung, a level 77 agility system soul sage, pleased to make your acquaintance." Chapter 46, The Third Soul Ring 3, Martial Soul Manifestation. Bai Heng's physique became slender, and a pair of azure wings unfurled behind him. The fourth soul skill, Wind Shadow Control. This doubled his speed and additionally augmented it by 10 number of soul rings. The fifth soul skill, Azure Shadow Sniper. It locked onto the opponent's location, preventing teleportation, while having their defensive capabilities and doubling the damage of the next strike. Bai Heng did not hold back, rushing forward instantly, knowing that his ally Sushi was already engaged, with 2 soul sages and 4 soul emperors opposing them. There was no time to waste. He could only rely on the arrogance of his adversaries to eliminate Kong Ming and defeat the others. However, who was Kong Ming? A master of mechanisms, demanding precision. He could not afford to be careless. In such a scenario, he could not be negligent. After all, his opponents were also soul sages, capable of ending his life. It was inconceivable to act thoughtlessly. The fifth soul skill, White Tiger, summoning a white tiger puppet. The sixth soul skill, Xuanwu, summoning the formidable black tortoise puppet. Kong Ming did not hold back due to the protection offered by Yixinzing. He channeled the majority of his soul power to conjure the mightiest white tiger and black tortoise, equivalent to levels 81 to 83. In terms of soul beast age, they were approximately 70,000 to 80,000 years old, albeit devoid of intelligence. As was his custom, Kong Ming directed his consciousness into the black tortoise. With a powerful application of the mystic water pressure, he exerted force over a specific area, akin to the immense pressure of the deep sea. Bai Heng swiftly felt the oppressive force. However, as a soul sage, he did not share Lin Zhe's sense of overconfidence. Moreover, Bai Heng, possessing a beast martial soul, far surpassed Lin Zhe in physical strength. Employing his sixth soul skill, Heavenly Break Blue Shadow, he doubled his speed and charged straight towards a target, generating shockwaves that inflicted damage while negating most control effects. A visible azure wave enveloped Bai Heng as he soared into the sky. Yet, Kong Ming was no novice. He maximized the power of the black tortoise's mystic water pressure while transferring his consciousness to the white tiger, utilizing its innate soul skill, the will to kill. This skill doubled the damage and halved any recovery effects on the opponent. The white tiger leapt into action, raising its claws to pounce upon Bai Heng. Contrary to expectations, Bai Heng faced this assault without hesitation. With his third soul skill, Blue Shadow Storm, he summoned a swarm of azure eagles to assail nearby foes, simultaneously doubling his speed in favorable winds. Bai Heng soared away from the white tiger's strike, declaring, "Kong Ming, you are powerful, but it is insufficient to vanquish me. I shall now be serious." Activating his seventh soul skill, True Form of the Azure Eagle, he transformed into a colossal azure eagle, capable of using all soul skills below the seventh ring, except for his martial soul's true form, for 30 minutes, with a power increase of 150 and a speed boost of 200. Each use diminished his attributes by 50, requiring 7 days for recovery. As Bai Heng morphed into a gigantic azure eagle, its wings unfurled, its size comparable to a small mountain, and it swiftly charged towards the white tiger and black tortoise. Kong Ming, witnessing this, did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He shifted his consciousness into the black tortoise, letting out a thunderous roar. A distinctly visible blue soul power surged from the black tortoise. With the black tortoise's suppression, an area was dominated, reducing speed by 30 to 99. Concurrently, Kong Ming managed to control the white tiger to attack Bai Heng. Though his focus was not entirely immersed in the white tiger, it sufficed. The white tiger unleashed its skill, shattering the heavens. Its claws gleamed with heightened sharpness, and upon striking the ground, a fissure appeared. The white tiger roared fiercely, unleashing a fearsome tiger's roar. Sonic waves manifest as a mental assault, rendering those with insufficient mental fortitude into a state of disorientation. The colossal eagle was swiftly incapacitated by the thunderous roar of the white tiger. With utmost exertion, the white tiger leapt, its claws raking fiercely through the air. Yet, the white tiger was merely a puppet, controlled by Kong Ming's divided concentration. The sonic roar's impact was not overly formidable, and Bai Heng quickly regained his senses. As Bai Heng observed the massive claws descending upon him, instinctively, he evaded to the side, resulting in the white tiger merely tearing through one of his wings. "Damn it, Sushi, are you not going to unleash your power?" Upon hearing Bai Heng's anguished cries, Sushi turned to glance over. Already incapacitated so soon, Sushi truly wished to inquire if Bai Heng were merely feigning this predicament. After all, he had sensed the fluctuations of a martial soul earlier, a martial soul of an eagle. Having activated his martial soul's true form, he soared through the skies, while the elder across had yet to unleash his martial soul's essence. However, this was not the moment for such contemplations amidst imminent danger. Sushi promptly activated his own martial soul's true form. Seventh soul skill, Black Serpent True Form. Transforming into a gigantic black serpent, he was granted the ability to wield all soul skills below the seventh ring, excluding his true form, limitlessly for 30 minutes. With power amplified to 150%. Toxicity was heightened by 200%. Each usage would diminish his attributes by 50%, necessitating 7 days for recovery. A massive black serpent materialized before the crowd. Lei Yi, Bai Yu, and the others turned their gazes toward Yi Tianxing, recognizing that although the combined forces of Lei Yi, Bai Yu, Dong Xiang, and Mulin stood a chance against Su Shi, it would be an exercise in futility. Kong Ming, sensing Su Shi's transformation, proclaimed, "You all retreat and protect the young master. I shall confront them." First soul skill, Mountain Moving Bear. He summoned a bear puppet, its power at most 2 tiers below that of Kong Ming. The soul beast's age ranged between 20 to 30,000 years. Second soul skill, Rock Serpent. He conjured a serpent puppet, its might at most 1 tier below Kong Ming, with an age of 30 to 50,000 years. Third soul skill, Moonstone. Summoning a moonstone puppet. Its power remained consistent. Fourth soul skill, Moonwolf. He called forth a moonwolf puppet, its strength equal to that of Kong Ming, with an age ranging from 60 to 70,000 years. Seventh soul skill, Puppet True Form. All his puppet's power was doubled, awakening the heart of the beast. Each usage would also weaken his attributes by 50%, demanding 7 days for recuperation. Numerous puppets emerged around Kong Ming, radiating the robust aura of 10,000-year-old soul beasts. The white tiger and the black tortoise emanated an aura nearing 100,000 years. "Damn it, Kong Ming, Do you and your companions truly intend to obstruct us? Release us, and we shall swear by our martial souls and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda that we will not trouble you. Su Shi and Bai Heng have grown fearful, after all. There are 6 soul beasts of 100,000 years, along with 2 that are 90,000 years old. Who could possibly withstand such a formidable force? Moreover, the opposing side boasts 4 soul emperors and 1 soul saint who have yet to make their move. As for Ning Ke, he has been utterly petrified. Rendered speechless at the sight of the 600,000-year soul beasts, Mulin immediately declared, Master Kongming, leave no survivors. Bai Heng and Su Shi also heard him, gazing at Mulin. Damn brat, I will see you dead. However, Yi Tianxing was still present, and Mulin possessed his own life-preserving soul skill. Chapter 47, Soul Rings and Soul Bones Half-Battered. Bai Heng realized that his survival was undoubtedly futile, with a flight-type martial spirit that could no longer soar. His combat prowess was diminished to the extent that even a soul emperor of a lower rank would easily overpower him. Casting a glance at Ning Ke, who trembled in fear, he turned to Su Shi and whispered, Su Shi, I am willing to risk my life. Can you secure a safe passage for the 3rd young master? After speaking, he turned back to Ning Ke, saying, 3rd young master, I will do my utmost to hold off our opponents. You must assist Su Shi with all your strength. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. I implore you to treat my wife and children kindly upon your return. Upon hearing this, Ning Ke's eyes sparkled with determination, and he nodded vigorously, aware that he must keep his promise from Mulin's group. No worries, Uncle Bai. I will regard your wife and children as my own mother and brothers, and I shall ensure their well-being. Bai Heng, witnessing the fervor in Ning Ke's gaze, began to question the worthiness of his sacrifice. Is this truly worthwhile? Yet, hesitation was not an option, for he was already resigned to his fate. A flight-type soul master with broken wings possessed physical attributes and strength inferior even to Su Shi. A serpent-type soul master. Get out of my way. First soul skill, Azure Shadow Eagle Beak. A phantom of a blue eagle appeared behind him, its beak sharp beyond measure, dashing toward its target with incredible speed and penetrating power. Second soul skill, Azure Shadow Slash. He flew at high velocity, simultaneously appearing in multiple locations, his wings slicing down upon the target from all directions. Third soul skill, Azure Shadow Storm. Summoning several small azure eagles around him, he diminished the surrounding resistance, partially negating control while attacking his adversaries. The Azure Eagles would reduce their opponent's defense by 5 to 50. Fourth soul skill, Line Control Azure Shadow. This skill doubled his speed, with an additional increase of 10 number of soul rings in velocity. Fifth soul skill, Azure Shadow Sniper. He locked onto the opponent's area, rendering them unable to teleport, having their defensive capabilities while doubling the damage of the next strike. Sixth soul skill, Skybreaking Azure Shadow. The speed surged by 100%, advancing directly towards a target, generating waves of energy that could inflict harm upon adversaries while simultaneously mitigating much of their control. Bai Heng activated all of his soul abilities, unleashing the dazzling array of yellow, purple, and black soul rings, which connected to his already awakened martial spirit. From this, a single-winged azure eagle emerged, enveloped in a tempest of soul power, within which numerous smaller eagles soared, its beak sharpened to a lethal point, and its singular wing transformed into a blade of azure steel. At that moment, it seemed as if the heavens themselves acknowledged this fearless eagle, determined to rescue its master, summoning a mighty wind in its favor. With a powerful thrust of its legs, the eagle charged towards Mulin and his companions, propelled by the gusts. Observing this, Kongming immersed his consciousness into the Xuanwu, his most cherished creation and the pride of his previous life. Now wielding it, he estimated he could contend with 100,000-year soul beast. Northern Xuanwu, suppress. He activated the might of the Xuanwu, combining its soul power with the strength of several ores to forge an overwhelming force of suppression. A colossal illusion of the Xuanwu materialized, its roar resonating through the air, causing the azure eagle to shudder. In an instant, the accompanying Xian snake emerged, ferociously sinking its fangs into the eagle's neck. With a powerful tug, the eagle vanished, its previous grandeur dissipating into nothingness. Bai Heng fell to the ground, glancing towards Su Shi, only to witness Bai Hu, Yulang, and Yu Shi joining forces to subdue the black snake. In the jaws of the rock snake lay the lifeless Ning Ke, while the mountain-dragging bear restrained the already wounded Jin Yin Ring lion, awaiting the others to deliver the final blow. Bai Heng realized the dire situation was beyond redemption. He and Su Shi had failed to protect Ning Ke, and surely his own family would not fare any better, even if he were to perish. How could he allow his family to suffer? Yet, there was no alternative. Ningke was the son of Ningfengji. His demise would inevitably invite calamity upon Bai Heng and Su Shi's families, regardless of any superficial restraint from those seeking favor with Ningfengji. In his final moments, Bai Heng grasped this grim reality, but it was already too late. Simultaneously, the Xuanwu and Baihu dispatched both Su Shi and Bai Heng. Meanwhile, Yu Lang, Yu Shi, the rock snake, and the mountain-dragging bear collectively subdued the injured Jin Yin Ring Lion. Young master, it is time. You may proceed to slay the Jin Yin Ring Lion and absorb its essence, Kongming instructed Bai Hu and the Xuanwu, directing them to drag the grievously wounded Jin Yin Ring Lion before Mulin. Mulin unsheathed the bloodsword, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the golden flame ring beast. As he prepared to strike, he caught sight of its eyes, filled with rage, resentment, and hatred. However, Mulin paid little heed to these emotions. After all, it was not human, so why should he concern himself with its feelings? While he might attempt to comprehend the sentiments of a human before delivering a lethal strike, the same could not be said for a soul beast. He was a man, and it was a beast. It was akin to the way the ethereal dancer sought to seize Mulin's essence. The union of man and beast was an impossibility, unless the beast were to transform into a true human or become a mere sheath for his sword. After Mulin vanquished the golden flame ring lion, he gazed at the violet soul ring emanating from its lifeless form. He promptly seated himself upon the ground, invoking the anger dragon meditation technique to absorb it. Soon, golden flames began to emanate from his body, indicating that the absorption process was proving to be quite arduous. This was to be expected. The golden flame ring lion was among the elite of soul beasts, and its age was perilously close to Mulin's current limit for absorbing soul rings. Compounded by its unfortunate demise, it had been besieged first by a soul sage and then by several 10,000-year soul beasts. Nevertheless, Mulin was no stranger to adversity. Having lived 2 lives and possessing a formidable system, along with the golden body secret and the Tai soul decision, what could the golden flame ring lion possibly hope to achieve against him? Before long, Mulin completed the absorption of the golden flame ring lion's soul ring. Albeit the process took longer than anticipated, he swiftly opened his eyes, revealing his newly acquired soul ring, a deep crimson and violet. Simultaneously, a golden circular halo materialized behind his head, radiating with fierce golden flames. Mulin accessed the system interface and examined his own attributes. Mulin cultivation techniques, golden body secret canon, angry dragon meditation method, Tai soul decision, great strength diamond kung fu martial soul, golden heart, a top-tier martial soul. Endowing the wielder with golden attributes, enhanced defense, augmented strength, and the ability to breach enemy defenses. Soul rings, red purple soul bones, 100,000-year soft bone rabbit right leg bone, external soul bone, golden flame divine ring soul ring abilities. 1. Invincible golden body 2. Golden soft bone 3. Physical enhancement, augmentation of golden attributes 4. Indestructible golden flame. This technique allows the practitioner to harness golden attributes to amplify their own golden flame. The stronger and more abundant the golden attributes, the greater the potency and duration of the golden flame. Soul bone abilities. 1. Void 2. Instantaneous movement 3. Divine ring S blessing. The ability to enlarge for protection while countering attackers, capable of providing defense through physical strength, soul power, and mental fortitude. With retaliatory damage facilitated by golden flames, cannot be entirely destroyed and can gradually recover under the sun, with the speed of recovery enhanced by golden attributes. Special effect. The longevity of the abilities can be augmented based on the quality of golden attributes provided by the host. Chapter 48. The 3-ring guardian Mulin did not activate his versatile necklace, which rendered his appearance particularly grotesque in the eyes of the onlookers. The tricolored soul rings of red, purple, and purple danced around him, while a circular ring emitting golden flames revolved behind his head. The crowd, upon witnessing the rotating ring behind Mulin, felt a sense of familiarity. Kongming seemed to have an epiphany. He cast a glance at the corpse of the golden flame-ringed lion, and his pupils constricted. What lies behind your head is an external soul bone. Upon hearing this, Mulin smiled faintly. Indeed, it is an external soul bone, and it is of the protective type. A protective type, one might say it is rather commendable. The crowd circled around Mulin's figure, observing him closely. After all, the blood-red soul ring was conspicuously visible, and the crimson circular halo behind him was particularly captivating. Subsequently, Mulin gradually reverted to his previously concealed form. The ring retracted and vanished behind his head, appearing instead in his spiritual sea to provide protection. The soul rings upon his body transformed into a less conspicuous yellow-purple hue, lacking the previous allure. At that moment, Mulin sensed an ardent gaze and turned to find it was Yulingare. "Mulin, dear brother, may we see your guardian ring?" she inquired eagerly. Upon hearing this, Mulin nodded. However, he could not help but internally criticize. "I am merely at the third ring, and I should be summoning beings of the 91 to 94 level." From what Mulin understood, Yuling's parents were at least level 98, and summoning them would render any battle unnecessary. Aside from the Spirit Hall, it seemed that only the Star Luo Empire could possibly rival his group. Becoming a sect master does not solely depend on one's own strength. Moreover, Mulin recalled that his system was the Douluo First Sect Master system, not merely the Douluo First Sect. Though the difference lies in a single character, the implications are profound. Sect Master versus Sect, it is evident that the system demands that the title of Douluo First Sect Master is predicated upon Mulin being the master. It is not due to the members of the sect, for others would not recognize it. Even if one claims to be the sect master and the members heed their command, outsiders would merely regard them as a puppet, someone with no real authority. Insignificant in the grand scheme. Nevertheless, Mulin still held great anticipation for this title. After all, the previous guardians, whether it was Yixinzing or Lanfeng, both possessed formidable titled powers. While Yixinzing might have been slightly weaker than Lanfeng, in a desperate final strike, Yixinzing would undoubtedly prove more ruthless than Lanfeng. And now, what would this title confer upon him in terms of power? Would it rival a 95-level Super Douluo, or perhaps even reach level 96 or beyond? Mulin called out to the system, "System, there should be a gift pack in the third ring, right?" Ding. The system responded, "Yes, host, there is a gift pack available. Would you like to open it?" Mulin promptly nodded and said, "Proceed, let me observe my third guardian." A chime resonated as the search for a suitable character commenced. Another chime echoed, searching for success. One elder from the body sect in 7,000 years, Jinshin, title, Dragon Body. In an unexpected encounter, he faced multiple evil soul masters, including 3 soul Douluos, one of whom was a formidable 95-level Super Douluo, with whom he perished in a fierce struggle. An elder of the body sect? An evil soul master from the era of Wugwa? Returning to the host, no, that is 1,000 years hence. This is 7,000 years. Very well, let me see his attributes. Jinshin Cultivation Technique, the secret of the body. Dragon Soul Meditation Technique, a meditation method conceived by a senior of the body sect. Facilitating the utilization of the dragon aura from soul rings after the second awakening of the martial soul. Martial soul, true dragon skin, originally a silver level awakening. Upgraded to golden awakening through a final battle and the absorption of an opponent's soul bone, supported by the system. It is one of the powerful martial souls in the body sect, possessing both defensive and offensive capabilities. The martial soul's attack is accompanied by the might of a dragon. If the opponent possesses a beast martial soul or a martial soul infused with dragon aura, their strength may be reduced by 5 to 99. Soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, 94 level. Due to the system's assistance in martial soul awakening, he can now enter the 95 level at any moment. Soul bones, 6 complete soul bones, including the left and right arm bones, which are naturally possess 10,000-year soul bones, and the trunk bone, which is a 10,000-year soul bone from an opposing evil soul master. Soul ring abilities. 1. Forge dragon skin, enhances personal defense, strength, and reaction by 50. 2. Dragon pattern, imbues one's skin with dragon patterns, reducing damage from beast martial souls, and those containing dragon aura by 1 to 50 if their quality is inferior. 3. Flying dragon dance, allows for aerial movement, increasing flight speed. Soul bone abilities, omitted. Combat techniques, true dragon claw, dragon fist, 10,000 dragons defy the heavens. In an instant, a summoning array appeared before the crowd, and Lanfeng emerged, as he would soon be a colleague. According to his and Tianqing's conjectures, this individual was likely stronger than himself. Before them stood a robust man clad in garments crafted from the hide of a tiger-like soul beast. His lustrous black hair shining in the light, and his fierce tiger-like eyes emanating an imposing presence. His physique was indeed formidable and powerful. As this muscular figure opened his eyes, he immediately spotted Mulin. "Are you the one I am to protect?" "Greetings, I am Jinshin. My martial soul is skin, and my title is Dragon Body. May I inquire about the individuals beside you?" "Greetings, I am Mulin. These individuals are also your colleagues. Allow me to introduce them." Jinshin nodded. "Then I entrust this to you." Mulin approached the group and began to introduce Jinshin. This is Kong Ming, our master of mechanisms. You may not be familiar with the art of mechanics, but you should know of the Tang Sect. It is an advanced version of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons, possessing greater power, perhaps slightly inferior to the finest soul-guiding devices. Upon hearing this, Jinshin glanced at the elderly man and remarked, "Really? Although I harbor no fondness for the Tang Sect, and by the time of my demise, it had already begun to decline, I cannot deny the potency of its hidden weapons. After all, the descendants of the Tang Sect have seen better days, considering their weapons have even felled deities." Upon hearing this, Mulin chuckled and remarked, "You must understand that the Tang Sect's hidden weapons are lethal because the materials used are derived from the very essence of deities. Thus, their origin is divine. The prerequisite for the tier of Guanyin is that the Xiantian skill must reach its utmost pinnacle, the three flowers gathering at the apex. And one must master techniques such as the Xuanyu hand, controlling cranes and capturing dragons, and the Phantom Shadow, along with numerous other requirements. When unleashed, it drains all strength. Therefore, the power in question undoubtedly possesses the divine strength of Tang San. Of course, this is merely a speculative interpretation, as I have only seen parts of Douluo Continent 1 and 2. However, based on his assertion of extracting all strength, it appears to imply divine power, thus rendering the concept of a killing deity somewhat comprehensible. Master Kongming, on the other hand, directly modified a level 1 soul guidance device to possess the capability to slay a soul emperor, and even a soul saint. Upon hearing this, Jinshin regarded the elderly man with newfound respect. To elevate a level 1 device to the power to kill a soul saint is remarkable. Although I am not particularly fond of soul guidance devices, I must admire their potency. You are truly impressive. Master Kongming responded with a faint smile. Mulin continued to introduce the remaining individuals, and Jinshin was left astounded by the revelations. Among them were the food-type spirit master Dongxiang, whose healing capabilities rivaled those of the nine-heart sea peach, the wood spirit Muling, and the mind-controlling Yulinger. The most ordinary among them was probably Lei Yi. Although his age was quite exceptional, he seemed somewhat inferior in comparison to the others. Jinshin then turned to Bai Yu and inquired, "Are you a primary martial spirit?" "I am as well, yet I have not delved into your background. Will my future be a continuation of my past?" Chapter 49, The Soul Hunt concluded. Upon hearing Jinshin's inquiry, Mulin promptly introduced, "No, he does not belong to the body sect. He is an independent practitioner." Jinshin raised an eyebrow in response. "An independent practitioner?" He turned to Bai Yu, nodding thoughtfully. "Have you awakened your martial soul? What level is it?" "It is common knowledge that the body martial soul can awaken. Have you experienced this?" Bai Yu appeared somewhat bewildered, admitting, "I am afraid I do not understand what it means to awaken a body martial soul." Jinshin, surprised, remarked, "So you have not awakened. The quality of the martial soul significantly enhances upon awakening. Your lack of awareness suggests you have not felt it. Remarkably, without having awakened your body martial soul, you can still absorb soul rings at such a young age. You are destined to become a super Douluo in the future. Bai Yu, would you consider taking me as your master? Although my martial soul is not legs, I possess knowledge of leg combat techniques. Furthermore, I have experienced a secondary awakening of my body martial soul to the silver level, just beneath the golden awakening. With Mulin's revival, I have transcended to the pinnacle of golden awakening. Would you like to become my disciple?" Golden awakening. Yi Tianqing, familiar with the secondary awakening of the body martial soul, acknowledged, "A golden awakening guarantees a minimum achievement of super Douluo. This is the lowest achievement even in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Following a golden awakening and a steady progression, you will undoubtedly reach the peak of a 98th level Douluo. I only know that not dying from poison and certain death from poison should correspond to the golden awakening, as both are 98 level, so that should suffice." Jinshin looked towards Yi Tianqing. "Oh, this young man is knowledgeable about the secondary awakening of the body martial soul?" Yi Tianqing nodded. "Indeed, in our era, there was a formidable body martial soul expert who reached the pinnacle of golden awakening. The methods for every body martial soul as secondary golden awakening have been disseminated, and I am aware of some general aspects. It mainly pertains to two categories: divine opportunities and intense battles." Jinshin nodded in agreement. "Precisely. Intense battles are akin to my own experience. As for divine opportunities, I have not encountered them, but that is likely a matter for future generations." Upon hearing this, Mulin shook his head and replied, "No, it pertains to ancient times." "Ancient times?" Jinshin responded with a hint of confusion. "For the essence of the martial soul is rarely known. The awakening of one's innate martial soul is only likely to be recognized in a large city in the countryside. It is possible that the negligent individual responsible for the awakening could misidentify it, leading to a dire conclusion and ultimately death. At this point, Bai interjected, "Isn't young Master Mulin also possessed of an innate martial soul? I believe, Senior Jinchen, you might want to consider the young master." Upon hearing this, Jinshen's eyes brightened as he crouched down to look at Mulin. "Young Master Mulin, would you kindly introduce yourself to me?" Mulin observed Jinshen's demeanor, finding it increasingly unsettling. Nevertheless, he introduced himself, saying, "I am Mulin, the wielder of the Golden Heart, a level 34 assault-type soul master." Upon finishing his introduction, he revealed his soul rings without reservation. After all, there was no need for concealment. Jinshen was destined to be his guardian, and the existence of his 100,000-year soul ring would inevitably come to light. Thus, it was better to show it openly. "A 100,000-year soul ring. Mulin, become my disciple. I recall that the system tasked me with protecting you for 50 years, and I have learned from it that your ambition is to become the mightiest sect leader. Establish the body sect. I shall assist you in becoming the strongest body sect leader in history. I will also support you in acquiring your subsequent 100,000-year soul rings." Upon hearing this, Mulin was indeed stirred, for Jinshen had, in his final moments, slain a formidable 95th level Super Douluo Evil Soul Master, alongside 2 Title Douluo Evil Soul Masters, not to mention other, even higher-level Evil Soul Masters. It is essential to note that the combat prowess of Evil Soul Masters surpasses the average level of their rank, and it is commonplace for them to engage in battles beyond their tier. However, Jinshen was distinct. He fought against Evil Soul Masters at a higher level. Furthermore, Jinshen was currently enhanced by the system, with his martial soul achieving Golden Awakening and having acquired a 100,000-year trunk bone. The trunk bone is recognized as the most significant among the 6 great soul bones. One can only imagine Jinshen's current combat strength. Considering the characteristics of his martial soul, combined with certain combat techniques from the body sect and his personal soul skills, it would not be an exaggeration to say he could contend with a 97th level beast martial soul master. Nevertheless, Mulin shook his head. "I apologize, Mr. Jinshen, but my master will be aided by the system. At this stage, between levels 30 and 40. The system should assist me in finding a Super Douluo with a heart martial soul." Upon hearing this, Jinshen could only shake his head and sigh, "Very well. It is indeed more fitting for the system to assist you in finding one, especially since you share the same heart martial soul and are of the Super Douluo rank. Moreover, as the guardian chosen by the system, I also received assistance in achieving Golden Awakening and acquiring the opponent's 100,000-year soul bone. Thus, your master must at least be at Golden Awakening, making him indeed more suitable than I." Mulin nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. We shall assist a companion in soul hunting thereafter. Mr. Jinshen, please accompany us." Jinshen nodded in agreement. "No problem. Let us proceed." After a while, Bai led the way forward. "Behold, the mist," he declared. The group turned their gaze towards Lanfeng, for only he and Yi Tianxing possessed knowledge of the illusory butterfly, and Yi Tianxing had already acknowledged that his understanding of soul beasts paled in comparison to that of Lanfeng. Lanfeng shook his head and remarked, "I have yet to encounter the illusory butterfly, thus we cannot discern the scope of the mist or the intensity of the illusion." At that moment, Jinshen interjected, "Allow me to take the lead in this matter, for we shall be working together in the future. I shall take action." The others expressed their anticipation regarding the awakening of his original martial soul and the prowess of a Title Douluo as they followed behind. Mulin remarked, "Let us witness the prowess of Senior Jinshen." Jinshen stepped forward, summoning his martial spirit. Instantly, his muscles swelled, tearing his shirt as a magnificent true dragon began to emerge from his back, gradually enveloping his entire being. Dragon patterns began to manifest on his limbs, while his skin bore glimmering dragon scales. With his third soul skill, Dragon Dance, Jinshen soared into the sky, vanishing into the mist. Before anyone could react, a thunderous voice boomed, "Beast, receive my strike." All beasts bow down. A colossal azure dragon shadow materialized, charging skyward before crashing down towards the ground. Boom! A shockwave erupted, dispersing the surrounding mist. Soon after, Jinshen reappeared, holding a visibly dying multicolored butterfly. Based on my soul power estimation, this should be a soul beast approximately 15,000 years old. As for the exact age, I am uncertain, as I have never encountered one like it. At that moment, Lan Feng stepped forward, indeed, a 15,000-year illusion butterfly. "You Ling you may attempt to absorb it. You should be able to." Yu Ling approached, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Jinshin." Chapter 50. The end of the novice period. After Yu Ling completed her absorption, the group commenced their return journey. Their confidence bolstered by this encounter. After all, they now had a Title Douluo, a martial spirit that had undergone a second golden awakening. Observing Yi Tianxing and Lan Feng, it was evident that this Title Douluo could likely engage in battles beyond his rank, suggesting he was capable of contending with Super Douluo. What did this signify? It indicated that in terms of high-tier combat strength, their group could potentially defeat the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. While they could not claim victory over the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as it boasted 2 Super Douluo, including the formidable Sword Douluo at level 96 and Ning Fengji, the world's foremost support-type Soul Master, it was understood that the 2 Title Douluo under Jian Gu's guidance could effectively face opponents a rank higher. Although such combat prowess might not endure indefinitely, it was crucial to recognize that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was among the top 3 sects, the foremost one since the Hades sect went into seclusion. One could only speculate about the soul bones they possessed. Moreover, Mulin was privy to a piece of information. Sword Douluo Chen Xin had yet to unleash his full power. Mulin recalled that Qinshin possessed a domain of his own. However, within that realm, distinctions between friend and foe were blurred, solely amplifying Qinshin himself. In terms of damage, Qinshin fought fiercely, disregarding his allies, and could stand alone against a level 97 Title Douluo. Nevertheless, even so, his group was undoubtedly a top-tier force. They had Title Douluo Jin Chun, Soul Douluo Lan Feng, and Soul Sage Yi Tianxing, along with Kong Ming and several Soul Emperors. Moreover, Dong Xiangzhen of Interlude could be regarded as the nascent form of a small power. Despite Lan Feng being a Soul Douluo, he could contend with 10 Soul Douluos single-handedly. Kong Ming and Yi Tianxing were men whose combat prowess far surpassed that of a Soul Sage. Now, their side also boasted a Title Douluo, enabling them to engage in formal trade with the Heavenly Do Empire. After all, in terms of strength, their faction was not significantly inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and with fewer personnel, they faced fewer concerns than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Additionally, they possessed the technology of soul guides, making trade with Xue Qinghe of the Heavenly Do Empire considerably safer. On the carriage, Mulin gazed at the system's information, lost in contemplation. Ding! The system detected that the host had reached level 30, marking the exit from the novice phase. The Guardian's gift would be lifted, officially unlocking the group gift and removing novice restrictions, allowing for the independent viewing of certain achievements and tasks. Mulin gazed at the message and inquired of the system, "What is the group gift package?" The system responded, "The group gift package refers to the renowned combinations across myriad realms, such as the 5 Tigers, the 5 Virtuous Generals, and the Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick." Mulin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait a moment, the 5 Tigers, the Sleeping Dragon, the Phoenix Chickens, are you certain?" In the myriad realms, due to the influence of worlds or shifts in timelines, there exist countless 5 Tigers, Sleeping Dragons, and Phoenix Chickens. The system can engage in transactions with them, summoning them to act on behalf of the host for 30 years. The extent of their endeavors is determined by the host charm. However, they must exert at least 70% of their strength. Those who slack off will face humane obliteration by the system. This is indeed impressive, for who are the 5 Tigers? They are among the top fighters in the 3 kingdoms, including the valiant Zhao Yun, who penetrated enemy lines 7 times, the formidable Guan Yu, whose might struck terror across Huaxia, Zhang Fei, who repelled Cao Cao's army at Changban Slope, and Huang Zhong, who, even in his old age, could still contend with Guan Yu. Moreover, there is Ma Chao, who compelled Cao Cao to abandon his beard in ropes. Mulin was truly exhilarated. They were the pinnacle of combat prowess in their era. If summoned by the system, they would undoubtedly comprise at least 5 Soul Saints, if not more. As for the Sleeping Dragon, there is no need to elaborate. One of the 10 sages of the Martial Hall, if summoned, would certainly be a Soul Douluo. Yet, these aspects were not the crux of the matter. The most significant factor lay in their military strategies and political acumen. Goodness, this was a call to instigate a rebellion, to overthrow the empire, and to unify the entire continent. However, at this moment, the system provided a harsh reminder. Do not indulge in fanciful daydreams, host. Summoning the 5 Tigers, along with the Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chick, entails a considerable cost, and requires you to undertake arduous tasks. Nevertheless, Mulin was brimming with determination. Lifting his head to assert, "Speak. What is the task?" "Ding. Please uncover the causes, processes, and outcomes of the past conflict between the two nations. Reward: opportunity to summon the 5 tigers, enabling a group summoning once. Additionally, please eliminate the remaining Title Douluo from the two nations' war by vanquishing one. You shall earn an opportunity to summon the 5 tigers. Furthermore, please defeat the strongest Title Douluo that emerged after the conflict between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, which will reward you with the chance to summon either the Sleeping Dragon, the Phoenix Chick, or the Tomb Tiger. Lastly, by vanquishing the strongest Title Douluo left in the wake of the Heaven Do Empire or Star Luo Empire's war, you will again earn the opportunity to summon either the Sleeping Dragon, the Phoenix Chick, or the Tomb Tiger." Mulin gazed at the tasks before him, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "System, what is this nonsense? A war between two nations? Are you jesting? The original work hardly mentions such a thing. This is the real world. The original narrative of Douluo continent only encompasses a few locations, focusing solely on Tang San's love story, the establishment of sects, and the destruction of the Spirit Hall, with little else emerging from it." Mulin, upon hearing this, also agreed. The original work depicts only a handful of cities, primarily from the perspective of Tang San. Had it been narrated from the viewpoint of Dai Mu Bai, one would likely gain a deeper understanding, considering he is the heir of one of the 3 foremost powers in the continent. Mulin sat in the carriage, pondering how to fulfill the tasks before him. Firstly, he aimed to assist Qian Rinxue in achieving success and ultimately ascending to the throne of the Heaven Do Empire. In doing so, he would likely unlock the opportunity of the 5 phoenixes. Furthermore, to ensure Qian Rinxue's position remains secure, it would be necessary to eliminate the titled powerhouses of the Heaven Do Empire. Even if complete annihilation was not feasible, it was certain that some would have to be dealt with. Secondly, he contemplated his own gradual growth, understanding that at a certain stage, encounters with these powers would be inevitable. With this thought in mind, Mulin felt a sense of calm. He realized he was uncertain about the source of his earlier anxiety. Upon returning, everyone promptly retired for the night. Jinshin, meanwhile, was resting alongside Lan Feng at an inn. As for Mulin's safety, it remained a well-known fact that anyone capable of killing him in front of Yi Tianxing had yet to be born, or perhaps they simply could not descend to such a level. The following day, Mulin rose as usual, proceeded to wash up, and then, with great familiarity, made his way to Qian Rengshu's place for breakfast. "Eldest brother, I have arrived." Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Qian Rengshu, disguised as Xue Qinghe, instinctively smiled. "Mulin, my dear younger brother, has returned. Let me take a look at the 7-year-old soul master." Mulin, feigning the demeanor of a 7-year-old child, skipped joyfully before Qian Rengshu. "Indeed, I have attained the rank of soul master, and even my master's friends have achieved similar feats. Would you like to meet my elder brother, the prince? Oh, by the way, Kong Ming informed me that the soul guide device has been completed as well." Chapter 51. The crossbow disguised as Xue Qinghe. Qian Rengshu felt a chill upon hearing this. What nonsense! Mulin's master's friend has arrived? And the task of weakening the soul guide device has also been accomplished? Little Mulin, you are being quite naughty. Qian Rengshu pinched Mulin's adorable face, and although she scolded him, she held a deep fondness for him in her heart. In this instance, it seemed that Mulin and his companions were seeking to gain further advantages. Moreover, Mulin is merely 7 years old. He spends his days perpetually entrenched in the pursuit of cultivation, either practicing or journeying towards it. Such matters are likely decisions made by Kong Ming and the others. Despite Mulin's elevated status, he is still just a child of 7. In dealings with forces of title-level combatants and empires, any concessions made would be minimal, only granted out of respect for Mulin. However, for the sake of greater benefits, decisive actions would certainly ensue. Thus, it follows that Mulin's master's friend must also hold the title of a Douluo. Let us arrange a meeting. With this thought, Qian Rengshu shifted from pinching Mulin's face to gently rubbing it. Once the prince has finished his meal, we shall proceed to a tavern to discuss business. Mulin freed himself from the clutches of the malevolent henchman. "No problem, I haven't eaten either. I'll help my elder brother, the crown prince," he chuckled. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's face lit up with a delightful smile. "Of course, let us share some with my elder brother." As she spoke, Xue Qinghe gradually moved the dishes of meat and soup closer to Mulin. Naturally, Mulin reciprocated by pushing some towards her as well. If one were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly remark from the depths of their hearts, this young couple is truly in love. However, with 2 men of vastly differing ages present, It is likely that Mulin's previous life as female admirers would swoon at the sight. In accordance with the tropes of other Douluo novels, Mulin was the enchanting consort who wreaked havoc in Xueqing's harem. After their meal, Qianrenxue, accompanied by several high-ranking soul masters, led Mulin to an inn. As for Yi Tianqing, he naturally continued to follow them. Inside the inn, Yi Tianqing had previously informed Kong Ming and the others to prepare in advance. Thus, the establishment was closed for business that day. Upon entering, Qianrenxue's eyes fell upon Jin Qin and Lan Feng, whom she had not encountered before. Kong Ming approached her, greeting her warmly. "Your Highness, this soul-guiding device has been completed, and there is also a special weapon that Your Highness might be interested in." Though Qianrenxue was somewhat puzzled by the mention of a special weapon, her primary focus remained on Jin Qin and Lan Feng. No. The soul-guiding device is a technology lost since ancient times. Master Kong must have invested considerable time to craft it. He must feel remorse for having rushed Qinghe previously. However, since Qinghe has not met these two gentlemen before, may I inquire who they are? Feigning a moment of oversight, Kong Ming smiled as he introduced them to Qianrenxue. "These two are former members of our sect. This is Lan Feng. Despite his youth, his strength surpasses mine. And this esteemed elder is Longshan Elder Jin Qin, a Title Douluo of level 94. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Level 94. A dragon spirit. Another manifested martial soul? After all, most people's titles are derived from their martial spirits or are related to them. The dragon body, the embodiment of a dragon. It is no wonder that Qianrenxue made the correct assumption. Qianrenxue recalls that the main martial spirit is capable of a second awakening. Having achieved the title of Douluo, one would expect the main martial spirit to undergo a similar transformation. Additionally, martial spirits associated with dragons inherently rank among the elite, suggesting that this power could rival a level 95 Super Douluo. Not to mention, this is not even Mulin's master, but merely a friend, though lacking concrete evidence. Qianrenxue has an instinctive feeling that Mulin's master is undoubtedly more formidable than the dragon body. This can only be attributed to a woman's intuition. Furthermore, with Lan Feng in the mix, who compelled Kong Ming, a soul sage, to concede that he is outclassed by someone else, it stands to reason that Mulin's backing must be considerable. A title holder, a soul Douluo, alongside 2 soul sages and 4 soul emperors of varying attributes. Could it be that Yulingu wields significant influence within her sect? Is she attempting to form a pair with Mulin? As this thought crossed Qianrenxue's mind, an inexplicable discomfort washed over her. Yet, pressing matters demand attention. How does Mr. Kong Ming intend to collaborate now? Kong Ming is well aware that Xueqinghe has undoubtedly perceived his group's intentions, hoping to secure greater benefits upon the arrival of the title. Nevertheless, Kong Ming is confident in persuading Xueqinghe to acquiesce. Before that, I would like to invite His Highness the Crown Prince to examine the special weapon. Qianrenxue narrowed her eyes. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. No problem, let Qinghe witness Kong Ming's unique weapon. Please. A group led by Qianrenxue escorted her to a newly constructed area for experimental soul-guided devices within an inn. Your Highness, please take a look. Qianrenxue turned towards the direction indicated by Kong Ming. Master Kong, is this special weapon merely a crossbow? Kong Ming neither nodded nor shook his head. For Xueqinghe was indeed correct. It was, in fact, a crossbow. Your Highness, this is indeed a crossbow, but it is a uniquely modified one. Kong Ming retrieved the crossbow from the wall, aiming it at a turtle shell. In an instant, the crossbow unleashed 3 bolts, piercing through the shell. After securing the weapon, Kong Ming addressed Xueqinghe. Your Highness, this is a newly crafted weapon of mine, capable of continuous fire without the need for soul power. As for its potency, you may have those accompanying you inspect the turtle shell. Qianrenxue gazed at the astonishing crossbow that could fire in succession, and she truly did not sense any fluctuations of soul power during the discharge of the bolts. Zhang San, please investigate. An unassuming man from behind Qianrenxue approached the turtle shell to examine it. Zhang San rose and approached Qianrenxue, whispering, the shell of the Xiangui is at least 500 years old. Given its potency, if it strikes, it could severely injure a soul king. And if it hits a vital point, death may ensue. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue glanced at Kong Ming, while also casting a sidelong look at Mulin. Mulin, my dear brother, you have truly presented me with a conundrum. With her astute intellect, Qianrenxue understood the weapon's purpose. It was designed for large-scale warfare. Unlike previous soul-guiding devices, which were unsuitable for grand battles due to the limited number of soul masters and the materials available, this repeating crossbow required no soul power. This meant that the army of the Tiando Empire could be equipped with it. A single crossbow could penetrate the shell of a 500-year-old Xiangui, presenting a chance to slay a soul king. What if an army of 10,000 were to wield it? If the Tiando Empire were to fully equip its forces with such weaponry, its military prowess would surpass that of the Xinglua Empire. Chapter 52. Preparing to experiment with soul skills. The reason Qian Rinxue dared to negotiate with Kong Ming and his companions was due to the soul-guiding device's reliance on soul power, meaning only soul masters could wield them. Which faction on the continent possesses the greatest number of soul masters? Naturally, it is the Spirit Hall, the sanctum of soul masters. It stands unparalleled, incomparable in wealth or prestige to any other sect. The esteemed status of the Spirit Hall among soul masters is the result of the efforts of successive popes and the hall's contributions to the realm of soul masters. Representing the Tiando Empire in dealings with the Inn of Interlude, she could easily secure a portion of the gains to be funneled to the Spirit Hall. Moreover, she could delegate the task of trading with the Inn to Xuexing, seizing the opportunity to allow the Spirit Hall to take over the dealings, transforming them into a transaction with the hall instead. However, the repeating crossbow presented a different scenario. Although the Spirit Hall is revered as the sanctuary of soul masters, its interaction with the common folk is far less than that of local lords' manors. The populace is primarily aware that the Spirit Hall assists soul masters in awakening their martial souls. Yet, matters of taxation and daily life still hinge upon the empire. The benefits derived from this repeating crossbow would not measure up to what the Tiando Empire could gain. Indeed, it would pale in comparison. As Qian Rinxue pondered these matters, her eyes instinctively narrowed. However, as she would soon ascend to the throne as the Empress of the Tiando Empire, such concerns seemed less pressing. At this moment, it was time for Mulin to make his entrance. Mulin never anticipated that Kongming would actually devise a repeating crossbow. Just because your name is Kongming does not grant you the ability to create such a remarkable weapon. Mulin was also aware of Kongming's intentions, aiming to secure better initial funding for his sect in the future. Thus, he devised a crossbow suitable for the empire's development that did not require soul power. However, Mulin understood that the current Shui Qinghe was no longer the Grand Prince of the Heavendo Empire. She was now the true heir of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxue. The heir of the Spirit Hall was now tasked with enhancing the national strength of the Heavendo Empire. Mulin is currently apprehensive that Qian Rinxue has not realized that he is the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire, destined to be its future sovereign. Enhancing the national strength of the Heavendo Empire is unlikely to jeopardize Qian Rinxue's interests. Congratulations, dear brother, she remarked, if you manage to acquire a batch of crossbows. Your position will undoubtedly be further solidified. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue observed Mulin's earnest expression and instinctively reached out to pinch his cheek. However, she quickly refrained, realizing that they were surrounded by strangers. A child with a wise mind, she mused. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue turned her attention to Kong Ming, inquiring, "May I ask how Master Kong intends to collaborate?" While discussing the collaboration, I am unsure how to appropriately address this, so I shall skip it. The parties amicably concluded their pointed dialogue. As for the specifics of their cooperation, Mulin did not concern himself, as they were currently relying on their own funds without any assistance from him. After the group finished their lunch at a quaint inn, Qian Rinxue prepared to formally engage in discussions with Shui Yi, for the funding regarding the soul-guided devices and crossbows was not something a mere prince could cover alone. Meanwhile, Mulin resolved to head to the fighting arena to test his mettle, particularly eager to gauge the power of the golden fire. The great fighting arena seemed quite suitable for this endeavor. As was customary, Mulin, Muling, and Yulingo ventured to the great fighting arena for battle. Yulinger was also keen to test her fourth spirit skill. The quartet entered the arena and promptly registered for their matches. The first battle was to be fought by Mulin. Within the arena, a rabbit-eared soul master served as the host. The first contender was the formidable Mo Yun, a seasoned soul master boasting a spirit power level of 37, on the cusp of completing a 10-match winning streak. His opponent was none other than the Golden Divine Envoy, a name well known among the frequenters of the great fighting arena in Heavendo City, a prodigy who had recently ascended to soul master rank after absorbing soul rings over the years. Expectations were high for his inaugural performance at this new level. Upon hearing the hostess announcement, the audience erupted in chatter. The Golden Divine Envoy has advanced to Soul Master so swiftly. I recall he was merely at level 24 last year. A young man clad in a brocade robe. Hearing this, raised his head with an air of pretension. You're so outdated. I have the latest news. Call me brother and I'll enlighten you. The onlookers, though curious, hesitated to respond, wary of being deceived by the young man's boastful claim. Yet, his words piqued the interest of the gossip-hungry crowd. A diminutive figure approached and exclaimed, "Hey, brother, do share." Upon hearing this, the young man cast a glance at the surrounding onlookers, whose eyes occasionally revealed a thirst for knowledge. This golden envoy. He was a student who had entered the Heavenly Royal Academy last year. What of it? What does it mean to be merely a student of the Heavenly Royal Academy? The young man seemed to swell with pride upon hearing this. Ah, you know not what you speak. If that were all, I would certainly not mention it. Allow me to enlighten you. He is none other than the newly admitted, unparalleled talent of last year's Heavenly Royal Academy, Mulin. The audience furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Mulin, the name seemed familiar. Suddenly, a voice broke through the murmurs. I recall now. He is the one who faced off against the genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Tianheng, last year. Remarkably, he is only 7 years old this year, and he has already attained the rank of Soul Master. This was indeed the same little fellow, but now his face bore an unmistakable expression of shock. After all, a 7-year-old Soul Master was unheard of. Such a feat had never been reported. Even those with innate full soul power would only reach the rank of Soul Master at this age. Surely this cannot be true. You must be jesting. I remember Mulin. He is merely 7 years old. How could he possibly be a Soul Master? The young man, upon hearing such slander, could not allow them to tarnish his reputation. Humph. Do you not know that Mulin's martial soul is the heart? This was revealed during his duel with Yu Tianheng. Is he not akin to this golden envoy? Perhaps he is even his brother? The young man turned his gaze toward the source of this voice, where sat a gentle-looking man in his 40s, accompanied by a silver-haired elder whose visage resembled that of an infant. The elder held a charming young girl in his arms. The young man regarded the middle-aged gentleman and remarked, "Sir, you may be unaware, but Mulin resides in the prince's manor, and judging by height, in my observation, Mulin and this golden envoy might share similarities due to their soul ring absorption. Currently, the golden envoy stands taller, yet previously, they were indistinguishable. Does this not suggest that Mulin could very well be the golden envoy?" The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. "I apologize for the interruption. Thank you, young brother." The young man could discern that the gentleman's demeanor was not one that could be cultivated by a third-rate power. He graciously accepted the gentleman's courtesy and returned to his seat. The elder then addressed the middle-aged man. "What is it? Are you, Fengji, interested in this golden envoy? Or should I say, Mulin?" Chapter 53. Experimental Soul Techniques. Indeed, this duo comprised Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, and one of the 2 elder guardians, Sword Douluo Chen Xin. As for the little girl in Chen Xin's arms, she inquired, "Daddy, is that brother on the field truly a 7-year-old Soul Master? That would surpass even Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu." The individual in question is none other than Ning Rongrong, one of the original 7 monsters from the tale. At merely 2 years of age, she persistently clung to Ning Fengji, eager to venture outside. Furthermore, Ning Fengji was preparing to discuss certain matters with Shuiyi, as the foremost auxiliary soul master in the realm. Combined with his status as a 96th level Super Douluo and Sword Douluo, safeguarding Ning Rongrong would be a trivial task. Ning Fengji nodded and, with a gentle gaze upon Ning Rongrong, said, "Indeed, if what that young man claims is accurate, there exists on the battlefield a brother whose talents surpass even those of your grandfather Jian and grandfather Gu." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Well, so, he will undoubtedly become a Title Douluo in the future. Let him accompany me, father. Is it not said that a soul master of the 7 treasure glazed tile must have a battle soul master as a follower? I want him. I desire the strongest." Ning Fengji, stroking Ning Rongrong's head, replied, "This young man belongs to the crown prince. Father cannot make that decision." However, Ning Rongrong was undeterred, seemingly resolute in her desire for the mightiest of followers. "No, I want him. His talent is exceptional. If he follows me, I can accomplish anything in the future." Ning Fengji patted Ning Rongrong's head and said, "Very well, I shall speak with him later and first assess this young man's combat capabilities." As Ning Rongrong nestled in Chen Xin's embrace, she appeared to daydream about the extraordinary life she would lead with the most formidable follower by her side. At the Soul Arena, Mulin and Mayan stand opposite each other. "Golden Divine Envoy, or rather Mulin, I am aware of your presence." Mulin felt no surprise when the demon cloud called out his true name. After all, as a heart martial soul, His diminutive stature of 6 or 7 years had always been apparent during his activities in Heaven-Do City. With a keen eye, anyone could discern it. I apologize, but I do not know you. The demon cloud was momentarily taken aback by Mulin's retort, letting out a huff. Mulin, while you possess the heart-martial soul, you also bear an attribute, namely, the golden attribute. Regrettably, I have the advantage over you. The demon cloud, with a martial soul of Fire Cloud Crane, stood as a level 37 Assault System Soul Master. Become the stepping stone for my 10 consecutive victories in the Great Soul Arena. Mulin, with his heart martial soul, was a level 34 Assault System Soul Master, and replied, please, enlighten me. In an instant, the demon cloud transformed, his arms morphing into wings adorned with crimson feathers, his entire figure becoming slightly more menacing as feathers began to float around him. Mulin remains unchanged, his golden soul power growing ever more formidable, complemented by the unwavering confidence derived from his unbroken streak of victories. Anyone who casts a glance at him cannot help but praise him as the little god of war. Mulin, prepare yourself. First soul skill, blazing flame feathers. With a sweep of his arms, fiery feathers are unleashed, their potency and quantity determined by the quality of his soul power. In an instant, the dark cloud's hands flicker, sending a flurry of flame feathers hurtling toward Mulin. Mulin gazed at the fiery feather rushing towards him, his expression betraying not an ounce of emotion. The first soul skill, Golden Soft Bone. It enhances all attributes by 50%, while agility and resilience are further augmented by an additional 50%, simultaneously granting a 20% damage immunity. Yet, despite the protective advantage, Mulin had no intention of confronting the fire feather's assault head-on. Mighty Diamond Leg. Mulin forcefully pushed off the ground, evading the majority of the fiery feathers. Only a few of the flames were on the verge of striking him, but he deftly batted them away with his formidable golden palm. Mr. Moyun, as you possess the fire attribute, it is fortuitous that I have acquired a soul skill of the same element, which you graciously imparted to me. My third soul skill, Indomitable Golden Flame. This flame is fueled by the metal attribute, igniting into a brilliant golden blaze. The potency of the golden flame is dictated by the quality of the metal, while the quantity provided by the metal attribute determines its duration. Before our eyes, Mulin conjured a magnificent golden flame in his hand. From a distance, it appeared as though the very air had been ignited. Mulin gazed at the blazing golden flame in his hand, admiring its considerable power. The only lamentation was the absence of a method to control the fire. He could only attempt to force it into the bodies of his adversaries or simply envelop his palm with it, scorching his foes while launching an attack. Mulin secretly activated the formidable Vajra Palm. Mr. Devil Cloud, be prepared. Mulin simultaneously unleashed the formidable Titan's Palm and Titan's Leg, directing their full force towards the demon cloud. Upon witnessing this, a look of fury emerged on the demon cloud's face. Damn it, you a metal attribute soul master. Dare to play with fire in front of me, a fire attribute soul master? You are far too arrogant. His second soul skill, Body of Blazing Fire, enveloped him in flames, augmenting his fiery power by 50. With both close-range attacks and being attacked at close quarters, there was a chance to scorch his opponent. The more frequent the encounters, the greater the potential for burning. His third soul skill, Flames of Immersion, magnified the potency and range of his flames by 100, while also enhancing his recovery by 50. The demon cloud's body was adorned with crimson feathers, which began to ignite. From a distance, he appeared as a living blaze. Close combat, you say? I fear not a mere 7-year-old child. The demon cloud, feeling belittled by Mulin, was consumed by an irrational anger, oblivious to the fact that Mulin had absorbed soul rings over the years, with yellow and purple soul rings, missing only a century-old ring. His physical prowess was on par with that of a soul ancestor. However, due to his pride, the demon cloud subconsciously overlooked this crucial detail. Moreover, it must be noted that Mulin's golden flame was contingent upon the quality of his metal attribute. With innate 9th-level soul power, a 100,000-year soul ring, and a 100,000-year soul bone, alongside 2,000-year soul rings, one of which was from the legendary golden flame ring lion, a super soul beast, his strength was formidable, complemented further by an external soul bone. The golden flames in Mulin's hands are more formidable than those of most fire attribute soul masters. Mo Yun's physique pales in comparison to Mulin's, and his flames can only match up to a similar intensity at best. Moreover, Mulin possesses the powerful Golden King Palm. Thus, the outcome is unmistakable. Mo Yun has been defeated. In the Soul Arena, Yun and Mulin clashed head-on. He could not rival Mulin in flames or physical prowess, leading to his current predicament. His right hand has already been scorched to a charred black by Mulin's golden flames, and the condition of the bones remains dire. I concede. I concede. I yield. The referee, Rabbit, gazed at Mulin, who appeared unchanged except for perhaps a hint of dust, with awe-stricken disbelief. Having just entered the rank of Soul Ancestor, he managed to defeat Yun, who was on the verge of a 10-match winning streak. Truly, he is a man of great repute. I declare that the victor of this match is the Golden Divine Envoy contestant. Following this announcement, Mulin paid no further attention. Proceeding to the backstage to record his points, he intended to take Mulin to see Yun, as he did not wish to create an enemy over a mere competition. Primarily, however, he aimed to provide Mulin with practical experience and build her popularity in preparation for future endeavors. Healing Soul Masters are a coveted asset for any faction, especially those of higher rank. Although Yulingling's family may seem diminished following the passing of the previous generation's 9 Hearts Begonia Soul Master, the loyalty of their followers remains unwavering. Among them, several must surely be Soul Douluo level practitioners. Chapter 54. Meeting Ningfingxi. Mulin, accompanied by the Wood Spirit and Yulinger, made their way to the resting area of the Yun clan. Upon reaching the entrance, they could still observe the healing spirit master sent by the Yun family, drenched in sweat. After all, Mulin's golden flame was no trifling matter, and at that moment, he had also employed the formidable Great Strength Diamond Palm. One can only imagine the dire state of the Yun clan at this time. Upon seeing Mulin and his companions, the healing spirit master from the Yun family displayed a countenance of relief. After all, the Golden Divine Envoy, the goddess, had a renowned healing master already well known in the great soul arena of Tiando City. Moreover, certain families in Tiando City, having uncovered the identity of the Golden Divine Envoy, were aware that this esteemed healing master was none other than the mentor of the esteemed young lady from the Jioshin Haitangyi family. Mulin often practices the formidable strength of the diamond in the Grand Soul Arena, making it all too easy for him to incapacitate his opponents or inflict fractures upon them. At such moments, it is the turn of the healer, Mulin, to take the stage. The onlookers are well aware that the healing master behind the Golden Messenger does not attend to his own injuries, but rather to those of his adversaries. Master Mu, you have arrived, exclaims the healing spirit master as he welcomes Mulin and his companions. I am Lin Si, a spirit master of the Lotus, a level 54 healing spirit king. Mulin entered and promptly found a place to sit, for he had no further business to attend to. At most, he would observe the healing methods employed by Mulin when not utilizing her martial spirit. Greetings, I am Mulin, martial spirit, Silver Needle, level 63 healing soul emperor. Let me take a look at this fellow named Yun. No problem, please proceed. Upon hearing Mulin's words, Lin Si rose without hesitation. After all, he had considerable confidence in healing Yun's injuries and hoped that Mulin could complete the task. Otherwise, even as a healing soul master at the Soul King level, he would not escape unscathed, despite Yun's own reckless behavior. Insisting on clashing directly with Mulin, how could a man who had absorbed a 6,000, your soul ring be matched in strength by a mere soul sovereign? Now, with his right arm on the verge of fracture, his resources would certainly be significantly diminished, burdening Lin Si in the process. Sighing at the sight of the unconscious Yun, Lin Si pondered why he had to be responsible for healing such a fool. As Lin Si contemplated these matters, Mulin had already assessed Yun's injuries and commenced the healing process. Lin Si cleared his mind of distractions and focused intently on observing Mulin's actions. After all, the renown of Mulin lay in the fact that while her martial spirit was not particularly powerful, any healing soul master could glean techniques from her. In no time, Mulin completed the healing of Yun. Casting a glance at Mulin, who was engaged in conversation with Yulinga while consuming food, she instinctively gave him a roll of her eyes. Mulin, next time do take it easy. Don't be so harsh. I know. But who could fathom what goes on in the mind of this fellow, Yun, insisting on a head-on confrontation with me? A soul sovereign with a yellow and purple soul ring? Mulin, hearing this, cast a glance at Yun and was indeed surprised. His talent was commendable, yet his intellect seemed lacking. Lin Si felt somewhat awkward as well, for it was true that the young master had sustained such severe injuries partly due to his own folly. However, Mulin and Mulin chose not to dwell on the matter and departed afterward, as there was still Yulingo's competition to attend. Upon exiting, the trio encountered an unusual sight at the door of their lounge, a seemingly refined and gentle middle-aged man, an elderly man with a youthful visage, and a lively yet diminutive and adorable girl. However, the words spoken by the charming girl were anything but endearing. "Daddy, Grandpa Jian, I've seen this brother. I want him to be my follower." Upon hearing the words of the little girl, Mulin cast a glance in her direction. She could perhaps be a spoiled child. "No, that is not right, Grandfather Jian." Mulin recalled Ning Rongrong, one of the 7 monsters from the original work, who is indeed referred to as one of the 2 guardian Douluos of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Sword Douluo. Mulin glanced over. With an air of elegance and gentleness, he indeed bore a resemblance to the portrayal of Ning Fingxi in the original text. His silver hair framed a countenance reminiscent of an infant, and while his expression exhibited a hint of affection when gazing at Ning Rongrong, it remained largely indifferent. This was the Sword Douluo Chenxing. Upon noticing the return of Mulin and his companions, Ning Fingxi spoke with warmth. "I wonder if the 3 of you would be interested in a conversation? I am Ning Fingxi, and this is my daughter, Ning Rongrong. As for this gentleman," Mulin interjected, "I am aware of you both, the unrivaled support-type Soul Master, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Ning clan, and the supreme attack-type Title Douluo, Jiandao Chengxin." The Sword Douluo. Ning Fengji exhibited no signs of irritation at being interrupted. After all, Mulin was merely 7 years old. It is likely that the primary reason for his composure is that Mulin has already attained the rank of Soul Master. It appears that the young friend is familiar with us. Mulin nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware. At present, I am residing with my elder brother, the Crown Prince." Although Mulin was reluctant to express it, upon meeting, Ning Rongrong immediately proposed to have him as her follower. He refrained from mentioning his affiliation with the Crown Prince Xue Qing'a, for fear that Chen Xian might tether him to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, did she even possess the worthiness to have followers? A little creature likely to remain at the 79th level for a lifetime. There was even a chance she might meet an early demise due to her reckless behavior. We are all human. Do you truly fear her? A woman afflicted with princess syndrome. She may improve over time, yet initially, she indeed exhibits this ailment. Does she truly deserve such a title? In terms of power, his own group already boasted a Title Douluo at level 94, currently advancing towards level 95. Additionally, there was Lan Feng, another Title Douluo, along with 2 Soul Saints and 4 Soul Emperors. The future held even greater promise. Although he wished to avoid trouble, this did not imply he was afraid of it. Worst-case scenario, he could retreat to absorb celestial herbs and awaken his martial soul. Should his master arrive, he would retaliate directly. Once he matured, he would continue to strike back. Would the 2 Title Douluos of the 7 treasure glazed tile school truly dare to confront him? It was uncertain who would prevail when both sides had Title Douluos. With Yi Tianxing present, Mulin could traverse freely. Kong Ming was safeguarded by the soul guidance devices and the crossbows. The Tiando Empire would undoubtedly protect him. Mulin also had the Yi family backing her. In the world of soul masters, who did not carry their share of hidden injuries, each generation of the Yi family's patriarch had consistently produced the world's foremost healing soul masters, ensuring their influence spread far and wide. Protecting Mulin was hardly a challenge. The only concerns lay with Dong Xiang, Lei Yi, and Bai Yu, who posed some difficulties, especially with Bai Yu potentially fleeing. However, Dong Xiang and Lei Yi presented a more significant challenge. Dong Xiang could always seek refuge with the Spirit Hall, while it might be somewhat difficult for Lei Yi. Yet he too had the opportunity to align with the Spirit Hall. As for Yilingo's talent, apologies. But both the Spirit Hall and the Yi family would willingly offer protection. Therefore, Mulin held no fear of Ning Fengji, especially with Yi Tianxing still by his side. Should the need arise, he could expend a bit more soul power to relocate the 3 of them to a nearby inn. The Great Soul Arena and the Male Inn were both situated in Tiando City. A distance Yi Tianxing could surely manage. I understand. Upon witnessing the young friend's talent, one cannot help but desire to engage further. Why not enter and discuss? Chapter 55. Refusal. Upon hearing Ning Fengxi's words, Mulin remained perplexed. Does this not clearly signify my refusal of your daughter? How can you still entertain the notion of conversing with me? Nevertheless, Mulin chose not to decline the invitation. For while fearlessness is one matter, instigating unnecessary trouble is quite another. After all, it would likely still be some time before Yulinger takes the stage to battle, so engaging in conversation later would be permissible. However, Mulin seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. During the hunt for the 3rd ring, the one he had slain was none other than Ning Ke, Ning Fengji's son. Yet, This oversight could hardly be attributed solely to Mulin, as Ning Kei's presence had been notably diminished at that time. Moreover, subsequent encounters, including those with Jin Xun and the deal struck with Qian Renxua, had inflated Mulin's sense of self-importance, leading him to forget certain aspects concerning Ning Quebec. "Please, Master Ning, do come in," Mulin said, gesturing for Ning Fingji to enter first, followed closely by Chen Xin and Ning Rongrong. The latter, still irked by Mulin's rejection, playfully made faces at him while resting her head on Chen Xion's shoulder as they entered. Once inside, Mulin chose to disregard Ning Fingji entirely. Mulin, Muling, and Ning Fengji sat facing each other, accompanied by Qin Xin and Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji gazed at the three remarkable individuals before him. He had previously inquired about them. Mulin was a master of healing arts, reputedly the mentor of the esteemed young lady from the Jiuxin Haidang family. Yulinger, although merely 13 years of age this year, had astonishingly attained the Soul Sovereign realm. As per Ning Fingji's own investigations, there is no need to elaborate on Mulin. A 7-year-old Soul Master during that era was undeniably a prodigy. I observe that the three of you seem not to have joined any sect. Perhaps you might contemplate the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Mulin gazed at Ning Fingji, utterly bewildered that he would still seek to win over the three of us after previously and unequivocally rejecting the notion of becoming Ning Rongrong's follower. Had he not conducted his due diligence? His faction, albeit modest, must possess some influence. It includes a Soul Sage and a Soul Emperor, each with their own network of connections. The Soul Sage is even capable of overpowering a Title Douluo, which raises the question, what is Ning Fengji truly contemplating? Could it be that the three great sects harbor an ineffable sense of pride? Yu Shenheng wishes to subdue me. Ning Rongrong seeks to win me over. And now Ning Fengji aspires to recruit us as well. Mulin furrowed his brow and contemplated before speaking. Master Ning, you may not be aware, but this Miss Muling is the instructor of the esteemed daughter of the Ye family, a position validated by the esteemed Yi Yun. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji found himself increasingly intrigued by Muling. After all, who was Yi Yun? He was a man capable of threatening Ning Fengji's supremacy as the foremost support-type Soul Master. Were it not for the presence of two Title Douluos by his side, it would be uncertain who truly held the title of the world's preeminent support-type Soul Master. The Nine-Heart Si Tang, at the Soul Douluo level, could provide assistance in battles that rivaled his own capabilities, while he could augment the attributes of Title Douluos. With Yi Yun around, it would be an arduous task indeed. Moreover, having undergone Yi Yun's rigorous evaluation, it was evident that Muling possessed remarkable healing abilities, worthy of being a mentor to the burgeoning Nine-Heart Si Tang Soul Masters of the Yi family. Muling, however, had no interest in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, can be deemed the most formidable sect following the hidden existence of the Haotian School and a sanctuary for support-type Soul Masters. Our methods for nurturing these Soul Masters are unparalleled in the world, and our resources for cultivating healing-type Soul Masters surpass those of the Yi family, if not equal. Ning Fengji discerned the subtle rejection embedded in Mulin's words. Yet, would the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School truly fear the Yi family? Though the Yi family had widespread connections, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were not mere decorations. With two supreme Douluos united against any force, Ning Fengji exuded confidence. Perhaps he had not considered that the current Pope of the Spirit Hall was a madman, who single-handedly decimated the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and nearly obliterated the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect during the absence of the Haotian School. Without a moment's hesitation, Muling declined. I apologize, but I enjoy my time with my student and have no desire to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Before Ning Fengji could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected, Hey, what do you mean by that? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is one of the top 3 sects. Haven't you heard from my father that it is the current leading sect in the world? How dare you refuse? Ning Rongrong's face flushed with indignation. After all, it was rare for the leader of a top sect to personally extend an invitation, and such a refusal was simply unheard of in her experience. Mulin gazed at the flustered Ning Rongrong, whose face was reddening with urgency, and shook his head. Each has their aspirations. Ning Zongzhu, my apologies. Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, displayed no change in expression, for as the sect master, he must maintain his composure. However, he did cast a glance at Chen Xian, hoping that with Chen Xian's formidable strength, he could persuade Mulin and his companions to join their ranks. After all, have you ever encountered a 7-year-old Soul Emperor? Such prodigies are exceedingly rare, akin to a once-in-a-millennium talent. To dismiss this would be an insult, and from Ning Fengji's perspective, there lies the potential to witness the ascendance of the three unparalleled Douluo in the future. A 13-year-old soul master is also an extraordinary rarity, should they develop normally. They are destined to become a Title Douluo, with even the prospect of a Super Douluo not being a mere dream. As for Mulin, one can only imagine the confidence bestowed upon the world's foremost healing soul master to entrust her daughter to him for cultivation. A testament to her innate talent and mastery in the healing arts. Although Chen Xian harbored reservations about using his strength against the young, the extraordinary talents of Mulin and his companions warranted such consideration. After all, he too was one of the two guardian Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Esteemed young friends, should the three of you choose to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I would personally guide you in your cultivation. Even if Ms. Mulin and Miss Yulingo may not align perfectly with my attributes, my formidable soul power should still enable me to impart my knowledge to you. Furthermore, the school boasts numerous soul Douluo. You may select masters whom you deem suitable, and I am confident that none would dare refuse your remarkable talents. After articulating this offer, Chen Xian turned his gaze toward Mulin. Mulin, if I am not mistaken, your attribute leans toward gold. As you may know, my martial soul aligns quite well with yours, both embodying the essence of sharpness. I could take you as my disciple and assist you wholeheartedly with your soul rings and bones. Even for the 200,000-year soul beast in the Star Do Great Forest, I can assure you that I would leverage my connections to secure them for you. What say you? Consider it carefully. As he spoke the final words, Chen Xian straightened himself, locking his gaze onto Mulin, even exuding a hint of his aura. Yet, would Mulin acquiesce? Certainly not. For the reasons had been articulated clearly. They were unafraid of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for a master, the notion was laughable. The sword Douluo was ultimately a swordsman, while Mulin was unarmed. The adage crossing professions is like crossing mountains resonated with him, and he had no intention of straying down the wrong path. I am truly sorry, but I must decline. Chapter 56. Ning Fingji's speculation sword Douluo's expression darkened upon hearing Mulin's unexpected refusal. After all, it was a rather humiliating circumstance for a soul master to be rejected by a super Douluo. Simultaneously, Ning Fengji's countenance was equally grim. However, there was little to be done. The exceptional talents of Mulin and his companions were undeniably formidable, and should they remain unattainable, their destruction seemed inevitable. At that moment, Yi Tianxing unexpectedly materialized behind Mulin. Young master, Miss Linger's match is about to commence. The announcement has been made 3 times outside. And seeing that you have not yet emerged, I took the liberty of coming in to inform you. Ning Fingji and Chen Xian, upon noticing Yi Tianxing's abrupt appearance, involuntarily narrowed their eyes. Ning Fingji instinctively glanced at Chen Xian, who understood the unspoken question. Chen Xian shook his head, indicating that he too had not detected Yi Tianxing's presence until the sudden fluctuation of soul power manifested behind Mulin. Prior to that moment, he had indeed sensed nothing of Yi Tianxing's aura. Upon hearing Yi Tianxing's words, Mulin turned to Ning Fingji and Chen Xian. Ning Zhongzhu, Jin Douluo's sister Linger is about to compete. We shall take our leave. Ning Fingji did not press further with Mulin and the others, as the sudden appearance of Yi Tianxing was indeed rather intimidating. Chen Xian was oblivious to Yi Tianxing's presence, and had he not materialized right behind Mulin, it is likely they would have remained unaware. The thought of Yi Tianxing suddenly appearing behind him with ill intent sent a chill down Ning Fingji's spine. Very well. We shall not intrude any longer. With that, Ning Fingji departed with Chen Xian and Ning Rongrong. Mulin watched the 3 departing figures and suddenly recalled that he might have taken the life of their son during the incident at the 3rd ring. After the trio had walked away, Yuling, curious, stepped outside to observe them closely. Once she confirmed their departure, she returned with a smile, exclaiming, Mulin, dear brother. They were utterly hilarious. I initially thought they had discovered our involvement in the death of Ning Ke during the hunt. To my surprise, they were attempting to win us over, forging an alliance with the very enemies who had lost their child. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Mulin could not help but smile faintly. It was indeed quite amusing. Previously, he had failed to grasp the situation, as Ning Ke's presence had been remarkably negligible at that time. He had nearly forgotten the events of that day, and were it not for Yulinger's reminder, he would have completely lost recollection of it. It seems that he truly has no fate with the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Well, not fate, but rather enmity. At this moment, Yi Tianxing spoke up. What I just mentioned is indeed true. Yulinger's competition is about to commence, and I suddenly sensed an extraordinarily formidable aura emanating from the resting area. which is why I appeared behind you so abruptly. Upon hearing this, Yulinger hurriedly rose, exclaiming, "Wow! My consecutive victories!" Mulin observed the spirited Yulinger and shook his head, sighing, "Let us proceed to witness how Sister Linger wields her soul skills." Meanwhile, in a carriage, Ning Fingji, Ning Rongrong, and Chen Xin were departing. Chen Xin directed his gaze towards Ning Fingji, inquiring, "Fingji, do you still harbor expectations for those three young individuals?" Noticing the slight furrow in Ning Fingji's brow, Chen Xin continued. Upon hearing this, Ning Fingji shook his head. "No, the lad named Mulin has made his rejection quite clear. And coupled with that young man who suddenly appeared proclaiming him as young master, it is likely that the trio possesses considerable influence. We shall first visit the 7 Treasure Commerce Guild to gauge the reactions at the Grand Soul Arena. Mulin should be relatively well known, and there should be records within the guild to peruse. After all, a 7-year-old soul master, such a talent is utterly formidable." Chen Xin, upon hearing Ning Fingji's peculiar tone, let out a sigh. In truth, he held a certain disdain for eliminating talents not aligned with one's faction. After all, what merit is there in slaying an unseasoned genius? They are not yet considered formidable. It is far more advantageous to cultivate good relations with such talents. Why resort to assassination? Ning Fingji, sensing Chen Xion's exhalation, chose not to respond. As the sect leader, it was imperative for him to comprehend the aspirations of these prodigies. Should they pose a threat to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, then regrettably, they would come to understand the might of the upper 3 sections. Furthermore, Ning Fingji harbored a premonition that he and that young boy were not destined to align. Although uncertain of the origin of this intuition, the boy's exceptional talent warranted further investigation. That evening, Ning Fingji sat in his study, perusing the information collected by the 7 Treasure Commerce Guild regarding Mulin. The details were meticulously recorded, surpassing even the findings gathered by Lin Zhe at the Snow Star School. Naturally intelligent, such early brilliance is not uncommon among prodigies. However, something felt amiss. Ning Fingji's eyes narrowed as he examined one particular piece of information, awakened his innate martial soul, heart, with innate soul power at level 9. Recognized as a genius in Nost City. Innate level 9 soul power, while it is indeed a high achievement, suggesting a future as a Title Douluo or even a Super Douluo, this does not correspond to the talent of a 7-year-old at level 34. The rate of soul ring absorption does not align with this. The first soul ring is projected at 900 years, indicating that his initial public appearance would be at level 15. The subsequent soul ring is anticipated to be around 1500 years, leading to his first competition at the Grand Soul Arena at level 24. This implies that Mulin remarkably surged from level 15 to 20, and then from 24 to 30 within a year. This is roughly equivalent to advancing a level each month. Most individuals with innate full soul power do not possess such extraordinary talent. This is not the kind of innate talent one would expect from a soul power of level 9. Ning Fingji continued to delve into Mulin's records and discovered a gap of several days, seemingly coinciding with the period when the Shi family, in alliance with Xueling, annihilated the Mu family. During that time, Mulin was taken to hunt the first soul ring, and upon his return, he was accompanied by a young man shrouded in an enigmatic aura. Concurrently, the Shi family also met their demise. Mulin has embarked on an unconventional path of cultivation. It seems that this Mulin harbors a significant secret. Perhaps he possesses a soul bone? No, a Millennium soul bone would considerably enhance one's soul power. If he indeed had such a treasure, Mulin would now be at least at level 37 to 40. Ning Fingji narrowed his eyes. Mulin, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. There exists an inn where all members absorb soul rings beyond their years, even those of the food system are no exception. Ning Fingji felt a surge of desire, particularly for the secret techniques of the mysterious force behind Mulin. Indeed, in Ning Fingji's perspective, the members of this inn must possess unique abilities to absorb soul rings beyond their years. It would be impossible for even a food system to achieve such feats otherwise. As for the nature of that force, further investigation is warranted. Ning Fingji was genuinely covetous of this secret technique. It is known that in the realm of soul masters, aside from the Empire and the Spirit Hall, is 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School boasts the largest number of soul masters. With such a technique, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School could undoubtedly grow ever stronger, becoming the true #1 sect in the world. Chapter 57. Jin Chen's advancement. While Ning Fengji was still contemplating the force behind Mulin, Chen Xian suddenly entered. Fengji, what are you pondering? Your disciple has invited you to dine at the prince's residence. Will you be attending? Upon seeing Chen Xian and hearing his words, Ning Fengji's eyes flickered with interest. Mulin resides in the prince's mansion, does he not? Furthermore, there was a previous conflict between the Yin and Prince Xuesheng, which Xinghe mediated. Their relationship should be amicable enough for a visit. However, Ning Fengji did not broach this topic first. Instead, he inquired, "Let us set that aside for now. Why is it you, Sword Uncle, who has come to notify me?" The servants could have conveyed the message. Qianqin shook his head, took a seat nearby, and gazed at Ning Fengji. "Fengji, we have known each other for over a decade and have shared considerable time in collaboration. Do you believe I am unaware of your interests? Are you, perchance, intrigued by the secret techniques of the Yin that may allow the absorption of soul rings over extended periods?" Ning Fengji did not deny it. "Indeed, Sword Uncle. You must understand how vital these techniques are for our Seven Treasures glazed tile school. With this knowledge, our sect will undoubtedly grow in strength, aspiring to become the unrivaled foremost sect in the world. Rather than merely a facade of supremacy following the reclusive Haotian Sect and taking advantage of the recent vulnerabilities of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect." While the Spirit Hall shows little interest in the title of the First Sect, Qianqin, upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, refrained from dissuasion. For he understood Ning Fengji's ambitions to advance the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and witness the potential existence of the Eight Treasures glazed tower. This method could provide a comprehensive enhancement for the sect. With it, the next generation would cultivate Title Douluo without depleting the sect's foundation. Qianqin took a deep breath. "Fengji, if you wish to pursue this, I, along with Old Bone, shall accompany you. However, you must recognize that possessing such techniques means the opposing forces would not be weak. At the very least, they would possess Title Douluo. Whether they have Super Douluo remains uncertain. But the ability to absorb soul rings over extended periods suggests that surpassing Super Douluo would be simpler for them than it would be for me, Old Bone, or Old Dragon." Ning Fengji understood that Qianqin acted with his and the sect's best interests in mind. "Rest assured, Sword Uncle. This time, let us travel to the prince's mansion together with Rongrong. Mulin resides there. We shall see if my disciple is willing to part with her time." Qianqin remained silent, rising to summon Ning Rongrong to join them on their excursion to the prince's mansion. "Fengji, one must act within their means. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school is no longer weak. Old Bone and I can safeguard the sect for at least a century. If no great wars arise, we may even protect it for 200 years or more. There is no need for haste." With that, Qianqin departed without awaiting Ning Fengji's response. The latter watched Qianqin's retreating figure, sighing softly. "Sword Uncle, I do not wish for this either. Yet the probability of my demise looms large. I yearn to lead the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to become the preeminent sect in the world. I aspire to be the unrivaled leader of this sect, to shine as one of the most illustrious masters in the history of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school." Ning Fengji still vividly recalls the time when the Haotian Sect's imposing presence rendered everyone hesitant to provoke them during the struggle for supremacy among the three sects. Before their arrival, they graciously yielded the main seat to others, and upon their arrival, they merely echoed the sentiments of the Haotian Sect. Even the members and elders of other sects could audaciously shout at the various sect leaders without fear of reprisal. What accounts for the Haotian Sect's formidable reputation? It is none other than their recognition as the foremost sect in the realm. They once boasted an extreme Douluo, renowned as the unrivaled on earth. Although he has since vanished, the question of his demise remains uncertain. After all, a 99th level Title Douluo represents the pinnacle of human potential. And with the secret techniques of the Haotian Sect, Tang Chen's combat prowess is indeed unparalleled in this world. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school, though I no longer wish to dwell on this, boasts a multitude of soul masters. This current generation is not devoid of prodigies, if only they possess this secret technique. It is conceivable that during my lifetime, the sect could produce 2 or 3 more Title Douluo, alongside the 2 formidable Super Douluo of the Sword Bone. Henceforth, we would no longer have to claim to be the foremost sect in the world following the reclusive Haotian Sect. We could confidently declare ourselves the paramount sect. Ning Fengji's thoughts are commendable. He is aware of Chen Xian's prowess. Although at level 96, with all his might, he could contend against a level 97 Title Douluo. Coupled with my full support, there lies a prospect of challenging a level 98 Title Douluo in the future. Furthermore, it is entirely possible that Chen Xian could ascend during this period, implying that the Seven Treasures glazed tile school might indeed have access to a 99 level limit Douluo. While Ning Fengji's aspirations are admirable, he may not grasp the disparities that arise after one attains a title. In accordance with Ning Fengji's fantasies, a level 97 Chen Xian at full strength, combined with Ning Fengji's utmost assistance, could potentially injure a limit Douluo. After all, Chen Xian's domain is exceedingly extreme, amplifying only himself, unlike other domains that distribute power among allies and adversaries. Defeating or even stalling an opponent would likely be beyond Chen Xian's capabilities. As for Gu Rong, want it not to jest, once Chen Xian's domain is activated, all but himself becomes an enemy, rendering Gu Rong more of a hindrance than a help. Ning Fengji's dreams, while grand, are ultimately subject to the whims of fate. The Haotian Sect, having been severely weakened by the Spirit Hall, emerged with 7 elders, all Title Douluo. In light of the Haotian Sect's secret techniques, they are not to be underestimated compared to the 7 treasures glazed tile school. After contemplating how to acquire the secret technique to absorb soul rings beyond the usual age limit, Ning Fengji found himself at a loss. He had not encountered such individuals before. His only recourse was to visit the prince's residence, hoping to persuade Qinghe to part with his treasures. Though the odds seemed slim, Mulin's talent and the backing of his powerful faction were worthy of a gamble. Ning Fengji summoned a carriage and set forth with Ning Rongrong, accompanied by Chen Xian, directly to the prince's residence. At the entrance, Xue Qinghe had awaited Ning Fengji for some time, but the first to catch sight of him was the exuberant Mulin. Bouncing with delight. The source of Mulin's elation? One might attribute it to the exceptional nature of his system. Jin Shun absorbed 100,000-year soul bone and underwent a second awakening of his martial soul to the golden level without an upgrade, as the energy was all retained by the system. When Jin Shun prepared to advance, the system promptly returned the energy to him, facilitating a swift and flawless absorption. It is evident that the system harbors a profound affinity for Mulin, equipping him with top-tier techniques across physical, mental, and soul power domains. Theoretically, he possesses limitless potential with the mighty Betrayal series of martial arts. The first summon was the invincible escape artist, Yi Tianqing. The second rivaled the strength of a Title Douluo, Lan Feng. The third directly granted Mulin a golden awakening, transforming him into a 95-level Super Douluo. Alas, system, do you possess a gender? I find myself enamored with you. What should I do? The system fell silent, manifesting 6 points directly within Mulin's mind. Nevertheless, true love prevailed. And Mulin responded. This system can embody either male or female forms. And meanwhile, Qian Renxue was already at the entrance of the Crown Prince's residence. Upon hearing this, Mulin pondered with a twist of thought. Could it be both male and female? Chapter 58. A Union of Ties? Mulin quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of distraction, directing his gaze towards the entrance of the prince's residence. There, disguised as Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue appeared to be waiting for someone. Oh, dear elder brother, are you anticipating someone's arrival? Could it be me? Mulin approached Qian Renxue with a smile. And upon seeing Mulin return, Qian Renxue instinctively smiled as well. Of course, I was waiting for you. However, there is still one more person to await. Mulin pondered for a moment, concluding that it must indeed be Ning Fengji, especially since he had encountered him recently at the Grand Soul Arena. Is he the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? I recall seeing him there, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair who claimed to be a level 96 Soul Master and expressed a desire to take me as his disciple. Upon hearing Mulin's words, Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes. To accept Mulin as a disciple? A level 96? It seems without a doubt that it was the Sword Douluo Qinshin. With this thought, Qian Renxue bent down to gaze at Mulin. So, did you agree? Dear brother Mulin, in recent times, a level 96 is already considered a top-tier expert. Mulin shook her head, expressing her disinterest. No, I have no inclination to follow them. It is far more comfortable here with my elder brother, the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue instinctively smiled. It was uncertain whether she felt a superior status in Mulin's heart compared to Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, or to Chen Xian, the formidable 96th level Super Douluo. Perhaps both sentiments were at play. After all, Qian Renxue might not have even realized that her mere presence elicited a smile from Mulin. You go ahead inside, little Mulin. I still have to wait for my teacher. Once you finish freshening up, let us share a meal together. After all, Master Ning is the #1 support-type Soul Master in the world, and the Sword Douluo is also among the most formidable experts. Today, you have declined the company of these two, so let my elder brother, the Crown Prince, act as a mediator. Upon hearing this, Mulin remained quite perplexed. After all, wasn't Qian Renxue affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Once exposed, she would undoubtedly sever ties with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Why would she assist in reconciling myself with them? Given my talents, shouldn't I, instead, adopt a duplicitous demeanor, inadvertently revealing the darker aspects of the seven treasures glazed tile school, thus fostering a sense of aversion towards them. Nevertheless, it can only be said that Mulin and Qianrenxue truly share a deep connection. Little Mulin. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is currently the foremost sect in the world. Talents like those within such sects are often targeted for elimination. You must be cautious, lest you fall victim to an assassination, Qianrenxue remarked, feigning concern as she gazed at Mulin. In response, Mulin looked at the seemingly worried Qianrenxue and quipped, "Are you truly not a worm in my stomach? Just as I contemplated your potential to adopt a duplicitous facade, inadvertently disclosing the sinister aspects of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, you have already proclaimed that they are likely to persecute me. It seems we are fated to cross paths." Mulin wore a bright smile as he reassured, "Don't worry, Brother Crown Prince. With Brother Tianxing around, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School cannot assassinate me." After saying this, Mulin skipped joyfully towards his courtyard, preparing to freshen up before witnessing how Ning Fengji would advocate for him. Meanwhile, as Mulin was occupied with his grooming, Qianrenxue had already spotted the arrival of Ning Fengji and his companions at the entrance. Disguised as Xue Qinghe, Qianrenxue approached, her gaze landing on the bashful Ning Rongrong nestled in the arms of the sword Douluo. "This must be the master's daughter. She is truly adorable." Upon hearing Qianrenxue's compliment, Ning Fengji's gentle visage broke into a smile. As the newly appointed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he faced daily intrigues and deceptions, finding warmth only in his own children. Moreover, Ning Rongrong was his sole daughter, and his affection for her was genuine and profound. "Come here, Rongrong, call him Brother Crown Prince," Ning Rongrong chirped sweetly. Qianrenxue echoed, "Ah." However, internally, Qianrenxue could not help but think that her words paled in comparison to those of Mulin. The feast was prepared at the residence. "Master, you and Rongrong, along with Sword Douluo, should enter first. I will fetch someone." Ning Fengji seemed to recall something and inquired, "Is it a little fellow named Mulin?" "It appears the master knows him." "Indeed, it is Mulin," came the affirmation. Before Ning Fengji could respond, Ning Rongrong's lips pouted in disdain. "That arrogant little brat. Why summon him? He is just a conceited fellow who dared to reject Father S' invitation and the Sword Elder S' offer to take him as a disciple." Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue's subordinates subconsciously tightened their grips. How audacious! A master of soul guide technology and a formidable being with a body martial soul. The master still harbored the delusion that he could persuade Mulin to defect and join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Moreover, he expected Mulin to forsake his own mentor, a super Douluo, for a sword Douluo he could not even compare to. Was Ning Fengji out of his mind? Well, perhaps he was unaware of Mulin's mentor. But a 7-year-old soul master still thriving in the grand soul arena, did he not consider that the boy surely had his own hidden strengths? Why did Ning Rongrong presume that Mulin must join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? The three major powers of the continent comprised two great empires and the Spirit Hall, with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School trailing behind. Though internally critiquing Ning Fengji and his companions, as well as recognizing Ning Rongrong's true arrogance, Qianrenxue maintained a facade of gentility. "I will have a word with Mulin shortly. You all may proceed inside first." With that, Qianrenxue stepped aside, allowing Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo to escort Ning Rongrong indoors. Ning Fengji nodded, and Chen Xian followed suit, entering first. "Uncle Sword." "It seems this time there may be no opportunity," he mused. Before Chen Xian could speak, Ning Rongrong had already voiced her thoughts. "Sigh, father, what do you mean?" Ning Fengji, upon hearing his daughter's voice, slightly curved his lips. "Of course, I am looking for a suitor for you, but judging by your elder brother's demeanor, it seems unlikely." "Why? You didn't mention anything to him just now outside the door." "It was not explicitly stated. We shall see how things unfold. It may require some sacrifice on your part, Rongrong. What do you think of that young man named Mulin?" Ning Rongrong pondered her father's words seriously. Although Mulin is somewhat arrogant, his talent is indeed remarkable, and he is quite handsome. A glimmer of light flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. "So, how would you feel if Mulin were to marry into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, essentially becoming your husband?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback. "What? You want me to be with Mulin? Isn't that a bit premature?" As she contemplated Mulin's charming features, she found herself unperturbed. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, who was holding Ning Rongrong, expressed his concerns. "Fengji, are you out of your mind? Are you certain of that boy Mulin's character? Moreover, how can you be sure he will agree? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for Rongrong if he refuses?" Chen Xin felt that Ning Fengji had lost his senses, proposing to sell his daughter for the secret techniques of an inn. Uncle Jian, is it really such a disadvantage to be the son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? With 2 super Douluo and the wealthiest sect in the world. Mulin should certainly agree. Besides, Mulin is a soul master at the age of 7, far surpassing both you and Uncle Gu in talent. As for his character, with you and Uncle Gu around, Rongrong would not be at a loss. Chapter 59. Refusal. Chen Xin, having grasped Ning Fengji's intentions, instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed. Becoming the son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be highly advantageous for Mulin. He is the foremost in attack, while Old Bone is the foremost in defense. Moreover, Bone Douluo possesses a peculiar spatial attribute, making it quite likely that Mulin would be well protected as he grows. And having the only daughter of the sect leader as a partner is undeniably a tremendous gain for Mulin. Nevertheless, Chen Xin harbored an unsettling premonition that Mulin would decline Ning Fengji's proposal. Perhaps it was the sudden appearance of that man, or the fact that such exceptional talent was so recklessly displayed in the Grand Soul Arena. However, neither Ning Fengji nor Ning Rongrong seemed to mind, so perhaps it was best for him not to dampen their spirits. Furthermore, Ning Fengji's reasoning was indeed quite sound and held a significant possibility of fruition. At that moment, within the prince's estate. At this moment, Mulin had just finished his ablutions and, having donned his attire, stepped outside, only to encounter Qian Renxue, who had just entered. Perhaps due to the remnants of water droplets on his skin, his garments clung closely, accentuating his physique. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Renxue instinctively narrowed her eyes. The boy possesses quite an admirable figure. No, what am I thinking? He is merely a 7-year-old child. Shaking her head, Qian Renxue turned her gaze to Mulin and said, "Little Mulin, have you completed your washing? Let us proceed to dinner." Mulin shook the moisture from his hair, still damp from washing. How about waiting a few minutes while I dry my hair? Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes, pondering how this little rascal seemed to understand her so well, every action and gesture perfectly grasped. Allow me to handle it. Let us proceed swiftly so that my master does not remain in waiting, especially since the Sword Douluo, one of the world's greatest experts, has also arrived. We must not keep him waiting for too long. Upon hearing this, Mulin obediently perched atop the stone pedestal, preparing for Qian Renxue to style her hair. Let us assume there exists a device for hairstyling. I am uncertain how these two might flirt. This will have to suffice for now, as Qian Renxue has yet to reveal herself, and it would be unwise to go too far. Qian Renxue gently caressed Mulin's soft, flowing locks. And perhaps due to a profound connection between them, even though it was her inaugural attempt at hairstyling, Mulin found it exceptionally delightful. Once finished, Qian Renxue gazed at Mulin, whose eyes had narrowed in bliss. Instinctively, she pinched Mulin's cheek, remarking, "It seems you truly enjoyed that, my dear. Next time, I shall have you do my hair." Mulin freed her hands from her face, saying, "All right, brother Crown Prince, we should take our leave. We mustn't keep your master waiting for too long." Qian Renxue reluctantly withdrew her hands, pondering how Mulin had grown. Every gesture, the softness of her visage, and her character resonated deeply with her. Simultaneously, hidden in the shadows, Yulong-Tsi observed with an expression of reluctant fondness. Could it be that the young master had truly fallen for this 7-year-old child? Should he inform the grand offering? No. Perhaps it was better not to meddle in matters of the heart. He would simply continue to protect the young master. Yulong-Tsi communicated this sentiment through a glance. At that moment, Qian Renxue and Mulin arrived at the dining area of the Crown Prince's residence. There, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin sat across from each other, while Ning Rongrong playfully tumbled about in Chen Xin's embrace. Both Ning Fengji and Chen Xin noticed the approaching figures of Qian Renxue and Mulin. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, with a slight blush, gazed at Mulin, recalling her father's words that Mulin would be her future husband. Mulin, upon observing the trio, sensed an air of peculiarity. Ning Fengji's gaze held an unusual and enigmatic quality. Chen Xin appeared to harbor a hint of jealousy. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's face inexplicably flushed with color. What could possibly evoke such a blush? Mulin found the situation somewhat peculiar. After all, given Ning Rongrong's princess-like demeanor, she shouldn't have directly exclaimed, "What qualifies you to dine with us?" However, since this meal had been arranged by Qian Renxue, it was perhaps a gesture of respect towards her father, Shueqing as student. The main seat had already been occupied by Ning Fengji and Chen Xin, leaving Mulin and Qian Renxue to face each other across the table. As they awaited the meal, Qian Rinxue engaged in conversation with Ning Fengji, discussing various matters. These included the beneficial relationship between the Heaven Do Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, recent obliterations of certain Soul Master sects, and various political affairs. When the dishes arrived, both Qian Rinxue and Ning Fengji ceased their discourse, possibly adhering to the unspoken rule of silence while dining. However, silence did not imply a lack of action. It was evident that Qian Rinxue frequently served Mulin with morsels of soul beast meat and delicately placed eggs into his bowl. Mulin, of course, would serve some dishes to Qian Rinxue as well. Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, observing the interaction between the two brothers, couldn't help but feel a sense of satiety. If it weren't for Mulin and Qian Rinxue's disguised appearance resembling that of a man, they might have thought they were dining with a young couple. Soon, the five of them finished their meal, and once the servants cleared the table, Ning Fengji and Qian Rinxue began discussing matters concerning the Soul Master world, while Mulin indulged in dessert. However, Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat peculiar, frequently glancing at Mulin, then abruptly turning away, her cheeks flushed. When Ning Rongrong noticed Mulin looking at her, she even made a playful face, but Mulin paid her no mind, although she seemed like a 2-year-old girl. Mulin was well aware of Ning Rongrong's temper as a young lady. She had a tendency to demand followers upon first meeting. While he could understand her behavior, given that the top 3 of the Soul Master world doted on her, it did not necessarily mean he was willing to accept it. After all, who didn't have a little princess side to them? On the other hand, Ning Fengji and Qian Rinxue's conversation gradually shifted to Mulin. What do you think of Mulin, Qinghe? Qian Rinxue pondered, finally getting to the crux of the matter. It was unusual for them to bring Chen Xian and Ning Rongrong along, indicating that there was indeed a scheme at play. Mulin was a prodigious talent, having reached the soul respect realm at merely 7 years of age. Given time, he would undoubtedly become the guardian deity of the Tiando Empire, a pillar of the nation. Ning Fengji looked at Qian Rinxue gently and remarked, "It seems our master-disciple duo will have to seize this opportunity." Indeed, Mulin's talent warranted such attention. What if the guardian deity of the Tiando Empire were to unite with the esteemed daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Wouldn't that be a tale worth telling? After saying this, Ning Fengji did not continue to gaze at Qian Rinxue but turned his attention to Mulin. "What do you think of my Rongrong? Although she is young, one can already foresee her extraordinary future. Moreover, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School dotes on her greatly. What is your opinion?" As Ning Fengji posed this question, Chen Xian also looked towards Mulin, while Ning Rongrong's face turned crimson, her small hands covering her cheeks, eagerly awaiting his response. However, Mulin had already made his intentions clear. He was pursuing Qian Rinxue and felt indifferent towards Ning Rongrong. Indeed, although the young lady is still small, one can already glimpse her future brilliance. When Miss Rongrong awakens her martial soul, do ensure to invite me to witness the occasion. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's expression stiffened. It was evident he understood that Mulin was completely disregarding him. The boy certainly had quite a bold spirit. Chapter 60. The discovery of soul guidance devices. Although Mulin did not overtly express his refusal with blunt phrases such as "I refuse" or "that's impossible," his response was rather subtle. However, how could Ning Fengji and Chen Xian possibly fail to discern his true sentiments? Perhaps only the 2-year-old Ning Rongrong remained oblivious to the implications. Is that so? Then when I awaken my martial soul, I shall invite Brother Mulin, she declared. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengji's expression grew even more rigid. "Very well. I shall certainly extend the invitation," he replied, as Ning Fengji prepared to depart with Rongrong. Qian Rinxue struggled to contain herself. After all, Mulin had previously rejected Ning Fengji without hesitation, dismissing the prospect of a union with Ning Rongrong. The innocent girl mistakenly believed that Mulin had simply been too bashful to accept. The sight of Ning Fengji's increasingly grim countenance only added to her amusement. Fortunately, Qian Rinxue had spent 6 or 7 years as an undercover operative, which allowed her to suppress her laughter. "I shall see you off, teacher," Qian Rinxue said, rising to lead the way as she escorted Ning Fengji and his companions. Meanwhile, Mulin lingered to savor dessert before making his exit. On their return journey, it was evident that both Ning Fengji and Chen Xian wore exceptionally cold expressions. Given their previous experiences, their faces should have been contorted with rage. However, with Ning Rongrong still present, they managed to suppress their emotions, maintaining a facade of stoic indifference. Once they had soothed Ning Rongrong to sleep, the two men retreated to the study. Thanks to Ning Fengji's tenure as the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for over a decade and Chen Xian's own rigorous cultivation of his sword heart for nearly 10 years. The sounds of furious brush strokes echoed from the study, unmistakable to those nearby. Ning Fengji's right hand, clutching the brush, revealed prominent veins, a testament to his agitation. That insufferable brat dared to refuse me. He is but a 7-year-old child. How could he act so audaciously? Chen Xian remained silent. Recognizing that the elusive young man must have instilled a significant sense of security in the boy known as Mulin. Fengji, what is your plan moving forward? He inquired. Taking a deep breath, Ning Fengji replied, Sword uncle, depending on the circumstances, we may need to eliminate him. Chen Xian cast a wary glance at Ning Fengji. Are you certain? That elusive young man poses little threat to me, but he could be a different matter for you. Ning Fengji scoffed dismissively. How formidable can he truly be? Is he capable of defeating both you and Bone Uncle? Shaking his head, Chen Xian replied thoughtfully, from my observations. That young man may possess spatial attributes, much like Old Bone. Ning Fengji's eyes widened in disbelief. Spatial attributes. Chen Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, spatial attributes. They manifested directly behind Mulin, and at that moment, I could only sense the fluctuations of soul power. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji expressed his skepticism, stating, Since Sword Uncle can perceive the fluctuations of soul power, surely Bone Uncle can as well. He might even detect spatial fluctuations and seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Qinshin directly voiced his thoughts. Fengji, is it truly worth it? You must recognize that the young man appears quite youthful. His future is undoubtedly promising. Who knows what his spatial attributes may develop into? Can he even be apprehended by Old Gu? You have become infatuated, Fengji. Ning Fengji disregarded Qinshin's latter remark, continuing. Sword Uncle, a 7-year-old soul venerable, coupled with your assertion of possessing spatial attributes, is indeed a genius. Furthermore, with the healing master Mulin, whom he entrusts his daughter to for guidance. At this juncture, Ning Fengji paused, presenting the information he had previously gathered regarding the Inn of Intermittence. Moreover, there are soul saints capable of defeating Soul Douluo, alongside various soul emperors with extended experience in absorbing soul rings, including food-type soul emperors. If we do not eliminate them, when will our 7-treasure glazed tile school ascend to be the foremost sect in the world? Qinshin sighed, fully aware of Ning Fengji's 2 grand aspirations. However, he felt that Ning Fengji's dreams were more akin to illusions. To be the premier sect in the world, the Haotian Sect has an unrivaled limit Douluo, which is a prerequisite for such a title. Furthermore, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect has also transformed, shifting its focus to the cultivation of lightning rather than solely honing dragon power. With its profound heritage, it will undoubtedly produce formidable Title Douluos in the future. As for the 7-treasure glazed tile school, with an auxiliary sect leader who has stagnated at level 79 for life, achieving a position among the top 3 sects is already the pinnacle of possibility. Were it not for Ning Fengji assisting Gu Rong in overcoming his inner demons, enabling him to become a Title Douluo, and considering Qinshin's friendship with Gu Rong, alongside his own grievances with the Spirit Hall, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would merely be another Yi family. Ning Fengji's aspirations seem overly ambitious. The likelihood of an auxiliary sect becoming the world's foremost is exceedingly slim. Why would others permit a weakling to command them, especially when auxiliary types are inherently vulnerable? Old Bone is renowned as the world's premier defensive Title Douluo not solely due to his soul power, but because Gu Rong thwarted the assassination attempts against Ning Fengji, combined with his title-level soul power. Otherwise, based on defensive capabilities alone, Qinshin knows of at least 3 Title Douluos who surpass Gu Rong. As for the other goal, the 7-treasure glazed tile school could evolve into the 8 treasures or even 9 treasures. This has been the aspiration of every member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school for the past millennium. Yet, how long has Ning Fengji been stuck at level 79? Is there any certainty of advancement? However, Qinshin speculated that Ning Fengji must be aware of the situation, otherwise, he would not be so steadfast in his ambition to lead the 7-treasures glazed tile school to become the most prestigious sect in the realm. Although Qinshin pondered extensively, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as they had known each other for countless years, and it felt inappropriate to undermine Ning Fengji's confidence. The two remained in this suspended moment. Qinshin glanced at the somewhat reticent Ning Fengji and decided to share a piece of information. It was not exactly a method, but rather an observation he made when he unexpectedly witnessed several junior soul masters stealthily entering a location with objects resembling bows and arrows. Behind them were individuals of considerable strength, likely of the Soul Douluo rank. Could it be that the Crown Prince harbors such a clandestine place? Additionally, Chen felt that Xue Qinghe might be overly indulgent towards Mulin. This place likely had some connection to Mulin. Although the possibility was slim, it was better than remaining in the dark. Chen gathered his thoughts and spoke. Fengji, after our departure, I noticed a few junior soul masters at Qinghe's residence acting suspiciously in a certain area, wielding something akin to bows and arrows, accompanied by several soul Douluo. Could this be related to Qinghe's excessive favoritism towards Mulin? Ning Fengji, without a moment's hesitation, shook his head. Impossible. It is likely a covert task assigned by Xue Yu to Qinghe, intended to remain hidden from us. Chapter 61. Chen's discovery. Chen's perspective diverged, as he believed Xue Qinghe's affection for Mulin was excessive, bordering on absurdity. Even if Mulin possessed extraordinary talent, such familiarity, sharing dishes at the dining table like a couple, was rather far-fetched. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but better to be cautious than regretful. With this in mind, Chen turned to the still skeptical Ning Fengji. Fengji, I should investigate further. After all, it may reveal what actions the Tiando Empire is undertaking and whether they pose any threat to our Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Ning Fengji pondered this as well, realizing that given Chen's capabilities, the likelihood of him being discovered was minimal. Even if he were spotted, it would require the strength of a Title Douluo. If the Tiando Empire's Title Douluo had sufficiently recovered from their injuries, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school would need to consider its future dealings with the Tiando Empire. It would be a demanding task for Uncle Jian. Chen shook his head. No need to worry. Just wait here for a moment. I will go take a look. All right. With a determined resolve, Chen Xian departed from the Seven Treasures Merchant Association's headquarters, preparing to stealthily infiltrate the prince's residence. After all, it is better to be overly cautious than to underestimate potential dangers. Should he inadvertently provoke the Title Douluo of the Heaven Do Empire without a substantial justification, it could lead to an unwarranted conflict with the Seven Treasures glazed sect, rendering the Heaven Do Empire as the morally deficient party. Such a scenario could adversely affect how other sects perceive the Heaven Do Empire in the future. Chen Xian discreetly made his way to the location he had previously scouted within the prince's estate. Having navigated the soul world for many years, he had trained alone. Without the protective guidance that Tang Hao offered to Tang San, he had encountered numerous perilous situations, during which he had to rely on his concealment techniques. Although not as adept as Tang San's phantom shadows from the original narrative, Chen Xian's 96th level soul power enabled him to employ a formidable method of concealment. Furthermore, his mastery over his own soul power was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the continent. Dressed in a black, hooded attire that obscured his striking silver hair and donning a mask reminiscent of Queen Medusa from a side story of Battle Through the Heavens, Chen Xian gradually masked his presence. To an untrained observer, he would appear as nothing more than a junior soul master at most, concealing his true capabilities. While it was a challenge for Chen Xian to completely shroud his presence with his sharp soul power, he managed to align himself with the level of the junior soul masters he had previously observed, as he navigated through the shadows at a measured pace. His mental focus was intense. He was wary of encountering the Title Douluo of the Heaven Do Empire. If it were merely himself, he could manage. But as a protector of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, he had to prioritize the sect's interests whenever possible. Soon, Chen Xian approached the site he had previously detected. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation around the corner. Ah, Zhang San, what do you think the Crown Prince wants us to do with these parts? Could they be for weapons? But I've seen these parts before. They're utterly unassemblable, one man remarked. Keep your voice down, Li Si. Wang Wu, like you, has examined those parts. And I heard he wants to try assembling them secretly. Do you think you can still see him? Replied the other. Come on, you're exaggerating. I'm just speculating. And besides, Wang Wu might have been summoned by the Crown Prince for a more significant task, to assemble those parts. Sure, keep it down. Chen Xian stealthily observed as the two men carried a bag containing the parts they discussed, heading towards the area he had previously surveyed. Parts? Weapons? Chen Xian pondered their significance, for in his philosophy, martial souls were paramount. Those weapons were merely fodder for the Empire's forces. He stealthily trailed the two men, particularly watching Li Si with an expression that seemed to seek insight into his fate. Stop. Chen Xian paid no heed. He had long noticed that a figure was following the two men. Judging by their power, it was likely a soul emperor. Zhang San and Li Si turned around, their eyes betraying a palpable sense of fear. Sir Yin, Ji greetings, they stammered. The man known as Sir Yin paid no mind to their evident trepidation. Li Si, you are aware of what you just said, are you not? Come with me. Upon hearing this, Li Si was drenched in cold sweat, yet still clung to a sliver of hope as he tremulously replied, Sir Yin, what are you implying? There are components I need to deliver with Zhongxin first. The man referred to as Sir Yin dismissed Li Si's words entirely. Since you are unwilling to come with me willingly, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Suddenly, a pair of wings unfurled from behind Sir Yin, adorned with 6 colored soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, and he lunged at Li Si. In an instant, amidst Zhongxin's horrified gaze, Li Si was seized and the components he held were tossed into Zhongxin's hands. Zhongxin, heed my warning. Do not gaze upon or ponder matters that do not concern you. Zhongxin immediately knelt, bowing his head fervently. Yes, thank you, Sir Yin. Thereafter, Sir Yin dragged Li Si away into the sky. Once Zhongxin rose, he exhaled deeply and swiftly carried the 2 bags of components to their destination. Meanwhile, Chen Xian observed the departing figures, lost in contemplation. It seemed the weapon's might was formidable, otherwise, a mere glance and the thought of reassembling it would not warrant such dire consequences. Chen Xian resumed following Zhang San to their destination. Just as he prepared to blend in, he suddenly sensed a mental force probing for something. Then a voice echoed, "You may enter." It was a soul saint possessing mental attributes. It appears that the weapon in question is indeed a soul artifact of significant potency, particularly one that specializes in mental attributes. Drawing the attention of Chen Xian, he is keenly intrigued by the nature of this weapon, which has warranted the presence of a soul saint adept in search and investigation from the Heaven Do Empire. However, Chen Xian refrains from entering directly, for although he has practiced methods of concealment, it does not guarantee his ability to infiltrate a highly secure location under the watchful gaze of a soul saint with mental prowess. It seems prudent to invite Lao Gu to assess the situation, as the weapon's power may prove beneficial to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned as the wealthiest sect in the realm, with a considerable number of commoners. A weapon suitable for the Heaven Do Empire could also align well with the needs of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, Chen Xian returned to discuss with Ning Fengji the possibility of having Gu Rong take a closer look. Chapter 62. Gu Rong is discovered Fengji. The Heaven Do Empire harbors a great secret. They appear to be developing a weapon of considerable significance, which I surmise possesses substantial power. Furthermore, there is at least one soul saint specializing in mental attributes overseeing the security and likely other forces within, indicating that the weapon's might is indeed formidable and could be very advantageous for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji lifted his gaze towards Chen Xian. Uncle Jian, a weapon? What of it? No, wait. Initially dismissive, Ning Fengji's demeanor shifted upon grasping the implications. The presence of a soul saint specializing in mental attributes merely to guard the entrance suggests a significant internal structure, likely including multiple soul Douluo. Consequently, the weapon's power must be considerable, warranting such high-level vigilance from the Heaven Do Empire. This could also serve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School well, providing protection for their soul masters within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Uncle Jian, please elaborate, Ning Fengji urged. Chen Xian recounted in detail his observations within the prince's residence. The staff there merely recorded the designs of all components, and anyone attempting to assemble them would be apprehended and likely executed. Ning Fengji showed no doubt in Chen Xian's assessment, nodding in agreement as he spoke. Uncle Jian, we shall return to the sect tomorrow morning and have Uncle Gu take a look. The following day at noon, within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and another guardian Douluo, Gu Rong, convened. Uncle Gu, would you be willing to make a trip? Ning Fengji and Qinshin both conveyed their thoughts to Gu Rong, expressing their desire for him to visit the prince's mansion, ideally to procure a weapon for them to test its potency. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong nodded in agreement. No problem, I am quite intrigued by that Mulin. It's rather amusing that even Rong blushes when he is mentioned. I am eager to see what kind of little genius he truly is. Upon hearing Gu Rong's words, both Ning Fengji and Qinshin's expression stiffened. Uncle Gu, to be honest, this is merely because Rong is still quite young. I had hoped to encourage a potential relationship between her and Mulin, but he rejected her, albeit in a rather gentle manner. However, Rong might not have grasped the implication. What? How dare someone refuse such an adorable Rong? That lad must be out of his mind. I am quite curious to see what kind of person he is. To have the audacity to reject someone as delightful as Rong. Gu Rong's anger flared upon hearing Ning Fengji's words. After all, having never had a wife, he could hardly fathom the notion of having descendants. Thus, Ning Fengji's only daughter held a special place in his heart. Now, someone had the audacity to refuse a union with Ning Rongrong. Did they look down upon her? Gu Rong was exceedingly eager to teach Mulin a lesson. Ning Fengji and Qinxin remained silent, as they too felt displeased by Mulin's rejection of Ning Rongrong. With Gu Rong taking action, it was certain that the young man would face a harsh consequence. Gu Rong prepared some night attire and departed without hesitation. As for Qinxin, he did not plan to accompany Gu Rong, for Gu Rong possessed certain spatial attributes that allowed him to traverse effortlessly. Although Qinxin's strength surpassed Gu Rong's, he could not match his ease of movement. That evening, a spatial tunnel materialized outside the city of Tiando, from which emerged a man clad entirely in black. Indeed, it was Gu Rong. As for why he did not open the spatial tunnel within Tiando City, the city had recently been elevated to the capital of the Tiando Empire. Who could know how many high-ranking Seoul Douluos resided within? Even Gu Rong did not consider himself an exception, as there was a Title Douluo in Tiando City. If discovered, he risked attracting attention, potentially leading to heightened security around his target. It would be far more advantageous to retrieve what he needed and leave unnoticed. Should anyone fail to see him, it would not be his concern. However, Gu Rong was still detected, though the ones who noticed him were not affiliated with the Tiando Empire. Inside the prince's mansion, Yi Tianxing suddenly opened his eyes. A fluctuation of spatial energy? Yi Tianxing gazed outside Tiando City, yearning to explore, for soul masters with spatial attributes were indeed rare, and his curiosity about them remained piqued. However, a glance at Mulin, who had just completed his training and was preparing to sleep, prompted him to shake his head in resignation. Protecting Mulin took precedence. Gu Rong, as one of the few dual-attributed soul masters in the continent, despite his robust physique, possessed agility that was not inferior to that of Chen Xian. With a lively leap, Gu Rong entered the prince's residence, retrieving the map drawn by Chen Xian. He scrutinized it carefully before setting off toward his destination. Suddenly, Gu Rong halted. Someone was nearby. He surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing. Could it be a misperception? Unlikely. He decided to procure the item swiftly and depart. Sensing that the Tiando Empire harbored great secrets, Gu Rong summoned all his strength, opting to conceal himself as he approached his objective. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly attracted the attention of an observer, none other than Yi Tianxing. While Yi Tianxing continued to guard Mulin, he suddenly sensed the fluctuations of spatial energy emanating from a soul master within the prince's residence. His curiosity piqued, he considered following. Though he found Gu Rong's peculiar attire somewhat strange at first glance, nearly exposing him. Fortunately, Yi Tianxing's own spatial mastery surpassed that of Gu Rong. With his first soul skill, spatial concealment, augmented by a soul bone from a subspace stargate over 50,000 years old, he evaded detection while Gu Rong proceeded cautiously within the prince's residence, wary of drawing too much attention. Once Gu Rong departed, Yi Tianxing returned home. He had not yet grown arrogant enough to track a Title Douluo with the same spatial attributes, although his curiosity about the intruder lingered. As long as it posed no threat to Mulin, he felt no obligation to intervene. Meanwhile, Gu Rong swiftly arrived at his destination, a tightly sealed small room. There lay the soul bone from the 9,000-year-old bone dragon he had slain, the 9th soul ring of his. A spatial tunnel. Utilizing spatial energy, he activated a spatial tunnel. The greater the distance and the more people involved, the greater the consumption of soul power for a single individual. Traversing the distance of a city incurs almost no consumption. Suddenly, within the small room, a spatial tunnel opened. Gu Rong promptly emerged. The sight of a figure cloaked in black emerging from the tunnel alarmed several individuals resembling blacksmiths within the room, who quickly deduced that he must be an enemy. Gu Rong, too, noticed the assembled crossbows and various soul-guiding devices in their possession. Observing these weapons, he felt their power was mediocre at best. Yet he swiftly took action, seizing them in his haste to escape. With a surge of soul power, Gu Rong unleashed a resounding strike. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy suddenly propelled the blacksmiths into the air. As Gu Rong grasped a crossbow and a dagger-like soul-guiding device, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Damn little thief, prepare to meet your end. Third soul skill, Shadow Split 9 slashes. Instantly, 9 strikes were unleashed, each infused with venom. Chapter 63, The Beginning, 1. Out of nowhere, a man materialized within the tightly sealed room, wielding a double-bladed spear, his face contorted with rage. Damn little thief. Prepare to meet your end. Third soul skill, Shadow Split 9 slashes. With a swift motion, he executed 9 venomous slashes. Gu Rong, armed with a crossbow and a dagger, remained oblivious to the sudden emergence of this man. His sole focus was to retrieve the items and depart, not anticipating the abrupt appearance of a foe. However, Gurong was a formidable super Douluo of level 95, one of the rare dual system Douluos on the continent, adept in both defensive and agile offensive techniques. In an instant, Gurong activated his martial soul and employed a defensive soul skill. Second soul skill, Bone Dragon Armor, which augmented his defense by 50. The moment the skill was unleashed, the attack from his adversary, whose soul skill was inferior in quality, failed to connect. A protective layer of bone and flesh enveloped Gurong, rendering the man's assault ineffective. The man, brandishing his double-bladed spear, revealed 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black. A Title Douluo. Gurong, having dispelled his bone armor, regarded the man with astonishment. After all, were a mere few weapons worth summoning a Title Douluo? Had the Heaven Do Empire lost its sanity? Was it customary for a Title Douluo to engage in such trivial matters? Yet, Gurong had little interest in the affairs of the Heaven Do Empire. While he noticed a peculiar hunting crossbow and a bottle-like object left behind, he realized that retrieving them was no longer feasible. He had no intention of leaving behind evident traces. The previous bone armor had already drawn enough attention. The hunting crossbow and dagger-like item would suffice. Yet, with so many individuals lying around, perhaps he could take one. These weapons might prove advantageous to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Old man Shilong, little thief. Disclose who sent you here, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, before he could finish, Gurong seized one of the blacksmiths he had thrown aside and activated his soul bone skill, Space Tunnel, vanishing from the scene. Shilong, the Title Douluo, stared at Gurong's retreating figure in disbelief. However, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the space tunnel and the bone armor that had previously thwarted his third soul skill. Suddenly, Shilong recalled something. It was Gurong, the bone Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the world's foremost defensive soul master, the most enigmatic soul master known. Shilong retracted his martial soul and personally summoned the blacksmiths. Clean up this place. I will report to the young master. After finishing his words, Shilong departed directly. For the sudden appearance of the bone Douluo, a super Douluo, warranted caution. He needed to inform the young master and ascertain whether assistance from the Elder Hall was necessary. Shilong swiftly arrived at the place where the crown prince was resting, stood at the door, and knocked. Young master, I have urgent matters to report. May I inquire if you have a moment to listen? Though Qian Rinxue, already prepared for bed, frowned upon hearing Shilong's voice, she nonetheless rose. After all, Shilong was a Title Douluo, and his mention of urgency demanded her attention. Please wait a moment, Elder Shilong. After waiting for a minute or two outside, the door opened to reveal Xue Qinghe, dressed and ready. Come in. Upon entering, Shilong refrained from surveying his surroundings and stood quietly to the side. Once seated, Qian Rinxue inquired, Elder Shilong, what brings you here at this hour? Lowering his gaze, Shilong articulated his earlier suspicions. Earlier, I encountered an unfamiliar individual in the assembly area. Based on our confrontation and his method of departure, I suspect he is the bone Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Qian Rinxue looked intently at Shilong. Elder Shilong, are you certain? With a firm nod, he affirmed, I am certain. During our battle, he summoned a skeletal armor to defend against my soul skill, and when he left, he created a tunnel. I suspect he is indeed the bone Douluo, as I recall records indicating that the bone dragon possesses a modicum of spatial power. After processing this information, Qian Rinxue inquired, what could the bone Douluo want with us? Regrettably, I only witnessed him take a crossbow and a dagger. And then he left with a blacksmith, Shilong replied. Qian Rinxue narrowed her eyes, struggling to comprehend what Gurong would want with a crossbow, a dagger, and a blacksmith. He should not have known about that location or its significance. Suddenly, a thought struck her. It seemed that Chen Xian had visited yesterday, perhaps discovering that place. Given that Qian Rinxue had stationed a Soul Douluo near the assembly area, it was possible that the Soul Douluo was preoccupied at the time, allowing Chen Xian to summon the bone Douluo. It appeared that the defensive measures needed to be reinforced. If Ning Fingji were to find out that these weapons were linked to Mulin, it would place Mulin in peril. Contemplating this, Qian Rinxue suddenly considered, if she were to save Mulin during the 7 treasures glazed tile school's oppression, would it not significantly increase her chances of winning him over? The possibility seemed plausible, especially since Jin Shun was also a Title Douluo, capable of fending off either the bone Douluo or the sword Douluo. Moreover, could she not enlist both Shilong and Zixue, 2 formidable Title Douluos, to escort Mulin away safely? Qian Ringshu suddenly became exhilarated, for her idea felt remarkably perfect. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she turned to Shi Long, saying, Elder Shi Long and Elder Tsi Xue, please refrain from moving about for the next few days. Remain here, as I will soon assign a task to both of you. Shi Long, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of curiosity but voiced no objections. Meanwhile, within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingji and Qinxin were stationed in one location when, unexpectedly, a tunnel materialized before them. From within emerged two figures, Gu Rong and the blacksmith he had captured. Fengji, there is a Title Douluo observing. To avoid exposure, I have procured only 2 of the 4 weapons, but I have also brought this individual for your interrogation, Gu Rong stated, placing the blacksmith before Ning Fingji and Qinxin, along with a crossbow and a dagger beside Ning Fingji. Ning Fengji picked up the 2 seemingly ordinary weapons, feeling a sense of peculiarity. It was baffling that such mundane items could warrant the attention of a Title Douluo. He decided to examine them further. Suddenly, he noticed some conspicuous patterns on the dagger. Standard weapons would not possess such elaborate designs. Instinctively, Ning Fingji channeled his soul power. In an instant, the dagger illuminated brilliantly in his grasp, radiating a spectrum of colors. With the quality of Ning Fingji's soul saint-level soul power, the dagger shone vividly, and its sharpness was distinctly enhanced. Qinxin glanced at Gu Rong and remarked, Old Bone, why don't you test the dagger's power? Gu Rong instinctively retorted, Nonsense. Why should it be me? Why don't you try it yourself? Ning Fingji then turned to Gu Rong, saying, Uncle Bone, I hope you can test the dagger's potency. I suspect it is a soul-guided weapon. I never anticipated that the Tiando Empire had developed standardized offensive soul-guided devices. Please assist me in testing its power. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong wasted no time and activated his martial spirit. Very well, let us proceed. Ning Fengji cautiously thrust the dagger towards Gu Rong. Gu Rong, with a carefree demeanor, said, Fengji, are you unaware of my defensive capabilities? Use more force and speed. Acknowledging this, Ning Fengji promptly complied. With a swift motion, he pierced forward. Slicing through the air, the dagger effortlessly glided across Gu Rong's arm. So sharp. However, it appeared that the dagger could not withstand the force of a soul saint's power, and it shattered suddenly. Chapter 64. The beginning 2. The dagger in Ning Fengji's hand shattered unexpectedly, leaving Qinxin perplexed. Is this the kind of weapon? It broke that easily? Old Bone, could you have made a mistake? The ancient banyan tree was infuriated upon hearing this. You speak nonsense. This dagger possesses considerable power, capable of penetrating my arm. Is that not formidable? Qinxin intended to refute the ancient banyan tree, but Ning Fengji interjected, Sword Master, this dagger is indeed quite impressive. Moreover, from my observations, it appears to be an offensive-type soul-guiding device. The sudden shattering likely resulted from its inability to withstand the immense soul power of a soul sage. How many supportive soul masters of the soul sage rank exist within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Furthermore, you may have overlooked that when this dagger pierced Bone Uncle's arm, it did so with remarkable ease, indicating that its potency may be even greater. At this juncture, Ning Fengji paused, casting a glance at the still unconscious blacksmith, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Sword Master, Bone Uncle, let us awaken him. I wish for him to elucidate the remaining aspects of this crossbow. We must not damage it further, as I am quite intrigued by these 2 weapons. Before long, the blacksmith was roused from his slumber. Ning Fengji adorned a gentle smile as he addressed the blacksmith. I am Ning Fengji. You should recognize me. May I inquire your name? The blacksmith, still somewhat dazed, opened his eyes to see the smiling face of Ning Fengji, startling him momentarily. However, upon realizing it was Ning Fengji, he hastily rose, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in an opulent chamber reminiscent of a conference room, with 2 individuals beside Ning Fengji. One, with hair as white as snow yet youthful in appearance, was undoubtedly the legendary Sword Douluo. The other, possessing an extraordinarily broad frame, appeared akin to a living skeleton. Presumably the famed Bone Douluo. The blacksmith then comprehended that he had been captured by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, though he did not ponder the reasons. At present, he ought to respond directly to Ning Fengji's inquiry. I am Nyo-san, a blacksmith. What business do you have with me, Sect Master Ning? Ning Fengji, recognizing Nyo-san's promptness, inquired, what can you tell us about this crossbow? Upon hearing this, Nyo-san replied, this is a repeating crossbow, capable of firing arrows in succession. Qinxin and the ancient banyan tree exchanged disdainful glances. What significance did arrows hold if they could not breach defenses? Yet Ning Fengji held a different perspective. Given that this weapon was produced alongside the aforementioned dagger, its power must also be considerable. Do you know how to operate it? Please demonstrate for us. Nyo-san hastily nodded, acutely aware that he was under the scrutiny of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and disobedience could lead to dire consequences. I can. However, Sect Master Ning, would you like me to procure a few soul beasts? Otherwise, I am uncertain how to demonstrate its power to you. At this moment, the ancient banyan tree stepped forward. Allow me. I wish to witness the prowess of your repeating crossbow. Nyo-san glanced at Ning Fengji. Recognizing that this was the Bon Douluo, and attacking him would be akin to courting death. Nevertheless, Ning Fengji appeared unfazed, nodding in agreement. Then it shall be entrusted to you, Bon Uncle. Upon finishing his words, Ning Fengji handed the repeating crossbow to Nyo-san. Nyo-san suddenly remarked, Master Ning, there isn't even a single bolt. This crossbow can fire 10 shots at once. In the original text, Ning Rongrong and Jian Douluo's testing segment mentions that Zhuge's crossbow can shoot 16 bolts at once. However, it is commonly acknowledged that this may be a discrepancy in the original narrative, as it typically fires 3 shots. 10 shots should be deemed acceptable. Right. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow upon hearing this, as there was always at least one Title Douluo beside him, and he had never equipped any bolts himself. However, Gu Rong interjected, what a nuisance. Here, let me see the power of your crossbow with the bones from my martial spirit. Nyo-san accepted the bones handed over by Gu Rong, arranged the 10 bones carefully, and aimed at Gu Rong. Bon Douluo, I am about to commence, he announced. Gu Rong waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's merely a bolt. If it draws blood, I shall commend the ingenuity of its creator. Nyo-san promptly positioned the bones on the mechanism, and the sound of metal clanging echoed. Ning Fengji remained attentively focused on Nyo-san. His curiosity piqued regarding the crossbow's might. As Nyo-san pressed the button, the resounding clang reverberated, and with Ning Fengji's concentrated gaze, he appeared to witness a series of streaks. In an instant, propelled by the explosive metallic sound, 10 dark grayish-white bones shot forth from the crossbow, reaching Bon Douluo in a flash. Gu Rong, initially nonchalant, suddenly sensed a wave of impending danger as the clango intensified. Martial spirit, activate. He immediately summoned his martial spirit, but, perhaps out of pride, refrained from utilizing any soul skills. Instead, he employed subtle tactics, concentrating the bones in specific areas, such as his hands and elbows. With utmost vigilance, Gu Rong prepared to defend against the 10 bones. Clang, clang, clang. The impact of the 10 bolts was not insignificant, leaving distinct marks upon Gu Rong's body. After the onslaught, he retracted his martial spirit and turned to Ning Fengji. The power of this crossbow is considerable, without any defense. Even a Soul King could perish, and a non-defensive Soul Sect would likely be gravely wounded, while those of Soul Master rank or lower would almost certainly meet their demise. He instinctively added, of course, this may also be attributed to the enhancement from my bones. The power is commendable. However, Chen Xian, showing no regard for his feelings, retorted, your bones are flat. They possess minimal penetration. A standard bolt inflicts greater damage. Gu Rong would not let Chen Xian undermine him. You speak nonsense. Are the bolts of superior quality to my bones? Chen Xian was about to respond, but Ning Fengji interjected, all right, let us return to the matter at hand. Could you elaborate on this crossbow and a similar dagger-like soul guide? Nyo-san nodded affirmatively. Yes, certainly. The dagger-like soul guide device is known as the Bloodsword, which can amplify its power according to the quality of soul energy. Tests reveal that it is most effective when wielded by a Soul Zone or Soul King, delivering formidable force with a prolonged duration. However, at higher levels, it becomes prone to damage. The crossbow, simply referred to as the repeating crossbow, is capable of firing 10 bolts consecutively, with the potential to pierce through the shell of a millennium-old tortoise spirit beast. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji instinctively smiled. For the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School now possessed such weapons, significantly enhancing the self-defense capabilities of its members. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have burst into hearty laughter. Ning Fengji turned to Nyo-san and inquired, Mr. Nyo, are you able to craft these soul guide devices? However, this question brought disappointment. I am truly sorry, Master Ning. I can only assemble the final parts. Our group operates in separate regions for assembly. If we dare to communicate, we would vanish by dawn. I am particularly timid, Nyo-san replied, his tone growing colder as he spoke. Yet, he suddenly added, however, I know who can. And I suspect that these weapons were all developed by him. At this point, both Chen Xian and Gu Rong became intrigued. Who is it? It is a master named Kong Ming. I recall he has a good relationship with young Master Mulin from the Prince's Mansion, Nyosin stated. Ning Fengji, upon hearing the name, connected it with the individual who operated the inn of which Mulin was fond. Chen Xian, familiar with the inn's documentation, interjected, Fengji, what will you do next? Ning Fengji shook his head and turned back to Nyo-san. I remember you mentioned that there are 4 types of weapons to be assembled. Could you enlighten me about the functions of the other 2? He chose to set aside the question of whether this Kong Ming was indeed the one he had in mind, for he had 2 formidable Douluos by his side. If necessary, they could seize the weapons. His priority remained to ascertain the effectiveness of the remaining 2 devices. Should they prove advantageous, he would ensure their acquisition. Nyo-san, sensing the tension between Ning Fengji and Chen Xian, recognized the need to prioritize his own safety. He lowered his gaze and continued. I know that one of them is called the Hunter's Crossbow, a long-range attacking soul guide device. Our tests indicate that its single-target damage surpasses that of the repeating crossbow and even exceeds the bloodsword of the same rank. The other, of which I have only heard, is a soul guide device known as the Crystal Bottle. It can restore the soul energy of a soul master at the Soul King level and can be utilized in battle, providing instantaneous recovery, even if not directly. Its restoration speed is rumored to be remarkably swift, as it is designed for combat use. Moreover, all 4 of these weapons are supplied by Master Kong Ming. Ning Fengji had to concede that he was indeed captivated by the 2 soul-guiding devices mentioned by Nyo-san. Upon hearing the final remark, his interest in Kong Ming surged to an extraordinary degree, rivaling even his fascination with Mulin. It is significant to note that Mulin, in Ning Fengji's eyes, was a prodigious talent worthy of becoming an extreme Douluo. What is an extreme Douluo, you may ask? One only needs to look at the Haotian clan, often heralded as the foremost sect in the world, to recognize that an extreme Douluo is a crucial element that must be present in the pinnacle of power. Now, in Ning Fengji's heart, the importance of Kong Ming was astonishingly comparable to that of Mulin, revealing the depth of his yearning for Kong Ming. Moreover, the 4 types of weapons, one for close combat, one for range defense, one for recovery, and another that requires no soul power for distant use, are ideally suited for the support-type soul masters within the 7 treasure glazed tile school. This is, without a doubt, a divine gift bestowed upon the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji instructed Nyo-san to step down. Well aware that Nyo-san understood, he likely intended to discuss matters concerning Master Kong Ming with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Once Nyo-san departed, Ning Fengji turned his attention to Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle. The presence of Kong Ming at the inn is something the 7 treasure glazed tile school must secure. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian and Gu Rong exchanged glances with Ning Fengji. Fengji, what do you mean by that? Chen Xian inquired. Sword Uncle, Bone Uncle. It is unlikely that Kong Ming will emerge hastily. Let us simply seize him within the Tiando city. Chen Xian frowned upon hearing this and regarded Ning Fengji. Fengji, do you believe this is prudent? Although the Tiando Empire appears to have diminished, can we assert that all the Super Douluo perished in the aftermath of the war between the 2 nations? The Tiando Empire, as one of the 3 paramount powers on the continent, should not be underestimated. Gu Rong nodded in agreement, adding, I am aware that the 3 supreme powers of the continent, Tiando Empire, Xingluo Empire, and Spirit Hall, typically possess at least 5 Title Douluo, among whom one must be a Super Douluo. The founders of both the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire are known to possess extreme combat prowess. Ning Fengji shook his head in response. Sword Uncle, you may have scrutinized that historical account, but what war are you referring to? The confrontation was nothing but a crushing defeat for the Tiando Empire at the hands of the Xingluo Empire, which nearly obliterated it, leaving only Tiando City intact. Chen Xian pressed further, yet the Tiando Empire is still regarded as one of the 3 top-tier forces on the continent. Ning Fengji directed his gaze at Chen Xian. Sword Uncle, you may not have comprehended that during that conflict, the Tiando Empire showcased 10 Title Douluo. However, you must realize that the Tiando Empire was brought to the brink of annihilation, leaving merely Tiando City. How many of those 10 Title Douluo could possibly remain? Moreover, the subsequent principalities and kingdoms were largely uncooperative. Even if there are Title Douluo within Tiando City, they are likely to be half-alive remnants. Kong Ming is indeed worthy. Chen Xian was deeply intrigued by the conclusion of that historical episode. So what was the outcome? Was the Star Luo Empire driven back by the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji nodded slightly. Indeed, it was the Spirit Hall that intervened. I am not privy to the exact number of Title Douluos that participated, But I do know that a powerful being with an angel spirit descended upon Star Luo City, severely injuring one of the royal ancestors of the Star Luo Empire, which ultimately halted the invasion and led to their retreat. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian expressed his confusion. That couldn't have occurred just a century or two ago, could it? It was likely 200 to 300 years ago, probably during the previous generation of the three unparalleled powerhouses, Ning Fengji elaborated. Has the Heavendou Empire failed to cultivate even a single Title Douluo in that span of time? Ning Fengji seemed to ponder for a moment before responding with a smile. 99% unlikely. For the past 2 to 3 centuries, not a whisper of a Title Douluo has emerged from the Heavendou Empire. While the Star Luo Empire has already seen the rise of the White Tiger brothers as Title Douluos. You must be aware of this, Jianshu. Chen Xian found this reasoning compelling. Given the circumstances of the Heavendou Empire, if a Title Douluo were to emerge, there would be no need to hide their presence. The Heavendou Empire would require its own Title Douluos to uphold its dominion. Very well. The 4 types of weapons developed by Kong Ming are indeed well-suited for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and perhaps he possesses even more formidable armaments. Fengji, do share your plans. I assure you, Old Gu will certainly assist you. Gu Rong nodded in agreement. Indeed, speak of your strategy. With myself and that swordsman. 2 super Douluos, we will undoubtedly help you retrieve Kong Ming. And what of Mulin? I have heard from Yosin that Mulin shares a close bond with Kong Ming. We might as well bring him along as well. With such talent, he could serve as a promising seed. Although Chen Xian had a good rapport with Gu Rong, there were certain fundamental differences between them, particularly regarding this matter. Gu Rong hailed from a humble background, often facing treachery and deception, thus enduring a harsher environment than most Title Douluos, which had forged a somewhat cold and ruthless demeanor within him. This often led to conflicts with Chen Xian. Old Gu, there is no need for that. Just eliminate him. Chen Xian retorted. There is no choice. Mulin's talent is too exceptional, and anyone not aligned with our faction fears the rise of such prodigious potential. Chen Xian was acutely aware of the enmity formed with Mulin, thus it was imperative to eradicate the threat entirely. Otherwise, to spare him would be folly, bordering on insanity. Chapter 66, The Beginning 4, Gu Rong recognized his own situation and acknowledged the conflicting views he shared with Chen Xian. However, now that they were both Title Douluos, neither harbored any intentions of altering their perspectives. Yet, upon hearing Gu Rong's words, Ning Fengji appeared to be deep in thought. At the age of 7, Mulin has already attained the status of Soul Master, while Yuling Heir, at 12, has reached Soul Sect. It is hoped that these 2 prodigies will cooperate with us when the time comes. Otherwise, you shall simply be left to your fates. However, Ning Fengji refrained from voicing these thoughts, as Chen Xian was present, and he held a disinterest, if not a slight disdain for such matters. Ning Fengji began to reflect on the information regarding the individuals from the Inn of Intermediaries. There were 3 Soul Emperors, Lei Yi, Dong Xiang, and Mu Ling, Bai remained mostly outside of Tiando City due to the avalanche incident, managing his networks and thus did not make an appearance alongside one Soul Saint. Furthermore, Kong Ming had developed 4 types of weaponry, all entrusted to the Crown Prince's residence for fabrication. The guardians of these weapons included a Title Douluo. When it comes to action, both Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle must be involved. Setting aside the Title Douluo, who is likely in a precarious state in Tiando City, one must also consider the Title Douluo encountered by Bone Uncle. Moreover, Ning Fengji recalled that the information indicated the Inn of Intermediaries possibly harbored a powerhouse at the level of a Soul Douluo. Thus, it would be prudent to bring along several additional Soul Douluos, while Soul Saints could be omitted. Ning Fengji contemplated and conveyed his thoughts to Chen Xian and Gu Rong, currently within our sect. Aside from those on missions or stationed in critical areas and unable to leave, we have He Yuqing, Duan Yun, Huang Yun, and Shi Hong. Let us take these 4 with us. Chen Xian and Gu Rong appeared somewhat perplexed. Is this truly necessary? With you, the foremost auxiliary soul master in the world. Alongside myself and Old Bone, the premier offensive and defensive soul masters, calling upon those Soul Douluos seems a waste of Old Bone's soul power when he transports us. Ning Fengji shook his head. Previously, the 7 Treasures Merchant Guild provided me with information regarding the Inn of Intermediaries, which suggested the presence of a Soul Douluo level expert. Furthermore, we must remain wary of the Title Douluo that Bone Uncle encountered at the Crown Prince's residence. Who knows if he might lend us assistance? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian and Gu Rong nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is wise to maximize the probability of success. Ningfingji turned to Gu Rong. Bone uncle. Take a day to recuperate. I shall gather the four of them, and we will set off together tomorrow evening, determined to capture the individuals of the Inn of Intermediaries. Not only to uncover Kong Ming's insights into soul guidance technology and weaponry, but also to obtain the secret techniques regarding soul ring absorption over the years. Very well. We shall depart on the morrow as scheduled. Old Bone, first transport me to Tiando City. I will observe them personally. I hope they do not have any unforeseen circumstances that would cause them to leave. Even if they do, I can track them. You should know how to locate me. Gu Rong nodded in response. Understood. You observe the group from the Inn of Intermediaries without departing. I will restore my soul power and Fingji. Go rally them in preparation for our joint endeavor tomorrow. Agreed. Mulin was suddenly beset by a sense of unease, as if an ominous premonition loomed over him. Mulin firmly believes in the power of his heart-martial soul. It was the guidance of this very soul that enabled him to survive during the hunt for his first spirit ring. Mulin abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, Tianxing, is there something I have overlooked? I suddenly feel a sense of unease. At that moment, Yi Tianxing appeared by Mulin's bedside. Observing the anxiety that was clearly etched upon Mulin's face, he did not hesitate to voice his conjecture. It is possible that it relates to a formidable individual I encountered earlier, one possessing spatial powers. This individual has unexpectedly appeared at the prince's residence, and he is likely a Title Douluo, having traversed a considerable distance along the path of a Title Douluo. Thus, I chose not to pursue him, opting instead to return and safeguard you. Upon hearing this, Mulin furrowed his brow. The power of space? Or perhaps a Title Douluo? In Mulin's recollection, the only Title Douluo possessing spatial abilities was the Bone Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Could it be that the Bone Douluo had paid a visit? Nonetheless, this was merely speculation. Mulin did not dwell on it. For the Bone Douluo's visit held little relevance to him. Mulin rose and gazed at the round moon outside the window, taking a deep breath. Perhaps a stroll is in order. It is still not too late to venture outside. Yixinxing said nothing in response, merely nodding before vanishing. Mulin was not particularly surprised. After all, this was how Yi Tianxing always safeguarded himself. Mulin strolled along the edge of a lotus pond within the prince's residence. Suddenly, he spotted a man by the side of the pond. Indeed, it was Qian Rinxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe. Qian Rinxue also noticed Mulin walking here. What was this young man doing in such a place? Wasn't he supposed to be fast asleep? Mulin approached Qian Rinxue and said, Never mind the other matters for now. With Yi Tianxing present, even contemplating death seems futile. I should focus on devising a strategy for winning over Qian Rinxue. Brother, you are still awake? Qian Rinxue replied with a smile. But you haven't slept either. Normally, at this hour, you would already be in slumber. Is there something troubling you today? Do share with your brother. Mulin shook his head, saying, It's nothing, just a sense of restlessness. Perhaps I haven't had enough rest. He initially feared something dreadful was afoot, only to find himself out for a stroll, encountering the crown prince. Upon hearing Mulin's words, Qian Rinxue's gaze flickered uncertainly, as if she were contemplating something profound, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Then let us amble together here, dear Mulin. It seems you indulged too much. You must be feeling rather full this evening, haha. With that, Qian Rinxue's mischievous hand began to playfully touzle Mulin's soft hair once more. Mulin freed his head from the malevolent white hand, exclaiming, What on earth? Do not touch my head. It will hinder my growth. Isn't it fine to remain short? It's been this way all along, quite endearing. I refuse to accept that. I aspire to grow tall and eventually marry a beautiful wife. Thus, the two strolled leisurely, engaged in conversation, resembling restless lovers under the stars. Mulin and Qian Rinxue strolled for a while, and miraculously began to feel a hint of drowsiness. Oh, my dear brother, I am feeling rather sleepy. I must return to rest, she declared. Very well, good night, Mulin, he replied. Farewell, my prince, and good night. As Qian Rinxue gazed at the departing Mulin, her attention suddenly shifted to a desolate spot nearby. Uncle Shi, please make a trip to the Elder Hall and inform my grandfather about Mulin's talents, our connection, and the probable future actions of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. You should comprehend my intentions, she instructed. Shi Long emerged. Young master, must we trouble the Elder Hall for this? Mulin, at merely 7 years of age, is already a soul master, and his martial soul has undergone a second awakening. His potential is boundless, and his talents are certainly on par with mine. He is the only genius of this generation who can rival me. Relay this to my grandfather, she asserted. Shi Long understood Qian Rinxue's implication. She wished to convey to Douluo that the person she cherished was now in trouble, seeking her grandfather's assistance. Nevertheless, considering the matter pertained to her future as the young master and the future young mistress, it was prudent to report it. Chapter 67. System Task. Upon hearing Qian Rinshui's words, Shilong promptly departed for the Elder Hall to convey the young master's request. Qian Rinshui watched him leave. My dear brother, you must be grateful to your sister when the time comes. The following day, after finishing his meal, Mulin rose, feeling an undeniable sense of unease. As if something were amiss. Shaking his head, he thought to himself that the restlessness he experienced yesterday lingered into today. He decided to visit an inn to inquire about any peculiar happenings. In truth, Mulin was merely seeking a stroke of fortune, for the irregularities in his heart suggested that some events were destined to unfold, likely intertwined with his own fate. A visit to the inn was merely an endeavor to uncover any noteworthy discoveries. Upon their arrival at the inn, Mulin and Etienne made their way to the inner chamber. As they entered, they spotted Jinshin engaging in lively conversation with others. Has Senior Jinshin already solidified his realm? Upon hearing this, Jinshin gestured to the seat beside him, replying, Indeed, that senior from the system is truly a master. He assisted me in perfectly absorbing that energy. I merely need to acclimate to the golden awakening and the power derived from the century-old soul bone, along with my ascension to Super Douluo. I plan to seek out a few soul beasts to hone my skills, and I am nearly prepared. The young man congratulated his senior, to which Jinshin chuckled, Haha. What brings you here? I am ready to support you. According to the information I have gathered, I should be capable of at least matching you Yuanjin or the Sword Douluo, Chen Xin. Ahem, as stated in Baidu Encyclopedia, during the sect competition. Yu Yuanjin defeated Gu Rong and fought to a standstill with Chen Xin, hence my reference to them. Mulin nodded, acknowledging, Indeed. There are certain matters that have been troubling me. Last night, for reasons unknown, I was suddenly beset by an unsettling feeling, and even upon rising today, I continue to sense something amiss. Jinshin, upon hearing this, turned to Mulin and remarked, If I recall correctly, your martial spirit is the heart, is it not? Could it be a premonition from your spirit? Such occurrences are indeed rare. I have never heard of this before. Have you ever experienced such unease previously? Mulin pondered for a moment and nodded. There was an instance, during my hunt for the first soul ring, after I experienced a sense of unease. My family and I were besieged by hostile forces. Following that, I found myself alone in the 10,000-year region, where my heart seemed to provide me with warnings about unsafe places to avoid. Upon hearing Mulin's words, the patrons of an inn furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. The young master's statement suggested that his martial soul was exceptionally unique, possessing a warning effect that had once saved his life. This could not be overlooked. At that moment, Lanfeng turned to Tianxing. Tianxing, have you noticed anything? It seems improbable that Mulin would suddenly feel uneasy without some prior indication. You have been following him closely for his protection. Have you observed anything unusual? Tianxing nodded in affirmation. Indeed, yesterday, a Title Douluo with spatial abilities appeared outside the Heaven Do city and entered the prince's mansion, heading towards the northeast direction. I suspect he might be a Super Douluo. Certainly not a novice Title Douluo. I nearly drew attention but chose to return to safeguard Mulin. Spatial abilities? A Title Douluo? The group was taken aback, as they had not heard of any Title Douluo possessing spatial powers in the past couple of centuries. The enigma surrounding this individual deepened. After arriving in this world or era, they had researched its lore, and now, with a well-established inn, they no longer needed to worry about every little detail as they once did. Their knowledge base had grown considerably. However, they had never encountered a Title Douluo with spatial abilities before. Could it be a member of a hidden sect? As the crowd continued to speculate, Mulin interjected, Actually, I have a candidate in mind, the Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Bone Douluo? The group reacted with astonishment, as they were already familiar with the reputation of this formidable figure, renowned as the foremost defensive Title Douluo and regarded as the most enigmatic. This revelation sparked a realization in Kongming. The most enigmatic Title Douluo. Could it be that he possesses spatial abilities as well? Mulin nodded. Indeed. The Bone Douluo is the only dual-element soul master on the continent, embodying both defensive and agile offensive capabilities. The defensive aspect is epitomized by his title, Bone, representing an exceptionally resilient structure. The agile offensive capability signifies his mastery over spatial powers. As for how this spatial power is acquired, I cannot ascertain. I can only speculate that the Bone Dragon possesses such abilities. At this moment, Yi Tianqing interjected, "This is indeed the case. The bone dragon soul beast can only begin to grasp a fragment of spatial power when it approaches a century of existence. And it is noteworthy that many formidable bone dragons fail to attain this mastery. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, yet this particular lineage has succeeded. Consequently, upon arriving in Tiando City yesterday and entering the prince's residence, the identity of that Title Douluo has been discerned. It is highly likely that he is the Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." At this juncture, Kong Ming appeared to recall something. "No, wait. The northeast. That seems to be where I instructed the blacksmiths in the princess residence to assemble several weapons and soul-guiding devices. Could it be?" Suddenly, the system's voice resonated softly. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for detecting a potential threat in advance. The system now issues a task and a warning. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, dissatisfied with the fact that such an extraordinary talent is not from their own ranks, has made multiple attempts to recruit the host, all of which have been declined. Moreover, the weapons and soul-guiding devices traded with the prince's residence, along with their developers, are well known to Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Therefore, tonight, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will launch an assault comprising 2 Title Douluo, for Soul Douluo, certain factions of the Seven Treasures Merchant Association in Tiando City, and the sect master himself. Ding. Task issued. Endurance battle. Ding. Upon system evaluation, it is determined that the host merely needs to stalemate with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to ensure survival. The following tasks have been released. 1. Stalemate with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for 10 minutes. Reward, a technique utilizing Golden Flame. 2. Stalemate for 30 minutes. Reward, a technique utilizing Golden Flame system assistance in flawlessly absorbing a premium herb. 3. While stalemating with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, gradually retaliate until half of the forces surrounding the Seven Treasures Merchant Association are eliminated, or 2 Soul Douluo perish, or 1 Title Douluo falls, or the sect master is defeated. Reward, a technique utilizing Golden Flame system assistance in absorbing an immortal herb, a full power strike from a 96 level Super Douluo. Upon hearing the system's words, Mulin instinctively marked the language of his past life. However, he quickly regained his composure and inquired of the system. "Have you known this all along? Why did you not inform me? You have kept me in a state of unease." The system detected that the probability of the host's demise was exceedingly low, indicating that only minor losses would occur, rendering worry unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Mulin nearly choked, yet managed to restrain himself. There was no escaping the fact that, judging by the system's introduction, this mission bore significant relevance to Mulin himself. Very well. One final inquiry: is Jin Yan's combat skill fixed? No. The greater the challenge of the task, the more splendid the rewards. Chapter 68. Rallying forces. The onlookers observed Mulin's sudden silence, as if he were engaged in a profound internal dialogue. Mulin took a deep breath and gazed at the crowd, proclaiming, "We are in trouble this time. However, according to the system's assessment, this predicament is resolvable." As the senior figure present, Kong Ming inquired, "We would like to first understand the nature of this trouble." Mulin articulated the reasons behind the mission issued by the system. According to its judgment, it was due to my exceptional talents and my refusal to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, it seemed that Ning Fengji had become aware of the effects of the 4 weapons developed by you, Mr. Kong Ming, as well as your role as their creator. Consequently, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School assembled 2 Title Douluos, for Soul Douluos, and part of the forces from the 7 Treasure Commerce of Heavendo City, with the sect master himself also set to attend. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively furrowed their brows. There was little they could do but observe the overwhelming military might before them, which was poised to crush their group. The 2 Title Douluos were undoubtedly the 2 chief protectors of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, while their own side boasted only 1. With 4 Soul Douluos on the opposing side, they had merely 1 on their own, and even counting Kong Ming, the enemy still outnumbered them 2 to 1. As for the members of the 7 Treasure Commerce, their own forces consisted of a mere 4 Soul Emperors and 1 Soul Saint. How were they to contend with such odds? Just the sight of their opponent's strength felt like a complete annihilation. Of course, this was merely an instinctive reaction, in reality. Individuals like Lan Feng, Yi Tianqing, Jin Shen, and Kong Ming, who truly understood their own combat capabilities, harbored no such concerns. As for Dong Xiang and the others, they were Soul Emperors and Soul Saints who had already manifested their martial spirits, marking a qualitative transformation, making it challenging for them to fight beyond their ranks. Thus, they remained unaware of the true extent of their subsequent combat strength. Even the most gifted among them could only hope to surpass a few levels. However, Dong Xiang and his companions soon regained their composure, for they were not foolish. They could see that Yi Tianqing, Lan Feng, Jin Shun, and Kong Ming displayed no signs of worry, perhaps even an air of indifference. At this moment, Kong Ming spoke. "All right, there is no need for concern. Did you not hear the young master say that, according to the judgment of our senior from the system, we can resolve this? Moreover, assessing our combat capabilities, Senior Jinshin is at least capable of contending with the sword Douluo, and I can hold off one soul Douluo. If necessary, I will risk my life to delay a few soul saints as well. Moreover, you may not be aware that Mr. Lan Feng possesses the strength of a Title Douluo and can manage to contain a bone Douluo for a brief period. Due to Mr. Lan Feng's unique characteristics, he might even be able to hold off one or two soul Douluos." Then, Mulin added, "Additionally, Tianqing's strength is formidable. Typical soul Douluos are no match for him. Our high-level combat power is now on par with the enemy." However, as he spoke, Mulin fell silent, contemplating. Merely matching high-level combat power is inadequate. Although Yi Tianqing had previously introduced Title Douluos, it was a matter of mutual destruction, directly self-destructing their martial spirits and utilizing their characteristics to achieve that. In a conventional battle, it is unlikely that a Title Douluo could kill him, but a Title Douluo could certainly choose to ignore him. Unless. Yi Tianqing took a deep breath before speaking. "It's fine. Let Senior Lan Feng primarily obstruct their Title Douluo, while I will do my utmost to hinder as many soul Douluos as possible. Mr. Kong Ming, please coordinate with Lei Yi and Dong Xiang to hold off the 7 treasure commerce." Mulin cast a glance at Yi Tianqing, marveling at the wonder before him. Typically, he would only engage in a singular transaction with the system to ensure my protection, often remaining indifferent to other matters. It appears I have managed to move him. Meanwhile, Mulin continued to bolster the spirits of those around him, proclaiming, "Fear not, for the system possesses another insight. This is a war of attrition. The longer we endure, the greater our chances of victory." Upon hearing these words, the crowd's confidence surged. Dong Xiang declared resolutely, "In that case, we shall not open our doors at noon. Instead, we shall remain closed and prepare our provisions, for they will retain their efficacy over time. I shall prepare an ample supply." Lei nodded in agreement, adding, "I have little else to offer. During the battle, I shall take the front line. As long as I stand, the inn shall remain unharmed." But you interjected, "I too must contribute in some way. I have cultivated a network of connections outside and can employ a few soul masters. At the very least, they can assist us in holding back some members of the 7 Treasures Merchant Guild." Mulin heard Ho cast a glance at Bai Yu and remarked, "Surely, these individuals would prefer not to confront the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. After all, in their eyes, the chances of victory lie more with the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect compared to us." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu scoffed and replied, "They are merely mercenaries who value money over their lives. If I offer them a bit more gold, they will remain oblivious to our adversaries. Moreover, once the conflict ensues, they will already be aligned with us. There's no chance they could flee." At that moment, Mulin took a sip of water and slowly added, "If you truly manage to hold your ground against the members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, I am confident in my ability to summon a soul duelist." Mulin gazed at Mulin, inquiring, "Is it the soul battle from the Yi family?" Mulin nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. I have heard that he was a follower of the previous patriarch of the Yi family, or perhaps one who sought his hand in marriage but was unsuccessful. Nonetheless, his devotion was unwavering, and he chose to remain within the Yi family as an elder. Furthermore, there are rumors suggesting that the death of the previous patriarch of the Yi family is connected to the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Therefore, as long as we can maintain a stalemate with the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, he would undoubtedly be willing to lend his assistance." Upon hearing this, Mulin seemed to contemplate something. The 7 Treasures Glass Sect has grown to such an extent, it must surely have a few adversaries. Is there an opportunity to summon them to take advantage while we are at an impasse with the 7 Treasures Glass Sect? Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze towards Bai Yu, as he has been managing various networks and possesses a wealth of insider information. Bai Yu shook his head. "It is difficult. If this had been a few days earlier, there might have been a glimmer of hope. After all, one must consider that such a formidable force as the 7 Treasures Glass Sect has been unable to capture them, which speaks volumes about the depths of their concealment." Mulin instinctively sighed upon hearing the news. It was a missed opportunity for a friend whose support was likely attainable. Nevertheless, He reassured himself that what he had was already sufficient. Mulin gazed at the crowd and said, "The troubles I have caused, I entrust to all of you." The crowd shook their heads in unison, responding, "No, it is not merely the troubles you have instigated. This was inevitable. After all, young master, your talent is astonishing. And we have already prepared ourselves mentally. It is simply surprising that our first confrontation is with the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, nothing more. There is no need for you to be concerned." Mulin shook his head and addressed the crowd, stating that should he manage to counterattack to a certain extent, he could deliver a severe lesson to the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile School. While he did not expect them to be unable to rise again, he believed they would, at the very least, be reduced to a third-rate sect for several centuries to come. As night fell within the 7 Treasures Commerce Hall, Ningfengji occupied the main seat, flanked by 2 Douluo from the Sword Bone. Below him sat 4 Soul Douluo and a Soul Saint who served as the president of the Commerce Association. Their target this time was Kong Ming from the Inn of Interlude, with Mulin as a secondary objective, and they hoped to capture others from the inn alive as well. With a collective affirmation, the group set out, while Ningfengji gazed at the luminous full moon, hoping that both Yulinger and the circumstances would remain favorable. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Meanwhile, a distinguished elderly man with golden hair entered the prince's mansion, observing the now-restored Qianren. It appeared that she had fallen in love. "Granduncle, is it really you?" she exclaimed. "Haha, I came to see who could captivate our Schwer. No need to rush. Why have you come, granduncle? Shouldn't you be sequestered, striving to reach the pinnacle of the limit Douluo realm?" The golden crocodile affectionately ruffled Qianren's golden locks. His tone tinged with playful mockery as he remarked, "Since I couldn't break through, I decided to take a stroll. I happened to run into Shi Long, who was reporting to the Spirit Hall, so I thought I would drop by and keep an eye on the young man who has ensnared your heart." Upon hearing the golden crocodile's jest, Qianren felt a flush of embarrassment, but her primary concern remained Mulin. "Granduncle, what do you intend to do? We must ensure that Mulin does not suffer significant harm." Noticing Qianren's fierce defense of Mulin, the golden crocodile, feeling a twinge of jealousy over this childless man, retorted, "As a true man, how can one avoid trials and tribulations? Rest assured, I will keep watch. He shall not be gravely injured." However, he inquired further, "Is the information you received from Shi Long accurate? A 7-year-old with a soul rank of 34? Even you at that age could hardly compare, right? And he possesses innate soul power of level 20? Qianren shook her head, clarifying, "No, my investigation reveals that Mulin has innate soul power of level 9. However, after his parents were killed by a rival family in the Douluo Forest, he encountered his teacher, which may have granted him some fortuitous chance that enhanced his talent." The golden crocodile narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Fortuitous chances to enhance talent? This Mulin truly possesses remarkable luck. His martial soul is even capable of a second awakening. If you hadn't mentioned he already has a teacher, I would have considered taking him as my disciple. His talent is exceptionally high. Qianren shook her head resolutely. "It's fine. He is undoubtedly mine." Upon witnessing the unwavering resolve of Qianren, Jean felt a sense of joy. After all, the former Qianren was solely focused on proving her worth to a certain woman. Now, with Mulin capturing a significant portion of her attention, it was indeed a fortuitous development. "Very well, let us proceed and take a look. I have already discerned that the members of the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile School are approaching a particular area. All right, it is now up to second uncle." In a quaint inn, the members of the 7 Treasures Merchant Association were gradually drawing near. However, upon reaching a certain proximity, a sudden exclamation erupted. "Look over there. Someone is present." The crowd turned their gaze to reveal a total of 7 individuals: Yi Tianxing, Lan Feng, Dong Xiang, Lei Yi, Bai Yu, and Kong Ming. As for Mulin, he was with the Soul Douluo of the Yi family. Should the patrons of the inn manage to hold their ground against the 7 Treasures Merchant Association or even gain the upper hand, he would take action. Otherwise, he would simply act as a protector for Mulin, the esteemed daughter of the Yi family. Among the 7, Jin Xun, possessing the highest soul power level, stepped forward and inquired, "Might I ask what brings the esteemed members of the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile School to this place?" While speaking, he unleashed his soul power to exert pressure upon the opposing group. A super Douluo with a golden level martial soul that had undergone a second awakening. The intensity of his pressure was palpable. The arriving members of the 7 Treasures Merchant Association retreated in response, with some of the weaker individuals even kneeling in submission. This is a Title Douluo. The Soul Saints were not unfamiliar with such figures, having encountered Title Douluos within the Seven Treasures Merchant Association before. Yet none could compare to the man who stepped forward. At the rear, Ning Fingji and Chen Xian exchanged glances, with Ning inquiring of Gu Rong. "Is this the Title Douluo you encountered previously?" Gu Rong shook his head. "No, and the level of pressure he exerts is not that of an ordinary Title Douluo." Upon hearing this, Ning Fingji remarked, "It seems the opposition possesses their own support, yet we have Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu, two super Douluos. Kongming and Mulin are also within my grasp. Uncle Jian, I entrust that Title Douluo to you." Chen Xian nodded, summoning the 7 kills sword and enlarging it. He stepped upon the sword and soared towards Jin Chen's vicinity. "I am Jian Dao Chen Xian, title, sword. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Noticing Chen Xian's approach, Jin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "I am Jin Chen, title, dragon body. Allow me to test the might of the world's foremost attacking Title Douluo." Upon hearing Jin Chen's words, Chen Xian's thoughts stirred. Dragon body? Could it possibly be a martial soul of his own? Is he Mulin's teacher? Nevertheless, he resolved to first gauge his strength. First soul skill, sword unsheathed, enhancing the 7 killing sword martial soul to be sharp, resilient, and capable of penetrating armor by 30. A flash of yellow light emanated from the 7 killing sword martial soul of Chen Xian. This was the essence of Chen Xian's martial spirit. He had affixed his soul rings directly to it, allowing for remarkable swiftness in the execution of his soul skills. As Chen Xian approached with his sword raised, Jin Chen declared, "Martial spirit manifestation." In an instant, his muscles swelled dramatically, tearing his shirt apart. A true dragon began to emerge from his back, gradually enveloping his entire form, with dragon patterns appearing on his limbs and dragon scales manifesting on his skin. Having reached the 95th level, the dragon scales were more abundant, particularly covering his forearms. With the battle skill, True Dragon Claw, he concentrated his dragon power into his claws, augmenting their hardness, sharpness, and attack range. The greater the dragon power, the more formidable the claws became. Jin Chen extended his dragon claws, which elongated and revealed intricate dragon patterns. He lunged forward, attacking Chen Xian's 7 killing sword. The clash produced a shower of sparks where their weapons met. Both warriors stepped back momentarily. Jin Chen retreated to a distance while Chen Xian moved to the rooftop of another building. After a brief exchange of glances, Chen Xian remarked, "In battling you, I am reminded of the old dragon from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. You two would surely get along splendidly." Jin Chen nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I have a keen interest in you engine of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, but let us continue our duel, rather than engage directly." Chen Xian summoned his soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. Chen Xian, martial soul, 7 killing sword, a 96th level assault type battle soul master. Although we are not allies, I hope to battle alongside you in the future. In response, Jin Chen summoned his own soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, red. Jin Chen, martial soul, true dragon skin, a 95th level assault type battle soul master. Let us proceed. Chen Xian. Upon seeing Jin Chen's 200,000-year soul rings, Chen Xian's pupils constricted in disbelief. 200,000-year soul rings. This is impossible. He gazed intently at Jin Chen, who, aware of the rarity of even a single 100,000-year soul ring in this era, casually explained, "What is so surprising? The ocean is filled with 100,000-year soul beasts. If one dares to strive, why wouldn't they succeed?" Chen Xian's expression turned serious as he regarded Jin Chen. "Speaking of daring to strive is one thing. How many can truly achieve it? We are both super Douluos. Let us battle outside the city." Understanding Chen Xian's intent, Jin Chen agreed, knowing they had no choice but to fight outside the city due to the presence of civilians. "I have no intention of harming innocents. Let us engage outside the city." The two combatants swiftly made their way to the outskirts of Heavendoe City, ready to clash. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 observers shook their heads, concluding that Chen Xian's departure was for the best. Otherwise, with Ning Fengji's support, Jin Chen's chances of defeating him would diminish significantly. Chapter 70. The Arrival of the 7 Treasures 2. At this moment, among the onlookers observing the fierce battle, a considerable number of Soul Douluos had followed Jin Chen and Chen Xian outside of Heavendoe City. Qian Rinxue gazed at Jin Ao and inquired, "Uncle, what are your thoughts on the esteemed Jin Chen?" Jin Ao pondered for a moment before responding, "His future is at least on par with my level. And there exists a significant possibility that he may even reach the level of the eldest. His audacity to risk everything, coupled with 200,000-year soul rings, allows him at level 95 to contend with Chen Xian, who is at level 96. You must understand that the 7 killing sword martial spirit, due to its destructive power, enables him to face a rank 97 Title Douluo. If Jin Chen can match or even surpass Chen Xian in battle, his future likelihood of attaining the level of the eldest is exceedingly high. Qian Rinxue felt elated to hear such high praise from her uncle, the future extreme Douluo, alongside her brother Mulin, a peerless genius destined to become a level 100 extreme Douluo. Truly, Mulin is remarkable. Setting aside discussions of them, the focus returns to the battlefield. Ning Fengji turned to Gu Rong and asked, Uncle Bone, do you think Sword Uncle will be all right? It is the first time witnessing 200,000-year soul rings, and even the 3 unrivaled ones do not possess such rings, do they? Although Gu Rong harbored some concern deep within, knowing that the opponents possessed 200,000-year soul rings implied they also had 200,000-year soul bones. Such a power augmentation is certainly incomparable to the ordinary extreme soul ring configuration of Chen Xian. However, reassurance was necessary for Ning Fengji. Do not worry, Fengji. You are aware of Chen Xian's domain. With it, he can even contend against a rank 97 Title Douluo alone. Moreover, you understand the immense damage the 7 killing sword can inflict. The opposing Title Douluo can only rely on physical contact, making him susceptible to Chen Xian's strengths. Furthermore, you must secretly amplify my strength. When I make my entrance, I shall defeat the 6 adversaries to assist Chen Xian. Ning Fengji nodded. Then I shall trouble you. Uncle Bone. Ning Fengji summoned the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, channeling the majority of his soul power to provide Gu Rong with a sustained, comprehensive attribute enhancement for a considerable duration. Gu Rong was now comparable to a rank 96 Title Douluo. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, Gu Rong was adorned in an ancient dragon bone armor. He soared towards the position previously occupied by Chen Xian, unleashing his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. That Title Douluo has departed from your side. I wonder who will step forth next. As one observed, a striking young man advanced forward. It was Lan Feng. As he emerged, he unleashed his martial spirit, the Beast Spirit Tower, a black, 12-tiered pagoda, each level adorned with chains. As Lan Feng approached, the pagoda gradually revealed 8 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Let this young lad test his mettle against the esteemed Bone Douluo's formidable skills. As Gu Rong stepped forth, a soul Douluo emerged, prompting others to follow suit. Are you looking down on me? How dare you, a mere soul Douluo? Despite Lan Feng's handsome appearance, his words were anything but forgiving. I am sufficient on my own. Lan Feng, Wuhuan, Beast Spirit Tower, an 83rd level summoning system soul Douluo. At your service. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong instinctively glanced at Kong Ming, a summoning system reminiscent of a previous summoning saint battling a soul Douluo. Let me witness the prowess of your soul Douluo, he challenged. First soul skill, Bone Dragon Piercer. A surge of soul power materialized into a piercing bone dragon shape, launching an attack at the 6 from the Yu Jinin. Indeed, it was aimed at the 6 from the Yu Jinin. Gu Rong hoped that Lan Feng would not evade, eager to see what courage the soul Douluo possessed against a super Douluo. Sixth soul skill, Phoenix Bird. A 30,000-year-old phoenix beast imbued with phoenix blood was summoned. From the treasured tower in Lan Feng's hand, a phoenix bird burst forth, its flames expanding, effectively blocking the incoming piercers. Lan Feng regarded Gu Rong with a calm demeanor. Not bad. Bone Douluo, do not hold back. This is my first encounter with a super Douluo previously. I merely defeated an ordinary Title Douluo by chance. Gu Rong responded, Is that so? Then let it be as you wish. Third soul skill, Bone Dragon Intimidation. He unleashed the pressure of the dragon race, diminishing the quality of inferior Wuhuan and soul beast strengths by 30%. The phoenix bird instinctively let out a mournful cry under the oppressive weight of Gu Rong's Wuhuan and soul skill. However, Lan Feng remained unfazed, raising his left arm bone. Soul bone skill, Phoenix Blood Awakening. He activated the phoenix blood within the phoenix bird, momentarily elevating its essence to that of a phoenix, while also augmenting its age to 50,000 years. The phoenix bird issued a triumphant cry, flames erupting around it, enveloping itself in a fierce blaze. Soon, a phoenix soul beast ascended, soaring through the sky, radiating golden flames as if a sun had suddenly appeared. Gu Rong narrowed his eyes. Is this your reliance? A mere hybrid phoenix of 50,000 years? The summoned creature, possessing intelligence, understood Gu Rong's derision and let out an irritated call. Though it recognized its inferiority to the Super Douluo, Lan Feng soothed the agitated phoenix, shaking his head and stating, "Wait, let the civilians evacuate. Even I am not foolish enough to rely solely on a sixth soul skill to contend with a Super Douluo." Upon hearing this, Gu Rong did not make an appearance, as the reasoning provided was to wait for the common folk to depart. There was no harm in waiting. Time was not wasted. Even if Ning Fengji's supportive enhancement dissipated, it could easily be re-established. The profound heritage of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, coupled with Ning Fengji's rapid soul power recovery, ensured that waiting was of little consequence. After the commoners witnessed the clash between Jin Shun and Chen Xian, they promptly took their leave upon Gu Rong's emergence. As for why the Heaven Do city remained indifferent, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were present. What did it matter? Should they concern themselves with their own reincarnation? Such a formidable display made it evident to anyone that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was serious. Apart from the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall, even the semi-crippled Heaven Do Empire was reluctant to provoke them. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lan Feng summoned his 8th spirit ring. 8th spirit ability, Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. He conjured a 90,000-year-old Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear spirit beast. What? A Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. And it was of the 8th spirit ring's age. Gu Rong's eyes widened in astonishment. Most 8th spirit rings range from 50,000 to 70,000 years. However, given Lan Feng's combat prowess, such an increase was plausible. Thus, he found himself confronting a super spirit beast aged between 70,000 and 80,000 years. The 10,000 year tier could contend with a 100,000 year tier Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, which was now over 70,000 years old. Gu Rong instinctively glanced at Lan Feng, but his first sight was of the phoenix beside him, as well as Lan Feng's sudden gaze directed toward Ning Fengji's location. Bone Douluo, let us proceed. First spirit ability, Ghostly Shadow Beast. Second spirit ability, Rock Serpent. Third spirit ability, Fiery White Wolf. Lan Feng summoned forth all spirit beasts except for the 4th spirit ability. The Century and Millennium spirit beasts were of little concern. What mattered were the ethereal 10,000, your butterfly, and the phoenix, both lingering close to Lan Feng, clearly there to offer him protection. Chapter 71. The Seven Treasures Strike 3. Now, Gu Rong found himself in a predicament. The Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, being a super spirit beast, could naturally contend with 100,000 year level beasts, and it was currently of the 8th spirit ring's age. It would be exceedingly challenging for him to engage in combat. Gu Rong recalled his previous encounters with information regarding the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. Generally, spirit beasts exhibit tendencies in their abilities, such as speed, attack, or defense. However, the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear was an anomaly, excelling in both attack and defense, an embodiment of contradiction. Its coat of dark golden fur possesses formidable defensive capabilities, while its terrifyingly large claws exhibit equally fearsome offensive power. A super soul beast that embodies both attack and defense, I find myself unable to swiftly eliminate my opponent. After all, Gu Rong is not a soul master specializing in offense, but rather in defense, and at most, due to my peculiar spatial attribute, may be classified as possessing agility and attack. Simultaneously, this colossal dark golden claw bear, coupled with its unabashed presence, has roused even the soul masters covertly training within the city of Tiando. At this moment, within the imperial city of Tiando, Emperor Shui has also awakened from this unabated aura. What is happening? Why has such a formidable soul beast appeared in Tiando? Where's Yincheng? Summon him to me. At that moment, Xuelan, who guards Emperor Shui, stepped forward. Your Majesty, it seems that members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are attempting to capture someone. I previously observed Sword Douluo and an unfamiliar Title Douluo reaching the outskirts of Tiando, and now it appears to be a battle between Bone Douluo and a Soul Master. Emperor Shui turned to Xuelan. Do you take me for a fool? Who is Bone Douluo? He is a Super Douluo, having reached the 95th level. Are you suggesting that a Soul Master is battling him? Are you implying that this formidable soul beast is summoned by him, a summoner that has been recorded as extinct in ancient texts? Xuelan understood why Emperor Shui asked such a question. After all, the notion of a soul master contending with a super Douluo is indeed absurd. Even Tang Hao had not achieved such feats. Xuelan lowered her head and earnestly replied, This is indeed what I have observed. with no deceit whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shui commanded, "Summon Golong, Yinqing, Yuan Han, and Feng Tao. There is a battle occurring in Tiando. Who does Ning Fingji think he is?" Emperor Shui, filled with fury, could hardly be blamed. Who could tolerate a battle raging outside their own home, especially one that poses a threat to their very life? Soon, Golong and the others arrived. "Your Majesty." Emperor Shui gazed at them and inquired, "What on earth is happening in Tiando?" Yuan Han stepped forward and answered, "Your Majesty, based on observations, it seems Ning Fengji intends to capture certain individuals from the inn, likely having uncovered secrets regarding those special weapons." Emperor Shui, upon hearing this, asked, "Is there any way to thwart them? This is Tiando, not his seven treasures glazed tile school." Yuan Han shook his head. "Your Majesty, unless you reveal our hidden strength, we can only endure. Especially since two Title Douluo from the seven treasures glazed tile school have been brought forth." Emperor Shui clenched his fists in frustration. Yet there was little he could do. He was well aware of the state of his own hidden strength, a dying Title Douluo. Must he merely stand by and watch as others clash within his domain? However, the Snow Knight Emperor ascended to the throne through fratricide. "Observe closely. If the battle leans towards the inn, you are to unleash your full might to eradicate the seven treasures glazed sect. I want him to comprehend that this is Tiando City, not the seven treasures glazed sect." Yes, at this moment, Lan Feng and Bone Douluo were still engaged in combat. Ancient Banyan faced the dark golden terror claw bear in a one-on-one duel, while the phoenix beside Lan Feng intermittently unleashed flames, disrupting Ancient Banyan's rhythm in battle. "You wretched scoundrel, allow me to demonstrate what a Super Douluo truly is." Seventh soul skill, Bone Dragon Transformation. Transforming into a colossal bone dragon, enhancing all attributes by 150. Increasing defense by 200, and granting a 20 damage reduction, with the first 6 soul skills available without cooldown. A gigantic bone dragon manifested on the battlefield, its eyes suddenly igniting with blue flames. "Boy, let me see to what extent you, a soul Douluo, can reach." Even upon witnessing the massive bone dragon, Lan Feng's expression remained unchanged. He merely smiled and said, "Then I humbly request your guidance, Bone Douluo." Seventh soul skill, Beast Spirit Transformation. The Beast Spirit Tower bestows the power of summoned beasts, increasing duration by number of soul rings 10,000 years, lasting until soul power is depleted. Side effect: unable to summon for 7 to 30 days afterwards. The lower the year limit, the longer the side effect duration. Suddenly, the dark golden terror claw bear's form grew even larger, its soul power fluctuation shifting from black to red. Roar. The bone dragon regarded the transformed dark golden terror claw bear, now a 100,000 year soul beast, with indifference. "I recall that the soul beasts summoned by your summoning type soul masters share a certain amount of soul power with you. I refuse to believe your soul power is so abundant. There is no need for you, Bone Douluo, to worry. This boy has his own methods." "Fengji, you all charge directly. I will hold this boy off." Ning Fengji had not anticipated that the inn would possess 2 Super Douluo level combatants. Yet, with the arrow knocked, "It must be released. Let us capture Kong Ming alive for a reward of a 30,000 your soul bone, and Mulin for a 10,000 your soul bone. If we capture them both alive, I, Ning Fengji, swear by my martial soul, a reward of a top-tier soul beast drop of a 50,000 your soul bone." The members of the Seven Treasures Commerce could hardly resist such temptation. Yes, the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Commerce activated their martial souls and charged towards the inn. But could these individuals truly succeed? Certainly not. First soul skill, Mountain Moving Bear. Summon the Mountain Moving Bear Puppet. Second soul skill, Rock Serpent. Summon the Rock Serpent Puppet. Third soul skill, Moonstone. Summon the Moonstone Puppet. Fourth soul skill, Moonwolf. Summon the Moonwolf Puppet. Fifth soul skill, White Tiger. Summon the White Tiger Puppet. Sixth soul skill, Black Tortoise. Summon the Black Tortoise Puppet. Seventh soul skill, Puppet Transformation. The strength of all his puppets has doubled, awakening the heart of the beast. Each use results in a 50 reduction of his own power, requiring 7 days for recovery. Thus, aside from safeguarding his butterfly and phoenix, Lan Feng commands an array of 9,000-year soul beasts: the Ghost Shadow Bee, Rock Serpent, Furious Flame White Wolf, Mountain Moving Bear, Moonstone, Moonwolf, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. The White Tiger and Black Tortoise have been further enhanced by Kong Ming's martial soul manifestation, bringing them perilously close to the realm of 100,000-year soul beasts. Simultaneously, Bai Yu makes his way to the inn. What now? Are you really not coming out? You must realize that if discovered inside, your fate is sealed. Does your claim that you want to be harmed as long as you remain hidden hold any truth? At this moment, a number of soul masters have gathered within the inn. Damn it, Bai Yu, you've led us into a trap. Bai Yu shakes his head, asserting, I have warned you. Our adversaries are formidable, and I have generously provided a substantial amount of golden soul coins, along with 2 pieces of vital information regarding soul bones. Fight on, survive, and I assure you, I will reveal the whereabouts of the remaining 3 soul bones. To hell with it, death is inevitable. Yet we must endure for countless years. Brothers, let us charge together. With the Title Douluo momentarily restrained, he still possesses 9,000-year soul beasts and the food-enhancing benefits from a food-type soul emperor. It is indeed worth taking the risk. Chapter 72. The 7 Treasures Strike. 4. Kill. Numerous soul masters burst forth from the inn, engaging in combat with those dispatched by the 7 Treasures Commerce. Simultaneously, the 9,000-year soul beasts surged toward the direction of the 7 Treasures Commerce. The White Tiger and Black Tortoise, 2 supreme puppet soul beasts, alongside the soul beasts summoned by Lan Feng, advanced. It is crucial to note that Lan Feng's 7th soul skill directly elevates the age of these summoned entities to 80,000 years. This implies that the phoenix protecting Lan Feng is also a 100,000-year soul beast. At this juncture, the observers surrounding the scene began to sense something amiss. Is the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect being suppressed? Is this mysterious and truly that powerful? It cannot be real. It is apparent that the observers are utterly astonished, after all. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect is indeed one of the renowned upper 3 sections. However, the Inn of Intermediary, led by Mulin, is not lacking in strength either, boasting the formidable Super Douluo combat prowess of Jinshin and Lan Feng. Lan Feng, in particular, is a versatile powerhouse capable of offensive, defensive, agility, and control techniques. As long as Lan Feng can summon such spirit beasts, he can embody any type of spirit master. Nevertheless, summoning these spirit beasts requires significant soul power. Currently, maintaining the presence of the 170,000, your Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear alongside the 100,000, your Phoenix, as well as other spirit beasts of around 80,000 to 90,000 years, has already depleted much of Lan Feng's soul energy. Yet, the moment to reveal all his cards has not yet arrived. Patience is essential. Waiting for an opportune moment to catch the enemy off guard. At this juncture, Ning Fengji, observing the tense and somewhat suppressed situation before him, wore an increasingly sinister expression. Damn it, charge forward with all your might. Give it everything you've got. As for the soul Douluo brought by Ning Fengji, Tianqing was not to be underestimated. Ladies and gentlemen, let us halt here. However, if I recall correctly, you should have 4 soul Douluos, yet where is the 4th? Tianqing materialized before the 3 soul Douluos preparing to abduct individuals from the Inn of Intermediary, but he found it peculiar. Didn't Mulin mention that 4 soul Douluos had been dispatched on the opposite side? One of the soul Douluos chuckled. That is the wisdom of our sect master. Now, let us 3 show you just how formidable the experts daring to obstruct us truly are. Hiyuchen, Martial Spirit, Red Thunder Blade. Level 83 Offensive System Soul Douluo. Duan Yun, Martial Spirit, Wine Thunder Greatsword, Level 81 Offensive System Soul Douluo. Huang Yun, Martial Spirit, Profound Fire Warhammer. Level 83 Offensive System Soul Douluo. Please enlighten us. 3 Upon witnessing this, Tianqing seemed to ponder. Could the other one have stealthily gone to the Inn of Intermediary to carry out the abduction? At this moment, Tianqing had a realization, given Mulin's significance. How could there be no one assigned to protect him? Were these individuals simpletons? Nevertheless, it sufficed to hold off these 3 foes. With that, Tianqing summoned his martial spirit, a silver-blue sphere adorned with 7 hues, yellow, purple, black, and red. Tianqing, Martial Spirit, Space Sphere. Level 78 Control System Battle Soul Saint. Please enlighten me. Let us see the prowess of a Soul Saint. 5th Soul Skill, Crimson Flame Breaking Thunderblade. The flames and thunderous energy upon the martial spirit intensify, augmenting both attack speed and range by 100, ensuring that any hit will leave the opponent paralyzed or scorched. 5th Soul Skill, Sword Determining the Universe. A towering sword shadow manifests, descending from above to strike the opponent, exerting a suppressive force during its descent. Unless the opponent's overall strength surpasses his own, evasion is impossible. 5th Soul Skill, Whirlwind Dance. The attack speed is augmented by 100%, and the strikes disregard 50% of the opponent's armor. Each successful hit enhances both the speed and damage of the next attack. Although they outwardly express disdain for Tianxing, their actions betray no hesitation. They initiate with the 5th soul skill, bearing in mind that they are all soul Douluo. While Tianxing is merely a soul sage. However, they may have overlooked Tianxing's introduction of his martial soul, the space sphere. Upon activating his 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement, a purple pattern on the space sphere abruptly illuminates, transforming into a soul ring, and Tianxing instantaneously vacates their attack range. At this moment, Haotian and the others exchange glances, incredulous. Did they not see correctly? There seems to be a red pattern above, and when he employed his 3rd soul skill, one of the purple patterns glowed. They appear to surmise that Tianxing might possess a 100,000-year soul ring. A remarkable asset that implies he has already acquired the physical prowess of a soul Douluo. Yet, as individuals who have ascended to the realm of soul Douluo, their astonishment is tempered by the gravity of their current life and death battle. This is not the time for bewilderment. Infuriated, they resolve that he is merely a soul sage, and they must unite to eliminate him, planning to divide his soul bones afterward. Kill, they shout in unison. At this juncture, a shadow stealthily enters the Yujin Inn. Indeed, this figure is none other than the long-missing 4th soul Douluo, Shi Hang. His objective is to clandestinely abduct Mulin, who may be hiding within the inn. Alternatively, if the inn is unoccupied, he could launch a surprise attack from behind. However, the inn does indeed harbor a presence, Mulin. Shi Hang has also spotted Mulin observing the fierce battle from within the inn. It seems that the 10,000-year soul bone is destined to be mine. Shi Hang declares, summoning his martial soul, the purple lightning dragon pattern staff, coupled with his formidable soul power at level 84. With his 5th soul skill, dragon pattern stabilization, he conjures a colossal dragon pattern talisman above his adversaries, reducing their defenses by 50% while simultaneously suppressing and paralyzing them, ensuring that the next strike will undoubtedly hit its mark. Mulin instantly sensed the oppressive force enveloping him, yet he was mentally prepared for such an eventuality. Suddenly, Xing leaped forth, cackling, "Mulin, you belong to me." With a swift motion, he unleashed his 1st soul skill, the dragon pattern vortex. The violet lightning dragon pattern staff whirled into action, manifesting a formidable tornado of power. Although his opponent was merely a soul sovereign, one could never anticipate the hidden cards they might possess. Much like the 2 Title Douluos that had previously emerged without any prior records, it was a possibility he couldn't dismiss. At worst, he could simply break his legs. However, just as the violet lightning dragon pattern staff was about to strike Mulin, a thunderous roar reverberated through the surroundings. Roar. From the floor and walls, a massive azure-scaled dragon burst forth. The Azure Sky Flood Dragon, summoned by Lanfin's soulbone, was also a spirit beast residing within the Beast Spirit Tower. All the spirit beasts Lanfeng could summon were kept within this tower. Therefore, the Azure Sky Flood Dragon had also been part of Lanfeng's beast spirit manifestation. This meant that Xing, an 84th level assault-type soul Douluo, was now confronted with the formidable presence of the Azure Sky Flood Dragon, which boasted an age exceeding 50,000 years, along with an additional 80,000 years, totaling an astonishing 130,000 years. Simultaneously, with the emergence of the Azure Sky Flood Dragon, Mulin's presence was also revealed. Mulin surveyed the crowd around him and sighed. Everyone, enough of this merriment. It is quite late. Would it not be wiser to conclude and retire for the night? A chuckle escaped him, and it was Lanfeng who responded first, activating his soul bone skills simultaneously. Soul bone skills: Ghost Vine, 10,000 years. Sacred Tree of Qingyang, 30,000 years. With Lanfeng's beast soul manifestation, the battlefield was suddenly imbued with the presence of 4 formidable soul beasts: the dark gold terror claw bear, the phoenix, the azure dragon, and the sacred tree of Qingyang, each boasting a century of power. The dark gold terror claw bear served both offense and defense. The phoenix exhibited extraordinary recovery capabilities alongside its fierce flames. The azure dragon controlled the field with its draconic essence, and the sacred tree of Qingyang provided trifold restoration of soul power, physical strength, and mental fortitude. Moreover, Lanfeng had yet another soul bone at his disposal, but even without it, the dynamics of the battlefield had shifted dramatically. Chapter 73. The Arrival of the 7 Treasures. 5. Outside the city of Tiando, Jinshun and Chun Xan descended to engage in a one-on-one duel, aiming to avoid harming the innocent citizens of Tiando. Clad in a white robe with silver hair, Chun Xan stood tall, wielding a massive silver sword, gazing down upon Jinshun. At that moment, Jinshin was enveloped in the manifestation of his martial soul. His body adorned with dragon patterns, and his limbs covered in hard, sharp dragon scales. Xiao, allow me to witness if you, the renowned Title Douluo, truly deserve the epithet of the world's foremost attacker. Xiao retorted, I too wish to ascertain the worth of your hard-earned 200,000-year soul ranks. Do enlighten me. The first soul skill, Sword Emanation. The blade released a formidable aura, sharp and unyielding, enhancing armor penetration by 30%. The fourth soul skill, Aura of Slaughter. This martial soul enhancement skill increased damage by 50%, expanded attack range by 50%, and reduced the opponent's recovery by 50%. Once again, Xiao employed his first soul skill, albeit reluctantly, as it was one of the only two enhancement skills he possessed aside from his martial soul manifestation. A yellow glow and a purple light flickered around Xiao's martial soul, the 7 kills sword, rendering it even more lethal. Jinshin, however, was not one to back down. Very well, let me witness the soul skills of the 7 kills sword. First soul skill, Dragon Forging Skin. This skill augmented his defense, strength, and reaction time by 50%. Battle technique, True Dragon Claw. Jinshin continued to utilize the combat techniques he had learned from his main body. This was understandable, as the principal tenet taught by the sect to its disciples was to never recklessly employ their soul skills, for each use would allow the opponent to grow familiar with them. Only at critical moments, when one's abilities can decisively influence the outcome, should one employ their soul skills to mask their ultimate power. The opportunity to wield the first soul skill arose solely due to Jinshin's superior rank and his prior use of 2 soul skills. Thus, Jinshin, brandishing a sharp ancient sword, faced Jinshin, who exhibited a fierce aura with his dragon claws, and the two resumed their fierce battle. With each clash, sparks flew from the contact of the dragon claws and the ancient sword. Simultaneously, the surrounding trees were uprooted by the shockwaves unleashed from their fierce exchanges. Jinshin, your sword is quite sharp. Let us continue. Martial technique, True Dragon-esque Claw. This technique enhances the hardness and agility of the palm while simultaneously increasing the likelihood of seizing and controlling the opponent's martial soul. Jinshin executed another martial skill he had mastered, specifically designed for combat against weapon-based martial soul practitioners. Although he would be unable to employ this technique after seizing his opponent's martial soul, what is a martial soul master wielding a sword without their sword? Jinshin could distinctly sense Jinshin's desire to capture his martial soul. However, Jinshin grossly underestimated Jinshin. It is worth noting that Jinshin had achieved level 96 through his own efforts, not relying on celestial herbs or divine trials like the characters from the original narrative. In a typical fantasy realm, the main characters would undoubtedly face severe trials. Simply augmenting soul power without enhancing combat experience, could he truly defeat opponents of equal rank? In the Douluo realm, individuals primarily depended on the soul skills provided by their soul rings, with self-created skills being lamentably scarce. Otherwise, the protagonist group in the original story would surely have faltered. Yet now, Jinshin was different. He had fought his way up, training with the ancient Banyan at the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. He was aware of thoughts like Jinshin's, but found them relatively rare. However, as a super Douluo, if his martial soul were to be seized, even if his opponent could not utilize it, summoning it back would still require time. That time would be ample for Jinshin to thoroughly dominate him. Fifth soul skill, Awe-inspiring Presence. A powerful sword aura was unleashed in all directions, generating extensive damage. Jinshin activated his 5th soul skill, forcing Jinshin, who was engaged in close combat, to be propelled backward. The surrounding trees suffered as well, as they were caught in the aftermath of Jinshin's 5th soul skill, transforming the area into an open space. Jinshin gazed at Jinshin, recognizing him as a super Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, and understood that he could not afford to be careless. He sensed that a great battle was imminent within the city. Come on, I shall hold nothing back. 7th soul skill, 7 kills true form. Summoning the ethereal manifestation of his true self, he wielded the colossal 7-killing sword. This sword, sharp and formidable, boasted a remarkable enhancement of 150 across all attributes, including armor penetration, damage, and attack range, while allowing the use of the first 6 soul skills without cooldown. After much contemplation, I could not recall the description of the original weapon spirit's true form. Thus I opted for the anime's portrayal. The weapon spirit's true essence summoned the ethereal manifestation of the body, wielding a magnified weapon for the assault. Jinshin promptly employed his 7th soul skill, for in close combat, he recognized that he might struggle against Jinshin. who had learned body sect battle techniques and faced sinister soul masters in life-or-death encounters, achieving the golden awakening of his martial spirit after 7 millennia. Moreover, Qingxin sensed that the ancient banyan had begun to emerge within Heaven Do City. He needed to swiftly defeat Jin Chun and rush to support Ning Fengji. Upon seeing this, Jin Chun took a deep breath. Very well, let us conclude this swiftly. 7th soul skill, martial spirit, true body, true dragon skin. This skill comprehensively enhanced the true dragon skin and its accompanying soul skills by 150, with the first 6 soul skills usable without cooldown. 8th soul skill, moving mountains and filling seas. He conjured 12 shadow blades, each possessing 80 of his own attack power. Qingxin continued to unleash his 8th soul skill against Jin Chun. In an instant, Qingxin's 7 killing sword shimmered, manifesting 12 sword shadows, each bearing 80 of his attributes, moving in accordance with his will to charge at Jin Chun. However, Jin Chun remained undeterred, for he was a man endowed with 2 10,000-year soul rings and 3 10,000-year soul bones, unlike Qingxin, who possessed none. 8th soul skill, Dragon Soul Roar. This skill awakened the dragon's soul within his soul rings, unleashing a dragon's roar against his opponent. The duration of the stun effect varied. 5 seconds for those with inferior spiritual power, 1 second for those equal to his own, and a mere 0.1 seconds for those stronger. Jin Chun's strategy was sound, yet he was unaware that Qingxin had cultivated his heart for countless years. Coupled with his profound understanding of the sword, his spiritual power was not inferior to Jin Chun's, even at this level. Furthermore, Qingxin hailed from a respectable lineage. Currently at level 96, with his father at level 97 at the time of his demise, and his grandfather purportedly even stronger. I'm uncertain, but I recall reading that Qingxin has a grandfather who is indeed mightier than them. Suddenly, Qingxin felt a wave of dizziness but quickly regained his composure. At that moment, he beheld the impending dragon fist aimed at him. 2nd soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. A powerful sword aura formed a protective barrier, a defensive soul skill. Yet, how could such a mere 2nd soul skill withstand Jin Chun's fist? In an instant, the shield was shattered by Jin Chun's strike, and a powerful punch landed squarely on Qingxin's abdomen. With a grunt, Qingxin was sent hurtling through the air. I never expected you to possess a corporeal bone, and even a protective soul skill. I had assumed all your abilities were purely offensive in nature. Only then did the ethereal energy pulsate from the torso of Qingxin, revealing the presence of a soul bone. It is only natural, considering that Qingxin's father was a formidable super Douluo of level 97, who, before his demise, returned to impart knowledge about everything beyond level 95. Coupled with Qingxin's own experiences navigating the world of soul masters, possessing a soul bone is entirely reasonable. It even appears that Qingxin's grandfather possessed even greater soul power. Alas, like his father, Qingxin's grandfather was also slain by Title Douluo. Chapter 74. The Onslaught of the 7 Treasures. 6. It is evident that Qingxin harbors a deep-seated enmity with the Qian family of the Spirit Hall. However, in the midst of battle, one cannot dwell on past grievances. Gasping for breath, Qingxin turned to Jin Chun. Since those who have witnessed this technique perished after my self-realization, I now humbly invite your guidance. The 7 Kills Domain. It manifests a circular area with a diameter of 30 meters centered around himself, unleashing his sword energy and enhancing his 7 kills sword damage by 50%, while drastically diminishing the capabilities of his adversaries. Within this domain, the attack power of Soul Masters is reduced by 90%, defense by 70%, and speed by 70%. The 7 Kills domain is the crux that enables Qingxin to contend with a level 97 opponent with his level 96 soul power, without requiring the amplification of Ning Fengji, and even holds the potential for victory. If the opponent lacks a domain to counteract and mitigate the effects of Qingxin's 7 Kills domain, they stand no chance against him. Jin Chun sensed a shift in the surrounding aura. He too felt suppressed, and quite severely. A domain? I did not anticipate that you, the Sword Douluo, possess such a capability. Yet, I am not without my own. True Dragon Domain. It enhances all of one's attributes by 30% while reducing the opponent's attributes by 30%. For Beast Martial Souls and Dragon-type Martial Souls of inferior quality, the reduction is 40%, while the user gains an additional 20% damage immunity. Upon activating the true form of his martial soul, the aforementioned effects are doubled. Thus, at present, upon activating his domain, Jin Chun has augmented his attributes by 60% and gained 40% damage immunity, while simultaneously suppressing the Sword Douluo by 60% in all attributes. Though Jin Qin's domain may not exert as potent an effect as Qin Qin's in terms of suppressing the opponent, it encompasses a broader spectrum. Qin Qin's domain primarily targets attack, defense, and speed, while Jin Qin suppresses all attributes, including attack speed, reaction capability, recovery, and more. Both possess pinnacle martial souls, with Jin Qin's qualities slightly surpassing Qin Qin's 7 kills sword. The interaction of their respective domains upon each other reveals that Jin Qin's is comparatively more comprehensive. With his own enhancements and 40% damage immunity, what does this signify? Nearly half of the damage is immune. Compounded by the fact that Qin Xian is suppressed by Jin Qin's domain, reducing all attributes by 60. He simply cannot inflict any harm on Jin Qin. The two exchanged glances and resumed their fierce battle. With each strike, a sword from one and a claw from the other, the surrounding area lay in ruins, starkly contrasting with the lush greenery nearby. Eventually, as their confrontation reached a critical juncture, a colossal dark gold terror claw bear suddenly emerged in Heaven-Do City. The expressions of the two combatants varied upon witnessing this formidable creature. Jin Qin remained unfazed. He was well acquainted with Lan Feng's soul abilities. Realizing that Lan Feng would inevitably reveal all his summoned beasts, especially with a super Douluo, Gurong, present on the opposing side. Conversely, Qin Xian's reaction was markedly different. He comprehended that his group could not possibly possess the soul abilities related to the dark old terror claw bear. This meant that the enormous creature hailed from the Inn of Intervals. Jin Qin chose to disregard the occurrences in Heaven-Do City, as he had already devised a strategy based on the 4 soul Douluos, 2 super Douluos, and the world's foremost support-type soul master. His side was well prepared for any eventuality, thanks in large part to Lan Feng. With the presence of 400,000-year soul beasts, how could those 4 soul Douluos stand a chance? Therefore, Jin Qin felt no concern, opting instead to focus on his current opponent, Qin Xian. However, as events unfolded in Heaven-Do City, Qin Xian felt increasingly compelled to abandon his one-on-one duel with Jin Qin. Subsequently, 3 more 100,000-year soul beasts appeared, a phoenix, a dragon-type soul beast, and a tree. As for how Qin Xian discerned their nature, the explosive red soul power was evident to anyone with sight. Damn it. 400,000-year soul beasts. How is this possible? I cannot continue to challenge Jin Qin here. I must return to protect Ningfengji. Upon hearing Qin Xian's furious shout, Jin Qin turned to him and asked, "What is the matter? Does the sword Douluo have any thoughts?" Qin Xian remained silent. He had resolved that regardless of whether he could eliminate Jin Qin with his next strike, he would immediately retreat to Heaven-Do City to safeguard Ningfengji. 9th soul skill, Divine Demon Duel / Summoning countless rays of sword light. This skill possesses immense offensive power, capable of instantly vanquishing opponents of the same rank. Even Title Douluos. Qin Xian unleashed this 9th soul skill, which he had previously reserved for confronting the godly Bibi Dong in the original narrative. This attack was the source of Qin Xian's reputation as the world's foremost attacking Title Douluo. Even against equals, he stood a chance to obliterate them with this move. However, this time, he had encountered a formidable opponent. As the multitude of sword lights surged toward him, Jin Qin faced them without a trace of fear. 9th soul skill, True Dragon Divine Armor. Enhancing one's defensive capabilities by 200%, with an additional 30 points of damage immunity, which can be stacked. And if the quality of the martial spirit is inferior to one's attack, an extra immunity of 20. Thus, with a domain of 40%. A 9th soul skill contributing 30%, and the slightly inferior quality of the 7 kill sword providing an additional 20%. Jin Qin was able to completely negate 90% of the damage inflicted by Qin Xian. What significance does this final layer hold in light of Jin Qin's augmented defense of 410 points? It seems utterly trivial. Yet, it indeed managed to inflict a scratch, revealing Jin Qin's bloodied skin. Impressive attack power, capable of breaching my defenses. Come now, Qin Xian, let us continue. Upon observing Jin Qin, who bore only superficial wounds, Qin Xian's expression darkened. Was this some kind of a jest? Despite diminishing his opponent's defense by 70 points with his domain, and amplifying the 9th soul skill through his 1st, 4th, and 7th soul skills, he could only manage to draw blood. Though he sensed that Jin Qin's current advantage might not endure, he could not afford to linger. The 4 soul beasts of 100,000 years within the city, alongside other 10,000-year beasts, would not be easily repelled by Gurong and his 4 companions. Moreover, Qin Xian recalled that Mulin had a formidable protector by his side, and he needed to address that matter post-haste. 3rd soul skill, Sword wings and flight. Manifesting a flying sword, Chen Xian could attack while soaring through the air. He amplified the 7 kills sword and descended towards the sky of Heavendos City. Witnessing Chen Xian's audacious flight, Jin Chen shouted in ire, "You coward! Return!" However, seeing that Chen Xian did not waver, he hastened to pursue him, for the innocent populace of Heavendos City held greater importance in Jin Chen's heart than Mulin. Within Heavendos City, Gurong found himself entangled with the dark golden terror claw bear, while the azure dragon occasionally intervened to exert control, and the phoenix unleashed flames upon it. Indeed, these ancient soul beasts were mostly cooperating with the 10,000-year beasts and the scattered soul masters summoned by Baiyu to assault the people of the Seven Treasures Merchant Association. Just as Ning Fengji was growing anxious, he suddenly heard Chen Xian's voice. 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the sect. A group attack skill that instantaneously condenses the soul power into thousands of swords, which are launched toward the enemy like arrows. This skill can also coalesce into an immense sword, wielding formidable attacking prowess. Chapter 75, The Onslaught of the Seven Treasures, 7, Amidst the Chaos of Battle. The crowd was startled to find countless flying swords descending from above. Even the members of the Seven Treasures Merchant Association were struck, unable to evade, as they had become embroiled in a melee with the scattered soul masters brought by the Inn of Interludes, leaving Chen Xian unable to discern friend from foe. Mulin and others discovered that Chen Xian had arrived first, and there were some concerns for Jin Chen. However, it was fortunate that the next event was Jin Chen's reciprocation. Chen Xian, you coward, face this. The 4th soul skill, Dragon Roar Cannon. Gathering dragon energy at the palm and attracting the surrounding soul power to condense into a sphere, this skill can launch a single target assault or disperse for a group attack. Suddenly, a multitude of meteoric strikes surged toward the Seven Treasures Commerce Association. Boom, boom, boom. Upon witnessing Jin Chen's return, Mulin exhaled a sigh of relief. It was unavoidable. Jin Chen had engaged in a confrontation with Chen Xian outside the city, and with Chen Xian's sudden return, who could remain untroubled? Mulin, are you all right? He inquired. Chen Xian is remarkably cowardly, having chosen to flee so brazenly. Mulin shook his head, saying, I am fine. As long as you are well, that is sufficient. After all, Chen Xian is a level above you. Jin Chen laughed heartily. What does it matter? Chen Xian's attacks merely tickle me. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian chose not to respond, acknowledging that he had already employed his 9th soul skill, and the damage inflicted upon Jin Chen was minimal, rendering any rebuttal futile. At this moment, the formations of both sides were evident. On one side stood the Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and 4 severely injured soul masters, accompanied by Ning Fengji, renowned as the foremost support-type soul master in the world. On the opposing side were Jin Chen. For 10,000-year soul beasts, the enigmatic soul sage Yi Tianqing and Kong Ming, who could contend with the Soul Douluo. Furthermore, both Lan Feng and Kong Ming were summoning-type soul masters, and the battlefield was teeming with numerous 10,000-year soul beasts, making the balance of power increasingly favorable for Mulin's faction. Ning Fengji harbored regrets, yet he understood that there was no remedy for remorse in this world. Realizing there was no retreat, he had rashly ventured into Heavendos City to seize individuals. Shui Yu would undoubtedly dispatch reinforcements when his faction found itself in dire straits. Assistance would surely arrive. At that moment, Ning Fengji faced a dire predicament, never anticipating that the opposing side possessed superlative Douluo-level combatants, let alone summon-type soul masters, whose existence he had only encountered in texts. They had directly summoned 4 10,000-year soul beasts and 5 additional 1,000-year soul beasts. He could sense that the ages of these 1,000-year soul beasts were not insignificant, with most being around 80 to 90,000 years. Fortunately, Chen Xian had now arrived. Their side boasted the presence of both Chen Xian and Gu Rong, 2 superlative Douluo. They were universally acknowledged as the top offensive and defensive soul masters, complemented by Ning Fengji, the foremost support-type soul master. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, unleash your full power. I shall assist you with everything I have. This time, we have no path of retreat. 7 treasures. First, strength. Enhancing power, soul power level 10. 7 treasures. Second, speed. Enhancing speed. 7 treasures. Third, defense. Enhancing defense. 7 treasures. 7th, 7 treasure true body. Having the consumption of all amplification soul skills. Soul bone technique. Reaction amplification. The head soul bone enhances the reaction time of teammates. Soul power level 10. Soul bone technique. Enhancement amplification. It elevates the effects of one's amplification soul skills to 100. Soul Bone Technique. Light of Recovery. Instantly restore 50 soul power and enhance personal recovery speed by 100, lasting until one's soul power is fully restored. For this battle, Ning Fengji had exerted every effort, deploying all his soul bone techniques. Observing Ning Fengji's relentless commitment, both Qin Xin and Gu Rong felt compelled to match his fervor. As Qin Xin remained in his martial soul true body state, he merely activated his first and fourth soul skills. Ninth soul skill, Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. Awakening the power of the skeletal dragon through the soul ring, transforming into a bone dragon, with an enhancement of all attributes by 70, spatial power by 50, and bone defense increased by 200. The ancient dragon, Gu Rong, already in a state of an ancient dragon, grew even more formidable after utilizing his ninth soul skill. It now appeared as if it could rival a significant portion of Heaven Do City. Qin Xin leapt onto the skeletal dragon, joining Gu Rong and receiving full support from Ning Fengji. The unity of man and sword, a unique soul skill created by the sword Douluo, had previously vanquished several Title Douluo. In the original narrative, Qin Xin used this very technique in conjunction with Gu Rong to charge at the godlike Bibi Dong. Observers around them instinctively gasped, pondering whether this was the reason the 7 treasure glazed tile school ranked among the top 3 sections. With the full support of Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo, together, they could likely defeat a 97th level Title Douluo. Nearby, the secretly observing Qian Renshua glanced instinctively at the golden crocodile, who nodded in agreement. It's quite feasible. Qin Xin's offensive power is now sufficient to eliminate a 97th level Title Douluo, and he might even injure me. Gu Rong's current defense is formidable enough that a 97th level Title Douluo would struggle to breach it. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshua instinctively remarked, "Then Mulin and the others are in serious trouble." The golden crocodile, upon hearing Qian Renshua's comment, smirked slightly, bemused. "What are you worried about?" "That dark gold claw bear summoned by Lan Feng. If he chooses to step forward, blocking this attack won't be an issue. Moreover, after this attack, both Qin Xin and Gu Rong will be momentarily exhausted. As long as Jin Shen and Lan Feng unleash their full assault on that group from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, victory is assured. You need not fret. I, your second grandfather, am here as well. Mulin will certainly sustain minimal harm. Yes, I trust you, second grandfather." Yet, could the battle unfold as the golden crocodile envisioned? Certainly not. In an instant, Lan Feng sprang into action. Dark Gold Claw Bear. Attack with all your might. Dark Gold Claw. Phoenix, unleash your flames without restraint. Do not concern yourself with anyone else this time. Azure Dragon, employ your Dragon Blood Soul skill. Just maintain control for a while. Holy Tree of Qingyang, act freely. Assess the situation to heal the Dark Gold Claw Bear and the Azure Dragon as necessary. Simultaneously, Jinshin, as a Super Douluo, would certainly not hide behind a Soul Douluo at this moment. Haha, a dragon, is it? Then let me see whether your skeletal dragon is mightier, or if I, the true dragon, surpasses you. Ninth soul skill, Dragon Transformation. Transform into a true dragon, with an initial age of 100,000 years, an increase of 10,000 years for levels 91 to 94, 100,000 years for levels 95 to 98, and 200,000 years for level 99. Ninth soul skill, True Dragon Divine Armor. Enhancing defensive capabilities and damage immunity, while simultaneously utilizing other soul skills for personal augmentation, is merely a matter of longevity. The true Dragon Soul Beast possesses the innate ability to combat beyond its age limit while leveraging its own soul skills for enhancement. Presently, Jinshin surpasses Gu Rong, augmented further by the ninth soul skill. How can Gu Rong and Qin Xin contend with this? Qin Xin has already observed the 10,000-year soul rings on Jinshin illuminating twice. You are forcing my hand. Soul Bone Technique, 7 Kill Heaven, truly a manifestation of sword dominance. This ancestral soul bone of the Qin family amplifies the sharpness of sword-type martial souls, boasting a 100 armor penetration and a 200 sword energy damage. Consequently, a spectral figure of Qin Xin wielding a colossal sword manifested atop the bone dragon, charging alongside a true dragon accompanied by a bear and a phoenix. Concurrently, 5 silhouettes emerged from the shadows. Boss, should we engage? Their battle is intense. Perhaps we should wait for another opportunity, one man hesitantly suggested. However, the woman behind him delivered a punch to his head. No. We must wait until the 2 dragons collide before we strike. Chapter 76, The Arrival of the Seven Treasures, Finale, witness the Bone Dragon, transformed from Gurong. Colliding directly with the true dragon manifested by Jin Chen. The impact echoed bang. At the same time, Chen Xin swung the 7-kill sword, engaging in fierce combat. Nevertheless, with Jin Chen having activated his 9th soul skill, coupled with his formidable defensive capabilities and substantial damage immunity, Chen Xion's assaults were merely a mere tickle to him. Simultaneously, the dark gold terror claw bear summoned by Lan Feng delivered a crushing blow to the bone dragon. Boom. The bone dragon was slammed to the ground by the dark gold terror claw bear. Meanwhile, the phoenix in the sky and the azure-scaled dragon spared no mercy, executing a flawless demonstration of seizing the opportunity to strike. Their attacks rained down upon the bone dragon. As the battle among the Super Douluo erupted, Ning Fengji seemed to sense something ominous. You damned scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. The 6th soul skill, Clear Wind Blade Strike. A brilliant flash of sword light flickered in Ning Fengji's eyes. Fengji, be cautious. Suddenly, a gleam raced across the bone dragon's right arm. A spatial tunnel materialized beside Ning Fengji, while Chen Xian remained vigilant for his safety. In an instant, he flew in, teleporting next to Ning Fengji. The 2nd soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. A powerful sword aura formed a protective barrier, serving as a defensive soul skill. Chen Xian drove the 7-kill sword into the ground, summoning a protective shield to safeguard Ning Fengji. The blade of light failed to penetrate the barrier conjured by Chen Xian. Damn it, let us attack together. Ning Fengji must perish. The 7th soul skill, True Form of the Long Blade. Summoning the phantom of one's true self, wielding a long sword, with all attributes enhanced by 150. And sharpness increased by 200. The first 6 soul skills can be utilized without cooldown. The 7th soul skill, True Form of the Lion King. Transforming into a colossal lion. All attributes are increased by 150, and attack power is amplified by 200. The first 6 soul skills can be used without cooldown. The 7th soul skill, True Form of the Spear. Summoning the phantom of one's true self, wielding a spear, with all attributes enhanced by 150, and penetration increased by 200. The first 6 soul skills can be utilized without cooldown. In an instant, 3 figures appeared around Chen Xian and Ning Fengji, one of whom, astonishingly, wielded a long sword and was indeed a soul Douluo. Ning Fengji, brace yourself. The 8th soul skill, Slash, increases the sharpness of the martial soul by 100 and hardness by 100. The next attack, if it strikes the enemy, will deal an additional 100 damage. The 6th soul skill, Lion King's Fiery Claw. Flames erupted from both arms, increasing attack power by 50 and attack speed by 50, with claw attack power boosted by 100. The 6th soul skill, Shadowhunter's Poisonous Strike. Increases attack speed by 100, spear penetration by 50, while the subsequent attack will be laced with deadly poison. Just as these 3 figures were about to strike Chen Xian with their soul skills, Yi Tianqing suddenly appeared beside them. The 2nd soul skill, Space Cutter. Summoning blades of space to assault the enemy, achieving a 100 breakthrough of defenses. Indeed, Yi Tianqing had appeared to assist these 3 unfamiliar warriors. After all, the protective barrier had been unleashed by Chen Xian, a Super Douluo. Even if they could breach it, the ensuing attacks would likely lack considerable power. Thus, Yi Tianqing's presence was to dismantle this protective shield. Damn, Chen Xian was astonished to see the barrier so easily shattered by a soul sage. Yet now was not the time for contemplation, as the attacks from 2 soul sages and a soul Douluo were about to strike Ning Fengji. He possessed no soul skills for protection. Aside from his 2nd soul skill, Chen Xian only had attack-oriented sword energy and flying sword-type soul skills. The 8th soul skill, Mountain Moving and Sea Filling. Dividing into 12 sword shadows, each possessing 80% of the wielder's attack power. However, the best defense is indeed a good offense. Although this adage seemed somewhat out of place at that moment, Chen Xian had no choice but to retaliate. For he lacked defensive skills. The 12 sword shadows surged towards the 2 soul sages and the soul Douluo in rapid succession. Yet, it appeared that these 2 soul sages and the soul Douluo harbored such intense hatred for Ning Fengji that even when struck by Chen Xian's 8th soul skill, they showed no hesitation. Undeterred by the peril to their lives, they aimed to deliver a blow to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji, may you accompany my family to the grave. 3. It is well known that misfortunes seldom come alone. At this moment, Lan Feng and Kong Ming, having summoned their 10,000-year soul beasts, were cooperating to slay 2 of the 4 soul Douluos. Why mention this? To comprehend the task at hand. One must understand that while simultaneously engaging in a stalemate with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the objective is to gradually retaliate against the forces of the Seven Treasures Commerce Guild, resulting in the demise of half their strength, the fall of 2 Soul Douluos, the death of 1 Title Douluo, or the passing of the Sect Master. The reward for this endeavor includes a technique utilizing Golden Flame, assistance from the system in absorbing celestial herbs, and a single full-force strike from a 96th level Super Douluo. At this moment, Mulin also received a notification from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing Task 3. You have acquired a technique utilizing Golden Flame, along with assistance in absorbing celestial herbs, and a single full-force attack from a 96th level Title Douluo. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Mulin was filled with joy. System, please provide the full-force strike of the level 96. Now is the perfect moment to take advantage of his weakness and eliminate Ningfengxi. Kindly select the type of martial spirit and his specialized attributes. Mulin was taken aback by this revelation. Yet he swiftly articulated his thoughts. The martial soul manifested as a sword, specializing in offensive capabilities. Upon the summoning's completion, he attained the rank of a 96th level Title Douluo, bearing the title of Flying Sword, with a focus on attack power. In an instant, a diminutive sword materialized in Mulin's grasp. Host, direct the small sword towards an individual and envision their likeness within your mind. Subsequently, the small sword will unleash a full-force strike from a 96th level Title Douluo aimed at that person. Mulin, wielding a small sword, directed it towards Ningfengxi. Suddenly, the small sword soared into the air, transforming into a figure, a remarkably dapper man. The Flying Sword Douluo challenge you, little thief. 7th Soul Skill, Sword Spirit Incarnation. Summoning the spectral form of his martial soul, the Flying Sword receives a comprehensive enhancement of 150 attributes, with an increase of 200 in attack power. And the previous 6 soul skills become instantaneously available without cooldown. 9th Soul Skill, Flying Sword, Kill. Commanding the Flying Sword to charge at his opponent. Its sharpness is augmented by 100, armor penetration by 100, and the sword carries an intensified aura of slaughter by 100. Consequently, a colossal sword, capable of shaking the very foundations of Tiando City, surged towards Ningfengxi. Where did this Title Douluo emerge from? This formidable force surpasses even that which Qinshin had previously unleashed. Qinshin himself perceived the immense sword. His pupils contracted. He could not withstand it. Just as he instinctively prepared to retreat, he noticed Ningfengxi still standing dazedly in place. Gritting his teeth, he stepped in front of Ningfengxi. 9th Soul Skill, Divine and Demon Dual Slash. Uniting Sword and Man. Soulbone Skill, 7 kills across the world. Thus, the two awe-inspiring giant swords collided in a stunning spectacle. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound. They could see it was the location where Ningfengxi had previously stood. Sword Uncle. Sword Uncle. Chapter 77. The Fractured Sword Bone. As the smoke dissipated, the onlookers beheld a shocking scene. Their pupils dilated in horror. Their Lei Qinshin, eyes closed and expression pained, sprawled upon the ground, while Ningfengxi was also in disarray. However, what truly astonished the crowd was not merely their condition, but the fact that Qinshin was now left with only one arm. The clash of their swords had resulted in a severed limb. Mulin, upon witnessing that Ningfengxi was still alive, furrowed his brow. However, he found it rather peculiar that Chen Xian had lost an arm. Was it not the case in the original narrative that he had also lost an arm? It seems he is fated to be at odds with his left arm. Nonetheless, despite Chen Xian's dismemberment, the patrons of the inn exhibited no inclination to show mercy. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Feng commanded the assault of his 10,000-year soul beast towards Ningfengxi. Jinshin, taking the form of a true dragon, was the first to charge forward. Although Gu Rong was no match for the combined might of these two, he was still very much alive. He immediately reverted from his dragon form and positioned himself in front of Ningfengxi. Fengxi, we have no chance left. I shall lead you away. As he spoke, Gu Rong's right arm shimmered with light. He intended to activate his soul bone ability, Space Tunnel. Yet, he might have forgotten that Yi Tianqing was still present. 5th Soul Skill, Space Solidification. This technique solidified the surrounding area, rendering opponents incapable of employing any space-related soul skills. Despite the 17-level disparity between Gu Rong and Yi Tianqing, the latter was an expert in spatial techniques, whereas Gu Rong had merely dabbled in spatial abilities. Thus, he refrained from initiating his skill. Jin Qin and Lan Feng also discerned Gu Rong's intentions, but fortunately, Yi Tianqing thwarted them. Dark Gold Fearsome Bear, unleash your full might against them. Spare no effort. Azure Sky Flood Dragon, Phoenix U2. Qingyang's Sacred Tree. Divert some of your spirit to attack the foe. Jin Shun. Reverting from his dragon form due to his large size, prepared for battle with true dragon claw. At this moment, Gu Rong, who had already sustained grievous injuries from the previous assaults, along with the one-armed Chen Xin and the utterly defenseless Ning Fingji, stood no chance of survival. However, Ning Fingji could summon 2 Title Douluos to his aid. Fingji, I owe my ascension to Title Douluo to your assistance. This time, I shall return the favor. Sore Master. Hasten and take Fengji away. Chen Xin rose, addressing Gu Rong. You possess spatial abilities. Take Fengji and leave. I have lost an arm and become a burden. Let me hold them back. To his astonishment, Gu Rong berated him fiercely. You are aware that you have lost an arm and become a burden. What can you possibly hold back? Quickly, take Fengji and flee. Meanwhile, on another front, Mulin retrieved a peculiar item he had acquired earlier, a vial containing a swirling black mist. Indeed, this was the special black mist, possessing unique properties. It could be absorbed during meditation to enhance the quality of dark and evil-type martial souls, significantly weakening those tainted by darkness and evil, while only slightly diminishing the strength of dark and evil martial souls. Mulin cast his gaze upon Ning Fingshi and the other 2, harboring no illusions of directly vanquishing them. Qinshin possessed the ability to wield flying swords, while Gu Rong inherently commanded spatial powers, regardless of who among them sacrificed their life to hold him at bay. It would merely serve to delay him momentarily, allowing the other to whisk Ning Fengji away. Furthermore, Mulin had always perceived this item as rather futile. Was it not the very essence of a pure malevolent soul master? Even if one possessed a wholly dark martial spirit, who could predict its emergence? What purpose did it serve to retain it? The current moment demanded its immediate utilization to incapacitate Ning Fengji. Tianxing cast that veil of black mist forth. Qinshin and Gu Rong need not concern themselves, for this shroud of darkness must strike Ning Fengji directly. Tianxing held the peculiar black mist in his hand. Feeling its malevolent energy, resolved, he hurled it towards him. Amidst the quarrel between Gu Rong and Qinshin, Jin Shin and Lan Feng summoned beast charge forth. Old bones. I am but a cripple. You still possess a future. I shall hold them off. Flee. Qinshin invoked his 6th soul skill, the 10,000 swords returning to origin. Thousands of flying swords coalesced, forming an enormous sword. At that very moment, Tianxing, with the special black mist in tow, instantly teleported beside Ning Fengji and cast the mist towards him. Upon noticing, Gu Rong instinctively shattered the vessel containing the black mist. In an instant, the mist enveloped both Gu Rong and Ning Fengji. Ah! Echoed the anguished cries of Gu Rong and Ning Fengji. Qinshin, hearing their despairing wails, swiftly turned to witness the scene. Within the shroud of black fog, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji writhed in torment, as if the mist were gnawing at their very souls. The onlookers were taken aback by the harrowing cries. They had never encountered such despair, let alone from a super Douluo and the master of the top sections. They were left to ponder what calamity had befallen the black mist. Eventually, as the fog dissipated, the once vibrant Ning Fengji and Gu Rong emerged, now with hair as white as snow. Indeed, their vitality seemed to have been siphoned away by the malevolent mist. Ning Fengji instinctively summoned his martial spirit, drawing the attention of the crowd. No, this cannot be. One exclaimed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers. He has transformed into the 5 treasure glaze tile. The crowd was astonished. They had not anticipated that the black mist could degrade another's martial spirit. What of Gu Rong? Qinshin contemplated, swiftly glancing over. Gu Rong did not reveal his martial spirit. Instead, he pulled Qinshin back. With Fengji, we must depart. Martial spirit, grant us your aid. The transformation of the martial spirit this time was far less grand than before, merely manifesting as small fragments of skeletal armor. Observers with broader knowledge expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "This martial spirit appears to be a skeleton. The bone dragon has actually regressed to such a primitive form." Upon witnessing this, Chen Xin also gasped in disbelief. Gu Rong slowly uttered, "Get lost. I cannot predict how long I can hold them off." Chen Xin instinctively wanted to refuse, but Gu Rong did not grant him the opportunity. Leave. 9th soul skill, bone transformation divine dragon. It should be feasible, primarily drawing upon the power of the bone dragon within the awakened soul ring. Though transformed into a bone dragon, its size was reduced to barely half of its former glory. 3rd soul skill, sword wings and flight. Chen Xin swept up Ning Fengji, intending to flee with him at once. Others attempted to intervene, but Gu Rong, in his bone dragon form, was resolute in protecting Chen Xin, not permitting anyone to obstruct his escape. However, the consequence of this was that Gu Rong's fate mirrored that of the original narrative, bone-shattering. This was not entirely accurate, as his soul bone was also seized by the others. After all, in the original tale, it seemed his soul bone had been shattered. Chapter 78. The true subjugation of Yi Tianxing after Chen Xian departed from Heavendo City with Ningfengji. The remaining forces of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were swiftly eradicated in a massacre that lasted mere minutes. Had the adversaries not been fleeing in chaos, the slaughter would have concluded in mere moments. Following the carnage, Mulin took his leave, for one cannot reside in Heavendo City with only a singular lodging. Meanwhile, the hidden Mulin and her accompanying Soul Douluo had no chance of escape. Senior Nolan, I apologize for the disturbance. I did not anticipate that only these individuals from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would arrive. My sincerest apologies. This Nolan was an elder Soul Douluo from the 9-star Begonia Leaf clan. Not at all. It is an honor to witness the battle among Super Douluos. Miss Mu, please do visit to guide Xiao Lingling more often. I shall take my leave now. Muling nodded, as she too needed to gather with those from the Inn of Intervals. Nolan smiled and nodded before departing. Assistance? When the situation becomes tense, let me take the stage. Not a chance. This is clearly a one-sided massacre. Nolan shook his head, reflecting on the current chaotic state of affairs. A few years prior, the Spirit Hall had appointed a new pope, and now another force had emerged, directly decimating the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Sighing, he thought about the future of the Yi family, which also needed careful consideration. Simultaneously, those observing began to depart after witnessing the individuals from the Inn of Intervals leave. Did they truly wish to pilfer the bones of the Bone Douluo? In the shadows, the golden crocodile turned to Qianren Xue. Those Soul Douluos and Soul Saints were summoned by you, were they not? How could such a fortuitous event transpire? Just as the two factions found themselves in a slight stalemate, an assassination attempt on Ningfengji suddenly emerged. Qianren Xue nodded, acknowledging, indeed. I had anticipated that this inn would be suppressed by the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, which is why I instructed others from the Crown Prince's residence to summon some enemies of the sect. The plan was to strike at Ningfengji while Mulin's side was under duress, delivering timely assistance. However, a mere embellishment will suffice for now. Jean Ao nodded in agreement. Shall we pay him a visit? Establish a rapport in your original guise. And once your disguise as the Crown Prince and your true identity are revealed, Mulin will likely remain by your side. Qianren Xue pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, they have just concluded their battle. There is no need to provoke their nerves. Furthermore, I doubt this inn would relinquish such a substantial piece of prey, the already battered Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. My identity as the Crown Prince should facilitate our consumption of a portion of it. Upon hearing this, Jean Ao conceded that Qianren Xue's reasoning was sound. Very well. I shall remain in Heavendo City to protect you for the next few days. Once you and Mulin have managed to digest the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, I will return. Moreover, with 2 Super Douluo warriors now in Heavendo City, you could use additional support. I will inform the boss, and I will be your protector during this time. Qianren Xue instinctively shook her head. There is no need. I am quite safe. Before she could finish her sentence, Jean Ao interrupted. Your safety is paramount. Forget about seizing the authority of Heavendo for the sake of unification. Had it not been for your desire to prove yourself to that woman, you would still be the little princess under the tutelage of us old-timers at the Spirit Hall. For your safety, everything else must take a back seat. With that, he left no room for Qianren Xue to retort. Thus, it was decided. Qianren Xue could only nod in acceptance, recalling how the elders in the Elder Hall had been reluctant to let her infiltrate the Heavendo Empire. Had she not insisted, they would have likely rushed to the Pope's Hall to engage in a decisive battle with that woman. The thought of her dimmed Qianren Xue's gaze. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the image of a smiling Mulin calling her Crown Prince brother suddenly flashed in her mind. Shaking her head, she departed, steeling herself to discuss the digestion of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect with the young Mulin. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect had previously been among the top 3 sects, and with its inherent treasure-hunting capabilities, its foundation was not to be underestimated, even in comparison to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Now, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect comprised only a few Soul Douluo and a Sword Douluo with an arm severed. Even the sect leader had transformed into the 5 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Qianren Xue felt that if that dark mist could turn a bone dragon into a skeleton, then the 7 treasures being reduced to 5 felt rather excessive. Thus, she began to suspect whether Ningfengji had ascended to the rank of Soul King. A Soul Master, renowned as the foremost support type in the realm, has unexpectedly ascended to the rank of Soul King, which is quite amusing to contemplate. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the confines of an inn, another lodging has been reached. Mulin approached Tianqing and presented him with the ancient banyan soul bone. Tianqing, I believe this soul bone rightfully belongs to you, considering your contributions in vanquishing the ancient banyan and incapacitating Ningfengxi. I will make arrangements for the others later. I have examined it. It is the right arm bone of a 90,000-year-old bone dragon, and its soul bone ability is likely a spatial tunnel. Although it may seem somewhat redundant to your teleportation skill, it should still prove beneficial to you. Please take some time to contemplate this. Upon hearing this, Tianqing instinctively halted, turning to Mulin with a gaze that betrayed his astonishment. After all, this was a 90,000-year-old soul bone, and one imbued with spatial attributes. You could offer it to Elder Lan Feng. He might be able to utilize it to summon a bone dragon with a spatial tunnel from that era. Upon hearing this, Mulin remarked, firstly, Senior Lan Feng already possesses 5 soul bones. The final piece will undoubtedly be obtained by hunting a 100,000-year soul beast. And a 100,000-year soul bone is certainly not inferior to this one. Secondly, the compensation I offer them pertains to the place I previously mentioned, which guarantees a 100 attainment of Title Douluo talent. However, from what I gather, there seems to be no suitable location for you, although there is one that is appropriate for Senior Lan Feng. Furthermore, you are already at level 78. Absorbing this should likely elevate you to around level 80, thus enhancing your ability to protect me, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Tianqing instinctively moved his fingers, feeling somewhat hesitant to accept. In truth, he felt a tinge of shame at the prospect of acceptance. In the previous battle, he could have easily assassinated Ningfengxi and ended his life. Yet he refrained from doing so, as he did not wish to act as a guardian. Although the system had saved his life, he believed that as long as he ensured Mulin's survival, that would suffice. He had no intention of exerting his full strength to assist Mulin in concluding the fight prematurely. For Tianqing, Mulin's existence was all that mattered. He did not wish to follow his directives. Mulin was aware, as the system had marked it. With Yishanzing's exceptional talent, Mulin believed it was entirely possible for him to ascend to divinity. The abrupt demotion to a protector of the path was undoubtedly unwelcome. In Chapter 5, titled Revenge 1, it was noted that the status of a protector is relatively low in the Douluo continent. Furthermore, the second reason Mulin provided was indeed valid. A soul Douluo would surely be easier to protect than a soul sage. Additionally, this soul bone was particularly suitable for Yishanzing, aside from Lan Feng and Jin Qin. As for Mulin himself, he had already acquired the ability of teleportation, which was sufficient for him. He merely needed to enhance his attack power while stacking the golden attribute. After all, the best defense is a good offense. Yishanzing took a deep breath. I will accept this soul bone this time. If anything arises in the future, seek me out. Chapter 79, Introduction and Battle Techniques. Mulin stepped inside first, and after everyone was seated, he inquired about the future development of the newly emerged inn. Today, 2 formidable Super Douluo warriors had appeared, and it was anticipated that the Tian-Do Empire, the Xing Luo Empire, and the Spirit Hall would not remain idle. Upon hearing Mulin's words, the crowd fell silent, for they were acutely aware that their own strength and wisdom were insufficient to contribute meaningfully. Kong Ming was the first to break the silence, asking, Young Master, are you aware of how many Title Douluo and even Super Douluo exist within these 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Mulin pondered for a moment, pressed his lips together, and remarked, I am not well versed in this matter. As far as I know, the Spirit Hall should possess around a dozen or so Title Douluo. The 2 great empires combined might be somewhat inferior to the Spirit Hall, perhaps having 5 to 7. Given that the Haotian Sect has been severely weakened by the Spirit Hall and has emerged from seclusion with 6 elders, plus Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, amounting to 8 Title Douluo, it is evident that the 2 great empires have indeed strengthened. Hence this configuration. The rumored number of Title Douluo on the continent has long been believed to be merely 10. What a surprise, it seems there are indeed many more. Upon hearing Mulin's estimation of the Title Douluo, although the crowd was somewhat prepared for a considerable number, they were astonished to discover there could be as many as 30 or 40. Furthermore, as Jin Qin is aware, there are also hidden sects across the continent which suggest that the number of Title Douluo may exceed 50. Although the count is not as high as during Jin Qin's era, it is still significant. Lan Feng and Tianqing were equally astonished, for in their time, Only sects with limit Douluo combat prowess possessed such a number of Title Douluo. Does the Spirit Hall truly have limit Douluo? Yi Tianqing was the first to inquire. As limit Douluo has always represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in any era, the fact that these two great empires can stand on par with the Spirit Hall indicates their profound depth and strength. Mulin nodded, affirming, indeed. The Spirit Hall has had a limit Douluo in each generation. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing instinctively exclaimed in astonishment, impossible. How could a limit Douluo possibly exist within a single sect across every generation? This is the pinnacle of human combat prowess. If the Spirit Hall boasts a limit Douluo in each generation, how could the two great empires stand on equal footing with the Spirit Hall? Mulin suddenly recalled that in their era, divine-level powers were likely scarce, if they even existed at all. The founder of the Spirit Hall was a deity. The Angel God, an entity who attained godhood at the 100th level. As far as I know, his descendants are permitted to participate in the Angel God assessment, which grants them divine blessings, elevating their levels and extending the duration of their soul rings. Hence, even if those limit Douluo have not truly cultivated to the strength of a limit Douluo, the enhancement of their soul ring duration makes it no easy feat to defeat them. Unless they are foolish or their opponent is an extraordinary genius with the potential to ascend to godhood. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing leaned back in his seat. Astonished, 100-level ascension to godhood. I never imagined that divine-level powers could endure for such a lengthy period. At this moment, Lan Feng spoke up. Mulin, could you enlighten us about these various powers? We frequently hear about the three upper sects, yet our understanding remains rather limited. Mulin nodded thoughtfully. You should be aware that the Haotian Sect, one of the three great sects, has been utterly decimated. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, to my knowledge, it is the most profound among the three great sects, perhaps due to the inherently lustful nature of dragons. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect boasts a greater variety of mutated martial souls compared to other sections. It has produced several formidable individuals and has even seen the emergence of limit Douluo. However, it has weakened over time. The current sect leader is only at level 95, roughly equivalent in strength to Chen Xian. Moreover, there is another matter, though I am uncertain of its veracity. It is said that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect possesses a true Dragon 9 crown. Upon absorption by Yu Engine, his physical form would ascend to demigod level, with soul rings potentially reaching a full 10,000 years, or even all at 99,999 years. I recall that due to his skull, Yu Engine is unable to absorb the Shueyu crown, but complete absorption might be possible. Upon hearing this, the assembly was struck with awe at the profound heritage of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. A demigod-level physique. The soul rings could potentially be upgraded to a full 10,000 years. At this juncture, it would no longer be inferior to a limit Douluo. Mulin shook his head, stating, no, it may be that the enhancement is too significant to manage, and it lasts only a brief period, at most 98. Although Mulin claims it is not formidable. Who would dare to underestimate it? A demigod-level physique certainly carries the essence of divinity. Furthermore, there is also the presence of the Haotian Sect. After a moment of contemplation, Mulin resolved to reveal the truth, as they were all comrades in arms. The previous generation's sect master of the Haotian Sect was, in fact, the limit Douluo, who vanished in pursuit of divinity. To my knowledge, he is now lost within the city of slaughter, having strayed from the path of divine examination, and has consequently lost his sanity. Upon hearing this, Jinshin appeared to recall something. The Haotian Sect seems to be associated with a certain individual. Upon hearing this, Mulin was momentarily taken aback, pondering who was being referred to. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Jinshin hailed from the future and was thus privy to various matters concerning Tangsan. Indeed, his father was the contemporary Haotian Douluo, making Tangshan his great-grandfather. As for the Haotian clan, it had been severely weakened and had retreated into obscurity due to Tang Chen's disappearance and the enmity incurred with the Spirit Hall. The others needed time to digest this information. The Tangshan, who had lost his senses during the divine examination, possessed the capability to elevate one's physical form to the demigod level of the true Dragon 9 crowns. With this thought in mind, Lan Feng suddenly inquired about the foundational strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this, Mulin scratched his head and remarked, I am uncertain about that. Yet the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda is renowned for uncovering treasures, so it should be promising. Speaking of which, I nearly overlooked an important detail. Tomorrow, let us visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. After all, the Bone Douluo has already been vanquished, and the Sword Douluo has suffered a severed arm. Moreover, This time it is the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect that has initiated the invasion against us. Let us rest tonight, and on the morrow we shall claim the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect for ourselves. Lan Feng, please keep watch throughout the night to prevent the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect from seizing this opportunity to flee. Lan Feng nodded in agreement. No problem. Thus, the group decided to rest for the night, with plans to explore the depths of the esteemed Seven Treasures Glazed Sect the following day. Excellent. Mulin and Yi Tianxing returned to the prince's residence. As for the reason for their return, it can only be said that Mulin has grown accustomed to it. System, are you there? What about my battle technique? A notification chimed. Affirmative. The battle technique has been dispatched. The host may review it at their convenience. The Golden Flame soul-piercing spear can be manipulated through a unique method to form a long spear imbued with the ability to pierce souls, allowing for remote attacks in conjunction with the externally attached soul bone, the Golden Flame Divine Ring. Additionally, there is a complementary battle technique associated with the Golden Flame Divine Ring known as the Golden Flame Divine Wheel. Upon hearing this, Mulin felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. System, these are two combat techniques, are they not? The Golden Flame soul-piercing spear and the Golden Flame Divine Wheel. Ding, incorrect. The Golden Flame Divine Wheel requires the host to master the Golden Flame soul-piercing spear first, employing a unique method in conjunction with the Golden Flame Divine Ring. It does not count as a separate technique. Well, if it doesn't count, then so be it. In any case, I still benefit. Mulin did not dwell too much on this matter. After all, he had gained an advantage. Has Mulin's younger brother fallen asleep? I have some matters to discuss with you. Chapter 80, Discussing the Division of Spoils. Upon hearing the voice of Qian Ruxue outside the door, Mulin felt a moment of confusion. What was her purpose for coming? Elder brother. Come in. I have yet to retire for the night. Qian Ruxue pushed the door open and stepped inside, her gaze immediately falling upon Mulin, who was already preparing to undress and lie down for sleep. It appears I have arrived just in time. My dear brother Mulin is on the verge of slumber. Mulin shook his head. The crown prince could arrive at any moment. One wonders what brings him here so late. Qian Ruxue took a seat beside Mulin. Inhaling deeply, I must shamelessly inquire how you and the inn behind you intend to address the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Upon hearing this, Mulin seemed to have an epiphany. Is this a scheme to divide the spoils? Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, Tomorrow we shall proceed to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. As for the approach, it will depend on Kongming and Senior Jin Chen. My understanding is still limited. What does my elder brother, the Crown Prince, intend to do? Qian Ruxue felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect had been severely weakened by their own actions, and her contribution had been merely a trifling embellishment. The audacity to covet a share of their spoils and to petition the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect felt somewhat inappropriate upon reflection. Nonetheless, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is one of the upper three sects, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda possesses significant treasure hunting potential, signifying their profound heritage. Ultimately, this Ning Fengji is my mentor. Should he take action against you, it would indeed be my misstep. Mulin waved his hand, exclaiming, How can this possibly be the fault of my elder brother, the Crown Prince? It is clearly a manifestation of his own greed for my talent and the wisdom of Master Kongming. There is no need for my brother to feel guilt. This evening, when we found ourselves at an impasse with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, suddenly, a Soul Douluo and two Soul Saints emerged. Surely, this is a stratagem of my brother. It is not surprising that Mulin would come to such a conclusion, even with a vendetta against Ning Fengji. The timing is rather uncanny. One must remember that Ning Fengji had visited Heaven Do City just yesterday, and it is well known that he is always accompanied by a formidable Super Douluo. If he were to seek vengeance, it would require the backing of a top-tier power. Following Ning Fengji, is he not fearful of being apprehended and killed by a Super Douluo? Thus, Mulin speculated that the Soul Douluo and Soul Saints might have been summoned by Qian Ruxue. The reasoning is simple. He is currently disguised as Shui Qinghe under Qian Ruxue's guidance, and Kongming's creations are indeed invaluable to her. They can enhance the capabilities of lower-ranked soul masters and armies alike. Ultimately, being beside Qian Ruxue is far preferable to being captured by Ning Fengji. Qian Ruxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is also my oversight. The location of the weapon synthesis was discovered by the Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I surmised that he might attempt to abduct you and Master Kongming. Thus I dispatched individuals to seek out those with enmity towards the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in hopes of providing assistance when they struck against you. Mulin assisted her in articulating the remaining thoughts. In the end, dear brother, you did not anticipate that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would fall so easily. Defeated by merely a tavern, did you? Qian Rinxue ruffled Mulin's hair, replying, a tavern, you say? The factions behind you can proudly claim to be among the top 3 sects. Mulin shook his head, expressing disinterest. Oh, the topic has diverged, dear elder brother. It seems you have yet to disclose your true intentions. Qian Rinxue cleared her throat twice and took a deep breath. The inn behind you appears rather sparsely populated, likely insufficient to fully accommodate the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. I can assist in alleviating some of that burden, of course, not without recompense. I shall endeavor to exchange some of your minerals for gold soul coins. As for soul bones, I require none. However, might those from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School be willing to offer me a few? Upon hearing this, Mulin felt a sense of perplexity. People? Could it possibly be those from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? The Crown Prince replied, brother, this might prove to be rather challenging. After all, we have severely weakened the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. If we were to spare those individuals, it could potentially disadvantage us. And I fear I may have to disappoint you. Qian Rinxue shook her head, saying, no, it is feasible to retain some members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, particularly those elderly individuals who refuse to submit to Ningfengxi, along with their descendants. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is still quite remarkable. It can elevate one's combat power by an entire rank at the Super Douluo level. Alternatively, we could eliminate the majority, leaving only infants and those too young to have formed memories. I am willing to invest in their training, and dear brother Mulin, you could assign someone to oversee their progress. We could share the fruits of our labor equally when we awaken the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile martial spirits in those children. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Mulin instinctively nodded, for it indeed represented a rather prudent approach. How about this, brother Crown Prince? Tomorrow, accompany us to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and we shall see whether the elders are inclined to honor your past as a disciple of their sect by swearing an oath with their martial spirits to remain in one place forever, nurturing the disciples of the sect. Of course, there must be no subjective intentions or any subtle means to instill hatred among the sect's disciples. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue remarked, it seems my younger brother Mulin is not keen on excessive bloodshed. Upon hearing this, Mulin remarked, let them have a chance. After all, who else could nurture the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul as they do? This time, it is merely their sect leader who is seeking trouble. Grant them an opportunity. For if they refuse, we shall have no choice but to eliminate them entirely. Better to eradicate them all than to spare even one of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, acknowledging that this was already a favorable outcome. After all, she had contributed in some small measure, although her input was hardly essential. The prospect of joining Mulin and his companions to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect to divide the spoils was enticing. Furthermore, as a disciple of their former sect leader, there would inevitably be some cowardly individuals willing to rally under her banner. As for loyalty, could poison not ensure fidelity? As for others, Qian Rinxue was resolutely ruthless. After all, she had been an undercover agent in the Heaven Do Empire since she was not yet 10 years old. To be soft-hearted would be to falter. With that said, dear brother Mulin, retire early this evening. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall accompany you to a certain inn, and thereafter I will lead the way to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Mulin nodded in agreement. After Qian Rinxue departed, Mulin has been pondering a singular thought. How would Qian Rinxue reveal herself? After all, he is merely 7 years old, an age that is not particularly advanced. Once exposed, it would be easy to manage, but as time passes and he matures, it will become increasingly challenging. Mulin remained curious, for he recalled that Qian Rinxue was described as the most beautiful woman in the continent. Such a portrayal, even if not the absolute pinnacle of beauty, would at least place her among the very finest. In this fantastical realm, ascending a level would purify oneself, rendering one fairer and healthier. One could only wonder how exquisite the world's foremost beauty, Qian Rinxue, truly was. Chapter 81. Dividing the Spoils. 1. The following day, Qian Rinxue symbolically brought along 2 attendants as she accompanied Mulin to the location where everyone had gathered at an inn. You should recognize this individual, the Crown Prince, who is also a disciple of Ningfengxi, she announced. He will accompany us to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. For the time being, we shall not require resources. He will endeavor to make equitable exchanges. The soul bones belong to us, while the representatives of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School will be persuaded by him to share equally. Upon hearing this, the group had no objections. As the soul bones were indeed their own, and the prowess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school had been demonstrated in the battle yesterday. Even a super Douluo could elevate his level, and beyond that, the ascent would be monumental. It was evident that the Seven Treasures glazed tile school rightfully earned its title as the supreme auxiliary martial soul. As for resources, with only their small party, how many could they possibly need? Exchanging with the Heavendo Empire was hardly a loss. It served as a suitable reward for winning over the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Furthermore, since learning of the existence of limit Douluos in the Spirit Hall across generations, the group had grown increasingly intrigued by the Heavendo Empire, which could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Spirit Hall despite its seemingly weak facade. Why should such an ostensibly frail empire be on par with the Spirit Hall? Their curiosity about the foundations of the Heavendo Empire was piqued. And Mulin was no exception, recalling the previous mission involving the summoning of the 5 tigers, which had some connection to the Empire's strength. As they prepared to visit the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, it was an opportune moment to investigate whether any records of the Great War between the two nations existed within the inner sanctum of the top 3 sections. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Yi Tianqing spoke. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. I shall open the tunnel." Indeed, the soul bone from the Bone Douluo had already been absorbed by Yi Tianqing over the course of the previous night. It should be feasible. I checked. Hu Laina absorbed a similarly attributed spirit-type skull in an instant, and Yi Tianqing possessed 2 space-type soul bones of 100,000 years. So absorbing a 90,000-year soul bone in one night should be manageable. Soul bone technique, space tunnel. Since Yi Tianqing's martial soul was of the space attribute, the tunnel he opened was less taxing and far more stable than that of Gurong's. Qian Rinchue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she observed. This soul bone appears to be the very one that the Bone Douluo sought to use when he attempted to take Ning Fingxi and the Sword Douluo away yesterday. Does it not? To think that such a treasure would be bestowed upon the Guardian, does this imply that Mulin holds a significant regard for this Yi Tianqing? Or does he himself regard the soul bone with disdain? In Yi Tianqing's possession, this soul bone could rival a comparable 10,000-year soul bone in the hands of Gurong. Thus, even though Yi Tianqing has only just entered the realm of the Soul Douluo, accompanied by the members of the Inn and Qian Rinchue, he is still capable. However, just as they were about to enter, a sudden voice echoed from behind. "Your Highness, allow me to accompany you. Just in case the Seven Treasures glazed tile school resorts to desperate measures, I shall protect you." Indeed, this was none other than the second elder of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo. His urgency was understandable, should Qian Rinchue step into the spatial tunnel. Even if he unleashed his full power to reach the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, it would take a considerable amount of time. Nothing was more important than Qian Rinchue's safety. Even if their presence was revealed, it was imperative to prevent her from falling into peril. Thus, Golden Crocodile stepped forward, ready to accompany Mulin's group to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of an elderly figure, the members of the inn were indifferent. After all, he was there to protect the prince, Xueqinghe. Although they felt a tinge of displeasure at the elder's apparent disdain for their capability to safeguard Xueqinghe, they could understand his eagerness to protect his charge. However, Jin Chen's perception was different. He sensed the formidable power concealed beneath the elder's aged exterior and white robe. Jin Chen was struck by an unsettling feeling, as if he might struggle against this elderly man. Was this the profound heritage of the Tiando Empire? Merely a prince warranted the protection of such a powerful being. One could only ponder the caliber of the guardians that the emperor must possess. Jin Chen had meticulously assessed all his soul skills, talents, and unique techniques, believing himself capable of contending with a 97th level Title Douluo. Yet, this formidable figure evoked a sense of foreboding. Could he possibly be a 98th level powerhouse? If the protectors of the emperor were indeed at the level of limit Douluo, was this the reason the Tiando Empire stood among the 3 major powers alongside the Spirit Hall? Jin Chen was astonished by the overwhelming strength of this era. Even in his own time, only the Holy Spirit Cult and Shrek Academy boasted limit Douluo. Was the emergence of divine beings on the horizon? According to Mulin's discourse on the distribution of power, this era harbored 3 great empires along with the Haotian Sect, yielding 4 limit Douluo. Jin Chen recalled that Tang San was known as the sea god, suggesting that the ocean too must harbor a limit Douluo. Ah, what a remarkable era, featuring 5 extraordinary limit Douluos. Indeed, this perception belongs solely to Jin Chen, for he did not grow up in this age. His understanding is derived from the accounts of Mulin and the records contained within the scriptures of the body sect. His knowledge is limited, compelling him to rely on his observations and the information he has gathered to form conjectures. As they entered the space tunnel, Jin Shun and Yi Tianqing effectively separated Mulin from Jin Yi. Although Jin Yi discerned their subtle maneuvers, he paid them no heed. He had anticipated exposure upon his emergence. A super Douluo, comparable to Yu engine, possessing the body martial soul, might very well sense the latent strength concealed within himself. Qian Ruxue, observing their actions, narrowed her eyes. It appears that these individuals have discerned the capabilities of her second grandfather. Uncertain of Mulin's subsequent actions towards her, she pondered whether they might unveil her true allegiance to the spirit hall, especially considering that they are currently all human. Thus, Jin Shin and his companions chose not to disclose this to Mulin. Before long, having traversed the space tunnel, they arrived at a mountain situated outside the gates of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Lanfeng had already been waiting there for a while. "You have arrived," he remarked. "No one has emerged from within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and I have been observing it since yesterday. Ning Fingji and the Sword Douluo have yet to return." Upon hearing this, Mulin narrowed his eyes. "Really? Could it be that Ning Fengji has anticipated our intentions towards the Seven Treasures Liuli Sect? Where could they possibly go?" Lanfeng shook his head. "I am uncertain, but it is of little consequence. He is merely a Title Douluo with a severed arm. Even with Ning Fengji's assistance, he cannot slay any of us here." This assertion held truth. Mulin was under the protection of Yi Tianqing. While he might not be able to defeat you, he could certainly evade capture. There exists an inn where Jin Shun and Lanfeng are located. One is a level 97 powerhouse, Jin Shun, and the other, Lanfeng, possesses the ability to summon 400,000-year-old soul beasts. Moreover, Lanfeng had not exerted his full strength in their previous encounter, nor had he utilized the soul bone. Thus, any attempts at retaliation from these two would ultimately prove futile. Chapter 82. Dividing the Spoils. 2. Mulin shook his head, dismissing the disappearance of Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo, for neither posed any threat to him. However, with Ning Fengji gone, what of Ning Rongrong? Let us proceed and ascertain the current state of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As they approached the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the guards at the entrance bellowed, "This is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What business do you have here?" Mulin squinted, offering no reply. Lanfeng observed throughout the night, as Yi Tianqing activated the spatial tunnel to usher everyone here. They all wished to avoid drawing attention, desiring a moment of respite. Jin Shun, being the most formidable force on their side, would not easily engage merely due to a minor antagonist. Kong Ming stepped forward with determination. "I am Kong Ming, and I seek an audience with the current leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." The gatekeeper, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Do you think an old man like you can meet our leader? Begone." Kong Ming shook his head. "I'm afraid I must insist on this meeting." With a flourish, he summoned his fifth spirit ability, White Tiger, and his sixth Xuanwu. Instantly, two colossal mechanical spirit beasts materialized at the entrance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The gatekeeper was taken aback, astonished that someone dared to cause a disturbance here. "Who dares to run rampant at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? You must be tired of living." A soul Douluo wielding an axe appeared before the crowd. Golden, purple, black, and more, 8 spirit rings pulsated rhythmically around his weapon. "I am Lei Yun. Tell me, who gave you the audacity to create chaos at our gates?" Seeing a soul Douluo emerge, Jin Shin stepped forward. After all, they had come to seize the resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and there was no need to exhaust oneself before even entering. Jin Shun gradually revealed his own spirit rings, golden, purple, black, and red. Lei Yun's expression shifted to one of shock, utterly astonished. For one, the troublemaker was a Title Douluo. For another, he was witnessing 200,000-year spirit rings, something he had only heard of but never encountered. "I am Lei Yun, wielder of the explosive Thunder Axe, an 85th level assault-type soul Douluo. I am curious about your purpose here, esteemed elder. This matter is beyond your authority. Summon the current leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to meet me." Jin Shin commanded. Upon hearing this, Lei Yun's expression darkened as he hesitated. "The sect master Ning has vanished today and is unaware of his whereabouts. I regret to inform you." Jin Shin shook his head. "I know what Ning Fengji is up to. I have come here precisely for this reason. Summon the elders of your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to meet me." Lei Yun, sensing Jin Shin's impatience, quickly bowed. "Yes, esteemed elder. Please, enter and await in the reception hall while I summon the elders." Mulin and his companions followed Lei Yun into the reception hall. When Lei Yun called out to the elders, he cast a discreet glance at Mulin, aware that this group seemed to be led by him. He also noted the presence of the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire among them. Soon, the elders who remained at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school arrived. One of them was a Title Douluo, boasting 200,000-year spirit rings. Even if they were somewhat foolish, they felt compelled to show respect in his presence. An elder, appearing relatively aged, stepped forward. I am Ning Jiuyang, the current Grand Elder of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The sect leader is absent. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? The younger Mulin, along with Jin Shun and Lan Feng, refrained from speaking, fully aware that they were ill-suited for such a scenario. They excelled in battling foes, seizing resources, and conquering cities. But engaging in negotiations with a cadre of cunning old foxes was beyond their expertise. Qian Rinxue, disguised as Shuqinghe, took the initiative to speak, as he was, after all, a disciple of the sect leader, Ning Fengji. Esteemed elders, I am Shuqinghe. I have come to discuss a matter of great importance that involves my mentor and two Title Douluos of the sect. Upon hearing this, the elders recognized the gravity of the situation. The involvement of Ning Fengji and two formidable Title Douluos was indeed significant. Ning Jiuyang stepped forward and inquired, what is this matter? Almost all the elders of the sect are present. We can address it together. Qian Rinxue cleared his throat, stating, I propose that the Seven Treasures glazed tile school disband and submit to my brother, Mulin. The elders erupted in fury upon hearing this. Shuqinghe, do not presume that your status as the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire grants you the right to insult the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Shuqinghe shook his head and recounted the events of the previous night. Last night, my mentor Ning Fengji, accompanied by Title Douluo, Bon Douluo, and 4 Soul Douluos, along with all the forces of the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce in Heaven Do City, besieged a certain inn. Oh, you might not be aware, but that inn belongs to my brother Mulin. It is his establishment in Heaven Do City. Upon hearing this, Ning Jiuyang immediately grasped their intent. Ning Fengji had led the sect's 2 Title Douluos and 4 Soul Douluos, alongside various other forces, to besiege these individuals. After a night of absence, the 2 Title Douluos had failed to return, yet their adversaries had come here. Was it not evident? They had likely come seeking compensation for their spiritual losses. Ning Jiuyang furrowed his brow. Even so, it is impossible for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to submit to you. We are one of the top 3 sects. Do you truly believe this is feasible? Upon hearing this, Mulin spoke up. One has lost an arm, and the other has perished. The elders turned their gazes toward him. For Mulin's words seemed utterly implausible. How could 2 super Douluos be left in such a state, one maimed and the other deceased? Did he think he was in the spirit hall? Mulin observed the disbelief among the elders and adjusted his posture, directing his gaze towards Jinshin. Senior Jinshin. If they refuse to submit, eliminate them directly. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school erupted in protest. You little brat, what are you saying? Our Seven Treasures glazed tile school boasts 2 Title Douluos. You are courting death. In an instant, the elder who had spoken found himself dead. His life extinguished by a single punch from Jin Shun, sent crashing through the door. 2 Title Douluos, one with a severed arm and another with shattered bones. They faced 2 choices, to swear allegiance to the martial spirit, sparing their lives, or to embrace death. After all, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school surely had no shortage of children. They could raise their own. Chapter 83, Dividing the Spoils, and the elders of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school were, of course, incredulous. Yet now, with the sect leader and the 2 super Douluos absent, the enemy had already invaded their domain. What thoughts could they harbor? Certainly, some would remain skeptical. You are spouting nonsense. Even with 100,000 years of soul rings, you are merely a Title Douluo. Our Sword Douluo is a level 96 super Douluo, and with the sect leader's support, can contend against a level 97. You are nothing. Before the elder could finish his retort, Jinshin seized him by the throat. I am granting you this courtesy because I am intrigued by your Seven Treasures glazed tile martial spirit. Since you wish for death. True Dragon Claw. Jinshin activated the True Dragon Claw, exerting tremendous force. With a resounding crack, the elder's head exploded like a watermelon. The remaining elders were taken aback, stepping back in fear as they observed Jin Chen's formidable presence. Having spent their days within the confines of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, they were accustomed to the reverence shown by soul masters, even during their excursions into the soul master realm. Encountering the Seven Treasures glazed tile martial spirit had not warranted such violent reprisals. It was evident that they had a powerful ally at their side. Ning Jiuyang stepped forward. Addressing Jinshin, Senior, we are indeed willing to submit, but please grant us some time to prepare. Jinshin glanced at Mulin, who had no objections. Very well. 10 minutes. I remain quite interested in the foundation of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The elders seethed with anger, yet with Jinshin present, they dared not display their fury. Once outside, one elder confronted Ning Jiuyang. Boss, what is going on? Why should our Seven Treasures glazed tile school submit to him? Ning Jiuyang felt a surge of frustration. You were bold here, yet why did you not confront Jinshin directly moments ago? What are you trying to say? Why didn't you speak to Jinshin then? Upon hearing this, the elder, known for his arrogance, was momentarily taken aback and uttered nothing further. Ning Jiuyang glanced at the other elders and questioned the efficacy of their resistance. Is there a Title Douluo within our sect? One elder muttered. Yet we still have 7 or 8 soul Douluo among us. With our combined strength, is it not feasible to contend with a Title Douluo? Ning Jiuyang's frustration mounted to the point where he felt his head might tilt in disbelief. Ning Fingji, along with Chen Xian and Gu Rong, have yet to return. What does this signify? It signifies that their combat prowess could potentially eliminate a combination of a 96th and a 97th level Super Douluo. And you propose that with our few remaining Soul Douluo, we could merely delay 1 or 2 Title Douluo, and even then, only if they exert themselves to the utmost. Are you speaking without thought? Taking a deep breath, Ning Jiuyang continued, Very well, gather your belongings and inform the Soul Douluo. We have enjoyed our time too long. We must at least ensure the preservation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower's martial soul legacy. The other elders, upon hearing this, merely shook their heads and departed. While the esteemed name of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was largely attributed to Ning Fengji's relentless efforts, the current predicament forced them to submit to a mere child. Anyone would harbor reservations about such a situation, including Ning Jiuyang himself. Fengji, what have you done? Why couldn't you share this with us? He lamented. Now, the elders of the clan were discontent, and the sole masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower found themselves in the position of bowing to a child. Shaking his head, Ning Jiuyang resolved to return and gather his belongings, urging the Soul Douluo within the sect to exercise caution, as some had grown up within the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The announcement of the sect's dissolution and their submission to a child would likely incite dissatisfaction and potential conflict. At present, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect could not triumph over their adversaries and thus needed to endure. One could only hope that future generations would rise and extricate themselves from this precarious plight. After 10 minutes, the elders had prepared and communicated with the Soul Douluo in the sect, urging them to refrain from rash actions. For their opponents possessed the capability to vanquish 2 Super Douluo. Mulin glanced at them before turning his gaze towards Qian Renxue. Upon noticing Mulin's sidelong glance, Qian Renxue understood his intentions to cast her in the role of the villain. Shaking her head, she conceded that, after all, she had gained something from this encounter. By doing nothing, she would still acquire some soul masters from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, along with certain resources from within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Elders, I implore you to swear an oath upon your martial souls. You shall never betray Mulin. And you will earnestly instruct the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, refraining from imparting any subjective notions of hatred or disloyalty towards him. The elders were acutely aware that they would inevitably be compelled to take this martial soul oath and had long been prepared for it. I, Ning XX, solemnly swear by my martial soul, the martial soul of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. Once everyone had completed their oaths, they turned their attention back to Mulin. Mulin nodded. Very well, rest assured. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Ning Fengji. He, for no particular reason, chose to initiate an unwarranted attack against us. Given that we have already reached this point of contention, it is only fitting that we seek to win you over. However, do not worry. You will generally not be required to undertake any arduous tasks. Your primary focus should be the diligent instruction of the younger disciples. Of course, should any adversaries dare to encroach upon us, we would hope for your unwavering support. Upon hearing this, the elders also nodded in agreement. Upon seeing this, Mulin was suddenly struck by a thought. Your Highness, as for the elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, please endeavor to win them over while reserving half for me. Regarding the Soul Douluo matters, I shall have Brother Lan Feng accompany you. Naturally, this was whispered into Qian Renxue's ear. After all, the elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had already submitted. Treating them merely as commodities in negotiations necessitates a consideration of their sentiments. He then turned to Lan Feng. Brother Lan Feng, I entrust your Highness's protection to you. As for the Soul Douluo matters, please assess the situation and try to win their favor. These elders will cooperate with you. Now, Elder Ning Jiuyang, I must trouble you to lead us to the place where the essence of the seven treasures, glazed tile school, is stored. We are quite intrigued by the foundation of your sect. Encountering the seven treasures glazed tile school, which stands as the foremost sect after the hidden era of the Haotian school, and with the seven treasures pagoda possessing treasure-seeking abilities. It is certain that this sect boasts a profound heritage. Upon hearing this, Ning Jiuyang immediately bowed and said, "No problem, please follow me." Chapter 84. The essence of the seven treasures. Ning Jiuyang led the way, with Mulin, Jinchen, and several individuals from the inn following closely behind. As for Qian Rinxue and her companions, they were off to cultivate relations with some of the Soul Douluo within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After all, Soul Douluo could be considered high-end combatants, particularly in this era when titles seldom emerged. Here we are. This is the treasured essence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Jiuyang announced as he opened the grand door, allowing Mulin and the others to enter. Wow, is this truly the essence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? What greeted their eyes was a solitary soul bone placed prominently in the center. It was a torso bone, appearing remarkably intact. Surrounding it were a dozen or so additional soul bones. Indeed, there were over a dozen soul bones. It was truly unfathomable. Outside, soul bones were considered treasures that many soul masters might not encounter in their lifetimes. Yet here, within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, there were astonishingly numerous specimens on display. Noticing the astonished expressions that instinctively crossed their faces, Ning Jiuyang felt a surge of pride swell within him. This is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Even soul bones are still prominently displayed within the sect. However, he was quickly brought back to reality. Mulin addressed the individuals behind him directly. You may wish to inquire about the origins and ages of these soul bones. If they surpass a millennium and their ages are appropriate, feel free to take them. Upon hearing this, Ning Jiuyang internally exclaimed, "What a prodigal! What folly!" Even if many of these soul bones were indeed 1,000 years old, such a lack of appreciation was unfathomable. To so casually bestow them upon others? Elder Ning Jiuyang, please provide an introduction to these soul bones, someone urged. Upon hearing this, Ning Jiuyang stepped forward, gesturing towards a particularly dense collection of soul bones. Since you have mentioned this, I shall refrain from elaborating on the others. These are primarily a collection of 1,000-year soul bones, most of which were acquired by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Mulin, upon hearing this, felt no surprise. He recalled that indeed, there were Millennium Soul Bones available for purchase, albeit at a steep price. Ning Jiuyang began to elucidate the various Millennium Soul Bones to the assembly. First, he presented the left leg bone of a 10,000-year Thunderwing Kanjiing, a relic from a senior of the sect. As far as I know, its soul skill is an explosive mobility technique that augments the power of wind and thunder. Next was the right leg bone of a 10,000-year white snow giant ape, whose soul skill appears to be an icy explosion. Striking with both legs unleashes a frigid detonation on the enemy, and after 10 consecutive attacks, a special effect is triggered. Then came the right leg bone of the evergreen divine wood, which possesses a soul skill that allows it to absorb sunlight and the earth's attributes to replenish its own soul power, achieving a doubled recovery rate within woodland areas. As for this particular piece, it is the skull of a 50,000-year dream cat. This soul bone is highly coveted among the sect's elders. However, due to Ning Fengji's persistent hold on it, it has remained unclaimed. I suspect he intends to bequeath it to his descendants. Additionally, there is this soul bone, which is considered a treasure of the sect. Unless one obtains the unanimous consent of all elders and the sect leader, no one is permitted to absorb it. This is the trunk bone of an 80,000-year Xuanjia Guangming crocodile, left behind by a certain generation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect's Title Douluo. Were it not for the fact that Sword Douluo already possesses a trunk bone, and its attributes conflict with those of Bone Douluo, this soul bone would not remain unclaimed. Upon hearing Ning Jiuyang's exposition, the crowd instinctively gasped in astonishment. A 50,000-year skull, an 80,000-year trunk bone. What does this signify? It implies that should these soul bones be bestowed upon a soul master yet to acquire a skull or trunk bone, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect would gain yet another Title Douluo. Mulin also contemplated this matter and immediately inquired, have these soul bones never been considered for those who temporarily lack a skull and torso bones among the Soul Douluo? If that were the case, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would most likely gain another Title Douluo. Upon hearing Mulin's words, Ning Jiuyang seemed to recall something and instinctively shook his head. Despite the presence of 11 Soul Douluo within the sect, the strongest among them only reached level 86. Becoming a Title Douluo is not merely a matter of absorbing an 80 000-year-old soul bone, as a skull does not augment soul power. Thus, due to this reality, no one is willing to wager an 80,000-year-old torso bone on a soul Douluo, even if there is a genuine fear of the torso bone being seized by others. What they truly dread is that another Title Douluo would arise from the faction of another elder, thereby encroaching upon their resources. As Ning Jiuyang spoke, he shook his head once more. Indeed, it is ironic that in their apprehension of having their resources usurped, they have allowed a magnificent 80,000-year-old torso bone to languish here for mere display. Only those elders, whose minds have been corrupted by the lure of indulgence, could commit such an act. Mulin gazed at the crowd in the tavern and said, "You have all heard Elder Ning Jiuyang's introduction regarding these soul bones. They are suitable for you. Please feel free to take them." Upon hearing this, Kong Ming instinctively remarked, "But what about you, young master? Do you not require any?" Mulin shook his head, stating, "I do not require them. At present, I lack the need for soul bones. Perhaps it is more accurate to say that I have a vast future ahead of me. I shall contemplate the soul bones when the time is right. For now, I find no necessity for them." Upon hearing this, the others recalled that Mulin had indeed expressed his intention to pursue a path specializing in the attributes of gold. Grateful thoughts arose among them as they collectively expressed their gratitude to Mulin. "Thank you, young master. No, it is I who should express my gratitude to you all. For without your support, my current collection of exquisite soul rings and the acquisition of the 7 treasures glazed tile school would remain but a distant dream." With that, Mulin chose not to engage further in mutual flattery. He departed alongside Jin Qin and Ning Jiuyang, leaving the soul bones for them to allocate among themselves. Shortly thereafter, Dong Xiang emerged, exclaiming, "Hee, young master, the soul bones here are rather ill-suited for me." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Mulin's eyes. Does this imply that the right leg bone of the everlasting divine tree is intended for Miss Mulin? If that is the case, I can conjecture the identities of those several soul bones. Yet there remains the possibility of sharing either the Xuanjia Guangming Emperor Crocodile soul bone or the Dream Cat soul bone with Kong Ying. Dong Xiang shook his head. Master Kong Ming has chosen that skull, but there is still a torso bone, which is an astounding 80,000 years old. Why would a food-type soul master like myself require a torso bone of such an ancient age? Mulin wished to persuade further. Pondering what this soul bone could offer him, Dong Xiang seemed to anticipate Mulin's intentions and promptly replied, "No worries, young master. Next time, just provide me with some compensation."